Chapter 201. In the last 10 hours, there are 41 altars left. Time is getting tighter and tighter. And Han Xing, holding his breath, fired hellfires madly along the way. Later, when he saw the evil god altar, even if there were already a large army of survivors attacking it nearby, he would not hesitate to attack. No matter what, destroy the altar first. In 15 hours, Han Xing has destroyed 25 altars, almost half of the world's human beings. However, despite this, just when Han Xing had just destroyed the 31st evil god altar, Shen Yue reminded at this time, "Brother Xing, time is a bit short." Han Xing also frowned after hearing this. He looked at the two numbers in front of him. Number of evil god altars, 29. Time of the evil god's arrival, 7 hours and 02 minutes. 7 hours. There is still a chance. Follow me to keep going. Although the hope is slim, everyone will not give up. Han Xing couldn't help but clench his fists and continued to rush to the next location. Now, the world's human beings have gone through at least 18 hours of high-intensity fighting. Everyone felt that their nerves were stretched to the limit. But at this time, no one dared to rest, not even for a moment. Everyone gritted their teeth and tried their best to squeeze out the last potential in their bodies. This side of the temple, under the leadership of its leader Chen Dachui. After millions of survivors rushed all the way, at the cost of 600,000 deaths, they finally rushed to the vicinity of the altar in just 3 hours. Now, they are finally going to clear the last obstacle before destroying the altar. That is the Overlord, however, because too many survivors died in the team. They could no longer make effective tactics against Overlord-level creatures. At this time, Chen Dachui roared and split a leader monster in front of him into 2 halves, and blood splattered. However, he saw waves of blood monsters in the air, as if they were crazy, all rushed into the army of survivors and launched self-destruction attacks. Puff! 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 Like a flower of bad omen blooming. The blood with a terrifying curse stained the survivors nearby. Tens of thousands of survivors watched their status bar, and the blood curse level soared. After a while, it broke through the upper limit of 10 levels. Under this level, even the purification of the priesthood has no effect. In addition, the blood curse resistance in everyone's hands has almost been used up. So many people are cursed, and it is impossible to save them all in the first time. At this time, a young boy was terrified. He looked at his gradually festering skin and broke down crying. "Whoa! I'm going to die. Dad, I'm so scared, save me." Next to him, there was a middle-aged man kneeling on the ground, roaring with resentment. "I don't accept it. I don't accept it. I'd rather die than become that kind of monster." However, no matter how unwilling and angry they were in their hearts, everyone could only watch their former companions, who fought side by side, turn into that kind of terrible monster. The next moment, those monsters lost their rationality, stared at them with scarlet eyes, and rushed towards them. The survivors took a step back. They knew that the other party was no longer their companions and friends, but blood monsters that must be killed as soon as possible. However, looking at their distorted yet familiar faces, for a moment, they couldn't do it. But those monsters didn't care about that. They had lost their minds and rushed into the crowd to start killing. For a moment, screams and fighting continued. At this time, a burly figure fell from the sky. A huge axe slashed horizontally, and more than a dozen monsters were cut in half. Chen Dachui stared and cursed. "Go! What are you in a daze?" The other survivors were stunned for a moment, and they didn't seem to expect that their leader would be so decisive. After all, this was a comrade in arms who fought side by side with them. However, when they looked at each other, they saw Chen Dachui's red and swollen eyes. The next moment, everyone was stunned, and then suppressed the grief in their hearts and vented their grief and anger on the monsters. However, the dominant creatures are not vegetarians either. It knew that it must not let this group of humans get close to the altar now. Hundreds and tens of millions of blood-tied monsters, as if they were given a layer of bloodthirsty buff, fearlessly attacked the sky island of the temple. No matter how hard they resisted, they could only watch their team members continue to decrease. 600, 000. 500, 000. 400, 000. Lives were buried in the siege of the monster group. Even the survivors, who had just completed a turn, participated in the battle. In just half an hour, another 300,000 survivors died under the impact of the monster group. Such a terrible casualty rate shows the cruelty of the war. The entire sky island seemed to be drenched in blood, with mutilated corpses everywhere. Blood continued to flow down the edge of the sky island, and it was a real river of blood. 10 minutes. There were less than 200,000 survivors in the temple. The look in everyone's eyes had changed from despair to numbness. The death of too many relatives and friends made them feel dead. At this time, Chindachui seemed to know that if this continued, even if all the people in the temple were buried here, they would not be able to achieve their goal. The next moment, Chindachui shouted loudly, "Brothers, now, it's the last step. We must not let the sacrifice of other brothers fall short. I will deal with the dominant creatures. No matter what, you must destroy the evil god altar." In the shocked eyes of everyone. But suddenly, a bottle of starlit potion appeared in Chindachui's hand, which seemed to contain some powerful power. Mad God Blood Secret Medicine. This is an ultimate secret medicine that contains a drop of divine blood. After taking it, the survivor's attributes will surge to the current limit, and they will have some of the Mad God's divine power. Note: creatures below the legendary level are strictly prohibited from taking this secret medicine, otherwise they will explode and die after the effect of the medicine ends. However, Chindachui didn't care about the side effects of the prompts at the end. He just wanted to kill this master at all costs. The next moment, in front of everyone, Chindachui drank the potion in his hand. Everyone only felt. A breath from the wilderness suddenly burst out from Chindachui's body. At this moment, his body surged to 3 meters high, and the whole person was supported by the violent power like a muscle monster. Even the distant overlord creatures felt a hint of threat from him. At this moment, Chindachui jumped up instantly, and the whole person shot out like a cannonball. Boom! Boom! Chindachui's 3-meter-tall body seemed so small compared to the overlord's body of more than 1,000 meters. However, it was this tiny human who was wielding a huge axe at this moment, chopping the overlord creatures to wail endlessly. Puff! Puff! Every axe could take away a large piece of flesh and blood from the overlord, and blood splattered. The overlord monster was completely suppressed by the violent Chindachui. At this moment, the other team members also saw an opportunity. "Brothers, the leader has created an opportunity for us, follow me." As soon as the words fell, the temple Sky Island once again faced the bloody monsters in the sky, and attacked the altar with a resolute momentum. Everyone had a determination to die, and they only had one goal in their eyes. Destroy the altar. The blood-tide monsters also went crazy, baring their fangs and claws, rushing into the survivors recklessly. The casualty rate soared again. Every time they advanced 100 meters, thousands of corpses appeared on the Sky Island. There were monsters and humans. The catapults and arrow towers on the territory were also destroyed one by one. Finally, the Sky Island of the temple was less than 100 meters away from the evil god altar. This distance was already within the attack range of most survivors. The defense value of the evil god altar had also been reduced to less than 50,000 by their concentrated fire. However, the huge force of 1 million people had now been reduced to less than 50,000 people. The remaining survivors had determination in their eyes. They knew that even if they destroyed the altar, they would eventually be overwhelmed by the blood-tide monsters, and none of them would be left. At this time, a team member cried out in a crying voice. "Captain, did you see it? We are almost successful, we did it." At this time, Chindachui, who was fighting for life and death with the overlord in the air, also heard the voices of the team members. A gratified smile appeared on the corners of his mouth, and he responded loudly, "I saw it. You are all great men. Today, I will let everyone see the heroic figures of our brothers in the temple." After saying that, he turned on the live video recording function and uploaded the video here directly to the chat channel. Then, while Chindachui was violently bombarding the overlord, he said arrogantly in the chat channel, "Everyone, watch out. Our brothers in the temple rushed to the vicinity of the evil god's altar in just 3 hours, and will destroy the altar immediately. This is the 3rd altar we have destroyed today. What Hui Alliance, Kunlun, Xianfu, none of them are as good as us, ha ha ha." Everyone heard Chindachui's arrogant laughter, and saw the miserable situation on the temple's Sky Island. There were mountains of corpses and seas of blood, and only 1 out of 100 survived. For a moment, everyone was moved. At this time, Chindachui suddenly felt the agitation of the blood in his body. He knew that the effect of the medicine was almost at its limit, and when the time was up, the terrible side effects would directly take his life. However, there was no fear of death in Chindachui's eyes, but a strong self-confidence. He shouted in the chat channel, "Zhou Huang, Wujia, watch out. Today, I'm going to kill the overlord, and then blow up this 3rd altar. Look at how you're dithering. I won't talk about those useless foreign teams, but I didn't expect that you, Hui Alliance and Kunlun, are also useless. It's been so long, and you're still hanging around the 2nd altar. It seems that I, Chindachui, am the best in the world. Zhou Huang, Wujia, are just useless. Xinghut is not as good as me. Ha ha ha. Chapter 202. In his wild laughter, Chen Dachui used all his strength to chop out a huge axe before he was about to explode. Then, everyone saw that the dominant creature was cut in half by this axe. The huge corpse fell from the sky. A dozen seconds later, under the gaze of the world's human beings, the number of evil god altars decreased by one again. The temple succeeded. But the price was that the team that once ranked third became history today. Millions of survivors were buried in the endless blood tide. The chat channel fell into silence. After a while, Zhou Huang sighed in it. Captain Chen, a contemporary hero. Everyone was moved. Zhou Huang was not angry because of Chen Dachui's last ridicule. However, the captains of King Game and Great Britain took Chen Dachui's last words to heart. Although, they knew that Chen Dachui said this deliberately to stimulate everyone. However, anyone who is looked down upon like this will feel unconvinced. At this time, the fat on Anderson's face trembled, and he said angrily, "Damn, aren't there just 3 altars? It's as if you destroyed 30 of them. So arrogant. You talk as if only the survivors in your country are not afraid of death. I wanted to save some combat power, and wait for the disaster to end. Now, King's Game, everyone move. This guy dares to look down on us. Today, we must prove it to them. None of our brothers in the Russian Federation are afraid of death." At this time, the survivors of the major federations heard Chen Dachui's final laughter. There was a pent-up anger in my heart that I wanted to vent urgently. Everyone responded loudly in the chat channel. Charge. Even if I risk my life today, I will blow up a few altars for them to see. Brothers of the Hand of God, come and blow up these monsters. Great Britain, charge. At this time, Wujia was commanding the survivors under his command and other allied forces to advance in an orderly manner. He seemed to be stimulated by the death of Chen Dachui, and the next moment, a grim smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. One by one, they are not teenagers, and they are still so passionate. You, Chen Dachui, dare to call me a waste after killing a master? The next moment, Wujia looked at the millions of people in the team and asked solemnly, "Brothers, we seem to be underestimated by the group of people in the temple. What do you think we should do now?" The team members were silent for a moment, and the next moment, they shouted together, "Kill!" Wujia felt the surging fighting spirit in their hearts, and a smile appeared on his lips again. "Okay, then kill." The next moment, in the shocked eyes of other alliance teams, they saw Kunlun's huge sky island suddenly accelerate, and then rushed into the blood cloud without hesitation. At this time, Wujia put on the gargoyle mask again and took the lead. The whole person jumped up and rushed into the monster group. He knew what the most difficult thing here was, and he had to solve it as quickly as possible. Otherwise, Kunlun would follow the footsteps of the temple. In the blood cloud, a humanoid creature exuding amazing blood energy shuttled back and forth among the monsters. Wujia suffered several serious injuries along the way, but he was able to recover instantly by absorbing the blood contained in the blood tide. The blood tide did not seem to be a curse for him, but a kind of tonic. It was like a dragon entering the water, turning the river and the sea upside down. The next moment, Wujia finally found the master-level creature hidden in the blood cloud. A smile appeared on Wujia's mouth. Chen Dachui is also a waste. He was forced to self-destruct by a master and sacrifice so many people in the temple. Today, I will kill a master for you to see. The next moment, Wujia rushed over and started a close fight with this master-level monster. Even if the master-level monster attacked, every time it could take away a large piece of flesh and blood from his body, causing him serious injuries. But Wujia could recover in the first time. And the more they fought, the more madness in Wujia's eyes became. He was in the air, even trembling with excitement. Interesting. So interesting. Is this the true strength of the Overlord-level monster? I'm so high! The next moment, Wujia's figure flashed, and when the monster opened its huge mouth, he rushed directly into the body of the Overlord-level monster. 4 hours later, humans around the world looked at the 2 numbers in front of them again. Number of remaining altars, 14. Time for the evil commander to arrive, 2 hours and 57 minutes. With countless survivors coming forward and making every effort, this number began to soar. Brothers, victory is just around the corner. There are still the last 14 altars, hold on. However, despite this, the number of casualties in various places has reached a terrifying number. At this time, a survivor named Fang Jicheng shouted in the chat channel. All human compatriots. I am Fang Jicheng, the leader of Comet Society. Our alliance is about to be wiped out. We have already cleared more than half of the blood tide monsters here, and the dominant creatures are already at the end of their strength. Please ask the nearby human race to come to the coordinates as soon as possible to take over our progress. We must not fail at the last moment. We will try our best to hold on until you arrive. Even if we fight to the last man, Comet Society will never retreat. Fong Zhiqing used the lives of the survivors in the entire team as the price, and vowed to destroy an altar at the cost of his life. This moved all mankind. Captain Fong, please hold on, we will be there soon. That's right, humans will not let you down. Billions of humans around the world once again erupted with amazing power. One after another, the survivors' islands rushed into the blood tide, like human bombs without hesitation. I don't know how many teams died in the monster swarm in just a few hours of crazy impact. Not everyone can succeed like Shen Dachui and his team, sacrificing their lives. More teams ended in failure. Either they fell under the siege of monsters, or they fell under the terrifying power of dominant creatures. However, as long as a small number of them succeed, it is a victory for mankind. These people, with their own sacrifices, finally opened up a road of hope in the long tide of blood. This is a hymn to mankind, and also a hymn to blood and courage. Boom! Boom! The hellfire is bombarding and killing wantonly. The monsters are destroyed wave by wave. The creatures are wailing, and the flames are roaring. Han Xing was also in a state of numbness from killing. He kept firing hellfire. Mushroom clouds rose up, and after hearing the system prompt, he turned around and left without hesitation. In the next 2 hours, countless survivors rushed forward one after another, fearless of death. Altars were removed and destroyed one by one. Finally, after 2 hours, everyone saw hope. At this time, there were only 3 altars left. The remaining time was less than half an hour. Everyone was nervous at the same time, and asked in the chat channel, "Quick! Where are the locations of the last 3 altars? I'm going to blow them up." The Ace Death Squad is ready. Humans have been killing red-eyed, and they will never allow failure even if they make great sacrifices, and at this moment, someone in the chat channel replied, "The locations of the 3 altars have all been exposed, and now someone is dealing with them." Everyone, you can rest assured. Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. It was as if the huge rock blocking their chests had moved a little. However, they were a little uneasy, fearing that something unexpected would happen in the end. So, they all asked in the chat, "Which team is dealing with the 3 altars? Do you need support?" Someone replied again in the chat channel, "Hoi Alliance, King Game, Great Britain." Hearing the names of these 3 forces, everyone was stunned. Needless to say, Hoi Alliance's strong strength has long been known to everyone. King Game and Great Britain are 2 newly emerging forces among the foreign survivors. They also have millions of survivors above the 2nd level, plus their alliance team, which is also considered to be strong. Dealing with an evil god altar should not be a problem. The problem is, can they resolve the battle in the last half hour? At this time, Zhou Huang directly opened the administrator privileges and said in the chat channel, "Hoi Alliance is about to end the battle and destroy the altar. Compatriots on the other 2 sides, how is the battle going? Do you need support? Please reply as soon as possible." Soon, someone sent a message in the public chat channel. King Game has no problem. The altar can definitely be flattened within half an hour. Great Britain has no problem either. Hearing the replies from both sides, everyone was relieved. At this critical moment concerning the survival of mankind, these people dare not brag for the sake of face. Otherwise, they will be sinners for all ages. Sure enough. 10 minutes later, Hoi Alliance was the first to send good news. The battle on his side had ended. Everyone watched with their own eyes that the number of remaining altars changed from 3 to 2, and they breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. At the same time, King Game in the Russian area and Great Britain in the European area were not to be outdone. They also resolved the battles within 5 minutes, under the gaze of the remaining 4 billion pairs of eyes. Now, the 2 strings of numbers became remaining number of evil god altars, 0 descent time of evil god commander, 14 minutes and 32 seconds. All over the world, everyone's tense nerves relaxed at the same time. Then, countless people fainted on the spot. They were too tired. At this time, other survivors also sighed in the chat channel. It's finally over. It's not easy. Yes, it's too difficult. Old Chun, did you see it? Your sacrifice was not in vain. This time, it's us humans who won. At this point, countless people shed tears. Just now in the tense countdown of life and death, even in the face of the death of their loved ones, everyone could only suppress their sadness. Chapter 203. Now the world has recovered. They suddenly realized. It turned out that in those 20 hours or so, they lost so many compatriots. At least 1 billion survivors. In the final life and death impact, they sacrificed their lives. It was their sacrifice that allowed more people to survive. The names of these victims will be forever remembered in the history of the human race. However, what surprised everyone was that even after the number of altars returned to 0, the time for the arrival of the evil god commander below was still slowly counting down. What's going on? Why is the countdown still going? At this time, someone finally asked this question. However, the other survivors looked at each other, because they didn't know what the reason was. They could only comfort them. I don't know, the system didn't prompt it. I guess it will disappear by itself when the countdown ends. What this person said makes some sense. After all, the system has not shown any relevant prompts so far. Despite this, everyone still had a bad feeling in their hearts. And just at this moment, in an unknown corner of the abandoned land of the gods, a dominant creature with twisted limbs and all kinds of hair and nails all over its body. Following the guidance in his heart, he came to a certain area. It seemed to have fallen into a state of serious injury, and blood was constantly flowing all over its body. In front of this dominant creature, a bare island appeared. This island looked like a desert terrain, with nothing on it. However, the dominant creature trembled, and a terrifying blood energy surged. The sand on the entire sky island was blown away. A moment later, a pool full of cracks and dried up appeared above the sky island. If there were other survivors here, they would definitely recognize it. Except for being a little shabby, the appearance of this pool is exactly the same as the evil god altar. The dominant creature seemed to have expected it. And this is exactly its purpose. In a corner that no one knows, the body of this dominant creature suddenly swelled, and in an instant it expanded from the original 1,000 meters to nearly 10,000 meters. Like an enlarged version of a sausage balloon, it seemed to expand to a certain limit and then exploded. Crash! At this moment, a red blood rain fell from the sky. The rain was mixed with various flesh and blood tissues, as well as unknown liquids. All mixed and poured into the blood pool. At the same time, this blood pool underwent an amazing change in just a few seconds. From the original lifeless state, it regained its vitality. The surface of the blood pool began to surge. Gulp gulp at the same time, more and more blood-tide monsters swarmed out from it like a gusher. The next moment, in the horrified eyes of the world's human beings, they saw with their own eyes. The number of remaining evil god altars suddenly jumped from 0 to 1. This bright red number instantly stung everyone's eyes. There was an uproar among billions of humans. They had never expected that the evil god altar that had been cleared out. For some unknown reason, another one was added. This was something no one had expected, including Han Xing and Zhou Huang. The survivors wailed. Who can tell me what's going on? It's over. It's all over now. Once that evil god commander comes, humanity will be completely finished. Brother, father, you died in vain. The entire chat channel was shrouded in pessimism. However, at this moment, a survivor said, "What do you mean it's over? Isn't there only one altar left? No matter how strong that evil god commander is, there is only one. We can kill it with our lives." However, this person's words did not gain the approval of everyone. When the power of an individual reaches a certain level, it is no longer a matter of numbers. No matter how many ants there are, they cannot shake the giant elephant. Let's take a step back and say that even if it can be shaken, how much casualties will humanity have to pay for this? Tens of millions? Or hundreds of millions? This is not a simple number, it represents a living life behind it. In addition, in order to clear the 100 evil god altars, a large number of human warriors have died. If they continue to die, the entire race will be seriously injured, or even destroyed. Humanity around the world is shrouded in a depressing atmosphere. The chat channel was unusually silent. Even Zhou Huang and others could not say anything to comfort them for a while. At this time, a survivor sighed. Forget it, give up. You have done well. It's not that we didn't work hard enough, but that the enemy is too strong. Yes, we did our best. If humans are destined to perish, at least we have fought for it. At this moment, a familiar name appeared, and he said solemnly in it, "Everyone, take action now. Explore the surrounding area as much as possible, and find the location of the last evil god altar. Then report it to me as soon as possible. There is still time, please don't give up." The spokesperson's ID is Xinghe. After hearing Han Xing's words, the public chat channel was silent for a moment, and then no one responded. Because, with the remaining time now, it is too late to rush. Even if the evil god altar is found, what can it do? The arrival of the evil god commander is an established fact. At this time, a survivor named Wang Beihuan said, "Star God, you have done enough. We all saw that you destroyed dozens of altars along the way. Without you, humans will be in greater danger this time. Other survivors also responded, yes, give up Star God, everyone will remember your contribution. However, Han Xing said directly, don't talk nonsense, take action now. Even if that evil god commander comes, let me deal with it. But I need your help. After Han Xing finished speaking, the entire chat channel was silent again for a moment. At this time, a survivor asked cautiously, Xingshan, do you mean that you are sure to deal with the evil god commander? Everyone looked at the chat channel at the same time, and seemed to be expecting Han Xing's answer. Then Han Xing replied directly, no. But if we are not sure, are we just going to sit there and wait for death? Are we just going to watch the evil god from another space come and defeat us one by one? Now, there is still a chance. Just give me a little time, I will definitely blow up the evil god altar. Han Xing's words rekindled the hope of the survivors. Everyone started to act at the same time. The remaining 4 billion survivors, tens of millions of Sky Islands, began to run for their lives in the entire abandoned land of the gods. The last 13 minutes of life and death, humans all over the world began to act. Han Xing could only leave it to fate at this time. If the altar was close enough to his position, he would have a chance to destroy it before the countdown ended. If that terrifying existence appeared after the countdown ended, he would not escape. After all, he is now the most powerful person in the entire human race. If he escaped, it would be equivalent to letting the remaining human race deal with that terrible creature, and wait until the backbone of mankind died. In the end, it would definitely be Han Xing's turn. So, no matter what, Han Xing would face this evil god commander. It would be better to fight it hard while the other party just came out and has not caused much damage to humans. At the same time, survivors around the world are also frantically looking for the whereabouts of the last altar. Time is passing. 3 minutes later. The time for the arrival of the evil god commander is getting closer and closer. Han Xing's heart is getting heavier. This means that the other party's arrival in this world is already a fait accompli. Unless this altar happens to appear near Han Xing, and then he finds it and airdrops it to destroy it immediately. But this is obviously impossible. Finally, in the last 7 minutes. Finally, a survivor explained in the chat channel. I saw it. There is a terrifying monster wave ahead. The number has exceeded 1 million. And there are still new monsters appearing. So many. After listening to this person's description, everyone realized that he had found that it was probably the location of the last altar. So, they all shouted, report the coordinates. Quick! The next moment, the survivor sent a string of numbers in the chat channel. At the same time, Han Xing and others also looked stern. Because, they also saw the location of the coordinates. It was far away from them, more than 800 kilometers. Even if they went at full speed, it would take at least 9 minutes. However, the remaining countdown now only had the last 7 minutes. After a casual calculation in their minds, everyone knew that it was completely too late. For a time, people were panicked. Han Xing glanced at everyone, and a thoughtful look appeared in his eyes, wondering what he was thinking. However, at this moment, Shen Yun seemed to see Han Xing's thoughts and suddenly said, Brother Xing, start the action. Don't think about us, and don't think about transferring us first and facing the threat of the evil commander alone. We won't let you go alone, Shen Yun said solemnly. After hearing this, Chung Jianyong seemed to realize something, and there was shock on his face. Damn, Brother Xing, you are not really going to do this, are you? I tell you, we will follow you no matter what you do. Don't think of leaving us behind. On the side, Zhang Lianmeng and Su Xiaong also looked at him firmly after hearing this. Seeing this, Han Xing knew that everyone had made up their minds. He didn't get too sentimental. Because the 5 people had been together for so long, they had already become lifelong friends. If Han Xing died because of this, they would not want to live in vain. This was the tacit understanding of everyone. After a moment, Han Xing chuckled and said, okay, let's go together. Fuck the evil god commander. Shen Yun and Chung Jianyong looked at each other, laughed at the same time, and shouted, okay, hack the evil god commander. As for those relatives, at this time, Han Xing didn't have time to ask for their opinions one by one. The next moment, Xingyu City rushed at full speed. Almost rushed all the way. Looking at the scene of rapid retreat, Han Xing's eyes were both a little uneasy and a little excited. He couldn't help licking the corner of his mouth. Damn it, I didn't expect that I would have to fight a legendary monster in the end. I hope that the war fortress I built after a month or 2 of hard work can cause damage to legendary creatures. A few minutes later. The countdown has come to the last 30 seconds. Since Han Xing said that, he has not spoken in the chat channel again. The survivors don't know what happened to Han Xing, or even whether Han Xing has gone there. At this time, some survivors are already desperate. What's going on with the Star God? There are only the last 30 seconds left. It's too late, right? Yeah, the Star God didn't say anything. Could it be that he ran away when he saw that he couldn't catch up? It's possible. After all, it's a monster above the Overlord. Anyone who goes there will die. However, at this moment, some survivors who supported Han Xing shouted, "Shut up! Didn't you hear what the Star God said? Even if the evil God Commander finally comes out, he will solve it." That's right. What are you all yelling about here? You guys, the Star God is fighting in the front, but you are questioning in the back. In modern times, you are definitely traitors. I have remembered your names. When humans survive this crisis, I will definitely come to trouble you. Hearing the threat, the group of people who had just questioned Han Xing hurriedly explained. No, no, no. That's not what I mean. What I mean is that the Star God may need help. Yes. I think so too. I really don't mean anything else. However, Han Xing didn't have time to pay attention to the chat channel at this time, but went forward at full speed. A few minutes later, from a distance, everyone had seen a red light appear in front. There, it was the location of the evil god's altar. Everyone couldn't help but clench their fists. Now, there are only 10 seconds left in the countdown. At this speed, they are completely too late. Despite this, Han Xing still didn't slow down. Because at the beginning, he was ready to face the legendary creature directly. At this time, he is even less likely to retreat when the 10-second countdown ends. The system prompt appears. Time is up. The action to stop the evil god commander from coming has failed. All survivors, please note that the evil god commander is a legendary creature, and his personal power far exceeds the upper limit of human endurance. Don't think about fighting him. Please escape from the abandoned land of the gods as soon as possible and strive to preserve the last spark of human race. Human, this is your last chance. The system prompt reveals a breath of despair. Everyone, including Han Xing, feels a sinking feeling in their hearts. Even the system says that humans have no hope of winning. This shows that the power of legendary creatures is far beyond everyone's imagination. Before, they said that they would use the number of people to pile up the evil god commander to death, but now it seems that it is completely impossible. At this time, everyone can't help but think, can Xinghe really deal with the evil god commander? Chapter 204. At this time in Xingyu City, all 5 people looked at the large red light in front of them with serious faces. Everyone saw that a 10,000-meter-long flesh and blood tentacle had appeared in the last evil god altar. The tentacle danced wildly in the air, splashing blood. Moreover, it was constantly squeezing out more bodies from the altar. The size of this monster was far beyond everyone's imagination. A tentacle alone was 10,000 meters long. It was hard to imagine how huge its body must be, and Han Xing, at the moment when the countdown returned to 0, felt a violent, bloody and terrifying breath coming. Everyone seemed to be enveloped by this breath, and their minds seemed to recall the most terrifying scene they had experienced in their lives. In the Lord's mansion, the eyes of those relatives were pale, and their bodies were twitching. The next moment, all the bodies froze and lost their intuition. Even Han Xing and others were holding their heads and feeling pain. At the critical moment, Shen Yun endured the severe pain, and through angel protection and purification spells one after another, the severe pain in everyone's mind was finally relieved. At this time, Han Xing glanced at his status bar. Status: Evil God's Breath Erosion, mental attributes decreased by 50%, and suffered a serious mental attack every second. The next moment after seeing this status, everyone gasped. Legendary creatures, before they made a move, the breath alone was enough to make creatures hundreds of kilometers away lose their combat effectiveness. Although Shen Yun's angel protection can be immune to the subsequent mental state attacks. However, the previous 50% mental attribute reduction cannot be cleared. This means that the 2 spiritual professions in the team are directly useless. At this time, Cheng Jianyou exclaimed, "Damn, is this the true strength of the legendary creature? This sense of oppression is simply many times greater than that of the dominant creature." Everyone felt the same as Cheng Jianyou. They thought that no matter how strong the legendary creature was, it was just a monster of a higher level than the dominant. Now, they know that this is a completely wrong perception. There is a huge gap between the dominant and the legendary. They are not of the same level at all. Han Xing, is there really a way to deal with this terrifying creature? At this time, Shen Yun seemed to have discovered something, and he quickly reminded, "Brother Xing, I see that the monster's body seems to have only come out halfway." Has it not yet completely descended? Will it work if we destroy the evil god altar now? After hearing this, everyone's expression also moved. They also realized this. The legendary creature only had a few tentacles stretched out at this time, and more of its body remained in the altar. Everyone knew that this might be their last chance. Han Xing also nodded. The next moment, 85 hellfire silos were bombed at the same time. Boom! 85 groups of flames, with a breath of destruction, rose into the air. Everyone looked at the string of flames, their eyes full of hope. However, when the hellfire was about to come into contact with the 10,000-meter-long terrifying tentacle, the attack method that had been successful in the past, but it was frustrated for the first time. The behemoth near the altar seemed to sense something, and the next moment it waved its tentacles. Walala! The huge tentacles danced with the wind, and the hellfire exploded at this time, and mushroom clouds rose. However, the effect was like holding a ball of fireworks and bombing a towering ancient tree. Except for a slightly charred black mass on the surface of the tentacles, it did not cause any effect. At this moment, Han Xing and others were completely desperate. Even his biggest killer did not play a big role. The legendary monster was so powerful that it made people despair. And at this moment, the monster's tentacles were attacked, which seemed a bit unexpected. I thought that when I came to the abandoned land of the gods, it would be a one-sided massacre. But he didn't expect that these insects could actually hurt him. At this moment, the evil god commander became more and more manic. Han Xing watched with his own eyes, as more and more tentacles emerged from the altar. 4 or 5. In the end, a monster with 13 tentacles and a huge human brain appeared. Its body was over 50,000 meters long, and there was no skin on the huge human brain, with all kinds of blood vessels and nerve tissues exposed in the air. It was like an evil creature that had existed in ancient times, exuding a terrifying aura. Splatter. As the tentacles waved, blood splashed all over the sky, and it seemed as if a bloody rain was pouring down from the sky. The next moment, its strange human brain suddenly rotated 180 degrees on the spot. A pair of pale eyeballs looked at Han Xing at the same time. At this moment, everyone was hit hard and spit out blood. A system prompt appeared in front of everyone. You have been hit by the skill of the evil god commander, the evil god's gaze, reducing the upper limit of physical fitness by 10% per second, losing 10% of vitality per second, until death. Hiss. Seeing the effect of this skill, everyone gasped. Anyone who has stared it will die after 10 seconds. This perverted skill that is so terrifying that it is almost unreasonable makes everyone despair. At this time, they suddenly understood why the system said that all mankind should flee as soon as possible and not think about fighting, because this guy is not an existence that can be defeated at the current stage. No matter how many people there are, they will die. Now, only Han Xing is slightly better, because of the artifact-level armor on him. The special effect of the Shield of Disaster on it is to reduce 80% of the negative status effect. So, the loss of life caused by the gaze of the evil god per second has been reduced to the minimum. However, at this time, the terrifying creature seemed to have noticed everyone. The next moment, 2 or 3 tentacles spanned dozens of kilometers and shot over instantly. Such a terrifying creature, I am afraid that only one blow will be enough to directly blow up Han Xing's Sky Island. Everyone felt a crisis of death coming. Han Xing took a deep breath. Just as they were preparing to launch the second round of Hellfire, they were fighting to the death. At this moment, a voice suddenly appeared in the ears of Han Xing and others. A crisp female voice. Huh? Has the minions of the evil god come? It seems that I am still a step late. They heard a sigh, which seemed to contain a trace of regret. However, at this time, Han Xing and others, including the legendary evil god leader, all seemed to be cast under a spell of immobilization, and they were frozen in place and motionless. They all looked in the direction where the sound came from. There seemed to be the altar where the evil god commander was. Shen Yuan and others lay on the ground with difficulty and asked, Xing, Brother Xing, what's the situation now? Han Xing shook his head. He didn't know what happened. At this time, the evil god commander in the air seemed to react. Its pale fish eyes stared over instantly, and the evil god gaze was turned on. After the sight moved away, everyone felt relieved. It was as if the mountain pressing on the top of the head was moved away, and the terrifying pressure disappeared. At this time, the evil god commander had changed his target. It stared at the altar, and its body swelled several times in an instant. The body, which was originally more than 50,000 meters, now turned into the size of an asteroid. The next moment, it directly stretched out more than a dozen tentacles and tied the altar layer by layer. In the eyes of everyone, the altar was like a giant's toy, held in its hands and played with at will. However, at this moment, everyone suddenly heard a clear and slightly angry voice. "Ugly guy. Dare to attack me? Do you think you are not dying fast enough?" The next moment the voice disappeared. Everyone only saw a slender jade hand suddenly stretched out from the blood pool of the altar. There seemed to be unimaginable power in that palm. The evil god commander was about to show his power, but saw that one of his 10,000-meter tentacles was tightly grasped by that small palm, and unimaginable huge force came. In Han Xing's shocked eyes, the evil god commander's huge body began to slowly tilt down, as if it was about to be sucked into the black hole. At this time, a look of fear appeared in its pale eyes. Goo goo! A low roar like bubbles came. The next moment, the body of the evil god commander suddenly sank thousands of meters. That tentacle had been swallowed up by the altar for the most part. The evil god commander let out a terrifying roar. However, everyone heard a hint of fear in his voice. At this time, the remaining 10 tentacles of the evil god commander were flying around in the air, as if he was trying to make a final struggle. Disgusting bug. I don't have much time to tangle with you here, you'd better be honest. If you resist again, I'd be angry. As soon as the voice fell, the evil god commander trembled all over. It seemed that he had heard something terrible. However, as a legendary creature, of course, it was impossible for him to just surrender. The evil god commander began to struggle frantically. Everyone only heard a cold snort. In the blood pool, a dazzling blue light suddenly burst out. The moment the blue light touched the body of the evil god commander, it turned into energy patterns that bound his huge body. Then, the evil god commander seemed to wilt instantly, as if all his strength was drained away, and more than a dozen tentacles drooped down. The huge body began to sink uncontrollably. At this time, the fear in the eyes of the evil god commander became more and more intense. I told you to be honest. Then, Han Xing and others were shocked beyond words. They saw with their own eyes that the behemoth, with a body size of more than 100,000 meters, was dragged back to the evil god altar little by little. Puff! Puff puff puff! The terrifying blood rain was swaying, and the flesh and blood of the evil god commander was constantly squeezed and compressed. During this process, it seemed to be suffering unimaginable pain. However, the evil god commander could no longer move, until its huge head was squeezed into strips, and several large eyeballs were directly squeezed out. With the continuous popping sounds, finally, the evil god commander completely disappeared in the altar. Chapter 205. After the evil god commander was forcibly stuffed back into the altar. At the same time, a system prompt was heard by the ears of humans all over the world. Attention all survivors. The evil god commander has been expelled, and the conspiracy of the evil god in the alien space has been shattered. The blood-tide disaster is officially over. Survivors, you have completed a great battle, and the reputation of the human race has increased by 5,000. This is a victory for all mankind. In order to commend your efforts, you will receive the following rewards. All survivors will increase their levels by 1, and their military merits by 10,000. In the next 10 days, all survivors' attributes will increase by 10%, and the speed of gaining experience will increase by 50%. The ranking rewards on the military merit list will be settled for all survivors later. After the prompt ends, there was a great uproar among the billions of survivors around the world. Just now. Did you hear it? The evil god commander has been expelled. We humans have one. I heard it. It feels like a dream. It's too unreal. Just a few minutes ago, the global human race was shrouded in the crisis of genocide, and they were even ready for a do-or-die battle. But now, a system prompt brought shocking good news. The survivors sighed. Actually, they were really expelled. It's too unbelievable. What happened? Could it be that the star god did it? Since finding the location of the last evil god altar, Han Xing has never spoken again. No one knows the progress on his side. Many people even think that Han Xing has failed. It must be. Apart from him, I can't think of anyone else who can expel the evil commander. That's right. Star God can do things beyond our imagination every time. For a moment, all the survivors were shocked. Star God has saved countless lives this time. Star God, the savior of all mankind. However, Han Xing wanted to say at this moment, this has nothing to do with me. But before he could say it, he saw that the altar full of cracks in front of him collapsed directly at this moment. When the blood rain dissipated, a beautiful figure was suspended in the air. Everyone could see from a distance that a woman was standing in the air. She was barefoot, and under the light gauze dress, she had a small but curvy figure. The soft black hair hung down to the ankles, at least nearly 2 meters long. This figure, at first glance, gave people a feeling of being harmless. It was like the shape of a little girl next door. However, everyone knew that this was not some little girl next door, but a woman who had forced the evil god commander back into the alien space. A terrifying woman. At this time, everyone was under unimaginable psychological pressure. After all, facing the evil god commander at that time had already brought them the crisis of death. And this woman was even more terrifying than the evil god commander. They were really afraid that the other party would suddenly rush over, and then treat them like the evil god commander, and force them into a certain place. Han Xing could only pray that this little girl could ignore them, just like ignoring the bugs on the roadside. However, it didn't go as planned, and the beautiful figure seemed to notice them. Before Han Xing could react, the figure flashed, and instantly crossed dozens of kilometers, and appeared in front of everyone. Han Xing only felt a strong breath coming towards him. At this time, everyone finally saw the woman's face clearly. It was a face that was not very beautiful and stunning, but very distinctive. Under the delicate features, the eyes were smart, and there was a strange blue secret pattern between the eyebrows. She was wearing very revealing clothes, and under the transparent gauze, she had two very symmetrical beautiful legs. But the most distinctive thing was her light brown skin, which was like a layer of caramel chocolate under the moonlight, exuding a charming fragrance. At this time, Han Xing and others also saw the long list of titles above the woman's head. Evil God Terminator, Storm Ripper, Shadow Nightmare, Legendary Mage. The 23rd generation of the Witch Saint, Wu Mior. It turned out that this woman was called Wu Mior. Among her long list of titles, the most conspicuous one was her 20th generation of the Witch Saint. Everyone was surprised at the same time. However, Han Xing couldn't help thinking at this time. The Wu clan. Isn't it the race that first held a sacrifice and attracted the four evil gods from another space? They were almost exterminated because of this, and the Wu clan was also seriously injured and has not recovered until now. Since this Wu Mior is the saint of the Wu clan, does that mean she is not from the land abandoned by the gods? Many thoughts flashed through Han Xing's mind quickly. However, before Han Xing and others could speak, Wu Mior asked first, "Are you the last survivors of the human race?" Her voice was very crisp, without the murderous intent when dealing with the evil god commander, just an ordinary questioning tone. Shen Yun and the others looked at each other. Judging from the woman's words and her action patterns, the other party should have no ill will towards the human race. In fact, they are here to help the human race. If it weren't for this woman, they would probably have been severely injured or even killed by the legendary evil god commander. So, Han Xing stepped forward and replied, "We are not the last survivors of the human race. There are still many active human races in the abandoned land of the gods." The woman was stunned for a moment after hearing this. After a moment, she asked, "You mean, many people of the human race survived this evil god disaster?" Han Xing nodded. The other party looked at Han Xing's eyes carefully, as if to confirm whether Han Xing was lying to herself. After a moment, she slowly said, "That's not bad. Your generation of human race is really beyond my expectation that so many people can survive the invasion of the evil god." From her words, Han Xing seemed to have captured some key information. However, before he could think about it, he heard the other party ask again, "In that case, please tell me the location of the nearby evil god altar. My time is tight. After resolving this evil god crisis, I must leave as soon as possible." She seemed to know the blood tide crisis very well, and even knew that the key to this blood tide disaster was the altar. Everyone looked at each other, and shook their heads and said, "There is no altar anymore." Wu Linger also had doubts in her eyes and asked, "No more?" Han Xing nodded. Wu Mior looked at everyone. After confirming that they were not lying, Wu Mior once again had a different understanding of the strength of this group of humans in front of her. She thought that after experiencing this blood tide disaster, humans were about to perish. For this, she even paid a certain price, and borrowed the channel of the alien space to forcibly teleport into the abandoned land of the gods. As a result, she found that they were not only alive and well, but also destroyed all the altars of the evil gods. At this time, Wu Mior seemed to have thought of something. Her face changed, and the next moment, she disappeared from the spot. Everyone looked at each other. Han Xing and others were a little puzzled by this witch saint. However, now is not the time to be surprised. Because, after the system ended, a white light rose from everyone's body. System reward, global human level +1 level. Han Xing had already reached level 33. After the third transformation, the attributes that can be improved at each level will skyrocket, and now it has become 30 to 40 points of random attribute bonus. However, this is not his biggest gain this time, because, the rewards for the battle merit list have been settled at this time. Han Xing heard a system prompt. The battle merit list ranking has ended, and rewards will be issued according to personal rankings. Your current ranking is first place. You have received battle merit list rewards. Philosopher's Stone * 100, Ancient Spirit Wood * 10, Ancient Fire * 10, Advanced Teleportation Array Construction Drawing * 1, Advanced Energy Shield Construction Drawing * 1, Oracle Throne Design Drawing, red, * 1. This is the reward for the first place. The reason why it did not spark discussion before was because the rewards were all new props. The system did not give a clear introduction, so everyone did not know the functions of these items, including the Philosopher's Stone, Ancient Spirit Wood, and Ancient Fire Seed. These things, before this, no one had heard of them. However, Han Xing had opened them in the Haoyue treasure box and the Sun treasure box. Among them, the Philosopher's Stone is the main material for making artifacts. This time, the first place was rewarded with 100 pieces. You know, even when Han Xing opened the Sun treasure box, he only got 7 Philosopher's Stones. That's 100 million war merits. Now, the first place reward on the list is directly given 100 pieces, which shows how rich the reward is this time. As for the second material, the Ancient Spirit Wood, naturally, there is no need to say more. It is also exclusive to the Sun treasure box. It can be used to repair the sacred object of the elves, the World Tree. It is a precious item. And the Ancient Fire Seed behind is the key item used to find the Dragon Road. Although its specific function is not known at present, it must be not much different. However, this time, there are not many architectural blueprints as rewards. There are only 2 of them. Advanced Teleportation Array and Advanced Energy Shield Construction Blueprints. The former can teleport more people at the same time and has a shorter CD. However, there is an additional item on it. Can teleport across space. Han Xing doesn't know what this cross-space teleportation means, but it should be very complicated. As for the Advanced Energy Shield, compared with the intermediate level, it has increased the defense value tenfold again. 100,000 points of defense value is even comparable to an evil god altar, which can withstand a considerable amount of damage. After checking these rewards, Han Xing nodded with satisfaction. Then, a red blueprint appeared in Han Xing's hand. It records a huge throne pattern carved with gems and gorgeous in shape. This is the big part of the rewards for this ranking. Oracle Throne Design, red, you can create a special artifact prop, Oracle Throne, by collecting materials. Chapter 206. Oracle Throne, red, special equipment. Equipment effect. After the survivor binds to the Oracle Throne, he can fly on it. When flying, the movement speed increases by 1000%, the defense increases by 100%, and the attack power increases by 100%. With unique special effect, Oracle Recruitment. It can carry 4 team members and instantly teleport a long distance, ignoring space, location, and other restrictions. The maximum teleportation range is 1 million kilometers. Special effect cooling time, 24 hours. Required materials: Philosopher's Stone * 1000, Shadow God Stone * 500, Shining Terra Stone * 500, Rhythm Black Iron * 1000, Oracle Book * 5. After reading the long attribute introduction of this drawing, Han Xing couldn't help but sigh. Should it be said that it is really a god-level prop, although it is not equipment, its accompanying characteristics are really terrifying. As long as you sit on the throne, your movement speed will increase tenfold, and you can also double your defense and attack. At the end, there is also an ultra-long distance teleportation, which can be called a magical skill for escaping. 1 million kilometers, this range is really too far. At Han Xing's current movement speed, it will take at least nearly 200 hours. The most important thing is that this is actually a group teleportation special effect. If used well, the actual effect that can be caused is far beyond imagination. Of course, the materials required are also quite terrifying. There are a full 1,000 Philosopher's Stones. Han Xing even doubts whether the resources of the global human beings combined are enough for 1,000 Philosopher's Stones. In addition, Han Xing has never heard of the Shadow God Stone and the Shining Terra Stone. At the same time, Shen Yuan and Cheng Jianyong also came over with excitement and said, "Brother Xing, our ranking rewards have also been issued. In addition to the Advanced Teleportation Array and Advanced Defense Shield, each of us received 50 Philosopher's Stones, 100 Rhythm Black Iron, and an orange self-selected weapon blueprint." Han Xing was also stunned after hearing this. This time the system rewards are indeed very generous. Except for the first place, the rewards for the top 10 are the same, and everyone even has an orange self-selected weapon blueprint. If they can all be digested, everyone's strength will increase a lot. At this time, Shen Yun seemed to have thought of something. By the way, Brother Xing, after we choose the blueprints, we will trade them to you, and then you can help me make them when you are free? Now, everyone knows that Han Xing seems to have some different effects when making equipment. So, if everyone has any good blueprints, they will give them to Han Xing as soon as possible. Han Xing also nodded. A few minutes later, there were several more weapon blueprints in his backpack. They are Brumeg Sword, Triumphal Knight's Holy Hammer, Valkyrie Longbow, Flame Ruler Staff. There were 4 weapon blueprints in total, all of which were level 35 orange equipment. Han Xing also clicked to learn directly. He did not check the materials for making these weapons immediately, because now, he felt a wave of fatigue coming like a tide. At this time, it was already late at night. After a whole day of life and death, plus the psychological pressure brought by facing legendary creatures. Under the ups and downs, everyone felt a sense of overdraft. After clearing the rewards from the leaderboard, everyone felt exhausted. Then, they all returned to the Lord's mansion to rest. That night, the chat channel was surprisingly quiet. All humans were exhausted after a day of war. In the entire abandoned land of the gods, except for occasional chaos in some places, all the sky islands stopped in place and repaired. The next day, when the first light of dawn appeared in the morning, most of the survivors walked out of the door at the same time. They clearly felt that the sun today was different from before. In the past, the red blood light that brought depression and despair to everyone disappeared. Now, it has become a golden color that symbolizes hope and purity. That is the sun, the normal color. In the chat channel, some survivors exclaimed, "Brothers, come out and see. The sun has returned to normal, and there are no monsters in the sky. The blood tide is really over." After this person said this, the chat channel cheered like a tsunami. They were swiping the screen frantically, with up to 1 million messages appearing every second. The chat channel was almost blown up, but this time, Zhou Huang did not enable the administrator's privileges to stop them, but let everyone revel in it. They vented their excitement, sadness, and pain in the chat channel. The 26-day blood tide disaster brought indelible pain to mankind. Nearly 1/3 of mankind died in this disaster. The surviving humans must shoulder more responsibilities and live a better life. At this time, some people couldn't help crying. Whoa! It's finally over. Dad, did you see it? The blood tide is completely over. But there are still some monsters wandering around in the abandoned land of the gods. Without the evil god altar, these blood tide monsters are rootless duckweed. Not only can they not continue to increase their levels, but there are no more dominant monsters to attack. In the eyes of the survivors, they are now a group of active war merits. Yes, war merits. After the blood tide ended, the war merit store was still not closed. Now, everyone can still use war merits to exchange various props in the store, such as silver and gold treasure chests. And this time, the surviving humans all received a reward of 10,000 war merits, equivalent to a piece of gold equipment. This made the survivors more or less improve their strength. Everyone was excited. This blood tide made them deeply realize the importance of strength. However, at this time, Han Xing looked at his remaining 600 million war merits and fell into deep thought. This time he gained a total of 1.5 billion in accumulated military merits. In the middle, he consumed 900 million to exchange for various resources. Now, there are 600 million left. These military merits are equivalent to a huge amount of resources. Han Xing thought at this time. After this blood tide is over, there will be no such good opportunity to obtain resources later. The remaining 600 million military merits can be used to exchange for a batch of gold treasure chests when I level up a bit. By then, the gold equipment opened inside will be of a higher level, and the resources obtained when selling will also be more, thus maximizing the benefits. In addition to these military exploits, Han Xing still had a reward item that he hadn't digested. That is, the fragments of the holy object. At this time, Han Xing looked at the 10,214 fragments of the holy object in his backpack with great anticipation. This is the biggest reward in this blood tide disaster. At this time, the system prompt appeared. Do you want to consume 10,000 fragments of the holy object to exchange for the human race's exclusive holy object? So far, Han Xing still doesn't know what the human race's exclusive holy object is. But since it is a holy object of the same race, it must be not much different. So, Han Xing directly clicked yes. The system prompt appeared. Exchange successful, and the human race's exclusive holy object, the construction blueprint of the Corona Obelisk, number 1, has been obtained. The remaining 214 fragments of the holy object have been automatically converted into 2.14 million military exploits for you. Hearing that the system converted his extra fragments of the holy object into military exploits, Han Xing was not surprised, but he was stunned when he saw the strange name of the blueprint. Corona Obelisk? What the hell is that? Why is there a number? With a strange expression, Han Xing checked the properties of this blueprint. Holy Relic, Corona Obelisk 1, Special Type of Building. Building Effect, make all buildings in the territory upgradable. For every level of Corona Obelisk, all buildings will be upgraded by 1 level, range, firing rate, attack range, armor, attack power, all increased by 10%. Note, the current level limit is 10, and you can find more Corona Obelisks to combine and increase the level limit. After reading the property effects described above, Han Xing's confusion turned into shock. Then, he was completely ecstatic. This thing is actually a prop that can change the properties of the territory buildings, making them upgradable buildings. This additional function is really amazing. After upgrading to level 10, it is equivalent to improving the properties of all buildings in the territory by 100%. And it is not a simple doubling. This also includes the attack distance, charging time, killing range, etc. of the defense tower. The actual improvement effect is far more than 100%. It is simply an amazing artifact. Okay, with this thing, a lightning tower is at least equivalent to the firepower of the previous 3. And, the more powerful the defense tower, the more obvious the effect. This thing is really worthy of the name of a holy object. Han Xing sighed sincerely. As long as it can be upgraded to the full level, according to estimates, with the current strength of his defense tower, he may be able to have the means to cross the level to deal with legends. Of course, the premise is that Han Xing can build it. Even the artifact blueprint, the production requirements of the Oracle Throne are so difficult. Presumably, the requirements for the Corona Obelisk will be even more demanding. With a nervous mood, Han Xing checked the requirements for the construction of the Corona Obelisk. Materials required to build Corona Obelisk 1, Eternal Gold Ingot * 100, 000, Shadow God Stone * 50, 000, Shining Terra Stone * 10, 000, Philosopher's Stone * 10, 000, Dragon Soul, Legendary, * 1. After looking at the construction materials, Han Xing rolled his eyes. Well, of the 5 materials required above, except for the Eternal Gold Ingot, he can't even get any of the other materials. It can even be said that it is a long way off. The Sage's Stone alone would require 10 times as many as the Oracle Throne. Not to mention the exaggerated number of Terra Stone and Shadow Stone. Helplessly, he could only temporarily give up this idea. Now, both of the things he had in his hands required a large amount of rare materials. At this time, Shen Yuan, Cheng Jianyong and others had almost finished their rest. Everyone had a relaxed smile on their faces. Han Xing said, "Okay, in the next few days, everyone should relax appropriately, and don't have to fight with nerves every day. You can travel freely, and do whatever you want." After hearing this, everyone shouted in unison, "Long live!" In the next few days, humans around the world also entered a stage of recuperation. After experiencing the blood tide disaster, the strength of billions of people has ushered in a transformation. In addition, everyone is in team mode, so the area of the Sky Island that can be explored is getting larger and larger. The speed at which everyone obtains resources is gradually accelerating. During this period, Han Xing also collected various resources. He gathered the materials for 2 of the 4 orange weapons, and then crafted them all. The 2 weapons were Fromeg Sword, orange, and Valkyrie Longbow, orange. As for the other staff and Holy Hammer, Han Xing planned to leave them for later because of the lack of key materials. At this time, a dark blue long sword appeared in Han Xing's hand. The breath of the stars was faintly flowing on it. At the moment the long sword appeared, everyone felt the hair on their body stand up, as if they were swept by a sharp sword. That was the movement when the magic weapon was unsheathed. At this time, Cheng Jianyong, who was walking arm in arm with a group of minotaurs in the territory, seemed to have seen the dark blue. The next moment, he directly threw the minotaurs next to him aside, and rushed over instantly. Then, looking at the dark blue long sword in Han Xing's hand, he asked with a trembling voice, "Xing, Brother Xing, has it been made?" At this time, other people also gathered around, with curiosity in their eyes. Han Xing smiled and nodded. "This long sword has very good properties. Even I am a little envious." Hearing Han Xing say this, Cheng Jianyong's pupils widened, and he breathed quickly, "Brother Xing, my good brother Xing. I came from the countryside, and have never seen such a good weapon in my life. Please let me touch it, just once. Seeing that Chung Jianyong was still shameless, everyone was a little speechless. But fortunately, everyone is used to his character. Then, Han Xing threw the long sword to him directly. At this moment, Chung Jianyong instantly put away the expression on his face, then jumped up and caught the long sword. He couldn't wait to check the properties of the weapon and exclaimed, "Fuck! It's epic quality again." Shen Yun and others were also a little surprised after hearing this. By now, everyone already knows how difficult it is to create epic quality equipment. Even if you have orange drawings, even if you have abundant resources, you have to bear the pitifully low success rate of orange equipment. In the past few days, Wu Jie, Zhou Huang and others also received the top 10 rewards. They spent a lot of money on the trading channel and purchased various precious materials in bulk, just to create the weapons in their hands as soon as possible. However, even with their wealth, a failure would be a painful loss for both of them. Not to mention, they had to take their chances to create the upper limit of the orange weapon drawings, epic quality. So, it's no wonder that Chung Jianyong was so surprised. Frumeg's sword has extremely strong attributes, with an attack power of more than 500 points and 150 points of strength. Compared to the level 30 gold suit in Chung Jianyong's hand, the actual attack power of Frumeg's sword is increased by more than 25%. In addition, it also comes with an epic special effect, Star Attraction. Star Attraction. When launching an attack, there is a 28.8% chance to pull enemies within 10 meters to the front, causing 288% physical damage to them. Chapter 207. As an epic special effect, the damage coefficient of the attraction of stars does not sound as strong as imagined. But you should know that this special effect has no cooldown. In other words, as long as your attack frequency is high enough, in theory, you can always trigger this special effect. Imagine that with Chung Jianyong's current attack speed, plus the bonus of Vim's power horn, and other special effects are triggered. At that time, he will rush into the monster group holding Frumeg's sword. What a shocking scene that will be. Chung Jianyong is also holding this exquisite dark blue long sword at this time, and he can't let it go, and even wants to equip it on the spot. However, he has just reached level 31, and there is still a distance from level 35. Even the current Han Xing is only at level 34. He is still one level away from equipping another orange weapon he made, Valkyrie Longbow. So far, the attributes of these two weapons made are very good. Everyone also had high expectations for the other two drawings. At this time, Han Xing said, "Next, we will focus on upgrading and strive to reach level 35 as soon as possible, and then equip everyone with new weapons. By then, our strength can be further improved." After hearing this, everyone responded. The powerful orange weapon once again gave everyone the motivation to upgrade. Xingyu City began to move, floating around in the abandoned land of the gods. Han Xing started the previous exploration mode. Enter the Cloud Sky Island, kill the monsters inside, and merge the territory. Because all members have completed the third transformation, their strength has been greatly improved compared to before. It is worth mentioning. This time, Chung Jianyong, Shen Yun and others also gained 4 to 5 million war merits. Because they did not need to exchange for other things. So, they used all these war merits to exchange for the Haoyue treasure chest. Each person opened 4 to 5 Haoyue treasure chests. From them, they obtained a total of 8 orange equipment, plus 3 gold equipment drawings, and a war goddess statue construction drawing. These orange equipments made their strength soar. So now, the area of the Sky Island they can challenge is getting bigger and bigger. 1 million square meters of Sky Islands are common. Various high-level terrains appear, such as temples in the desert, abandoned ancient battlefields, dark forests hiding banshees, etc. These Sky Islands all contain background stories. With the arrival of Han Xing and others, these dusty histories were gradually revealed. Everyone also enjoyed the fun of exploration while fighting monsters. In a flash, 5 days have passed. In these few days, through the efforts of everyone, the area of Han Xing's Sky Island has also expanded several times. Now, the total area has reached more than 40 square kilometers. The space has become very vast. In addition to the increase in the area of the Sky Island. During this period, the levels of those relatives have also begun to increase rapidly. And with the help of Shen Yun, Chung Jianyong and others, they have also established their own Sky Island territory. Now, many relatives have gone out independently. Except for the survivors, who signed the Lord contract, such as Lan Lan. Other relatives, after completing the first transformation, will choose to start a new business. They also want to have the ability to survive independently in this world like everyone else. instead of relying on the help of Han Xing and others. Everyone supports this idea. As long as you have a heart that refuses to give up, it is equivalent to never getting old. These relatives have been reborn in this new world. Especially after experiencing the blood tide disaster, they want to live more actively. At noon, the huge Xingyu city stopped in front of a huge black mountain range. This mountain range is bare, and there is no vegetation. It is like it has been burned by fire, and it is covered with all kinds of black smoke. There is a deep cave entrance under the mountain range. A few hours ago, Han Xing and others held dark flint torches and jumped into the cave one after another. At this time, in Xingyu City, Lan Lan and others, who did not participate in the battle, suddenly felt that this huge mountain range shook violently. The next moment, they heard a sound like a volcanic eruption. Rumble. At this time, deep in the cave, the 5 people moved forward one by one. Cheng Jianyong volunteered to walk in front and explore the way. Xinyun followed behind, Han Xing walked in the middle, and 2 girls followed behind. Going deeper into the cave, everyone was surprised to find that this passage seemed to have traces of artificial excavation. There was an abandoned railway track under the feet, and 1 or 2 rusty mine cars could be seen from time to time. This is actually an abandoned mine. The 5 people looked at each other and saw surprise in each other's eyes. The existence of a mine means that it may contain rich mineral resources, and a huge sky island like this is likely to produce relatively rare ores. Cheng Jianyong walked in front of the team and said excitedly, "Oh my, we found another good place. Do you think we can find some treasure inside?" "What treasure do you want?" Xinyun asked. "Of course, a whole vein of Philosopher's Stone," Cheng Jianyong said exaggeratedly. These days, everyone knows that Han Xing is eager to collect materials such as Philosopher's Stone. The entire trading channel is almost sold out by him. However, this time, only the top 10 in the ranking list will be rewarded with Philosopher's Stone. In addition, other survivors occasionally encounter some opportunities. Through these 5 days of trading, Han Xing has collected a total of 134 Philosopher's Stones. Including his own reserves, it has only reached 241. It is still a long way from creating the artifact Oracle Throne. Not to mention the more exaggerated requirements of Holy Relic, Corona Obelisk. Everyone also knows the preciousness of this material. After all, it is one of the main materials for creating artifacts. After hearing this, Xinyun couldn't help but roll his eyes and said, "There is also a vein of Philosopher's Stone. If you can find a vein of purple gold stone in it, you will be rich. And I bet that materials like Philosopher's Stone cannot be dug out by simple mining." Cheng Jianyong was also stunned for a moment. "You can't dig up Philosopher's Stone by mining? Then how to get this material?" Xinyun shrugged his shoulders, indicating that he didn't know. Cheng Jianyong also sighed, "Well, if there is no Philosopher's Stone, I don't mind giving me a Sun Treasure Box." Although Cheng Jianyong's wish was equivalent to a dream, everyone also maintained a bit of expectation. At this time, as they continued to go deeper, they suddenly saw a fire in front of them. The deep mine cave was illuminated. Then, they saw a shocking scene. At the end of the mine cave, it was a cave with a very wide space. And under the cave was a pool. Hot magma flowed in the pool. Here, it was actually a magma pool hidden deep in the mountains. Hiss! Hiss! From time to time, 1 or 2 pieces of rubble fell into the magma pool below, making a hissing sound. "Oh my god! This, have we dug into the center of the earth?" Cheng Jianyong was surprised. Everyone was also shocked to look at this magical underground world. It was amazing that there was such a huge magma pool deep in the mountains. No wonder, from the outside, the whole mountain range looked like it had been burned by fire. The peculiar landform also gave birth to many rare minerals. At the edge of the magma pool, everyone had seen 3 or 4 stones that were shining green, like agate. At the top of the cave, you can see a little bit of golden and purple light from time to time. Those are the Hengjin and Zijin mines buried deep inside. In addition to these, there are many scattered rare ores in this natural mine. At this time, Cheng Jianyong pointed to the central area of the magma pool and said in surprise, "Hey, Brother Xing, do you see there? Does it look like a lava crystal stone?" Everyone also looked in the direction of the sound, above the boiling magma pool. On the ceiling of the cave, 1 or 2 red stones can be faintly seen, embedded in the cracks of the rock. These stones are like red-hot glass beads, crystal clear, and of different sizes. Han Xing thought about it in his mind at this time, and after comparing it with the materials in his hand, he nodded. It seems so. Everyone was delighted. Lava crystal stone is a relatively advanced material. It has a wide range of uses. It can be enchanted in equipment to slightly increase the damage of fire attacks. It can also be used to make equipment. It is one of the main materials for making orange weapons, Flame Dominator Staff. However, because its production probability is extremely low, it generally only appears in some extreme environments. Therefore, it is in short supply in the entire trading channel. However, here, they saw several at a glance. This means that the reserves of lava crystal stones in the entire mine are very rich. If all can be mined, it will be a fortune. Just when everyone thought they had found a treasure, suddenly, they felt that the ground under their feet suddenly shook violently. Then, they saw that the center of the magma pool began to surge violently. Gulp! Gulp! The magma pool was like boiling water, with hot bubbles coming out from time to time. It was as if some creature had awakened inside, and was about to rush out. Everyone's expression was stern, and they all had some bad premonitions. Something is wrong, let's retreat first. Han Xing gave a direct order. Then, Han Xing winked at Zhang Lianmeng and Su Xiaoyang, indicating that they should walk in front. The two girls understood, turned around and went into the mine. Then, Han Xing and Shen Yun followed. Cheng Jianyong walked at the back. Because the space in the mine was narrow, it was barely enough for one adult to pass. Therefore, the speed of everyone's advancement was also limited accordingly. Before they had walked far, they suddenly felt that the vibration under their feet was getting stronger and stronger, as if the entire mine was about to collapse. At this moment, everyone suddenly heard a violent gushing sound from the magma pool behind them. Waves of scorching air came one after another. Rumble, after a strong vibration. Everyone vaguely felt that there seemed to be some incredible monster in the magma pool. Cheng Jianyong couldn't help but be curious at this time and turned his head to take a look. The next moment, he exclaimed directly, "Fuck, a level 40-liter monster. Run!" After hearing this, everyone turned around and ran without thinking. A level 40-liter monster is equivalent to a level 39 Lord-level creature. In addition, they were still in a narrow mine cave, and this terrain was not conducive to fighting at all. For a while, the 5 people began to run away. In the back, the leader monster seemed to have discovered them, and it launched an attack. A ball of magma suddenly gushed over, lighting up the dark mine cave. At this time, Cheng Jianyong was at the back, and because of his low agility, he was almost hit by the magma ball. Bang! The magma ball landed on Cheng Jianyong's back, making a loud bang like a cannonball exploding. The huge impact caused Cheng Jianyong to fall flat on his face. Although, he was now wearing top-grade equipment, which greatly reduced the damage he suffered this time. Then, the attack of the 4-star leader monster was not that simple. After the magma ball exploded, it stuck to Cheng Jianyong's back, making a hissing sound. The scorching heat penetrated his armor, and continued to erode his body. In an instant, Cheng Jianyong's back became charred black. Everyone even smelled a burst of meaty aroma. His. Cheng Jianyong sucked in a breath of cold air. Feeling the burning pain on his back, he quickly poured a bottle of intermediate life secret medicine into his mouth to recover from his injuries. Although the damage caused by this magma ball to him was not as terrible as he imagined. But it was really painful. He didn't want to endure the bombardment of the magma ball again. However, things did not go as planned. The mine continued to shake. Cheng Jianyong had just recovered from his injuries, and suddenly there were waves of heat on his back again. That was the precursor of the monster's attack. At this time, his eyes rolled around a few times. Cheng Jianyong suddenly shouted, "Brothers, wait a minute, I just saw a huge treasure chest." After hearing this, everyone running in front stopped. Then they all turned around and looked. Shen Yun asked, "Where is the huge treasure chest?" Cheng Jianyong pointed to a fork in the mine behind him. "Look, it's in there." Everyone was skeptical, and slowly approached. However, just when Shen Yun was about to get close to Cheng Jianyong, he grabbed Shen Yun's armor, dragged him behind him, and kicked him. Shen Yun was kicked suddenly, and was still a little confused. The next moment, Cheng Jianyong shouted, "Brother Xing, the leader inside is about to attack, run." He started running forward. After hearing this, Han Xing also grabbed Zhang Lianmeng and Su Xiaoyang and ran out of the passage. Shen Yun, F***me. Cheng Jianyong, you bastard, I will beat you to death. However, Cheng Jianyong laughed and said, "Ha ha ha, Xiao Yunzi, you are thick-skinned, help me resist." At this time, the lava ball from behind attacked again. Shen Yun was furious. Having said that, he immediately put on a holy light shield for himself, holding the yellow sand shield, and suddenly withstood the flame impact from behind. Boom! The terrifying heat wave was blocked by Shen Yun. After the third transformation, the physical fitness of the glorious knight increased by 100% again. With its powerful equipment, it is not difficult to resist the attack of the 4-star leader. Taking advantage of this gap, everyone rushed out of the passage. Chapter 208. At this time, in Xingyu City, Lan Lan and others were relieved to see Han Xing and others come out. However, they didn't relax for long. Suddenly, they saw that the entire mountain range in front of them began to shake wildly. Boom, boom, in the shocked eyes of everyone. A burst of fire appeared in the charred mountain range. A terrifying monster with a body size of more than a kilometer long and 2 meters thick, emitting flames all over its body, broke out of the ground. When it appeared, it seemed as if half of the sky was illuminated. Groups of magma containing scorching breaths splashed and fell to the ground, making a hissing sound. In front of everyone, the attributes of this monster also appeared. Magma Worm, 4-star leader level. Level 42. Attributes, Strength 1532, Agility 1347, Spirit 1754, Constitution 1496. Skills, Lava Shell, Flame Breathing, Explosive Flame Spraying. This monster, just by its appearance, gives people a sense of shock. In addition, its level is much higher than the current survivors. If it is an ordinary survivor team, it is likely to be wiped out in one encounter. However, Han Xing and others have been baptized by the blood tide, and the quality of their equipment has completely exceeded the current level. In addition, after all members have been transferred to the 3rd level, they have learned 2 powerful skills. It is not difficult to cross the level to deal with a 4-star leader monster. The reason why they fled before was just because the terrain below was not conducive to fighting. If they accidentally fell into the magma pool, it would be a lot of fun. But now, everyone has returned to the open area again, and they are not afraid of this 4-star leader monster at all. In the sky, a big sword flew over and directly cut a huge wound on the body of the magma worm. It was the attack launched by Cheng Jianyong, the sky sword. The next moment, a huge ice spear shot out and pierced the magma worm fiercely, making a hissing sound. Han Xing and Su Shuyong's arrow attacks also broke out at this time. Puff puff puff. The attacks contained powerful lethality. The magma worm was hit so hard that its body kept twitching, and it spewed out magma bombs from its mouth from time to time. Paw! Paw! These magma bombs fell into the mountains, blasting out black pits. Among them, some magma bombs fell over Xingyu City. After being blocked by the advanced defense shield, bursts of explosions were heard. Ripples appeared on the energy shield. Han Xing noticed. The defense value of the shield dropped by more than 6,000 points. If it were in the past, he might have panicked. But now, with the 100,000 points of defense value of the advanced defense shield, it is simply insignificant. At this time, Cold Ball's figure flashed and appeared above the head of the magma worm. The next moment, 10 void spikes burst out. The defense of the magma worm was greatly weakened. After so many days of cooperation, when everyone saw Cold Ball appear, they knew what they should do next. At the same time, everyone also threw out their own burst skills. In the sky, a meteorite with a diameter of more than 5 meters and a height of more than 20 meters fell from the sky and hit the huge body of the magma worm fiercely. It was the advanced skill that Zhang Lianmeng had learned after the 3rd transformation, the meteorite technique. Boom! With a dull explosion, the magma worm was hit by the huge meteorite and fell to the ground with a bang, spurting out a mouthful of hot liquid. Although the meteorite technique is a fire burst skill, it will be weakened by the shell of the magma worm. However, the terrifying impact force carried by the huge meteorite alone is enough to cause the magma worm to suffer heavy damage. Then, Su Shuyong's elf arrow and Cheng Jianyong's sword energy also chopped on the huge body of the magma worm. Every time the magma worm struggled to get up, it would be suppressed back to the ground by Cold Ball and Shen Yun. In addition, Han Xing was next to it and occasionally dealt fatal damage. After being ravaged by everyone, the magma worm died. The system prompt appeared. Successfully killed the magma worm, a 4-star leader level creature, and gained 8.42 million experience points. The powerful combat power shown by the 5 people shocked Lan Lan and others who were watching the battle. Even such a powerful existence was unilaterally ravaged by them, as if they were dealing with an ordinary monster. And it seems that these 5 people have not yet shown their full strength. How strong are they when they burst out with all their strength? Everyone couldn't help but guess in their hearts. However, Han Xing and others didn't feel anything. In the past few days, they have killed many powerful monsters such as magma worms. Looking at the huge corpse on the ground, Han Xing also walked forward skillfully. Then, clicked on decomposition. The system prompt appeared. Decomposition successful. Obtained fire creature thick skin *1024. Obtained lava crystal stone *72. Obtained magma worm heart *1. As the decomposition of the body was completed, the body of the magma worm disappeared. At this time, the system prompts. This sky island is in an ownerless state. Do you want to merge? Yes. Successful merger, your territory has expanded, and you have obtained territory resources. Scorched black soil, magma pool *1, refined iron vein, rich *1, green J gem vein, rich *1, lava crystal stone vein, rich *1, purple gold vein. The system prompts more than a dozen ores in a row. This means that everyone's guess is correct. The mountains are indeed rich in mineral resources. Han Xing picked up a few red stones from the ground, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Lava crystal stone. A stone containing strong flame power. It seems that it can be used to inlay equipment, slightly enhance fire damage, and can also be used to create equipment. This kind of crystal stone has been introduced before, and its preciousness is self-evident. In addition, among the survivors around the world, the most common profession is magic. Therefore, items like this that can increase magic damage are also sold at extremely high prices. On the trading channel, a lava crystal stone even costs more than 100,000 spirit cores. Even if you have money, you may not be able to buy it. Han Xing originally thought that there were only a few dozen lava crystal stones under this sky island. Unexpectedly, he actually got a vein of ore directly. If all of them are mined, there will be at least thousands of lava crystal stones. For a moment, Han Xing also felt that he was lucky. Of course, not all sky islands contain such precious minerals. This is also the most valuable sky island they have explored in the past 5 days. Then, he looked at the giant mountain in front of him again. The overall area of this mountain is even comparable to the area of Han Xing's sky island. If it is merged, the territory area can be doubled again. However, Han Xing felt that this mountain range was charred black, and it was not very beautiful to put it on the sky island. So, he chose to merge this mountain range to the bottom of the sky island as a foundation. Now, although the area of the entire sky island has not changed, it can be seen that its thickness has obviously increased by a lot. The height is even more than 4 kilometers. From a distance, everyone can see that this huge sky island has a rich geological structure. The bottom is charred black, and it contains a huge magma pool. The middle layers are dark red, which is also a precious mineral resource. Above, you can even see a faint gold. At present, Han Xing has no plan to mine all the ore in the territory. After all, he is now the person with the most resources among the survivors in the world. If you want something, just go to the trading channel and scan it. After merging this sky island, Han Xing also looked at his current territory with satisfaction. Through the exploration and expansion of the past few days, various new terrains have appeared on it. Now, Han Xing's sky island is becoming more and more like a large scenic spot. The overall area has exceeded 60 square kilometers, and there are various terrains on it. Mountains, forests, lakes, rivers. And in the center of these primitive landforms. But there is a small town with bright lights and gorgeous decorations. Like a modern civilized city that suddenly appeared in the deep mountains, it gives people a strong sense of contrast. If someone accidentally broke in, they would probably be amazed. Next, everyone continued to fight. 5 hours later, it was getting dark. Han Xing also announced that today's battle was over. Everyone had a relaxed smile on their faces and began to sort out the gains of the day. After a whole day of fighting, Han Xing finally reached level 35. This means that he can equip the brand new orange longbow. He also had an expectant look on his face. Then he took out the longbow, which was white jade in color and very light in weight, from his backpack. Then, the properties of this weapon appeared in front of him. Valkyrie longbow, orange, LV35, quality, epic, attack power, 513 to 547, agility plus 150, strength plus 100, hit rate plus 20% additional special effects, delusion breaking, ignore armor 300, night chaser, movement speed increased by 40%, war instinct, legendary special effect. Reduces cooldown time of all skills by 50%. Note, the cooldown time of legendary skills cannot be shortened. Valkyrie's Fury, epic special effect, after activation, skill damage increases by 50%, and each attack additionally ignores 50% of the opponent's armor. For creatures above legendary level, armor breaking effect is halved. Special effect duration, 300 seconds, cooldown time 600 seconds. At this time, Han Xing couldn't help but sigh. This thing is worthy of being called Valkyrie Longbow. All attributes are to enhance the survivor's personal combat ability. Including those special effects, they are all to enhance damage and improve attributes, one more abnormal than the other. Especially the last epic special effect, all attacks ignore 50% of armor. Han Xing couldn't help but be surprised. This is actually ignoring armor by percentage. For example, among the crowd, Shen Yun has the highest armor now, with 842 points of armor. The first special effect of Breaking Delusion on Valkyrie Longbow directly ignores 300 points of armor, and the damage caused is increased by more than 30%. The armor-breaking attribute will not be diluted. At this time, Han Xing activates the Valkyrie's Fury again. It directly reduces Shen Yun's armor to less than 300. Every arrow of Han Xing is almost a fatal attack. The actual damage caused is even more than 90%. Chapter 209. The most important thing is that this epic special effect lasts for up to 5 minutes, and the cooling time is not long. It can be used as a common special effect. Moreover, Han Xing also found that when the equipment reaches level 30 or above, the special effects become more plain and simple. Even the epic special effects are mostly used on survivors. Just like the level 20 orange weapon that Han Xing is using now, the two special effects of Ice Burial are area damage special effects, which enhance the ability to clear the field. And all the special effects of Valkyrie Longbow are biased towards actual combat effects. Han Xing also happily equipped it. At this time, he glanced at Su Xiaoyang in the distance. As a hunter, she can of course equip the Valkyrie Longbow. Moreover, because of the characteristics of the profession, Su Xiaoyang is actually more suitable for this weapon than himself. However, because Su Xiaoyang is only level 32 now, there is still some time before level 35. Han Xing only collected the materials to make a longbow. So, he was not in a hurry for the time being. During this period, Han Xing could slowly collect materials. It should be possible to make it before Su Xiaoyang reaches level 35. At this time, it was late at night. Han Xing was just about to go back to the Lord's mansion to rest. But he saw that the flashing message in the chat window was sent by a friend. Han Xing was a little surprised, as he only had a few friends. Who would send a message to him at this time? With curiosity, Han Xing clicked on the private chat message. He saw that the sender's ID was Tang Xi and Mumu. At this time, Han Xing's eyes showed a look of realization. He remembered this woman. Almost 2 months ago, when he first entered Sky Island Paradise. It was from her that Han Xing obtained an extremely important item. The Seal of Freedom. It was with this seal that Han Xing triggered the hidden condition and changed his job to become a wild ranger. This job brought him powerful combat power. Tang Xinyu asked, "Hello, Star God, do you still remember me?" There was a hint of trepidation and nervousness in her tone. Han Xing replied, "Of course I remember, thank you for your seal." After a moment, the other side slowly replied, "That's great, Star God is so busy, and I am honored to remember you." She seemed to be relieved, and her tone revealed a sense of relief. Then, there was a moment of silence. Both sides seemed to have no idea what to say next. The atmosphere became a little awkward for a while. At this time, Tang Xinyu took the lead in breaking the silence and asked, "I wonder if Star God still remembers the promise he made to me." Han Xing recalled. He had said that he would accept an interview with Tang Xinyu. However, due to various things that happened later, he didn't take it to heart. After so long, he thought that Tang Xinyu had forgotten about it. As a result, she still remembered it. However, since it was something he had promised, Han Xing would not deny it. So, he directly replied, "Remember, are you going to interview me now?" Tang Xinyu said softly, "Yes. Just don't know. Is Star God inconvenient recently? Do you have time?" "Yes." Han Xing replied simply, saying that he had nothing important to do during this period of time. After hearing this, Tang Xinyu's tone became even more joyful. She asked happily, "That's great. Is it possible tomorrow?" So anxious? Han Xing was stunned for a moment. However, he still nodded in agreement. "Sure." After receiving Han Xing's affirmative answer, Tang Xinyu breathed a sigh of relief. "Okay, then please let Star God know the number of the teleportation array. Tomorrow, I will come with my friends from the column group. Please pay attention to it when the time comes." Column group? Han Xing was stunned for a moment, then asked, "Is it the Daily of the Gods?" Tang Xinyu's tone seemed a little surprised. "Hey, Star God, you also know this column?" Han Xing nodded, "Of course, among the survivors around the world, your Daily of the Gods and Voice of the Dusk Covenant are the largest. Voice of the Dusk Covenant is hosted by a survivor named Dusk Covenant. The main content is about those celebrities and strong people. Its founder is called Chun Yu. He seems to have a wide network of contacts and is friends with many big group leaders. Even group leaders such as Long Yuan and Anders have promoted Chun Yu voice. The operation mode of this column is very studio style. They selected several popular figures among the survivors. Then they began to create gods and publicize their combat power and contributions to mankind. There are also their various deeds and team strengths on it. It is like the modern entertainment industry model. For a time, it gained a large number of loyal fans. In addition, the voice of the Dust Covenant will also help those large groups to post some recruitment information on it. As of today, the number of daily views is amazing, compared with the various powerful information collection of the voice of the Dust Covenant. Tang Xinyumu's Daily of the Gods pays more attention to the affairs of the survivors at the bottom. They will occasionally publish some survival strategies for ordinary people. For example, how to collect moisture from the air and save resources. How to use the characteristics of some props, such as monster venom, fangs, etc., to enhance personal combat power. And some life tips. For a time, it was well received by many ordinary survivors. Moreover, after the blood tide disaster ended, Tang Xinyumu also spent a lot of time gathering the power of the entire column group and collected countless victims' fictitious IDs and real names. Moreover, the names of these victims were listed in a separate column. It also records the place of their ancestral home on Blue Star, in which battle they died, and what contributions they made to all mankind. Although it was just a few words, everyone could feel their dedication. This was a big project. In the past 5 days, they had only collected information on about 10 to 20 million people. However, Tang Xinyumu promised that she would continue to update this column no matter how much time it took. This brought her God's Times a lot of popularity. Currently, it is also competing with the voice of Dust Covenant. At this time, Tang Xinyumu said with a sincere smile, "Star God, you are joking. No matter how popular our God's Daily is, it can't compare to you. This time, if it weren't for the Star God, I'm afraid all mankind would have perished. All of us owe you a big favor." Tang Xinyumu's words were full of gratitude, and she was sincerely grateful to Han Xing. This time, Han Xing was the one who turned the tide of the blood disaster. He alone destroyed hundreds of evil god altars. No one can erase this achievement. Moreover, when the last evil god commander came, he was also the one who risked his life to stop him. Of course, the other survivors didn't know that the last evil god commander was not solved by Han Xing. Han Xing didn't explain it specifically. Among the billions of people left in the world, Han Xing is the most popular survivor. I don't know how many people are eager to meet Han Xing, and any information about Han Xing will get a very high number of clicks, especially the voice of Chun Yu column team. They know clearly how terrifying the traffic of Xinghe is now. If they can let him promote his program team. No, even if it's just a show. They can push the voice of Chun Yu to an unprecedented height. Then, it suppressed the Daily of the Gods in one fell swoop, and became the most popular column in the world. Therefore, every time Han Xing appeared in the trading channel, he would receive crazy private chats from people in his column group. Even, they did not hesitate to take out an orange weapon blueprint as a reward, just to hope to invite Han Xing to join their column group. Even without doing anything, just a few words. However, he was still rejected by Han Xing. After all, he was not short of orange weapon blueprints. If he took out items such as the Philosopher's Stone or the Shadow God Stone, he might still consider it. But obviously, they couldn't take it out. At this time, Tang Xinyumu suddenly found Han Xing and took out the agreement made 2 months ago. Han Xing didn't know whether she had forgotten or was waiting on purpose. If it was the latter, then this woman's foresight and vision were really a bit scary. Han Xing couldn't help but think of these, and then told the other party the number of his teleportation array. In Tang Xinyumu's heartfelt thanks, Han Xing closed the private chat window. The next day, early in the morning, Han Xing told everyone about this. No need to fight today, because the people from the Gods Daily are coming to interview him. Everyone was stunned after hearing this. Interview? Chung Jianyong asked in confusion. Han Xing nodded. This time, everyone was a little strange. After all, they knew Han Xing's personality. Under normal circumstances, they would not have much contact with other survivors. Not to mention, they would be willing to accept interviews from those program groups. Is there any hidden secret in this? However, Han Xing did not explain much. The crowd did not ask any more questions. But like Han Xing, they found a seat in front of the small coffee shop next to Xingyu City and sat down. Speaking of which, This coffee shop was opened by a female priest named Mu Qing among the group of girls in Lan Lan. She seems to have a unique research on coffee. A few days ago, she found Han Xing and said that she wanted to apply for a store in Xingyu City to open a small coffee shop. Add some life spice to everyone's monster-killing life. Han Xing did not think about it and agreed directly. Anyway, the whole Xingyu City is his. So many stores are empty there, and Mu Qing happily chose the location of the store after getting permission. The third store is located on the street closest to the civic square. After a few days of decoration and maintenance, this small store was also designed by her to be very beautiful and warm. Every time they pass by, they can smell the faint aroma of coffee beans coming from inside. Chapter 210. Han Xing and others were sitting at the entrance of the coffee shop, admiring the decoration of the store. At this time, a little girl wearing an apron and 2 buns pushed open the wooden door and walked out slowly. Then, she served a cup of steaming coffee to each person and left silently. This little girl was Mu Qing, who was not very talkative and had a shy personality. No one cared. Instead, they skillfully picked up the coffee. A refreshing and strong aroma penetrated the nose. It made people intoxicated. Everyone took a sip and praised it. Cheng Jianyong sighed. Speaking of which, Mu Qing's coffee grinding skills are really good. Even in those popular cities, this skill alone is enough to make a name for herself. Shen Yun also nodded. He seemed to remember something and asked, "Brother Xing, what do you think of the idea I mentioned before about building a commercial city?" Han Xing was stunned and seemed to remember this. Before, Shen Yun proposed a suggestion, saying that Xingyu City should be open to attract a large number of ordinary people to settle in and build it into a commercial city. Then Han Xing would collect rent from it, and he would be able to harvest a lot of resources every day without fighting. However, the scale of Xingyu City at that time was not very large, and the defense of the territory was not strong. So this idea was temporarily shelved. But now, Han Xing can reconsider it. Although, his Sky Island now has an area of dozens of square kilometers. However, most of it is some primitive terrain. Xingyu City has not expanded much, it is not too big, and now it is at most comparable to the size of a small town. However, Han Xing now has sufficient resources, and he also has various architectural drawings. In a short period of time, the scale of Xingyu City can be expanded dozens of times. Now, we can consider Shen Yun's proposal, Han Xing said after thinking for a while. Let's wait a little longer. Now, we still need to rely on the defense tower on Xingyu City to help fight, and we can't let it be fixed in one place. Shen Yun nodded after hearing this. At this time, Cheng Jianyong complained, "Xiao Yunzi, why are you in such a hurry? Now, the survivors around the world are busy upgrading and expanding their territories, and have not yet thought about developing business. You guys, you want to rely on the stores that Brother Xing gave you so soon to live out your retirement?" Shen Yun rolled his eyes at him. "What do you know? It is precisely because others have not considered this aspect that we have been given the opportunity. You know, most people like stability by nature. If they can settle down in one place and guarantee safety, I don't know how many people will take the initiative to surrender." Shen Yun shook his head. However, Brother Xing is right. Now is not the time to settle down. Unless we have the ability to build another large sky island in a short period of time. After hearing this, everyone's eyes flashed with a thoughtful look. Time passed quickly. Not long after, everyone saw that next to the civic square in front, the intermediate teleportation array rose a ball of light. Last time, Korean stars were opening gold treasure chests in batches. In addition to the equipment, he also opened a lot of blueprints. Among them, there are various intermediate buildings. For example, intermediate teleportation array, defense shield, intermediate arrow tower, etc. Han Xing has also built an intermediate teleportation array. Compared with the primary teleportation array, the intermediate teleportation array can teleport 10 people at the same time, and the cooling time is shortened to half an hour. Now, he has a high-level teleportation array blueprint in his hand, which can teleport more people, and has a shorter cooling time. However, to build a high-level teleportation array, a key material is needed, the Void Soul Stone. Han Xing has never seen this thing in the entire trading channel. So, he can only use the intermediate teleportation array for the time being. At this time, everyone saw the teleportation array glowing. At this time, they knew. The people from the gods daily are coming. In the eyes of everyone was some curiosity. After a while, several figures appeared. A total of 8 people, both men and women. The equipment on them looked pretty good. At least silver equipment is the base, and occasionally 1 or 2 gold equipment can be seen. However, these are not the key points. The key point is that they saw a familiar woman in it. This woman is tall, with a curvy figure and a slender waist. She is a beauty that can catch most people's attention at first sight. Before she came to this world, everyone had seen her on some short video websites more or less. They also recognized that this woman was the well-known internet celebrity in Shenyang City. Tang Xi and Mumu. Everyone found out. Compared with what they saw in the video, even after removing various beauty filters, this woman's appearance and figure are still impeccable. Across the street, the people from the Daily Gods also looked at Han Xing and others with curiosity. Several of the survivors looked around Xingyu City and seemed to be very curious about this gorgeous town. However, when they saw the 2 women standing behind Han Xing, regardless of gender, all eyes were instantly attracted, and they kept exclaiming. Indeed, Tang Xinmu's figure and appearance are impeccable. But compared with Zhang Lianmeng's fiery and Su Shiyang's fairy spirit, there is still a gap. Tang Xinmu also noticed Zhang Lianmeng and Su Xiaong, and a look of surprise flashed in her eyes. But as an excellent host, she quickly adjusted her mood and focused her eyes on the man with a longbow among the 5 people. Although it was the first time they met, she recognized Han Xing at a glance. The next moment, a faint smile appeared on her face, and she whispered, "Xingshan, hello." Han Xing nodded, "Hello." Both parties also walked forward. Zheng Jianyong and Shen Yun were also a little curious about these internet celebrities. As the 2 sides got closer. At this time, Tang Mumu's eyes were full of curiosity, and she kept staring at Han Xing's face. Before this, there were very few survivors who had seen Han Xing. Even if there were video clips leaked, they only showed the scene of Xingyu City showing off its power. And Han Xing's face could only be vaguely seen from 1 or 2 sides. Therefore, everyone was still in an unknown state about Han Xing's appearance, including Tang Xi and Mumu. In the unknown night, she had secretly watched those videos countless times. From every angle, she imagined Han Xing's appearance. She didn't know why she was so curious about a man she had never met. However, every time Han Xing did something amazing and was praised by the survivors, it would make Tang Xinmu feel proud, because she had Han Xing as her friend. She had never told anyone about this matter and kept it as her little secret. However, when she said this yesterday, the entire column team of the Daily Gods was shocked by her. However, what Tang Xinmu said next was even more shocking. That legendary figure, Xinghe, actually wanted to be interviewed by them, and the time is tomorrow. For a moment, everyone in the column team of the Daily Gods was stunned, and then, they were ecstatic. The scene returned to Xingyu City. At this time, Tang Xinmu was the first to speak. "I have long heard of the name of Star God. Today, I see that he is indeed worthy of his reputation. With a majestic demeanor, and sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, Star God is really a great man." Tang Xinmu started to flatter Han Xing awkwardly, making Han Xing a little embarrassed. However, the staff of the Gods Daily Column group did not think that Tang Xinmu was flattering. On the contrary, they were very satisfied with her evaluation. Speaking of it, Han Xing's appearance can only be said to be ordinary and above average, and he would not stand out in the crowd. But since he changed his job to Wild Ranger and completed the 3rd job, his temperament has changed dramatically. So, Tang Xinmu said that he was majestic, and it was not against his conscience. Han Xing seemed to be unable to bear this atmosphere, so he waved his hand and said, "No need to say more polite words. When are you going to start this interview?" Tang Xinmu didn't expect Han Xing to be so direct. She was stunned for a moment, but quickly replied, "It's like this, Star God. We would like to discuss this interview with you and change the way it is conducted." "Change the way?" Han Xing was a little confused. "Yes." Tang Xinmu nodded and said, "Compared to video recording and editing, we hope to conduct a face-to-face interview in the form of live broadcast. What do you think?" This time, not only Han Xing, but everyone else was also stunned. Tang Xinmu seemed to know that they were surprised and quickly explained. "It's like this, Star God. Before coming here this time, we received many requests from our companions, hoping to see the face of Star God in person. They are all your fanatical fans, including me. There are countless survivors around the world who want to see the Star God. They also want to have a close contact with their idol, the Savior. Of course, if Star God doesn't want to, we can also change the interview method." After saying that, Tang Xinmu looked at Han Xing nervously, as if expecting his answer. Han Xing thought for a moment. For a moment, no one spoke. After a while, Han Xing nodded and said, "Okay." Hearing this answer, Tang Xinyumu's eyes were blank at first, and then she couldn't suppress her ecstasy. She didn't expect anything at first, and even she felt that this request was a bit excessive. After all, she and Han Xing agreed to a video recording interview at the beginning. Now, it can be said that she unilaterally changed the agreement. But unexpectedly, Han Xing actually agreed to this request. For a moment, Tang Xinyumu's breathing became a little rapid, and she looked at Han Xing with a grateful look in her eyes. Chapter 211. Today, Tang Xinyumu wore a dark purple body-hugging robe, which outlined her graceful figure. At this time, she was so excited that her chest rose and fell violently, and her waist swayed slightly. The members of the program team couldn't help swallowing their saliva. However, Han Xing didn't feel anything. After all, there were two perfect women in his team, who were as beautiful as the other party, and even better in some aspects. One of them had a very close relationship with him. Next, the two sides talked again for a while, and confirmed some details of the live interview. At this time, the working group members breathed a sigh of relief again. When they first met, Han Xing gave them a very good impression. He was not the cold and taciturn image they imagined. On the contrary, he was very friendly during the conversation. At this time, the relaxed people in the God's Daily column looked around with curiosity. It seemed that it was the first time they saw that someone among the survivors had built a city to this scale. And all the details are impeccable. Xingyu City is different now. After Han Xing's expansion and replanning, the overall area of Xingyu City is now 3 or 4 times larger than before. Moreover, the little girls, like Lan Lan, would clean the streets and rooms when they were free, and put flower pots on the balcony. The whole town exudes a magical and warm style. At this time, Tang Xinyumu whispered, "Star God, the live interview will officially start at noon. Before that, can my friends visit your territory? We also want to shoot more material to prepare for the publicity and videos later." Han Xing thought for a moment. There is no secret in Xingyu City that needs to be hidden. After all, his main fighting force, the army of Minotaurs and Wolf Cavalry, and most of the defense towers are outside the city. Han Xing nodded and said, "Okay." Tang Xinyumu showed a sincere smile on his face. The survivors were allowed to wander around Xingyu City. From time to time, they looked at the goddess statues in the civic square. From time to time, they looked at the huge lord's mansion and the lightning towers carrying electricity, and kept exclaiming. Time soon came to noon. Because Tang Xinyumu and others had built momentum in the chat channel in advance. One survivor spread the word to 10, and 10 spread it to 100. Now, the remaining 3 billion people know that Xinghe is about to accept a live interview. At this time, the column of the gods daily ushered in an unprecedented grand occasion. More than 1 billion people flocked to the forum, looking forward to the next live broadcast content. This kind of enthusiasm, even on the Blue Star, can't be replicated. And so many people came for that man. That legendary man. Countless people are looking forward to it. At this time in Xingyu City, Han Xing found a stool in front of Muqin Coffee Shop and sat down. The staff of the Daily Gods quickly turned on the video function and began to shoot Han Xing from multiple angles. Finally, when the time came to noon, the live broadcast screen was turned on. Everyone saw that a slightly ordinary, but still acceptable male face appeared in front of them. The man had a faint smile on his face, and before he spoke, everyone felt an extraordinary temperament from him. That is a kind of temperament, confident and with a little affinity. Strong self-confidence, transmitted to everyone's heart through the screen. All the audience realized at this time that this man must be the Star God. For a time, they all sighed. However, some survivors said disappointedly, "It turns out that the Star God looks like this. Although he is quite handsome, it is still a little different from what I imagined. Woo woo woo." A girl's voice appeared. Korean stars have done amazing deeds again and again. I don't know how many girls imagine Korean stars to be unique in the world. However, the reality is that Korean stars' faces can only be said to be ordinary. However, someone in the chat channel immediately retorted, "What are you yelling about upstairs? This is the real handsomeness, okay? Much better than those sissy faces." This person's words were recognized by many people. That's right, a bunch of guys with distorted aesthetics. That's right. Ha ha ha, I admit that Star God is handsome, but he's still a little behind me. Star God, look at me, ah. Han Xing was also quietly paying attention to the live broadcast room at this time. Looking at everyone's discussion about him, his expression was not obvious. At this time, the live broadcast screen switched to Tang Xinyumu. With a gentle smile on her face, she said softly, "Dear viewers, I've been waiting for a long time. Seeing is believing. Before this, everyone must have had many fantasies and speculations about Star God. To be honest, including me, I have always admired Star God very much. Tang Xinyumu spoke frankly and expressed her admiration in front of more than 1 billion people. However, Zhang Lianmeng and Su Shaoan on the side looked at the woman instantly. There was some vigilance in their eyes. Tang Xinyumu felt two slightly hostile gazes coming from behind. The narrow corners of her eyebrows trembled slightly. Then, she changed the subject and said, "Now, please let Xingshan introduce himself to us." The screen switched to Han Xing. The live broadcast room was swiping the screen again. Han Xing said at this time, "Hello everyone, I am Xinghe." Tang Xinyumu had a smile on her face, as if waiting for Han Xing to say the next words. In the live broadcast room, more than 1 billion pairs of eyes were also looking forward to it. However, after waiting for more than 10 seconds, Han Xing remained silent. Tang Xinyumu, ? Everyone, ? At this time, Han Xing was also stunned. Didn't he ask me to introduce myself? What else can I say besides saying my name? Everyone seemed to realize this. For a while, the live broadcast scene became a little awkward. Tang Xi and Mumu hurriedly tried to smooth things over. Xingshan really has some sense of humor in him, and he is naturally good at making shows. Apart from his combat power, Xingshan would probably be very successful even if he went live. However, with Xingshan's strength, he doesn't need to start live streaming to increase his popularity. Tang Xi and Mumu made a lot of awkward boasting, and then cleverly turned the topic to the strength of the Korean star himself. Everyone knows that Xingshan is very powerful. I'm sure everyone is curious about what level Xingshan has reached now. I wonder if Xingshan can answer this for us. This question involves some details about the Korean star, and ordinary people probably won't be able to answer it. Other survivors were also very curious. However, Han Xing didn't care. After a moment, he replied directly, "Level 35. Hearing this number, all the audience was stunned, and then there was a strong sensation. At the current stage, most survivors are between level 20 and level 25. Everyone knows that after the second turn, the experience points required for each level are huge. Not to mention the third turn later. And now, Han Xing is at least 10 levels ahead of them. This gap, even if they work day and night and keep leveling up, it will take at least more than a month for those survivors to reach this level. However, it has only been more than 2 months since humans all over the world came to the Sky Island Paradise." Tang Xinyumu's face was also full of surprise. They knew that Han Xing was very strong. But so far, Han Xing's strength has been reflected in his territory buildings. No one expected. Put aside these defense towers. Han Xing's personal strength is also so strong. Including those in the column group, they all looked at Han Xing with some awe. However, Tang Xinyumu has rich hosting experience after all. He immediately adjusted his mentality and said, "I didn't expect that in addition to the strong territory strength of the Star God, his personal level has also reached such a high level. The Star God has walked ahead of all of us in these aspects. As the saying goes, the first to achieve is the first. I wonder if the Star God can explain to us the precautions for the third transformation, or what do you know about the strength of this world?" The camera switched again. Han Xing thought for a moment and said slowly, "There is nothing special to pay attention to in the third transformation. The advanced conditions are similar to the second transformation. You also need to complete a challenge task and obtain the Master Emblem. However, once you complete the third transformation, you will be awarded the title of a Master." In the chat channel, the survivors seemed to care about this title very much. They were surprised. "Huh? There is a title? Then I will soon become a Master. From now on, I will be Master Ma. I am Master Lu. I am Technician number 18. Seeing that the topic of the chat channel was diverted again, Tang Xinyumu quickly changed the topic and said, "So that's it. After the third transformation, you are a Master. I wonder if Star God also knows about the realm after the fourth transformation?" Han Xing nodded. Then, he roughly explained the realm divisions behind to everyone. After listening to Han Xing's narration, Tang Xinyumu suddenly realized, "So that's how it is. Thank you Star God for introducing these titles to us. After the third turn, you are a Master, the fourth turn is undecided, the fifth turn is a legend, and the sixth turn is a demigod. Even I heard about this kind of realm division for the first time." In the chat channel, the wind direction that was led astray was reversed again. Everyone began to discuss actively. After asking a few more questions, the atmosphere became more lively. Everyone found that Xinghe was not as cold as they thought. On the contrary, he was very kind. For most of Tang Xinyumu's questions, He chose to respond positively. Of course, this is also related to the fact that Tang Xinyu had taken out the script in advance and let Han Xing read it first. Which questions can be answered, which questions cannot be answered, etc. The two of them simply discussed it. So, it gave everyone an image of knowing everything. Of course, this is not a bad thing. Han Xing's image in the minds of the survivors has also become fuller. The atmosphere of this live broadcast is relatively harmonious. The survivors who watched the live broadcast all heard some new knowledge and felt that they benefited a lot. Chapter 212. This live broadcast lasted almost an hour before we knew it. At this time, Tang Xinyu cleared her throat. Well, this live broadcast has been quite long, and we don't want to waste too much of Star God's time. Now, I will ask Star God the last question. The chat bar also gradually stopped. They all stared at the live broadcast room. Tang Xinyu said, during this period of time, I think all the survivors should have learned about the history of this world. I have also heard that our place is called the Land of the Gods Abandoned. If so, does this mean that there is a bigger world outside? Please ask this question. Can Star God answer 1 or 2 for us? The camera turned to Han Xing. Han Xing spread his hands and said, I don't need to answer this question. You should all know that in addition to our human race, there are more races living here in this world. They are the natives of this world. So, there must be a bigger world outside. Compared to these places, our God's abandoned land is just a remote corner of this world. After receiving Han Xing's reply, many survivors were also shocked. Not everyone will pay attention to their background stories when exploring those sky islands, like Han Xing and others. Although this is a real world. But because of the existence of the system panel, most people still regard this as a game world. For them, as long as they can upgrade and become stronger, they can get powerful equipment. All those background stories can be ignored. At this time, Tang Xinyu seemed to have expected this answer. So that's the case. Does the Star God plan to leave the land of abandoned gods and explore outside? Han Xing thought for a moment, shook his head and said, no plan for the time being. He still wanted to slowly develop in the land of abandoned gods, and then come out of the mountain until he reached the legendary level. This time, the experience of facing the evil god commander made him realize. If you don't become a legend, you are all ants. Before you can control this level of power, Han Xing will never dare to look down on the world again. The perspective turned to Tang Xinyu. She still had a sweet smile on her face and said softly, Thank you Star God for cooperating with our interview. So, the above is all the live broadcast content of this issue. Next, the Daily Gods will edit the content of this live broadcast, and will also bring you some secrets of the Star God territory. Tang Xinyu's words once again aroused everyone's curiosity. They even began to look forward to Tang Xinyu releasing the video as soon as possible. However, the secret content she mentioned was nothing more than some basic layouts in Xingyu City, and a few lighting towers that were occasionally exposed. Han Xing's real trump card would naturally not be known to them. Among them, there were millions of wolf cavalry and minotaurs. And now there are 112 hellfire silos. With Tang Xinyu's faint laughter, this unprecedented live interview came to an end. Then, Tang Xinyu did not bother them anymore. After the interview, he teleported away with the people from the Daily Gods column team. Shen Yun and others looked at the direction where Tang Xinyu left. This woman looked at Han Xing reluctantly at the last moment. Everyone also had a strange expression. However, after this live broadcast, Han Xing's mysterious veil was unveiled. However, this not only did not reduce his popularity. Instead, he gained more loyal fans. Next, Han Xing and others resumed their daily rhythm again. Kill monsters and upgrade, expand the territory. However, it was not like before, high-intensity fighting until late at night. Han Xing took out more time to build the territory. After all, the space in the territory is too large now, but there are mountains, forests and lakes everywhere. Therefore, Han Xing decided to build more buildings to add a modern atmosphere. First, the wall of Xingyu City has been demolished by him. Then, fill the surrounding land and expand the scale of Xingyu City. A large number of houses and buildings have sprung up. The scale of Xingyu City has also expanded nearly 6 times in just 2 or 3 days. From the original small town size, gradually became the size of an 18th tier small county town. Now, it is not difficult to accommodate millions of people living here. If it is like Zhou Huang and others, making full use of every inch of space and compressing the living area of people. Living with millions of people, or even tens of millions of people, is completely possible. Today, it is the 13th day after the blood tide was officially declared over. Everyone woke up from the Lord's mansion as usual, and then looked at Han Xing curiously. Because Han Xing said last night that he was going to do something big today. Everyone didn't know what the big thing was. They thought that Han Xing was going to do something big again. Everyone was looking forward to it. Especially Chung Jianyong. He had been so excited that he couldn't sleep since last night. At this time, he finally couldn't suppress his curiosity and ran over to ask, "Brother Xing, what's the big deal?" Everyone listened attentively at the same time. Han Xing smiled mysteriously, and without keeping the secret, he said directly, "Today, I'm going to go to the Abyss Rift to have a look." Abyss Rift? Everyone was a little surprised to hear this name. During the Blood Tide, Han Xing collected Abyss magic stones, which also made many survivors pay attention to this strange place. Therefore, many survivors have entered the Abyss Rift. Through the various materials they brought back, we learned about some of the situations in the Abyss Rift. There is a special dungeon area. Inside, it looks like a world made up of pieces of fog. After entering, survivors will appear randomly in a certain area. Only after all the enemies in this area are eliminated can they go deeper into the next scene. And as they go deeper, the monsters they encounter inside will become stronger. But correspondingly, the materials and equipment dropped by these monsters are becoming more and more precious. In fact, a team of survivors was extremely lucky these days. When they passed the 10th level area, they picked up 3 pieces of Philosopher's Stone from a leader monster. According to the market price, a piece of Philosopher's Stone is worth millions of spirit cores. 3 pieces is 3 million, and can even buy a piece of gold equipment with good attributes. It can be said to be an instant wealth, but at the same time, the difficulty of the Abyss Rift is not low. So far, the team with the highest challenge level has already gone deep into the 16th level area. That is the 16th floor, according to them. At this level, a 25th level Lord creature has appeared. Except for those top level beings, ordinary survivors basically have no chance of passing before completing the 3rd transformation. However, for Han Xing and others, a 25th level Lord is not worth their attention. They also want to see what the so-called Abyss Rift looks like. There is actually a material like the Philosopher's Stone falling out of it. However, before everyone started to teleport, an unexpected guest came to Xingyu City. It was a woman. She seemed to appear out of thin air. Even the high-level defense shield had no effect on her. She had a petite body, but had a waterfall-like black hair that was nearly 2 meters long. Everyone recognized each other at a glance. Which saint, Wu Mior? After nearly half a month, Wu Mior appeared in front of everyone again. Her breath was a little erratic, and there was no strong sense of oppression when they first met. However, everyone present did not dare to underestimate this woman. They had seen with their own eyes what kind of terrifying power was contained in her petite body. That was the ruthless person who stuffed a legendary monster back into the altar. However, Wu Mior today did not seem to have the invincible momentum she had when they first met. On the contrary, her star-like eyes were filled with weakness and anxiety. Wu Mior floated in the air, tilted her head slightly, and looked at Han Xing. "Human, please help me, I need your help." Han Xing? ? Everyone was confused by her somewhat confusing speech. Wu Mior seemed to know that they had no idea what was going on. So, she suppressed her impatience and explained slowly. "You should know that I am not a native of the land abandoned by the gods." Han Xing nodded. Ever since seeing her title, Han Xing knew that this woman came from the outside world. Wu Mior breathed a sigh of relief, because this saved her a lot of time to explain. "In that case, you should also know. Here, we outsiders will be repelled by a mysterious force, and our power is lost every day, and it is getting worse. Only by returning to the Wu clan territory can this phenomenon be stopped." Han Xing heard a brand new area from her. Wu clan territory. But combined with her status as a saint, it is reasonable. At this time, Han Xing said doubtfully, "If you want to go back, just go back. Anyway, the blood tide has ended now. There are no other alien creatures here, and the crisis for humans has been resolved. You can leave at any time." However, Wu Mior shook her head. "It's not that simple. The land of the gods is a special place. It is very difficult to get in or out." Han Xing frowned and asked, "Can't you use the method you used to get in that day?" Wu Mior shook her head again. "No, you should have seen that I emerged from the evil god altar that day." These altars were originally transmission channels built by the evil gods of the alien space to invade the Holy Spirit realm. It took our Wu clan nearly half a month, and some forbidden methods to find the location of the passage. Then we used our clan's special teleportation method to forcefully break into the alien space and transfer again, and finally came to the land abandoned by the gods. If you want to go back, you can only use this method. At this point, Wumio sighed with some regret. But as you can see, all the evil god altars in the land abandoned by the gods have been destroyed, which is equivalent to cutting off all the transmission channels. And I can't go back anymore. After listening to Wumio's explanation, everyone seemed to understand something, and there was a look of realization in their eyes. However, Han Xing keenly grasped the information in her words. Han Xing asked, "Do you mean that your Wu clan had noticed that the blood tide crisis would break out here more than half a month ago?" Wumio was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect Han Xing's insight to be so sharp. She just mentioned it casually, but Han Xing still caught the key information. Facing Han Xing's question, Wumio seemed a little hesitant. After a moment, she nodded and said frankly, "In fact, it's not just our Wu clan that knows. Other big clans, including the elves, giants, and dwarves, all know that the blood tide is about to break out in the abandoned land of the gods." Everyone's expression changed. This sentence contains a lot of information. Among them, the powerful races outside the abandoned land of the gods watched the blood tide break out and ignored it. So, the races outside are not friendly to humans. Han Xing frowned and said, "These guys, watching the blood tide erupt and exterminate us humans, what good will this do for them?" Wumio sighed, "Not at all. If the blood tide is allowed to rage, the evil gods in the other space will turn the abandoned land of the gods into their base camp, and it won't be long before the entire Holy Spirit realm will be impacted by them. It may even trigger a disaster that sweeps across the entire Holy Spirit realm." Chung Jianyong couldn't help asking at this time, "Then these guys just watch? Do they have to wait until all of us humans are wiped out before they take action?" There was some indignation in his tone. Wumio glanced at him, and a trace of regret flashed in her smart eyes. "In fact, it's not that they don't want to, but that they are powerless. In fact, the current Holy Spirit realm is not as beautiful as you think. In fact, the situation outside is even more chaotic than your abandoned land of the gods, and several powerful tribes have been involved in the war." "War?" Everyone looked puzzled. Han Xing asked, "Is there a war outside?" Of course, there have always been wars, but they have become less common in the past few hundred years. However, the Holy Spirit realm, which has finally been peaceful for hundreds of years, has once again ushered in chaos. Shen Yun on the side couldn't help asking, "What war?" Wumio replied, "The giants and dwarves officially broke up over the ownership of the holy relics. The two sides launched a full-scale war, and even triggered several wars between gods. The elf sacred tree was destroyed, the dark elves were summoning abyss demons everywhere, and the entire elf kingdom was under threat. In addition, the minions of the shadows are rampant in the Holy Spirit realm. It can be said that it is completely chaotic outside." After hearing this, everyone couldn't help but twitch their lips. They originally thought that the abandoned land of the gods was already chaotic enough. However, Wumio's few words painted a picture of a chaotic world for them. Han Xing couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, for civilization, peace is only accidental, and war is the norm. Chapter 213. At this time, Wumio explained again, "We, the Wu clan, have indeed received news that the blood curse has revived in the land abandoned by the gods. As the Wu clan caused the trouble, we have an unshirkable responsibility. However, recently, the Shadow Army is gathering its strength to invade our Wu clan's territory. Without the support of other powerful clans, our Wu clan can only barely hold on. This time, I rushed to the land abandoned by the gods, and I took a great risk. The clan is missing a legend. If it is besieged by the Shadow Army at this time, the consequences will be disastrous." After listening to Wumio's explanation, Han Xing captured another key information from it. That is, in the outside world, legendary powerhouses are also top-level forces. Even a large clan like the Wu clan does not have many legendary powerhouses. And this also made Han Xing feel relieved. He thought that the outside world has reached the point where demigods are everywhere, and legends are worse than dogs. From this point of view, he is not too far away from those top-level strongmen. After a moment, Han Xing slowly said, "It's okay. We are not of the same race, so there is really no need for help. If our human race is exterminated because of this, it is also because of bad luck." Han Xing said it very realistically. His childhood experience has cultivated his independent character. Therefore, Han Xing will not feel resentful because other races do not come to help. The root of everything is that the current human race is too weak. Wumio looked at Han Xing deeply, and seemed surprised that he had such awareness. Han Xing continued, "I'm just a little curious, what kind of place is the land of the gods abandoned? Why is it so difficult for a strong man of your level to get out after entering?" Wumio seemed to know that Han Xing would ask this question. After a moment, she slowly said, "You should have more or less known about the background of the land of the gods abandoned, and some related legends of the human race." Han Xing nodded. He had indeed heard some secrets from the NPCs here. At this time, Wu Miao looked at Han Xing and said, "But there are some things you should not know. I don't know if it's appropriate to tell you. If you want to hear it, I can tell you. But if this has any impact on you, I won't be responsible." Hearing Wu Miao's solemn reminder, everyone frowned. What secret is so serious? Will it affect everyone just by listening? Although they knew that Wu Miao would not say these things for no reason to scare them. However, the curiosity in everyone's heart has been aroused. It is even more impossible to withdraw it at this time. Han Xing said directly, "Go ahead." Wu Miao looked at them deeply, and then nodded. After a moment, Wu Miao seemed to be thinking about something, and memories flashed in her eyes. In the records of our Wu clan, the land abandoned by the gods is the origin of the human race of all generations. Before your group of human race, countless groups of human races were born here. For tens of thousands of years, almost every once in a while, a group of human races with different civilizations and talents appeared here out of thin air. They were just like you. They were a group of weaklings who were powerless at the beginning. But after a period of development, they gradually took control of the power of this world and walked out of the abandoned land of the gods. As far as we know, there are at least nearly. However, Han Xing didn't listen to the last few words. He felt his head was about to explode just by hearing Wu Miao's first few words. Fuck, what does this woman mean? Before the humans on Blue Star, there were countless humans who suddenly descended into this world like them. What does this represent? Where did those humans come from, and where did they go? How many groups of humans died among them? Is there someone or some kind of will controlling all this? It's unimaginable. Including Shen Yuan and Cheng Jianyong, they also felt their scalps tingling. They knew that they couldn't let Wu Miao continue. If you continue talking, something serious will happen. Han Xing hurriedly stopped her and said, "Stop. Stop now." Wu Miao also stopped talking. Then, she looked at everyone deeply. "So, do you understand the mystery of the abandoned land of the gods now?" Everyone nodded with difficulty, and for a moment, their faces turned pale. Inadvertently, they heard some incredible things. These things even overturned their cognition of this world. No wonder Wu Miao said that just listening to a few words would have an impact on everyone. This is so scary, let alone listening to it. Just thinking about it makes people shudder. Okay. Han Xing's throat moved with difficulty, as if he was trying to adjust his emotions. "I understand what you mean. The land abandoned by the gods is really an unimaginable place. This place may hide a huge secret. A secret about our human race." Wu Miao also nodded in agreement. "Yes, even those high and mighty gods want to figure out the secrets here all the time." Han Xing asked, "Can you tell us why the natives of this world can't come in, and we can't go out?" "Sure." Wu Miao replied again readily. "Because of space turbulence." "Space turbulence?" Wu Miao nodded. "The area of the land of the gods abandoned is quite vast. At your current speed, it will take at least a year to explore the edge of this world. Then, you will see that large area of space turbulence contains extremely terrifying and chaotic rule power. Even legends, or even beings above legends, cannot cross it at all. Moreover, even if some peerless strong men use other methods to force their way to the land of the gods abandoned, they will be suppressed by the rule power here. Over the years, we have understood the triggering conditions of this rule power. That is, the land of the gods abandoned does not allow legends and powers above legends to appear." Wu Miao said a lot, and she knew almost everything Han Xing and others wanted to know. Han Xing also liked the personality of this kind of people. Before this, Han Xing hated those riddlers who said half and left half the most. Damn, something that can be explained clearly in one sentence, but people have to spend so much effort to guess it. All the riddlers should be arrested and taken to Gotham. Under Wu Miao's explanation, Han Xing and others heard a lot of secrets. It can be regarded as a clear understanding of this world again. Han Xing digested this information in his mind, and then slowly asked, "So, you are now trapped in the abandoned land of the gods?" Wu Miao nodded. "Yes, and I can't stay here for too long. It has been half a month since I entered the alien space channel. I feel that the loss of power has become more and more serious. In a few days, I will even fall from the legendary realm." There is a trace of fear in Wu Miao's words. Falling from the legendary realm is equivalent to going from the divine realm to a mortal. And she is no longer the high-ranking and powerful witch saint. At this time, everyone also understood why Wu Miao was willing to lower her status and come to Han Xing. Han Xing seemed to be considering whether to agree to this woman's request. Wu Miao did not urge her, but waited silently. After a moment, Han Xing sighed with regret and said, "To be honest, if I can do it, I am willing to help you go back. But even a strong man of your level can't do it. Do you think I, a human with the strength of the 3rd level, can do it?" However, Wu Miao shook her head and said, "No, you have it." "I have it." Han Xing was stunned. Wu Miao nodded and slowly said a few words. "Ancient fire." Han Xing seemed to suddenly remember something and said in surprise, "You mean, the Dragon Road?" Listening to their strange conversation, Cheng Jianyong, Shen Yuan and others were all confused. Wu Miao smiled. "Yes, all generations of human race need to pass through the Dragon Road to get out of the abandoned land of the gods. However, the Dragon Road is not a fixed area. It is more like a special space field without a fixed location. Only by igniting the ancient fire can you follow the guidance of the fire and find the Dragon Road. And I feel the breath of this fire in you." After hearing this, Han Xing also took out something from his backpack. Everyone looked at the small cluster of red flames in his hand with confusion. Han Xing thought for a moment and threw the ancient fire directly to Wu Miao. Although this kind of fire is precious, it can only be opened in the Haoyue treasure box. But in the past few days, he has also collected a lot, including Cheng Jianyong and his group. Each of them opened 4 to 5 Haoyue treasure chests. Now, they have more than 30 ancient fire seeds in their hands. Giving a few to Wu Miao is not a big deal. Wu Miao took the fire seeds, but was stunned for a moment. Then she shook her head, her long black hair swaying in the wind. "It's useless for you to give me fire seeds. On the Dragon Road, except for the human race, creatures of other races cannot pass even if they have ancient fire seeds." Han Xing frowned. "You mean, do you still need us to escort you on the Dragon Road? Until you return to the Wu clan territory?" Wu Miao glanced at everyone and nodded. Before Han Xing spoke, Cheng Jianyong exclaimed, "Damn! Does this mean that if we want to send you back, we have to leave the abandoned land of the gods?" Others also changed their faces. Because up to now, they haven't even explored the land abandoned by the gods. Chapter 214. So far, they haven't even explored the land abandoned by the gods. This mysterious and huge place must still hide many unimaginable opportunities. Han Xing still plans to continue to develop slowly and steadily in the land abandoned by the gods. He even wants to survive until he reaches the legendary level, and then find a way to contact the natives of this world. However, because of Wu Miao's request, he wants to return to the territory of the Wu clan. This means that they have to leave this familiar place with great difficulty and contact a strange world again. For a moment, everyone hesitated. Wu Miao seemed to see their thoughts and shook her head and said, "In fact, it is a good thing for you to get in touch with the outside world earlier. I see that you all have the strength of the 3rd level now. If you want to continue to develop in the land of abandoned by the gods, you can always upgrade to the 4th level, or even the peak of the 4th level. But if you want to break through to the legend, that is impossible. I said before that the rules and restrictions of the power abandoned by the gods are destined to make it impossible for you to break through the legend here." After hearing this, everyone was also stunned. It seems that they don't know that there is such a thing to break through the so-called legend. But I think this woman should not lie to them. At this time, Han Xing thought for a moment and asked, "Do you mean that only by leaving the land of abandoned by the gods can you break through the legendary level?" Wu Miao nodded. "Yes. Legend, and below legend, are completely different realms. It requires mastering a key power." Everyone seemed to be thinking about something. Wu Miao continued, "In fact, there is no essential difference between the outside world and the abandoned land of the gods. We all live on empty islands. It's just that compared to the barrenness here, we have conquered a large area, which is a cluster survival mode. Usually, our main city will not move easily. Even if we go to the outside world, I don't think it will have any impact on you." Han Xing's face was thoughtful. Because the cluster living mode described by Wu Miao is similar to the suggestion made by Shen Yuan. That is to fix Xingyu City in a certain place, and then develop it as the main city of the clan. At this time, Wu Miao glanced at Han Xing's territory, her pupils moved slightly, and a barely perceptible smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. "I've seen that your strongest combat power now mainly relies on these defense towers in the territory, right?" Han Xing nodded, "Yes. Is there any problem?" "No problem." Wu Miao said, "However, I know that the materials needed to build this kind of defense tower are huge. Moreover, the more advanced the building, the more precious the materials needed. Some specific materials cannot even be found in the entire Forsaken Gods." Han Xing suddenly raised his head, but saw a faint smile on Wu Miao's face. This woman is right. Now, he has 2 important drawings in his hand, and the materials needed cannot be found in the entire trading channel. Even Han Xing has given up hope that he can build it in a short time. However, as a saint of the Wu clan, this woman naturally knows a lot of secrets. You mean, we have to leave the land of the gods abandoned to find these materials? Han Xing asked. Wu Miao nodded. Yes. The Sky Island outside contains all kinds of rare mineral veins, rare treasures, and countless. Compared to the Sky Island in the land of the gods abandoned, the resource level is much higher. Including black gold ore, spirit core ore, magic crystal ore, and other scarce resources, can all be found. Compared to here, if you can go to the outside world, the development speed will be faster. Wu Miao had previously described to everyone a Holy Spirit world where wars broke out and chaos arose. Now, she once again showed everyone the beauty of the outside world. For a moment, everyone had some yearning in their eyes. Wu Miao seemed to see that Han Xing and the others were already somewhat tempted, and struck while the iron was hot. In addition, if you are willing to send me away from the abandoned land of the gods, I can promise you that after reaching the territory of the Wu clan, I will give you an additional generous reward. When they heard the reward, everyone's eyes lit up. This is a mission? As players, they are very sensitive to mission rewards. What reward? Han Xing couldn't help asking. Wu Miao took a look at the buildings in Han Xing's territory, and then chuckled. Ancient weapons. Magic elephant chariot blueprint. At the same time, I will give you 1,000 philosopher's stones, 1,000 shadow god stones, and 10,000 rhythmic black irons. How about it? She knew that Han Xing's strongest power was these buildings in the territory. Therefore, she believed that Han Xing would definitely understand the value of these things. Wu Miao was right. Han Xing was indeed moved at this moment, and it was a strong move. The ancient weapon blueprint alone was enough for him to fight for it. Before this, everyone already knew that any ancient weapon contained quite terrifying power. If there was a blueprint, with Han Xing's ability, it could even be built in batches. At that time, combined with his holy object, the Corona Obelisk. Maybe, Han Xing will really have the power to deal with legendary creatures. And now, Wu Miao not only promised to give him a blueprint of an ancient weapon, she also promised to give them thousands of philosopher's stones and shadow god stones, as well as tens of thousands of rhythmic black irons. These are the materials he urgently needs now, whether it is to build the artifact Oracle Throne or to build the holy object, Corona Obelisk. The quantity of these materials required is quite large. At this time, the system prompt appears. Saint Wu Miao has issued a commission to you, asking you to help her leave the land abandoned by the gods. As a reward, Wu Miao will pay you a corresponding reward. Task reward, ancient weapons, magic elephant chariot blueprint *1, philosopher's stone *1000, shadow god stone *1000, rhythm black iron *10,000. There are so many materials, except for the shining Terra stone. He can even directly create that artifact, Oracle Throne. By then, his strength can soar again. At this time, Han Xing, who originally said that he would stay in the land abandoned by the gods until he became a legend, has been completely shaken. Anyway, everyone's base is in Xingyu City, and Xingyu City can be moved at any time, so it doesn't matter where you go. What homeland? Does this thing have anything to do with us? The blue star is gone. At this moment, Han Xing and others chose to align with ancient weapons. Han Xing directly clicked to accept. Wu Miao smiled lightly. At this time, Wu Miao asked, "Then do we set off now?" She seemed very anxious. Han Xing thought for a moment, and nodded after confirming that he had nothing to do. But before leaving, Han Xing held a small meeting with Cheng Jianyong and others. At this time, Cheng Jianyong had an excited expression on his face. "Brother Xing, do we really want to follow this witch saint to the witch territory?" Han Xing nodded, "Yes, of course. Didn't you hear her? If you want to break through the legend, you can only leave the abandoned land of the gods. There is a certain rule power here that restricts the emergence of power above the legend." Cheng Jianyong nodded, still a little worried on his face. Han Xing continued, "Moreover, with our current strength, as long as we don't encounter legendary existence, we shouldn't encounter any danger. I heard her say that even in a large clan like the Witch Clan, there don't seem to be many legendary powerhouses. So, as long as we don't jump too hard, there shouldn't be any danger." At this time, Xinyan also said, "Yes, and with Brother Xing here, what are you worried about?" Cheng Jianyong hurriedly said, "I'm not worried about this, I'm worried about what will happen to those relatives after we leave." When everyone heard Cheng Jianyong mention it, they also thought of this. Yes, they are different from Han Xing. They all have relatives in this world. Although, they have chosen to start a new business, and not stay in Xingyu City. But the two sides are still in contact at ordinary times, and they can rush to support them in the first time if they encounter any situation. But if they leave the abandoned land of the gods. Han Xing saw their worries, and shook his head and said, "You don't have to worry about this. There is no large-scale battle now. As long as they are careful, they will not encounter any danger. Besides, didn't you also exchange a lord puppet and a dozen leader-level puppets, and put them in their territory? Such a powerful force. Even if they encounter a team of survivors, they will not panic at all." After listening, everyone nodded. Then, they agreed unanimously. After they discussed it, Han Xing came to Wumior again. "We are ready, we can set off now." "Now, how do we find the dragon's road?" Wumior whispered. "Just light the ancient fire." Han Xing took out the fire from his backpack and lit it directly. Under the gaze of the crowd, the small cluster of flames in Han Xing's hand became more and more vigorous, and then turned into a flame more than 10 centimeters high. Indistinctly, they seemed to hear a dragon roar from a very far distance. Then, the red flame began to slowly float forward, and the speed was getting faster and faster. At this time, Wumior said on the side, "Follow." Han Xing also directly controlled Xingyu City after hearing this, and followed the fire that was gradually drifting away. However, this small flame seemed slow, but it moved very fast. Han Xing went all out, and kept a speed of 5,500 kilometers per hour, and barely kept up. At this speed, the surrounding scene was rapidly retreating. In just 4 or 5 hours, they had advanced tens of thousands of kilometers. However, the land abandoned by the gods was too large. According to Wumior, at this distance, they might not have explored even 1% of the land abandoned by the gods. Chapter 215. For the next 4 days, everyone did nothing but follow the flames. On the way, they also met many survivors. Now, the abandoned land of the gods has become the base camp of the humans on Blue Star. Everyone is exploring the Sky Islands, developing territories, and improving personal strength. After the last interview and the subsequent video release, the global survivors are also impressed by Han Xing's territory. Some people want to come up and say hello, but Han Xing is busy on the road and has no time to interact with them. In addition, their Sky Island can't keep up with Han Xing's speed. So they can only look at the back of Xingyu City and sigh at the coldness of the star god. Finally, on the 7th day, they have advanced more than 800,000 kilometers in a row. Now, Han Xing doesn't know where he has come. Since the first 2 days, they have not encountered any survivor Sky Island. Following the guidance of the ancient fire, they have now come to a brand new area. The Sky Island here is completely different from the ones they encountered before. There is no cloud covering it, and there is no sign of life. It is like bare meteorites floating in the air, like a meteorite belt in space. At this time, everyone was also curious about the strange scene around them. However, just as they were observing these huge meteorites, Wumior found Han Xing and frowned and said, "I fell off the legend." Han Xing was shocked. "So fast?" "This is bad news, because if you encounter any danger next, Wumior can no longer use her legendary strength to help them." Wumior sighed. "The land abandoned by the gods is too repulsive to outsiders like us. Generally, legends will fall from the legendary realm within 7 days. Han Xing frowned. General legends can only stay for 7 days. As of now, Wumior has been here for more than 20 days, and only fell from the legendary realm today. This also indirectly shows that Wumior's strength is much stronger than that of ordinary legendary masters. Is there any possibility of recovery? Han Xing frowned and asked. Wumior nodded lightly, and a faint smile appeared on her slightly childish facial features. Yes, as long as I leave the land abandoned by the gods, and use the resources of the tribe, I will be able to recover soon. Everyone also breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, Han Xing asked, Where are we now? How long is it to the Dragon Road? After hearing this, Wumior tapped her jade feet lightly and flew into the air. She glanced around, and then slowly landed next to Han Xing. It's almost there. I can already feel that some space turbulence has appeared nearby. 1 more day forward, we should be close to the edge of the land abandoned by the gods. Another day? Everyone was stunned at the same time. So far, they have advanced hundreds of thousands of kilometers, but still have not reached the end of this area. The area of the land abandoned by the gods is really beyond everyone's imagination. Another day passed. Xingyu City also continued to go deeper into various boulder belts. The surrounding environment is getting worse and worse. The wind was blowing hard, and the black fog covered the sky. With their eyesight, the visibility was no more than 5 kilometers. The surrounding situation also changed from the original black to a dead gray. It was as if all the vitality had been sucked away. At this time, Wumior said, "Okay, here we have to change the way of moving. If you want to abandon this empty island under your feet, at most, you can only keep a core territory instead of moving." After hearing this, Han Xing asked, "What did you say? You want us to abandon our current territory?" Xin Yuan and others were also very surprised. Wumior nodded. "Yes, the environment in the Dragon Road is too harsh, even I can't survive it safely. Only by holding the ancient fire in your hand, and relying on the protection of the firelight can you avoid being swept away and torn apart by the violent power inside. And the ancient fire will only affect the area less than 1 square meter near you. So, if your territory forcibly enters the Dragon Road, it is likely to be torn into pieces in an instant." Han Xing was also stunned after hearing this. After all, the territory is his strongest strength. Abandoning the territory and going outside the abandoned land of the gods is obviously not a good choice. However, Wumior seemed to see his concerns. She whispered, "I have seen the scenes of the buildings in your territory taking action before. To be honest, compared with the levels below the legendary level, this power is indeed quite strong. But you also know that these defense towers can't cause any harm to us at all. When you reach the legendary level, you will find that such fighting methods are no longer effective. Existences of our level basically don't rely on territories to fight. In the end, all the power belongs to oneself. The only right way is to master all the power in one's own hands." There is a confident look in Wumior's eyes. It must be said that what Wumior said does make sense. However, Han Xing knows what his advantage is. That is his unique god-level talent. From this blood disaster, the power of this talent has been reflected. He may not be the strongest individual among humans, but he must be the strongest overall. It is through this talent that he can continuously obtain a large amount of resources, then expand the defense towers on the territory to challenge stronger enemies, obtain more powerful equipment, and enhance oneself. This will achieve a virtuous circle. In addition, Han Xing has a sacred artifact blueprint in his hand, which is also related to the territory buildings. So, Han Xing will not abandon the territory. At this time, Han Xing asked, "When you reach the legendary level, there are no territory buildings that can pose a threat to you?" Wumiou shook her head. "Of course there are, such as those ancient weapons. There are also the core technologies newly launched by the dwarves, and the top technologies of the abyss, which can pose a fatal threat to the legendary strongmen. But these things are too expensive. We also need a lot of resources to improve our own strength, and we can't do both." However, Han Xing asked, "Can't I improve both at the same time? I will build ancient weapons and strengthen the territory while improving my strength." Wumior laughed after hearing this. "Yes, but it's difficult. These are two different routes. If you can really succeed, maybe you will become the most powerful legendary in history." Han Xing nodded after hearing this. He believed that he could do it. Although, Wumior was exaggerating. Han Xing also knew that to reach this level, the resources needed were huge. But don't forget that there are billions of humans behind Han Xing. With the player's terrifying collection ability, no matter how many resources they have, they can get them. And Han Xing, as long as he keeps his leading advantage, and comes up with something that can make these survivors excited, he can continue to make huge profits from it. So, Han Xing can't give up his advantage, and choose to be on the same track with these people. But now, there is a problem in front of him. That is, if he wants to leave the abandoned land of the gods, he must abandon the current Xingyu city. Only a few core territories are retained. It is equivalent to starting all over again. At this time, everyone also saw Han Xing's worry and entanglement. After a moment, Cheng Jianyong said, "Brother Xing, you decide. Go or stay, we will follow you." Zhang Lianmeng and Su Shaoan also looked at him firmly. After thinking for a moment, Han Xing shook his head and said, "Let's go, just give up." Xin Yuan and others were also surprised to hear this answer. After all, Xingyu City was infused with Han Xing's hard work. It was also his most powerful means. At this time, it was still a little difficult to accept that he would give up. However, Han Xing said calmly, "But giving up is only temporary. At worst, we can just start over outside." Wumior also said that the resources outside are much richer than those in the land abandoned by the gods. "With my speed, it is not difficult to recreate the scale of Xingyu City, or even surpass it." Han Xing did not say anything big, because he not only has god-level talent, but also has advantages that the natives of this world do not have. That is the trading function. No matter how far apart they are, or where they are, Han Xing can obtain a large amount of supplies through the trading function. So for him, It is also a quick thing to make a comeback. Don't forget, they went out this time, but they carried several core territories. They can rebuild the Sky Island at any time. Besides, his Xingyu city still stores a lot of resources. Han Xing has even made plans for his future development. All he needs to do is leave Xingyu city in the land abandoned by the gods, and then leave a few people to manage Xingyu city. After Han Xing gained a firm foothold in the Wu clan territory, he quickly transferred all his assets to the new Sky Island. After everyone discussed it, Han Xing decided, let Lan Lan and other little girls stay, and then transfer most of the rights of Xingyu city to them. Then, he took Zhang Lianmeng, Su Xiaong and others to the Wu clan territory together. It is impossible to fight alone. If the situation did not allow it, Han Xing would not even give up Xingyu city. Using firepower to crush it is his way of fighting. In Lan Lan's surprised eyes, Han Xing opened up many rights for her alone. Then, he solemnly explained some things. The more Lan Lan listened, the more serious her expression became. A few minutes later, Han Xing finished his explanation. The 5 people stepped on a new core territory, holding the ancient fire in their hands. Following the witch saint, they entered the Dragon Road. Lan Lan and others, under Han Xing's instructions, slowly controlled Xingyu city to leave. It was not until they left this area of space turbulence. Lan Lan and other little girls breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, the little girls couldn't help but ask curiously, Sister Lan Lan, what did the Lord say to you? It seems very serious. Under the delicate face of Lan Lan, her brows were slightly wrinkled, and she shook her head and said, the Lord helped me open the permissions of Xingyu city, including the permissions of the resources in the warehouse, and told me that during his absence, Xingyu city can be open to other survivors. After hearing this, the little girls showed surprise in their eyes. They had never expected that Han Xing would be so decisive and directly give Lan Lan the management rights of Xingyu city. This also indirectly shows that Han Xing trusts her. For a moment, these little girls felt warm in their hearts. Especially Lan Lan, who was moved beyond words. However, in fact, it was not that Han Xing trusted these little girls unconditionally. It was because he had signed a lord contract with these girls. With systematic and strict regulations, Han Xing was not worried that they would do something bad to their territory. At this time, Lan Lan said, however, the Lord also told me that if the ability allowed, the resources of the warehouse could be used to expand the scale of Xingyu city and strive to develop into a commercial model. Although Han Xing specifically said that it was only when his ability allowed. But Lan Lan secretly decided in his heart that he must do what Han Xing told him to do. At this time, Mu Qing asked beside him, Sister Lan Lan, the Lord said that we should develop Xingyu city into a commercial model. In this way, do we have to contact many strangers? The Lord is not here now. What should we do if we encounter some troublemakers? The other little girls also showed concerns on their faces. Lan Lan shook her head and said, you don't have to worry about this. In addition to opening up the authority of Xingyu city for me, the Lord also opened up the authority of the troops and various defense towers in the territory for me. If there are troublemakers, those Minotaurs and Wolf Cavalry will deal with them. After hearing this, the little girls breathed a sigh of relief. They knew clearly how strong Han Xing's territory was. Even if Han Xing was not here, those scoundrels could not be presumptuous. At this time, they all breathed a sigh of relief and said, that's great. The Lord trusts us so much. We have to work hard. Lazy encouraged himself. Yes, next, we have to work hard too. Even if the Lord goes to other places, we can't relax. During this time, we have to take good care of Xingyu city. Wait for the Lord to come back and give him a big surprise. After hearing this, a little girl also replied excitedly, great. The 5 people of Han Xing at this time. As they went deeper into the space turbulence, the surrounding environment became more and more terrifying. In addition to the howling wind, there were also various destructive thunders that kept appearing. Whoosh, whoosh, boom. These winds and thunders carried destructive power. Everyone vaguely saw. A huge meteorite that floated from nowhere in the distance was instantly turned into powder after being struck by one of the thunders. The wind swept and disappeared without a trace in an instant. Chapter 216. Before entering the Dragon Road, Han Xing was worried about other situations inside, so he put the cold balls into the pet space first. Facts have proved that Han Xing's decision is correct. As everyone continues to go deeper into the Dragon Road, the scene inside is getting more and more terrifying. The wind is howling and the fog is thick. In addition to these phenomena, from time to time, 1 or 2 huge figures can be seen around, passing quickly from their feet or the fog above their heads. At this time, they knew that Wumior did not lie to them. It is quite dangerous inside the dragon land. If it were not for the faint light emitted by the ancient fire, these terrifying phenomena would be isolated outside. Just along the way, everyone didn't know how many times they had died. Not to mention, they had to bring Xingyu City here. As they went deeper, it was no longer a simple celestial attack. They even saw a series of figures covering the sky and the sun. Those figures, each of which was dozens of kilometers long, were extremely huge. Han Xing vaguely saw what they looked like. They had wings on their backs, horns on their foreheads, and were covered in scales. Dragons. These shadows were actually all dragons. Han Xing even saw the figure of an old friend among them. Shadow dragons. However, compared to the one they encountered in the secret realm, the shadow dragons here were larger and had slightly different appearances. These dragons exuded amazing power. Han Xing believed that if they were not protected by the ancient fire, the terrifying aura alone would be unbearable for them. At this time, even Wu Miao remained silent, hiding behind Han Xing in the dim light of the ancient fire. Wu Miao didn't know what she was thinking, but she insisted on standing on the same territory with Han Xing. Since the core territory was only 1 square meter in area, it was barely enough for 2 people to stand side by side. Therefore, Wu Miao inevitably stuck to Han Xing's back. Han Xing could feel the warmth coming from this petite woman. Her petite body seemed to tremble slightly. Han Xing turned her head and asked, "Are you scared?" Wu Miao shuddered and shook her head. "These are not real dragons. They are the souls of those dragons after they died. All dragons will come here after they die. This is called the Dragon Road, also called the Dragon Cemetery." Han Xing was very surprised to hear this name. However, he understood why Wu Miao was afraid. Compared to those visible enemies, she seemed to be more afraid of these spirits. Just like we humans are afraid of ghosts. She is such a powerful woman, but she is afraid of such a thing. Han Xing was also a little surprised. At this time, there were more and more giant dragon shadows hovering in the air. They gathered around Han Xing and others. Although Wu Miao said that these giant dragons were just souls and existed in the form of spirits. But just the appearance that blocked the sun gave people a full sense of oppression. As the wings flapped, a strong gust of wind blew in their faces. Even the light emitted by the ancient fire began to flicker slightly. At this time, Wu Miao frowned and said, "Something is wrong." "Wrong?" "Yeah," Wu Miao responded softly. "There are too many giant dragon shadows. They seem to be looking for something." Han Xing was stunned for a moment. "What are you looking for? Is it because of you?" Wu Miao shook her head. "Probably not. Hundreds of years ago, I walked through the Dragon Road once, and there were not so many giant dragon shadows wandering around. Hundreds of years ago." Han Xing was surprised. "How old are you now?" Han Xing blurted out, but after asking, he regretted the question. However, Wu Miao didn't seem to care, but answered frankly. "According to your human way of calculation, this year should be the 742nd year of my birth." Han Xing was stunned. 742 years old. How come you look like a little girl of 14 or 15 years old? However, now is not the time to care about these. Because nearby, more and more giant dragon shadows have gathered. There are red flame dragons with red flames all over their bodies, ice dragons with frost on their bodies, and green dragons with green light all over their bodies, and covered with venom. The next moment, these dragons turned their heads at the same time. Then he looked at Han Xing. He was oppressed by the gazes of these giant dragons. At this moment, Han Xing suddenly felt that dozens of giant mountains were suddenly pressing on him. Even the flames emitted by the ancient fire were oppressed and flickered. The pressure was getting bigger and bigger. Han Xing felt that breathing was getting more and more difficult. He gritted his teeth and said, "Wu Miao, I can't stand it anymore. What do you have? Take it out." Wu Miao said speechlessly, "I think you may have made a mistake. These giant dragons are not targeting me. They are targeting you very likely." Hearing this, Han Xing was stunned. At this time, when he saw those dozens of huge eyes, all staring straight at him, he understood that what Wu Miao said was true. "Ha ha ha, so that's the case." Han Xing touched his head awkwardly. Then, he began to check his backpack. Han Xing knew that he had a lot of good things on him. But he didn't know what it was that attracted the attention of these dragons. However, the group of dragons at this time seemed to be in a commotion. Several dragons were pushing each other. The huge bodies were like asteroids colliding, and when the scales touched, sparks of metal could be seen. Among them, there was a golden dragon that stood still. It looked at the turbulent dragons from time to time, and looked at Han Xing from time to time. Then, Han Xing vaguely heard a few strange notes. A balancewa. The sound seemed to be made by the golden dragon. The other dragons were also constantly speaking various musical notes. Argentori. Bazawasi. At this time, they seemed to be arguing about a certain issue. Although Han Xing didn't understand, after the system's translation, he could actually understand what they meant. Is it him? This human? It looks like he has the breath of Hunter and the power of his lineage. I sense that Hunter fell in the abandoned land of the gods this time. Should the things he left behind be given to this human race? No. There is no destiny on him, which means that this person is not the son of destiny of this generation of human race, and the things of Hunter cannot be given to him. Why not? He is the one chosen by Hunter, and he should inherit the will of the Wild Ranger lineage and pass it on. If I say no, then no. This human race does not have the fate of a human emperor, and is not worthy of such a precious thing. Humph. You have no say. This is the condition set by Hunter himself. Now in the entire Holy Spirit realm, only this person is the heir of that lineage, so this thing can only be given to him. Really? What if I kill this kid? At this time, Han Xing suddenly felt a threat of death. In it, he saw a giant dragon covered with red scales, and its murderous eyes instantly locked on him. Han Xing's hair stood up, his facial expression changed slightly, and he looked around hurriedly. But he found that except for himself, the expressions on everyone's faces did not change, but were a little confused. Han Xing's heart moved. So, it seems that only he can hear the conversation between these dragons? And it seems that something left by Hunter here caused the dispute among these dragons. Being locked by the dragon's killing intent, Han Xing was under extremely terrifying pressure every moment. Cold sweat kept flowing down. At this time, Wumior seemed to see that Han Xing was not right. She gently pulled Han Xing's sleeve. What's wrong with you? Han Xing glanced at her, with a forced smile. At this time, a green dragon blocked the red dragon's sight. Neros, you are still as domineering as ever, that's something to hunt. Han Xing felt it instantly, and the pressure on his body was relieved. In the air, the red dragon turned his head, and said in a cold voice, Sulmases, that's something to hunt. But this time, he died in the abandoned land of the gods, to protect those weak humans. His brain was really eaten by orcs. Han Xing heard some key information from their conversation. That is, the spirit of the Wild Ranger is dead. Han Xing knew that the other party's death was probably related to his previous commission. At this time, a trace of sadness emerged from Han Xing's heart. He had never felt this emotion since he was a child, although he only met the spirit of the Wild Ranger once. But now hearing the news of his death, it was like an old friend who had been away for a long time suddenly left. At this time, the red dragon and the green dragon in the sky were still arguing. Dozens of other dragons were also watching their quarrel. Lie, it's so stupid. He clearly still has a chance to be resurrected, but he is willing to die in order to save these ants. He is just a waste. This makes me seriously doubt his vision. The successor he chose is not up to the task. The howling wind, the whispers of the dragons. Except for Han Xing, everyone else, including Mumior, was at a loss. They didn't know why these dragons would block their way. They only knew that if this situation continued, it would be very bad. At this time, Han Xing suddenly said, your name is Neros, right? Hearing Han Xing calling him by his name. In the air, the phantom of the red dragon, that was arguing with the green dragon suddenly looked over. A pair of violent huge dragon eyes instantly locked onto Han Xing. Human race, are you calling me? In the air, the normal dragons fell silent. Including Cheng Jianyong and Shen Yun, they were all very confused. But they were keenly aware that something unexpected might have happened without their knowledge. At this time, Han Xing nodded. In the air, the red dragon blew out a breath of hot air from its nose. Human race, what do you want to say? Chapter 217. Human, what do you want to say? Asked the red dragon Neros at this moment. Han Xing spoke slowly. Can you tell me, what did the Wild Ranger spirit, that is, Hunter, leave for me in the end? In the air, Neros snorted coldly, as if he was very angry that Han Xing called him by his name. It opened its flaming mouth and spit out a few notes. Weaklings don't deserve to know. Han Xing sighed regretfully. Is that so? Then I come and get it myself when I'm stronger in the future. However, I still have to remind you that insulting a deceased person behind his back is not the style of a strong man. His tone was very calm. However, Yong and Shen Yun, who knew Han Xing's prejudice, could hear a hint of anger hidden in his tone. The Wild Ranger spirit, as Han Xing's guide, should be considered his teacher. However, the other party was dead and his soul was scattered, but he was still insulted by this dragon. If his strength had not allowed him to do so, Han Xing would have even wanted to flip the table and beat up this irritable red dragon. The dragons were silent. In the air, the flames on the red dragon suddenly increased dramatically. Han Xing felt a strong killing intent and oppression. Humble human, were you provoking me just now? Han Xing felt a flame coming towards him. Wu Miao noticed something was wrong, and her figure flashed, instantly blocking Han Xing. The dark blue secret pattern suddenly condensed into substance. However, Wu Miao, who had fallen from the legendary realm, could not stop the terrifying flame at all. The red dragon in the air snorted coldly. The next moment, Wu Miao watched the flame penetrate her body, and then hit Han Xing. Han Xing suddenly felt the blood in his body ignite instantly. At the same time, a terrible burning sensation spread all over his body. The system prompt appeared. You have been hit by the soul-burning flame of the fire dragon Neros, and your upper limit of life has been reduced by 50% for 1 hour. Han Xing's face turned pale, and a large amount of vitality was lost, making him feel like he was struck by lightning, and the whole person seemed to be fainting. At this moment, Wu Miao quickly injected a gentle energy into his body. Han Xing woke up in an instant, and then a mouthful of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. At this time, everyone's face changed wildly. They were about to act, but they saw Han Xing waved his hand to stop them. Wu Miao behind him looked at Han Xing, then looked at the red dragon in the air, and there was a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. The blue energy in her body burst out, and Wu Miao's black hair danced like a spirit snake. This is a sign that she is angry. In the air, Nero said disdainfully, "Witch Saint, I advise you not to provoke me. Don't say that you have fallen from the legendary level now. Even if you were in your prime, you would still not be my opponent." Wu Miao sneered, not afraid at all. As a demigod dragon, you are having trouble with a human of the 3rd level strength, and you took the initiative to attack. Don't you feel ashamed if you tell others about it? Neros was unmoved. Don't make a mistake, it was this human who provoked me first. I just punished him a little. At this time, Han Xing swallowed the blood at the tip of his throat. He gently patted Wu Miao's shoulder, indicating that she didn't need to argue anymore. Han Xing looked deeply at the red dragon in the air. If you regard this reminder as a provocation, then it is my fault. I am here to apologize to the Honorable Lord Long. Han Xing squeezed out a forced smile on his pale face. However, everyone saw that his fists were constantly tightening and even began to tremble slightly. Cheng Jianyong and Shen Yun knew Han Xing very well. They knew that Han Xing in this state was forcibly holding back the anger in his heart and not showing it. As Nero said, he is just a weakling now. The weak have no right to make conditions to the strong. However, Neros in the air saw Han Xing smile, but felt a hint of coolness in it. Human, are you threatening the great dragon clan? A ball of hot air suddenly came out of its nostrils, and the next moment, it was about to pounce on Han Xing. At this time, a green dragon blocked it, and said angrily, "Enough, Neros. What the human said is right. Hunter is dead. It is not a glorious thing for you to curse him behind his back. If you have the ability, go to the Supreme Hall and curse him now. There are more than a dozen heroes there. What's the point of targeting a weakling who is less than the 4th level?" A purple dragon next to him also echoed. "That's right. If you really kill the descendant of their lineage, then you can see if you can bear the anger of that lineage." In the air, the red dragon snorted coldly. "What if they retaliate? They are all dead ones. It's not certain who is stronger and who is weaker." However, despite this, the irritable red dragon did not prepare to attack Han Xing again. At this time, Han Xing still had a smile on his face. "Dear dragons, since you don't want to give me the prey, why don't you let us go now? Otherwise, it's not a big deal for you to drag me here." In the air, there was a commotion among the giant dragons. The giant dragon with golden scales all over its body, which faintly revealed the aura of a king, stood out from the crowd. It looked at Han Xing and suddenly spoke. "Humans, I can let you go, but before that, how about you answer me one more question?" Han Xing thought for a moment after hearing this. He did not agree immediately, but asked, "If the answer is not good, what will you do to me?" At this time, Cheng Jianyong and others could not hear the meaning of Han Xing's words. This golden dragon is likely to be the leader of this group of dragons. If the answer is wrong, these giant dragons may attack it. Cheng Jianyong and others frowned and remained vigilant. Including Wu Miao, who was hiding behind Han Xing, she couldn't help but clench her fists. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. In the air, the golden dragon seemed to have not expected Han Xing to ask this question, and was also in hesitation. After a moment, the golden dragon slowly said, "Even if the answer is wrong, I won't do anything to you. Just think of it as a small question from me." Hearing this, Han Xing knew. He was out of danger. These dragons would not attack him. Han Xing answered without hesitation. Okay, then ask. The golden dragon slowly said, do you think it is right for the strong to protect the weak? Hearing this question, Han Xing's eyebrows trembled slightly. He knew that this was the golden dragon, using this question to test Han Xing's attitude towards the Wild Ranger's sacrifice to save the human race. As a beneficiary, Han Xing should recognize the actions of the Wild Ranger. However, he said frankly, of course, it's not right. The strong have power, which he has obtained through his own efforts. It doesn't mean that choosing to sacrifice oneself in order to save more lives is right. So, all of us humans owe a favor to the hunter, especially myself. The golden dragon didn't seem to be surprised by Han Xing's answer. After a moment, it continued to ask, if your own tribe is in crisis, would you be willing to stand up? Han Xing thought for a moment and replied, if I receive the feedback from the tribe and gain the corresponding power, then I would take action. But if it is impossible, I will still consider it. Hearing this answer, the golden dragon and even the other dragons seemed a little surprised at Han Xing's calmness. However, the golden dragon did not ask any more questions. Okay, the answer is passed, and the hunting things will be given to you first. The next moment, 2 balls of golden light appeared from the golden dragon. Everyone squinted their eyes, but they couldn't see what was inside. Han Xing reached out to take it, and the next moment, these 2 things appeared directly in his backpack. The next moment, the system prompt appeared. You have obtained, Skill Book, Unique Skill Arrow of the Falling Sun, Natural Godhood *1. After hearing the system prompt, Han Xing's eyes suddenly showed a strong surprise. You can tell from the names of these 2 things that they must be extraordinary. In fact, they are very important. Han Xing breathed heavily, and clicked on the attributes of the first skill book. Special Skill Arrow of Falling Sun. A demigod-level skill that gathers the free solar power in the world and shoots an arrow of destruction, causing horrible explosion damage to the enemy. For enemies below the demigod level, it ignores all defenses and causes full damage, and the hit enemy's health is permanently reduced by 20%. The damage coefficient is 5,000%, and the damage range is Agility *100 meters. Note, this skill is a demigod level skill. If used by those below the demigod level, extremely serious side effects will occur. After each use, all attributes will be permanently reduced by 100 points, and the enemy will fall into a weak state for a day. At this moment, Han Xing looked at the red skill book in his hand seriously, and couldn't help but gasp in his heart. Is this the horror of the special skill? Even if he uses it now, it can even cause terrible damage to legendary creatures. You know, he is only level 35 now, which is equivalent to the strength of the 3rd turn in this world. And with this skill, he can even hurt the gods with his mortal body. Although, after shooting this arrow, there are also terrible side effects. But this means that he has an extremely powerful trump card. Such a heaven-defying skill is worthy of the word special skill. Han Xing took a deep breath, and then looked at another thing left by the spirit of the Wild Ranger. Natural Godhead. It contains powerful divine power and authority. When the survivor reaches level 60 and reaches the level cap, he can directly use this Godhead to obtain the position of God. At the same time, the survivor will automatically advance to Wild Ranger Demigod. At this time, Han Xing's eyes were completely shocked. Originally, he thought that the skill book was terrifying enough. But this small prismatic crystal shocked him even more. Chapter 218. Han Xing was shocked when he saw the diamond crystal in his hand. This is the Godhead, a divine object that can directly obtain the godhood. From Wu Mior's description, they learned that the legends in the outside world are already top-level powers. Many legends may not be able to break through to the demigod level in their entire lives. Is it because they don't want to? No. This is because there is a huge gap between legends and demigods. I don't know how many legends are trapped in the last step. The key reason is the lack of Godhead. Without Godhead, even if your power reaches that level, you can't break through and can't really possess the power of the gods. These 2 things left by lie. It can be said that Han Xing's future path to becoming a demigod has become unobstructed. At this time, Jin Long looked at Han Xing's expression and said solemnly, you should now understand the importance of these 2 things that Hunter left behind. Before you have enough power, try not to expose it. Especially the second thing. Jin Long reminded emphatically. Han Xing nodded, but there was some worry in his eyes. He glanced at the red dragon Neros in the air calmly. Although Jin Long told him not to expose this matter. But judging from the red dragon's resistance, it must know what the 2 things Hunter left for it are. Even if he didn't say it, if the red dragon deliberately spread it, if others knew, A human who couldn't even reach the 4th level actually had something like Godhead in his hand. I don't know how many legendary strong men would come to chase him madly. At this time, the Golden Dragon saw Han Xing's concerns. You don't have to worry about Neros. With my restraint, it won't tell this matter. This includes other dragons. In the air, the red dragon blew out a breath of hot air from its mouth, seeming to be extremely disdainful. Han Xing was certain. It seems that the Golden Dragon has considered him. At this time, Han Xing asked, "Then can we pass now?" The Golden Dragon wanted to nod. And at this moment, it looked at Han Xing and seemed to have discovered something. The golden light on the dragon flickered slightly. After a moment, the Golden Dragon slowly said, "Interesting, I thought you were just a lucky human who was appreciated by the hunter by chance. But now, I actually see a strong power of faith in you. That is at least the faith of hundreds of millions of people gathered in you. If you didn't have the fate of a human emperor, I would even suspect that you are the chosen son of the contemporary human race." The Golden Dragon's tone revealed a strong surprise, including the red dragon Neros beside him, who was a little surprised. They all looked at Han Xing, but their eyes changed a little. Han Xing didn't know what the so-called power of faith was. He looked at himself and didn't see anything special about him. However, since this Golden Dragon was so serious, it seemed to be true. Han Xing guessed that the power of faith should be related to the degree of admiration of others. Thinking of the last live broadcast, the enthusiastic scene of more than 1 billion people, Han Xing couldn't help thinking, "Only a few 100 million people believe in me? I thought there are only 20 to 30 billion people left in the world, and they are already worshipping me crazily." Of course, Han Xing was overthinking. The power of faith is not so easy to obtain. Being worshipped by hundreds of millions of people is already extremely difficult. Few of the chosen sons of the human race in the past generations can achieve his level. At this time, the Golden Dragon said again, "Although you are not the contemporary emperor, you must be an extremely important existence in the contemporary human race. Before leaving the Dragon Road, I have a small gift for you." Small gift? Han Xing looked puzzled. The Golden Dragon did not explain much. Instead, it slowly spit out an illusory golden bead from the air. This seems to be the dragon bead of the Golden Dragon. In the surprised eyes of other dragons, the Golden Dragon bead slowly entered Han Xing's body. Han Xing only felt that a domineering and sacred power emerged from his body. At this time, the system prompt appeared. For unknown reasons, a powerful force has appeared in your body. Skill damage is permanently increased by 30%, and physical fitness is permanently increased by 20%. Looking at the system prompts and his physical fitness, that suddenly increased dramatically. Han Xing looked at the Golden Dragon in the air in shock. At this time, Wu Mior looked at the golden light on Han Xing's body and said in surprise, "You are the Golden Dragon Blessing?" "What is the Golden Dragon Blessing?" Han Xing asked. "It is a special opportunity that people with special opportunities will get when they pass by the land of dragons." However, Han Xing shook his head. He didn't know the so-called Golden Dragon Blessing. However, the Dragon Ball that the Golden Dragon had just sent into his body made his damage increase again. And it was a permanent increase. This little gift is really valuable. After the Golden Dragon spit out the Dragon Ball, it gradually disappeared with the shadows of other dragons. After all the dragons left, the surrounding storm seemed to have subsided a little. Wu Mior also looked at the backs of the group of dragons with a puzzled look. What happened on this Dragon Road has exceeded the sum of any other trips she has taken before. And it seems to be because of this man. At this time, Wu Mior had some special feelings. She didn't know whether it was accidental or due to other reasons. But her instinct as a legendary strongman told her. This man was probably born with this trait, and he would stir up a storm wherever he went. When she thought about it, she would lead Han Xing to the territory of the Wu clan next. Wu Mior didn't know whether this was a good thing or a bad thing. After a moment, she sighed and thought to herself. Who cares? The Holy Spirit realm is already in chaos anyway. It doesn't matter if it gets a little messy. Moreover, the arrival of this strange man may change the chaos in the Holy Spirit realm. At this time, Wu Mior shook her head and said softly, "Okay, we shouldn't encounter any trouble next. Here, we are almost at the end of the Dragon Road. We just need to move forward for a while, and then we can pass through and leave the abandoned land of the gods." After hearing this, everyone nodded. Then, they continued to hurry. As Wu Mior said, next, they really didn't encounter any trouble. Until more than 20 hours later. The long Dragon Road seemed to have finally ended. The tearing storm gradually stopped. There were no huge shadows flying around from time to time. The dark sky seemed to have a hint of color again at this time. At this time, the system prompt appeared. You have left the land of the gods abandoned, and the new map, Wu Clan territory, has been unlocked. Because you are the first group of Blue Star people to walk out of the land of the gods abandoned, the world influence is increased by 107, and the legendary points are increased by 5 at this moment, including Chung Jianyong and others on the side. They all heard the relevant prompts. Everyone's face showed joy. Including Wu Mior on the side, she also laughed softly. After so many days of rushing, they also finally came out of the land of the gods abandoned. This is the place that Wu Mior is most familiar with. Wu Clan territory. The next moment, Wu Mior burst out with terrifying power. It seems that because the suppression of the land of the gods abandoned on her has been lifted, her power has gradually recovered. At this moment, her long black hair fluttered like a spirit snake. Terrifying blue energy burst out from her body. And these blue energies evolved into blue secret patterns, extending hundreds of miles in an instant. The next moment, the whistling wind in a radius of nearly 100 miles stopped instantly. Including those flowing rubble belts, they also fell into silence. It was as if a pair of invisible big hands had suppressed all the chaos. Everyone looked at the power displayed by Wu Mior at this moment in surprise. Then they remembered one of the titles above her head at the same time. Storm Ripper. The power of a legendary strongman was fully displayed. Everyone knew that this was not all of Wu Mior's strength, because she had just been liberated from that suppressed state. When she fully recovers her legendary strength, she will be many times stronger. At this time, Wu Mior seemed to have done something insignificant. Looking back at Han Xing and others, she whispered, "Let's go and collect your territory. Next, I will take you forward." Han Xing and others were stunned for a moment. The next moment, everyone felt that a strange airflow suddenly appeared under their feet, holding them in the air. It was different from the feeling of being down to earth when stepping on the Sky Island. Now, they seemed to be stepping on a ball of cotton, and they felt like flying in the clouds. Although it was a bit unexpected. But with Wu Mior's strength, it was not a rare thing to have such a method. Then, the 5 people put the core territory into their backpacks with confidence. Yes, the core territory can be collected. Before you merge the Sky Island and expand your territory, you can put the extra core territory into your backpack. Seeing the 5 people cooperate so well, Wu Mior also smiled lightly. The next moment, she waved her hand directly, and a gust of air swept everyone. Then, the 5 people were led by Wu Mior, and they moved forward at a terrifying speed that was dozens of times faster than Han Xing's Sky Island. The surrounding scene was rapidly retreating. As everyone continued to move away from the Dragon Road, the surrounding scene became more and more rich. Han Xing found that the world here was indeed a little different from the abandoned land of the gods. Although there were sky islands covered by clouds everywhere here, but more of them were large sky islands that had been explored. And there are traces of artificial transformation. It is covered with various buildings of strange styles, and the layout of each sky island is different. On some of the sky islands, Han Xing saw some large mechanical equipment and lifting devices. Next to these sky islands, there are also ships with wings on both sides suspended in the air. It's like a magical transport spacecraft. In addition to these, 1 or 2 sky islands with an area of thousands of square kilometers can be seen from time to time. These sky islands are still billowing with thick smoke, and all this smoke will be sucked into a huge pocket in the sky. At this time, Han Xing couldn't help asking, what are those sky islands used for? Wu Mior knew that Han Xing had seen these for the first time, so she replied, most of these are resource islands of our Wu clan, and they are generally rich in minerals. After mining, our Wu clan will transport these minerals to the processing points nearby, that is, near those sky islands that have been emitting thick smoke. Then, all these processed resources will be transported back to the main cities of the Wu clan to produce various war tools. After hearing this, everyone's faces also showed a look of realization. It must be said that the production efficiency and resource acquisition speed that can be exerted by this kind of cluster survival mode are indeed far beyond the current human race. The Wu clan has formed a set of systematic processes for exploring cloud sky islands. First, those combat soldiers will go around to fight and explore those sky islands covered by clouds. After clearing the monsters on them and confirming the resource level inside, then send various labor units and mechanical equipment to mine the ore. Then, move the sky islands with processing stations one by one. And so on. In this mode, everyone can imagine. The amount of resources that the entire Wu clan can harvest every day must be an astonishing number. At this time, Han Xing finally asked the question he wanted to know most. Wu Mior, do you know how to get the material of Shining Terra Stone? As one of the main materials for making artifacts and holy objects, Wu Mior promised to get the other two for Han Xing after returning to the main city of the Wu clan. But Han Xing still has no clue about the other one, Shining Terra Stone. So, he wanted to get the key information of this material through Wu Mior. At this time, it was Wu Mior who was a little surprised. She asked with a little surprise, "You actually know about Terra Stone?" Han Xing was stunned for a moment. Is there a problem?" "No, I just feel a little surprised." Wu Mior shook her head and explained slowly. Legend has it that thousands of years ago, this world was still a complete continent. Its area was so huge that even with the speed of a demigod, he could not explore the end of this continent in his lifetime. Later, on an ordinary day, a huge boulder suddenly appeared in the sky. This boulder, although far smaller than this complete continent in terms of volume, contains a terrifying power. The boulder collided with this continent, causing a shocking explosion. 99% of the creatures lost their lives in that explosion. Then, the world fell apart, and accordingly, the boulder turned into many pieces, scattered in the Holy Spirit realm. And the pieces that this boulder turned into are Terra Stone. Wu Mior also heard about this legend. Not sure if it's true or not. However, everyone heard some secrets about this world, and couldn't help but sigh at the magic of this world. Chapter 219. After listening to Wu Mior's description, Han Xing knew the source of Terra Stone. That is, find these special boulder fragments, and then mine them, and the ore obtained is Terra Stone. As expected, legendary strongmen know a lot. Questions like these can be answered by asking Wu Mior. However, in order to confirm, Han Xing continued to ask, "What is the difference between Terra Stone and Shining Terra Stone?" Wu Mior shook her head. There is no essential difference between the two. It is said that every piece of Terra Stone contains the power of creation. And the Shining Terra Stone is a Terra Stone crystal formed by refining with a special device. For every 100 pieces of Terra Stone, one Shining Terra Stone can be refined. Of course, some other special materials are needed in the refining process. Han Xing thought about it. Special device? Wu Mior nodded. Yes, it was originally developed by the dwarves, and later this technology was mastered by all the major tribes. If you need it, I can give you the relevant drawings and technology for free after returning to the main city. Han Xing's eyes lit up, and he said quickly, "That's great, thank you." Wu Mior nodded, seemingly unconcerned. At this time, Wu Mior continued to ask, "Do you need Terra Stone?" Han Xing nodded yes, and I need a lot. After hearing this, Wu Mior shook her head regretfully and said, "That's a pity. Even in our tribe, there are not many Terra Stone reserves. Besides, the chance of finding that kind of huge stone is also very small. However, you can look for it in the caves of the goblins. These dark creatures usually like to collect some precious minerals and put them in their homes." Han Xing nodded and thanked Wu Mior for her answer again. Wu Mior waved her hand, indicating that it was okay. Han Xing couldn't help but sigh that this witch saint was really easy to talk to. While on the way, he asked Wu Mior about the sources of the other two key materials. That is the Philosopher's Stone and the Shadow God Stone. Although this time, Wu Mior promised to give them thousands of these precious materials. However, it is still far from Han Xing's goal. If possible, he still wants to master the production methods of these materials in his own hands. It seems to be to repay everyone for taking her away from the abandoned land of the gods. For Han Xing's questions, Wu Mior almost knows everything. She replied softly, "The Philosopher's Stone, in essence, is actually a crystal that contains a trace of divine power. So, it can only be obtained with a small probability from those beings that contain divine power." Han Xing was surprised. "Does this mean that I have to kill those beings that contain divine power to drop the Philosopher's Stone?" Wu Mior nodded. "What kind of beings have divine power?" Wu Mior shook her head and said, There is no specific standard. According to the calculation of power levels, divine power is a kind of power that can only be mastered by reaching the legendary level. However, this world has never lacked some gifted beings, which is what we call geniuses. These geniuses may have begun to slowly touch a little bit of divine power when they were at the 4th level, but the probability is very small. However, creatures above the 5th level have a higher probability of dropping the Philosopher's Stone. 5th level? Han Xing asked in confusion. Isn't it said that after reaching the 5th level, it is equivalent to entering the legendary stage? You mean, only by killing a legendary level existence will the Philosopher's Stone be dropped 100%? However, Wu Mior looked at him and laughed. I think you may have misunderstood something. Not all 5th level beings are worthy of the title of legend. This time, not only Han Xing, But also Chung Jianyong and Shen Yun were surprised. They have always thought that beings above level 50 are all legendary creatures. However, Wu Miao meant to tell them. There seems to be a difference between the strong and the weak among the 5th level. To obtain the title of legend, there are other restrictions? This completely subverted their cognition. Seeing their surprised expressions, Wu Miao also chuckled. If a 4-turn creature wants to advance to a legend, the first step is to master the power of God. Those who don't master the power of God are, at best, cannon fodder in the 5th turn. Compared to the real legend, they are just ants. Han Xing understood it instantly after hearing it. Just like a legend needs a godhood to enter the demigod level. To enter a legend from the 4th turn, you also need to master a key thing, that is, the power of God. If you can't master the power of God, even if you reach level 50, you are just an ordinary 5th turn creature. In other words, it is the difference between an ordinary monster and a lord. Of course, this gap may be even greater. After listening to Wu Miao's description, everyone basically understood the power division of this world, and felt that they benefited a lot. As for the last material, the Shadow God Stone, Wu Miao also told Han Xing where it came from. That is related to the current enemy of the Wu clan, the Shadow Legion. These monsters with shadow power will have a small probability of dropping Shadow God Stones. In other words, if Han Xing wants to obtain a large number of Shadow God Stones, he must kill this kind of creature. In the conversation of everyone, unknowingly, they have advanced hundreds of thousands of kilometers. As time passed, the deeper they went into the territory of the Wu clan, the more they could feel it. Wu Miao's momentum began to rise continuously, and faintly, there was a legendary sense of oppression again. Soon, in front of everyone, a continent appeared. Yes, the continent. Until now, Han Xing and others have never seen such a huge sky island. There is a complete ecological terrain on it. Large forests, mountains, snowfields, lakes, and various strange-shaped flying creatures hovering in the sky. Every distance, you can see a town covering thousands to tens of thousands of square kilometers. These towns are connected by many wide roads, extending in all directions. Just like the highways on the blue planet, they carry the functions of traffic and cargo transportation. You can see various vehicles shuttling through it. They even saw flocks of chocobos and kodos pulling cargo. And in the center of this continent, there is also a larger city with a larger area and more gorgeous decoration. In this city, there are all kinds of high-rise buildings, but the style is completely different from the buildings on the blue planet. It is more inclined to medieval towers with a bit of fantasy. In addition to these buildings, there are also many strange flying vehicles that shuttle back and forth over the entire city. On the streets of the city, pedestrians are like ants, one after another. Oh my god, this sky island is too magical. Chung Jianyong swallowed his saliva and said, "It's really hard to imagine how big the area of this sky island is." Shen Yun looked at it and said seriously, "I estimate that it is at least several million square kilometers, not less than the area of our country, or even larger." After hearing this, everyone took a breath. This area is not small. Compared with this sky island, Han Xingyu City is as small as a small stone at the foot of a mountain. Life on this sky island is almost the same as life on the blue planet. Hearing the exclamations of the crowd, Wu Miao also showed a barely perceptible smile. Wu Miao said at this time, "This is the main island of our Wu clan. It is the result of the joint efforts of billions of elite warriors of our Wu clan, who have been constantly going out to collect those scattered fragments of the sky island for so many years. We have 20 main cities of this scale in our Wu clan." There was a slight sense of complacency in her tone. At this time, everyone suddenly realized. It turned out that these giant sky islands of the Wu clan, they also expanded slowly from a small block like Han Xing and others, combined with the efforts of the entire clan. Then it became the current huge scale. And according to Wu Mir, there are 21 huge sky islands like this in the entire Wu clan. This process must take a lot of time. Even the efforts of several generations of Wu clan members. At this time, Han Xing couldn't help but yearn for it. One day in the future, he could also build a sky island of this scale. The next moment, Wu Mir said a little disappointedly, "It's a pity that because of the invasion of the Shadow Legion, our 4 main islands crashed, and now there are only 17 main islands of this scale left. These hateful guys, one day, I will pull out the behind-the-scenes manipulators of the Shadow Legion and crush them into meat paste." Wu Mir's eyes revealed the flames of hatred. Although, she did not mention the casualty rate of the Wu clan. However, for huge sky islands like this were destroyed, which shows the cruelty of the war. There must be countless Wu clan members who died in the war. The number of casualties even exceeded the total number of humans on Blue Star. At this time, Han Xing asked, how many Wu people usually live on a main island like this? Wu Mior shook her head and said, as you can see, a main island can only accommodate 2 to 6 billion people living here for a long time. Compared to our Wu clan, whose population has already exceeded 100 billion, 17 main islands are naturally far from enough. However, in addition to these main islands, we also have many smaller secondary islands. Most of the Wu clan members are living on those small islands at this time. Han Xing nodded. I understand. Those who can live in the main city are people with status and background. Yes. Wu Mior did not deny it. However, although we have certain requirements for Wu people who live on the main island, but other Wu people are not treated differently. Those Wu people outside the main city also have their tasks. Although the Wu clan has been lonely, it still has a very large territory that needs to be guarded. Chapter 220. Note, chapters 220 to 226. The author prompted that there were problems, which have been adjusted later. After listening to Wu Mior's story, Han Xing nodded and did not ask any more questions. Under her leadership, the 5 people flew through the air at high speed. Occasionally, you can see thin vines rising from the ground. At the end of the vines, there are deep black eyeballs. These vines seem to be the defense force of the Wu clan, specially used to monitor Han Xing and other outsiders. In addition, after the eyeballs on the vines locked everyone. Under the mountains or plains underground, a plant cannon covered by vines adjusted its muzzle at this time and aimed at everyone at the same time. These plant cannons seemed to contain extremely strong destructive power. Even Han Xing, at the moment when he was locked by those muzzles, couldn't help but feel his hair standing up. However, these plant cannons seemed to recognize Wu Mior's identity and did not make any attacking movements. Everyone got through it without any danger. The next journey can be said to be smooth. It only took 2 or 3 minutes for Wu Mior to lead them across thousands of kilometers and head straight to the central city of this huge sky island. Then, when they were about to approach the prosperous main city, Wu Mior led everyone to slowly land on a road next to it. This seemed to be one of the main traffic routes in the main city. The defense was very strict. Han Xing saw. There were also many well-equipped Wu soldiers guarding the intersection. They all had a faint blue secret pattern on their faces, which seemed to be the symbol of their Wu clan. After seeing Wu Mior coming back, the Wu soldiers were stunned for a moment. After a moment, a Wu soldier in silver armor suddenly shrank his pupils and exclaimed, "Go tell the priest quickly that the saint is back." At this moment, all the Wu soldiers were shocked. They looked at Wu Mior with surprise and admiration. However, they all knelt down. "Welcome the saint back," the Wu soldiers shouted in unison. The movement here seemed to have attracted the Wu people in the city. They all looked over, and then looked at Wu Mior with surprise. As the saint of the Wu clan, Wu Mior was highly respected and had a very high popularity among the Wu clan. Wu Mior was not surprised by this kind of scene, and nodded calmly. Then, she took Han Xing and others and walked straight into the city. Under the eyes of the Wu soldiers, Wu Mior quickly led them into the main city of the Wu clan. On the street, on both sides are shops and stores with magical decoration styles. Signboards such as the Monster Noodle House, the God of Cookery, and Krui Pharmacy are hung on them. Although Han Xing and others cannot understand the words of the Wu clan, but with the help of the system, they can still translate the words on it instantly. In addition to these shops, on the street, there are also various Wu clan men and women in different clothes shuttling back and forth. There are also many small vendors on the roadside, riding chocobos and selling along the street. The 5 people are also like the first-time bumpkins, curiously looking around at this prosperous city. Compared to the first-tier cities on Blue Star, the prosperity of the Wu clan's main city is completely different. There is no crowded traffic here, and the main equipment for transporting goods is in the air. The land was given to the Wu clan who lived here. This place was full of the smell of fireworks. Han Xing and others looked at everything around them curiously. Of course, the Wu clan members were also looking at Han Xing and others curiously. Especially Su Xiaoyang and Zhang Lianmeng behind Han Xing, who attracted the attention of many Wu clan members. Many Wu clan men were fascinated by them. Compared with the generally shorter height and light brown skin of Wu clan women, Su Xiaoyang and Zhang Lianmeng were like fairies descending on the earth, although the aesthetics of different races may be different. However, for those beautiful things, everyone has the same feelings. It's like a northerner seeing the southern brand for the first time. The Wu clan members were directly impressed by the beauty of Su Xiaoyang and Zhang Lianmeng. It can be said that if Wu Mior hadn't led everyone in front, I don't know how many Wu clan members would flock here because of the beauty of the 2 women. At this time, Wu Mior seemed to have noticed the abnormality of her own people. She looked at Zhang Lianmeng and Su Xiaoyang, then at Han Xing, and seemed to understand something. Wu Mior had a barely perceptible smile on her lips, and then whispered, "Your two ladies are really beautiful, and they have fascinated all my people." Han Xing was stunned for a moment after hearing this. Zhang Lianmeng and Su Xiaoyang in the back also heard this. The two girls blushed at the same time, and then lowered their heads. However, they did not defend themselves. Han Xing hurriedly explained, it's not what you think. Wu Mior interrupted with a chuckle. No need to explain deliberately. This is a normal situation in this world. And this is also one of the privileges of the strong. Han Xing opened his mouth, but knew that he couldn't explain it to this woman, so he simply stopped talking. Not far away, Wu Mior led everyone to a building that was hundreds of meters high and magnificent. At this time, she whispered, "Friends of the human race, this is the best hotel of our Wu tribe, the Wind Travel Inn. Please take a rest here. Wait for me to deal with the affairs of the tribe, and then I will take you to receive the corresponding rewards." Han Xing's eyes lit up. The reason why he was willing to agree to Wu Mior and bring her to the Wu tribe's territory. A large part of the reason was because of the reward Wu Mior promised. He was really interested in that ancient weapon, the magic elephant chariot blueprint. Wu Mior gave a few instructions to the receptionist at the door. After a moment, two Wu maids, who were also petite and slightly plump, walked up and said, "Dear guests, the saint has ordered that you be taken to the best guest room. Please follow me." In the expectant eyes of the crowd, the two Wu maids chuckled, then turned around and led the way. Speaking of which, these Wu people seemed to be not tall. Most of them were between 1.4 and 1.6 meters tall. Few were over 1.7 meters tall. Especially those Wu women, who looked petite and lovely. At this time, the two Wu maids walked slowly in front, their hips swaying slightly, and their close-fitting Chongsan dresses showed their round outlines. Moreover, they turned their heads to look at Han Xing and others from time to time, with charming smiles on their faces. Shen Yun asked in confusion, "Why do these two women keep looking at us? Is there something on our faces?" Han Xing and Cheng Jianyong rolled their eyes at him. Compared to them, Shen Yun, a virgin who has been single for more than 20 years, seemed a little clueless. I don't know if these two women were ordered by Wu Mior or for other reasons, but they have been sending a special signal to everyone. After a while, under their guidance, Han Xing and others entered a strange wooden box. This seems to be the lifting device of this building, similar to the elevator of Blue Star. Then, everyone took the elevator, and went all the way to the 23rd floor sign. After walking out of the lifting device, the two Wu maids whispered, "Dear guests, this is the best room in our Fengxi Inn. Usually, we only use it to receive guests of high status, and it is rarely open. Recently, no other guests have come. In other words, now this entire floor is open to all guests at will." Everyone was stunned for a moment. They didn't expect Wu Mior to arrange rooms for them. She actually gave them a whole floor to use at will. This treatment is quite good. At this time, the two Wu maids chuckled and said, "Dear guests, if there is nothing else, we will withdraw first. If you need it, you can summon us at any time. The saint said that we will try our best to meet your requirements." At this point, the two maids looked at Han Xing and the three men with charming eyes. Then chuckled, including some special requirements, "We can also meet them." At this moment, even Shen Yun, who had no idea about this, understood what they meant. The three of them looked strange. At this moment, Zhang Lianmeng and Su Xiaoyang suddenly felt a sense of crisis in their hearts. They glared at the two Wu maids with resentment. Then, the two women each grabbed one of Han Xing's hands. In Han Xing's surprised eyes, he was dragged into the room by Zhang Lianmeng and Su Xiaoyang. Cheng Jianyong and Shen Yun were left staring at each other. At this moment, the two Wu maids smiled at this. Then, they looked at the two and asked, "So, do these two guests need any special services?" Cheng Jianyong and Shen Yun, two young men in their 20s, have never experienced such a scene in their lives. They waved their hands and said, No. You guys are busy, you guys are busy. Is that so? Well, we leave first." In the laughter of the two women, Cheng Jianyong and Shen Yun fled in a panic and found a room to enter. At this time, Han Xing came into the room. He also looked confused. His hands were still held by the two women, and he could feel the soft touch from both sides. Compared with Zhang Lianmeng's softness and plumpness, Su Xiaoyang looked slimmer and more erect. From time to time, two unique body fragrances came from the tip of the nose. Han Xing glanced at the two women. The next moment, Zhang Lianmeng and Su Xiaoyang realized that their actions were a little too intimate. Zhang Lianmeng was okay, After all, she had been with Han Xing for a long time. Sometimes, Zhang Lianmeng was even more proactive than Han Xing. But that was when the two were alone. Now, there was Su Xiaoyan among them. They were equivalent to 3 people staying in one room, when thinking about this place being a hotel. For a moment, the faces of the 2 women became even more embarrassed. Su Xiaoyan was even more embarrassed, and wanted to run out of the door at this moment. In this awkward atmosphere, Han Xing suddenly said at this time, "Hey, this is actually a suite." After hearing this, the 2 girls also looked up at the room in confusion. Chapter 221. The first thing that caught Han Xing's eyes was a very spacious hall. The decoration inside was quite in the style of the Wu clan, with various crystal chandeliers and carpets made of animal leather. On both sides of the hall, there were many rooms. The 2 women were relieved, and each found a room and went in. With the sound of the door closing, Han Xing also breathed a sigh of relief. Then, Han Xing walked to the sofa in the middle of the hall and lay down casually. In front of it, there was a floor-to-ceiling window. After opening the curtains, from this height, you can see the prosperity of the Wu clan's main city. As a race with a population of hundreds of billions, its core main city is also the Wu clan's trade center. The daily flow of people has reached an astonishing number. The rooms in this area must be very expensive, needless to say. At this time, Shen Yun sent a message in the team channel. "Brother Xing, Xiao Yongzi, and I have already lain down. We don't need to do anything next, right?" Han Xing replied, "Nothing, just wait quietly next." "Okay." Cheng Jianyong also said comfortably in the chat channel. Speaking of which, the Wu people are really good at enjoying themselves. This treatment is almost the same as the 5-star hotel in Blue Star. Indeed. Shen Yun also agreed. While waiting, everyone had nothing to do. After a while, Shen Yun and Cheng Jianyong said they wanted to lie down for a while. Han Xing also dozed off for a while. An hour later, in his sleep, Han Xing heard a series of knocks on the door. Han Xing woke up instantly. He opened the door and took a look. It was one of the 2 maids who had received them earlier. At this time, she had a sweet smile on her face and whispered, "This distinguished guest. The saint asked me to pass on a message, saying that she is now dealing with some important matters and needs a few more people to wait. She also said that if you feel bored, you can go to the main city first. Recently, the main city is holding a Secret Medicine King selection event." Han Xing was stunned for a moment and asked, "Secret Medicine King?" The witch maid nodded and smiled. "Yes, so the guest doesn't know. In addition to being good at fighting, secret medicine is also one of our best means. For hundreds of years, our witch clan has produced several secret medicine masters." Secret medicine master. What is it? Han Xing had just arrived and didn't understand anything about these. The witch maid explained, "Secret medicine is like forging, divided into 5 levels: apprentice, disciple, expert, master, and grandmaster. It corresponds to the 1st to 5th level. And the grandmaster level secret medicine is a secret medicine that can have an effect on legendary beings." Legend? Han Xing's eyes lit up, and he seemed to be very interested. As if knowing that Han Xing was interested, the witch maid continued, "Yes. And now is the period of the Secret Medicine King selection. Some shops will take out their treasured secret medicines at the bottom of their boxes, just to get more votes and increase the popularity of their shops. The saint said that if you have a secret medicine you like, just take it, and she will pay for all the expenses. If you need it, I can take you around the city." At this time, Han Xing thought for a moment. Wu Mior has been away from the tribe for so long. It is normal that she has many important things to deal with when she just came back. Then, Han Xing nodded and said, "No, we can go out for a walk by ourselves." Hearing Han Xing's refusal, the maid at the door seemed a little disappointed, but she didn't say anything, but retreated respectfully. At this time, Han Xing also opened the team channel and said, "Wu Mior said she still has things to deal with, so let's go around the city by ourselves." It is said that their main city is holding a Secret Medicine King event recently, and many precious secret medicines have appeared. And all consumption will be paid by Wu Mior for us. Wu Mior pays for the whole consumption. There is such a good thing? Cheng Jianyong replied immediately. Secret medicine? The collection of the master? Shen Yun also showed great interest. Han Xing replied, "Yes, so, do you want to go out for a while?" Cheng Jianyong and Shen Yun immediately agreed excitedly. "Go!" Of course. How can we miss such a good thing? Zhang Lianmeng and Su Xiaoyan did not express any opinions in the room. After a while, the 5 people put on their equipment and walked out of the room together. However, Su Xiaoyang and Zhang Lianming deliberately wore a veil and changed into a black robe this time. They attracted too many eyes of the Wu clan along the way. Although, the veil and black robe can only slightly cover their peerless beauty and perfect figure. The temperament exuded invisibly still makes people feel that these are two peerless beauties. However, this was the maximum effort the two girls could make. The 5 people quickly took the lift and walked out of the Fengzhill Inn. Then, they arrived at the streets of the Wu clan one after another. Wu Mior had said before that they could move freely. Presumably, there should be no taboos in the main city of the Wu clan. Han Xing and others were also strolling back and forth leisurely in this prosperous main city. Not to mention, Su Xiaoyang and Zhang Lianming changed their outfits. Although they still had a very unique temperament, they were not as eye-catching as before. They walked through many streets along the way, and everyone was at peace. Logically speaking, as human beings, their physical characteristics can be seen at a glance that they are not Wu people. Moreover, the main city of such a large clan naturally cannot allow people of other races to enter at will. The entire main city must have an extremely strong defense system, like Han Xing Xingyu City. This is exactly the case. Han Xing and others casually glanced at the buildings in the city, and found a lot of amazing things. Tower of True Spirit. Release a True Spirit attack on all enemy creatures within the attack range, and reduce their magic resistance by 30%. Defense value, 200,000, attack power, 20,000, attack range, 5,000 kilometers. Tower of Witch Soul. After identifying hostile creatures, it can automatically release the Witch Soul attack, causing serious mental damage to the enemy. Defense value, 250,000, attack power, 25,000, attack range, 10,000 kilometers. Eye of Surveillance. Open the Eye of Surveillance once every minute, and you can see through the disguise below the demigod level. Defense value, 100,000, attack power, 10,000, attack range, 10,000 kilometers. Air Defense Tower. In addition to these powerful defense towers, Han Xing also saw a huge monster floating in the air, like an interstellar ship. The cannons on it, just looking at it, make people feel a little scalp numb. Cheng Jianyong and others also swallowed their saliva. These defense towers are really terrifying. And the defense force of the city. It feels like even if a legendary strongman comes, they will have to drink a pot. Everyone nodded in agreement. Although the defense fortifications of the main city of the Wu clan are very strong. However, those patrolling Wu clan soldiers and the surveillance eyes in the city did not react to their human identity. It seems that Wu Mior has indeed made arrangements. Everyone is relieved. In addition to these powerful defense towers, they also found many interesting things in the city, such as various weapon shops, weapon forging workshops, mercenary clubs, taverns, etc. Everything is available. There are even many special places, and the signs are all open and above board. This is a city with quite complete supporting facilities. However, in addition to these, in the entire main city, the most common are various secret medicine shops. The various items sold in these secret medicine shops are not exactly the same, but they all have their own characteristics. You can see it from their signs. What about a night of revelry, walking in the clouds, floating in the air, etc.? These shops can attract people just by looking at the names. What the witch maid said was right. Secret medicine is a means that the witches are very good at. Even a complete industrial chain has been formed, which can be described as 100 flowers blooming. Of course, in addition to various shops. Along the way, they also saw many Wu people, both men and women. Through the attributes on their heads, everyone can see the strength and level of these Wu people. Among them, most of them are less than the first level, and have not yet become advanced professionals. In other words, they are equivalent to ordinary people among humans. However, they are slightly stronger than ordinary humans. And those Wu professionals, who have already turned from the first to the second level, will wear 1 or 2 excellent purple and silver equipment, with some blue equipment. There are rarely gold equipment. It can be seen that even among the Wu people, purple silver equipment and golden gold equipment are also scarce goods. At this time, Shen Yun couldn't help but say, speaking of which, Brother Xing, Xiao Yongzi, have you noticed that these Wu clan women are all very distinctive in appearance? Although they are not tall, their facial features are still quite delicate, especially their eyes, which are twinkling and as bright as gems. After hearing this, everyone couldn't help but look curiously. But they found that many Wu clan women on the street stared at Han Xing, and the other two with watery eyes. This time, it was Jin Yong who complained, "Oh my god, Xiao Yunzi, so you like this type? You didn't fall in love with any of them, did you?" Shen Yun rolled his eyes at him and said, "What are you thinking? I just think that Wu clan women are all very distinctive. Wheat-colored skin, a kind of healthy beauty. Chung Jianyong shook his head and said, "No, Xiao Yunzi, your idea is very dangerous. You have to know that when you start paying attention to a woman, it means that you have become interested in her. Besides, you are not interested in a woman, but an entire tribe. This is unacceptable. Xiao Yunzi, you better give up this idea as soon as possible." After hearing this, Shen Yun couldn't help but twitch his mouth. If this wasn't in public, he would even want to take out a hammer and hit Chung Jianyong on the spot. Han Xing and others were observing these Wu people. The other party was also observing Han Xing and others. It seemed that they also saw the human race for the first time, and their eyes were full of curiosity. However, because they were in the main city, everyone was more restrained, so they didn't encounter any trouble. At this time, as everyone walked, a 3-story attic appeared in front of them. On it appeared a sign with 6 words, "Neil Secret Medicine Shop." The geographical location here is very advantageous. It is at the intersection of one of the main traffic routes in the main city of the Wu tribe. To be able to open a secret medicine shop here, the owner behind this shop, Neil, must have a very good background. Of course, just having a background is not enough. To stay stable in this prime location where every inch of land is worth a lot of money for a long time, they also need to have strong goods resources. But obviously, they did it. It can be seen from the long queue of witch professionals at the door. The secret medicine in this shop must be very popular. Many well-equipped witch professionals with strength from the 2nd to 3rd level lined up in an orderly manner at the door. Thinking of what the 2 maids said, the King of Secret Medicine event is being held recently. Han Xing and others also wanted to join in the fun. At this moment, they suddenly heard a commotion from behind. The professionals, who were queuing, all looked over. Then, they heard the voices of the guards behind them. It's Lord Malik, and his Vanguard Special Forces are back. Malik? Didn't they go to attack a shadow team? They're back so soon? These witch professionals seemed a little confused. In the back, the guards of the main city, who heard the news, also had a proud smile on their faces. That's for sure, Lord Malik is brave and good at fighting, and he was once praised as one of the top 10 young warriors in the kingdom. The members of the 13th Vanguard under his command are also brave and good at fighting. This time, I heard that Lord Malik not only found the hideout of the shadow team, but also killed tens of thousands of shadow minions in one fell swoop. All the witch professionals were immediately surprised. You know, the standard configuration of the shadow squad is at least the 3rd level. Tens of thousands of shadow minions, that is, tens of thousands of 3rd level warriors. This number is really terrifying. After hearing this, other witch professionals also showed respect on their faces. That is the look of looking at a strong man. Master Malik is great. You are worthy of being one of the top 10 warriors of the kingdom. Yes, Master Malik is also a strong candidate for the position of the chief war witch of the kingdom in the future. Under the flattery of these witch men and women, a group of well-equipped and uniformed witch soldiers slowly walked from the street in the distance. In front of them, a relatively burly witch man wearing a golden suit was walking with big strides. He seemed to be the Malik mentioned by everyone. He was about 1.7 meters tall, which seemed to stand out among the witches who were generally 1.56 meters tall. Along the way, he enjoyed the admiring eyes of countless witch men and women. This also makes him exude a fierce aura. To put it in a more mysterious way, it is an invincible aura. Chapter 222. Malik, who was walking towards them, was full of vigor. At this time, Chung Jianyong said in an exaggerated manner, "This boy has the appearance of a king. If he doesn't die, he will become a great man in the future." Behind them, everyone also showed a knowing smile. However, when this domineering and majestic man passed by Han Xing, his eyes were instantly attracted by this group of humans. After looking at him for a while, this Malik's eyes were on Han Xing. Moreover, when he noticed the armor on Han Xing, his eyebrows trembled slightly. Although, the specific strength of the equipment above the orange grade can no longer be seen from the appearance. However, these equipments with powerful power, the invisible aura they exude, will still be seen as extraordinary by some experienced beings. He can see that the armor on Han Xing must be of a very extraordinary grade. A trace of greed appeared in Malik's eyes, but he quickly covered it up. At this time, his hawk-like eyes swept over Han Xing and the other 5 people one by one, and then he sneered. At this time, Chung Jianyong couldn't help but mutter a few words, pretending. However, at this time, Malik stopped and looked at Chung Jianyong and said, "Human race, what did you just say?" Chung Jianyong said casually, "What do you care what I say? I didn't say anything about you." I saw it with my own eyes. You were talking to me, and you still don't admit it? Malik said with his eyes wide open. However, Chung Jianyong still had an indifferent attitude, spread his hands and said, If you don't look at me, how do you know I'm talking about you? There are so many people on the street, but you just stare at us. Are you trying to attract our attention? Chung Jianyong looked shameless. You? Malik was about to get angry. At this time, a silver-armored soldier came over and whispered a few words in his ear. With everyone's hearing, they could certainly hear what he said. It was nothing more than saying that these human beings were guests brought back by the saint, and they should not cause trouble. At this time, Malik heard the word saint, and suddenly thought of something. He looked at the magnificent palace in the distance. There was the location of the palace of the witch clan. Malik snorted coldly, and turned his back. It seemed that for the sake of the saint, he was not going to continue to entangle with Han Xing and others. The other onlookers of the witch clan also sighed, thinking it was a pity that a good show could not be staged. But at this moment, Malik, who had turned around, seemed to have received some news. His shoulders trembled slightly. Originally Malik, who had already walked a few meters away, suddenly frowned. He turned around and looked at Chung Jianyong and others and shouted, Tell me, what is your relationship with the saint? His tone was questioning and condescending. It was like a superior asking a subordinate. At this time, other professionals cast their eyes again. Originally thought that this storm was about to calm down. In the end, Malik didn't seem to want to let it go so easily. Chung Jianyong immediately said angrily, Damn, are you born in the year of the dog? You change your face faster than turning a page of a book. Malik, shut up, I'm asking you a question now, answer me honestly. However, after hearing this, Han Xing and the others showed an expression as if they were looking at an idiot. Nerve. The three people complained, and none of them wanted to pay attention to this mad dog, and turned around to leave. Seeing the attitude of the crowd, Malik's anger seemed to be ignited instantly. Stop right there. A few lowly human races dare to be so presumptuous in the royal city. This was already a bit humiliating. At this time, Chung Jianyong couldn't help but hit back. Are you blind or deaf? Didn't you hear your men say that we were brought back by the saint herself? And you still ask what our relationship with the saint is? Is this something you, a small captain, can control? Chung Jianyong directly devalued Malik's proud captain status. Of course, what he said was also true. As a vanguard captain, Malik was indeed not qualified to contact with a noble person like Wu Mior. In terms of speaking skills, how could this group of Wu people be better than these modern people who surf intensively all day long? This sentence seemed to hurt Malik's pathetic self-esteem. A group of lowly human beings from the barbarian land dare to speak rudely to Wu officers. It seems that it is necessary to teach you a lesson. All guards listen to the order. These human beings dare to openly insult this captain in the royal city, which has violated the laws of the Wu tribe. Catch them for me. Nearby, the Wu soldiers watching changed their expression slightly. They are not fools. Before this, they had received the news. These human beings were brought back by the saint herself, and they seemed to be valued by the saint. But now, their captain was crazy and wanted to make trouble for these human races. For a moment, they were in a dilemma and didn't know what to do. Han Xing sneered at this time. Okay, don't make things difficult for your men. You want to make trouble for us, but you don't have the courage. If you are really capable, do it yourself. But before that, you have to think about the consequences. What did you say? Malik seemed to be poked in the sore spot again, and was instantly furious. At this time, he no longer cared about the obstruction of other guards. He drew out the golden sword directly. A sword energy containing blue secret pattern suddenly slashed. Han Xing and others' faces changed slightly. This guy actually dared to take action, and in front of so many people. Malik didn't look like a fool, so why did he do this? Was it purely because he couldn't stand them? Han Xing keenly noticed that something was wrong. Just as the sword energy was about to strike them, a figure wearing heavy armor and emitting holy light appeared in front of everyone in an instant. It was Shen Yun holding a golden shield. After completing the third job, he would acquire a passive skill for his hidden job, Radiant Knight. Radiant Will, passive skill, which permanently increases the spirit and physique of the Radiant Knight by 30% and reduces the damage received by 15%. This skill filled him with sacred meaning after he entered the combat state. The next moment, the blue sword energy came into direct contact with the yellow sand shield. Buzz, the streets of several hundred meters nearby were instantly swept by a gust of wind. The survivors who were watching nearby, below the 4th level, took several steps back. At this time, the system prompt appeared. Attention, Your team is under attack from Malik, the captain of the Wu clan's vanguard special forces. Han Xing and the other 5 did not move. Malik, who slashed out the sword energy, was a little surprised. In his perception, although these human races had a strong aura, they were only at the 3rd level of strength. He had already used all his strength in that sword just now. An ordinary 3rd level professional could not block it at all. However, it was easily resolved by this human race paladin holding a shield. Malik realized. These 5 humans are probably not good people. At this time, Han Xing frowned and asked, "You guys, you attacked us directly in the main city. Will this not violate the laws of your kingdom?" They had just arrived and did not understand the rules of the Wu clan. But it should be thought that in the center of a main city, with such a large flow of people, they should not be allowed to attack casually. Malik said without changing his expression, "Captain, I suspect you are spies disguised as members of the Shadow Clan. Now, arresting you is certainly not against the laws of the kingdom." Han Xing nodded after hearing this and said, "I understand. In other words, you just made up a reason to attack us. In other words, we can now launch a legitimate counterattack against you." Malik's expression changed, and a trace of disdain appeared on his face. "Just you?" But the next moment, he saw Han Xing had raised the Valkyrie longbow. The arrow with penetrating power shot out instantly. Multiple bursts. Han Xing just casually used the hunter's basic skills. Each arrow carries a terrifying killing power. Malik's face changed, and he swung his sword instantly, trying to block Han Xing's arrow attack. Ding! Ding ding! The golden sword in Malik's hand was almost chopped out by him, and he also blocked 3 arrows. However, even so, there were still 2 attacks that broke through Malik's defense at a tricky angle. The next moment, the arrows hit Malik's abdomen and shoulders fiercely. Puff! Puff! These 2 arrows did not trigger the armor-breaking effect, and most of the damage was blocked by the golden armor on his body. However, even so, with the blessing of Han Xing's top-grade equipment, his attack power has been piled up to an extremely terrifying level. Malik was instantly blown away by the huge impact force, and the whole person flew backwards dozens of meters. In the shocked eyes of the surrounding witch professionals, Malik fell to the ground with a bang, and rolled on the ground for more than 10 rounds before gradually stopping. The whole place was silent. Including the onlookers who were watching the excitement, they all felt their breathing stagnate. They didn't expect that Lord Malik, who had been invincible, was knocked down by this human. At the same time, Malik's attributes appeared in front of Han Xing and others. Captain of the Wu clan vanguard, Malik, a 4-star elite monster. A 4-star elite monster, even Shen Yun, who is the least good at fighting, can now easily ravage. Even with the bonus of a set of gold equipment, Malik's strength is far inferior to theirs. So, from the beginning, they didn't take the other party seriously. At this time, Malik, who was knocked to the ground by 2 arrows, suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood. Although the 2 arrows just now did not cause any external injuries to him, they also injured his internal organs. He stared at Han Xing with wolf-like eyes, his eyes full of hatred. But he also knew that he was no match for these humans. At this moment, Malik had a conflicted look on his face. He seemed to be considering whether to make a big fuss. Chapter 223. At this time, Malik felt a tremor in his arms. He seemed to have received some news, and his expression became very ferocious again. "Human, you are dead today." When Malik said this, Han Xing had a bad premonition. Then, they saw that Malik slowly took out a strange rune from his pocket. Then, he pressed it directly. The next moment, everyone raised their heads. A few streets away from them, there was a huge blue secret pattern tower, which burst out with brilliant light at this moment. Han Xing and others' faces changed wildly at the same time. Because, the secret pattern tower that burst out with light is called Witch Soul Tower. It is an extremely advanced defense tower, with very strong attack power. If attacked, even a 4-star leader may not be able to withstand it. The Witch tribe members, who were watching around, did not expect that things would develop to this situation. Malik actually used the Witch Soul Tower directly, just to deal with a group of humans. Including the Wu clan soldiers, they were all confused. Damn it! What's going on? Even the Wu Soul Tower has been activated. What happened to Lord Malik today? Who gave him the authority? Don't worry about it, let's run. If we are covered by the attack of the Wu Soul Tower, we will suffer together. After being reminded by the Wu clan soldier, the onlookers fled in all directions. Malik's eyes revealed a ferocious look and the pleasure of revenge. Humans, you will definitely die today. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself for provoking someone you shouldn't have provoked. In the sky, the attack of the Wu Soul Tower has been fully charged. The 5 people did not run away, because they knew that with the attack range of the Witch Soul Tower of tens of thousands of kilometers, running away would be useless. The next moment, a brilliant blue light column, containing dense secret patterns, directly enveloped them. A strong sense of crisis came. The critical moment. Shen Yun shouted, "Angel is coming!" A 2-winged angel suddenly appeared in the sky. The holy light enveloped the 5 people, and everyone's defense power instantly increased by 2 to 3 times at this moment. Then, Shen Yun activated the legendary special effect of the Yellow Sand Shield, Yellow Sand Barrier, and the epic special effect on the epic weapon, the Triumphal Knight's Holy Hammer, the Triumphal Light. Light of Triumph, make the light of victory shine, covering all team members including yourself. The Light of Triumph can offset 10,000 points of damage. Angel's Descend is a range amplification skill. The legendary special effect of the Yellow Sand Barrier is to reduce 30% of magic damage. With the Light of Triumph, it is a triple blessing. Even if the Witch Soul Tower has more than 10,000 points of attack power, it can't cause them much damage. All 5 people felt a strong sense of security. Buzz, the blue light column carried terrifying energy and raged above everyone's head. At this moment, more than a dozen streets around were directly covered by a large number of blue secret patterns. After sensing that the attack of the Witch Soul Tower was about to cover this place, those witch soldiers evacuated the crowd as soon as possible. Such a terrifying movement. Let the witch men and women watching from a distance take a breath at the same time, and feel silent for the unlucky human race in their hearts. These humans are doomed. They angered Malik, and were hit by the attack of the Witch Soul Tower. Yes, they are dead. Except for the strong men of the leader's level, I have never seen anyone survive the attack of the Witch Soul Tower. However, when the attack of the Witch Soul Tower ended, and the rampant blue secret pattern dissipated, 5 figures appeared on the spot. As they expected, the scene of 5 humans being killed by the Witch Soul Tower did not appear. At this time, Han Xing and the other 5 not only had no injuries on their bodies, but even their clothes were not damaged. At this moment, not only Malik's eyes widened. Those onlookers, who had already run away, were even more shocked. My God! Is this a ghost? How did this group of humans survive the attack of the Witch Soul Tower? Everyone's eyes revealed disbelief. You know, even a 4th-level strongman like Malik would be killed instantly if he resisted the attack of the Witch Soul Tower. Impossible. Malik roared with a ferocious expression. Tell me, what kind of magic did you guys use? Chung Jianyong was about to curse at Han Xing at this time, but was stopped by Han Xing. Han Xing did not answer but asked, You guys just wanted to kill us, right? There was a hint of coldness in his tone. Malik's eyes widened. What if I kill you? Han Xing nodded and said, Very good, since you admitted it yourself, I don't need to worry about anything. Today, I will kill you. Malik seemed to have heard a big joke. Just you? Han Xing did not speak, but answered him with actual actions. The next moment, an arrow with a strong hurricane aura suddenly appeared in his hand. At the moment Han Xing pulled the bowstring, all creatures in the area of more than 10 kilometers nearby felt a tearing sensation on their bodies. The onlookers of the Wu clan widened their eyes, and said in shock, What kind of move is this? Such a terrifying power, I can't bear this tearing sensation alone. Is this human really just a 3rd level? Why does it feel that the aura he is exuding now is more terrifying than Lord Malik? At this time, some Wu clan professionals also reminded, Stay away, so as not to hurt innocent people. This arrow is a burst skill that Han Xing has learned after the 3rd level. Surprise attack break the damage coefficient of 500%, plus Han Xing's current attack power. If the special effect is triggered, it can even kill a 4-star leader monster directly. This arrow has not been shot yet, but Malik felt a fatal sense of crisis from it. At this time, Han Xing also had a murderous intention. This guy actually dared to kill them in public. And he knew that they were guests brought by the saint. Think about it again. This Malik is only the captain of the Vanguard team, and it is impossible for him to have the control of the Witch Soul Tower in the royal city. Behind this, there may be a lot of involvement, and the complexity is beyond Han Xing's imagination. However, Han Xing doesn't want to care about the twists and turns here. He only knows that this guy just wanted to kill him. For this kind of guy who has the intention to kill him, it is Han Xing's purpose to kill him today and never delay until tomorrow. Before, when facing the Red Dragon, Han Xing knew that resisting was seeking death, so he temporarily suppressed the killing intent in his heart. But now, this guy, a small 4-star elite, dared to kill him. At this time, the skill, Surprise Attack Break, has been fully charged. Under this arrow, Malik felt a fatal crisis. The warning sound in his heart kept ringing. Can't stop it. Can't stop it at all. We'll die. At the critical moment, Malik roared. You want to kill me? I kill you first. Die. Malik took out the device in his arms again, as if he wanted to use the defense tower to deal with everyone. However, how could Han Xing give him a chance? The arrow in his hand shot out at this moment. Everyone only saw a white light, which crossed 2 or 3 kilometers in a very short time at an extremely fast speed. White lightning flashed in an instant. Malik realized that before he pressed the device, he would be hit by the attack of this human. At the critical moment of life and death, Malik's potential seemed to be stimulated. Which power, bless me. The next moment, the blue secret pattern on Malik's face spread instantly, covering his entire body. His breath began to surge wildly, and his physical attributes suddenly soared at this moment. Similarly, his reaction speed was also improved. He stared at the white light intently, and the next moment, Malik's face was happy. Very good, I caught it. He caught the trajectory of Han Xing's arrow. It happened so fast. Malik shouted and chopped down with a sword. Ha! A golden long sword drew a silver streak. Suddenly chopped at the lightning. He swung the sword confidently, but the result was that his weapon was bounced away in an instant. With a ding sound. Under Malik's unbelievable eyes, the surprise arrow, without any hindrance, went straight into his heart. Then, with the force of penetration, it instantly pierced his body. Malik's figure stopped abruptly. Dang! The golden sword that was bounced off fell to the ground, and Malik fell down together. Fast, too fast, from Han Xing's attack to Malik being shot. When the arrow was shot, the airflow brought out only then set off a hurricane and swept away. At this time, tens of thousands of Wu people in dozens of nearby streets were stunned to watch the scene. Then, he looked at Malik, who was twitching on the ground, his eyes full of strong shock. Lord Malik lost? It's unbelievable. He is a fourth-turn strongman. However, no matter how unbelievable this group of Wu people was, Malik on the ground had already explained everything. He lost, and was defeated by this third-turn human in one move. Master Malik, is he dead? The Wu clan soldier asked in surprise. No, not yet. Master Malik is still alive. It must be said that the vitality of a fourth-turn strongman is strong. His heart was pierced, and under such serious injuries, Malik did not die immediately. However, looking at this situation, he will not live long. However, Han Xing frowned. He knew that Malik had the authority to drive the Wu Soul Tower. In order to prevent this guy from counterattacking before his death, Han Xing drew out an arrow again at this time, and aimed at Malik's forehead. Sensing Han Xing's intention, the crowd watching nearby showed a look of fear at the same time. Although Malik is now seriously injured, he still has a chance to be revived with the secret medicine technology of the Wu clan. But if Han Xing continues to attack at this time, Malik will definitely die. Malik sensed Han Xing's killing intention, and only then did he know that the other party was serious. He really wanted to kill him. Chapter 224. At this moment, the pride in Malik's eyes turned into fear. He lowered his posture and begged frantically, No. No. Don't kill me. I'm not looking for trouble with you. I'm also because of the order from above. Let me go. Han Xing ignored it, and gradually pulled the bowstring. In the distant royal city, a breath suddenly rose up. Its strength is not inferior to that of a 4-star lord. The breath rushed here frantically. Before the person arrived, an angry roar was heard. Stop! However, at this time, Han Xing had already made up his mind to kill Malik. He didn't care who stopped him. The next moment, the arrow flew out of his hand. Puff! There was an arrow inserted vertically between Malik's eyebrows. Then, he leaned back, his body stiffened, and his life was completely cut off. The system prompt appeared. Successfully killed Wu Clan Vanguard Captain, Malik, gained experience points. 6.42 million, Wu Clan favorability -1. The crowd watching, seeing Malik's stiff body, was full of disbelief. Dead? Lord Malik? However, their calls would not receive any response. Malik was indeed dead. At this time, they looked at Han Xing and others with horror. It's over. These humans openly killed Malik in the royal city. This is going to be a big deal. At the same time, a blue light flashed nearby. Like a bolt of lightning suddenly descending. A thin, weathered male Wu clan man arrived at this moment. He did not look at Han Xing and the others. Instead, he rushed to Malik's body to check his condition. In front of Han Xing, the attributes of this middle-aged Wu clan male also appeared. The head of the 7th Legion of the Wu clan Zifo, a 4-star lord. This middle-aged Wu clan, called Zifo, seemed to be the one who just stopped Han Xing in the royal city. At this time, Zifo checked Malik's body and confirmed that he had no signs of life. His vicissitudes of life also squeezed into a Sichuan shape. He squatted on the ground, and before he stood up, a strong killing intent burst out from his body. At this time, the system prompt appeared. You have been enveloped by Zifo's secret field, skill cooldown time increased by 20%, attack power reduced by 20%, movement speed reduced by 30% field, a means exclusive to Lord-level creatures. The middle-aged witch turned his head and looked at Han Xing with angry eyes and said, "Human, how dare you? After hearing my warning, you still dare to kill. No matter who you are or what your background is, no one can protect you today." However, Han Xing was not afraid at all at this time, and fought back. "You must stop if you warn me. Why didn't you warn me when Malik attacked us with the Witch Soul Tower? Now we are fighting back. Malik is inferior to others and I killed him, and you jumped out?" Han Xing looked at him coldly. "Or are you the one who made Malik trouble us?" Han Xing's voice was very clear, echoing in the ears of tens of thousands of witches nearby, and they were all looking at Malik and Zifo on the ground in confusion. Facing Han Xing's questioning, Zifo's expression remained unchanged. "Malik's private use of the Witch Soul Tower was indeed his fault, and we will punish him according to the law. But you, a group of human beings, are not my people, and you dare to kill our important personnel in the royal city. It's simply lawless. All soldiers listen to my order, take these humans down, and put them in the Thorn Iron Prison. If you dare to resist, kill them without mercy." Nearby, more and more Wu soldiers gathered here. Before, Malik gave them orders, and these people did not dare to attack Han Xing and others because of Wu Mior. But now, he is the head of the Wu army, and he personally gave them orders, and these Wu soldiers dared not disobey. Han Xing saw the embarrassment in the eyes of these Wu soldiers, and he sneered, "Are all your Wu warriors like this?" However, at this time, Zifo did not seem to want to talk nonsense with Han Xing. A huge golden axe appeared in his hand, and he said coldly, "You'd better surrender, otherwise, I will take you down myself." Han Xing looked at the palace in the distance and frowned. Han Xing thought, "What is this woman Wu Mior doing? Such a big commotion here. As a legendary strongman, didn't she sense it? Could it be that this situation was designed by her? She deliberately tricked us here just to deal with us? But it shouldn't be. With her strength, there are too many opportunities to kill us along the way. There is no need to go to such great lengths." Han Xing shook his head, puzzled. At this time, Cheng Jianyong asked from the side, "Brother Xing, what should we do now?" Looking at the murderous look of the 4-star lord, and the Wu clan soldiers, who were slowly surrounding him nearby, Han Xing shook his head and said, "I don't know what happened to Wu Mior, but it seems that we may be involved in a storm. Now, there are only two ways in front of us. The first is to give up resistance directly, let these Wu clan soldiers capture us, and then wait for Wu Mior to rescue us. But in this way, our life and death will not be in our own hands." After hearing this, everyone's expression was also stern, realizing that the situation was a little out of control. However, there was no fear in their eyes. Before Han Xing spoke, Cheng Jianyong said directly, "Brother Xing, let's choose the second option." Han Xing smiled. "Do you know what the second option is?" Cheng Jianyong shook his head. "I don't know, but I know that Brother Xing is not the kind of person who will hand over his life and property to others." Han Xing also smiled. "Okay, then choose the second option. The second option is that we completely let go and make a big fuss in the entire Wu Clan King City. Let's bet that these people are not sent by Wu Mior to deal with us. Make the matter bigger and force the existence behind the scenes to end. By then, I guess Wu Mior will come out too." Everyone understood Han Xing's plan. At this time, Shen Yun said with an excited expression on his face, "In that case, let's make a big fuss." Looking at the Wu clan soldiers slowly gathering around. The next moment, Shen Yun immediately gave Han Xing 2 blessing states. Then he gave everyone a holy light shield. Seeing the movements of the crowd, Zifo knew that they were not ready to surrender. They still had to fight. However, Han Xing and others' plans seemed to be in line with his wishes. Zifo smiled and said, "Very good, since you are looking for death, I will fulfill your wish." He looked at the nearby Wu clan soldiers and ordered, "Go." After Zifo finished speaking, he raised the golden axe in his hand. He took the lead and attacked like a cannonball. The 4-star lord level is already a peak powerhouse under the legend. At this time, Zifo burst out with all his strength, and the power he created was quite terrifying. Boom! The ground of the entire street was instantly stepped out with spider web-like cracks by his burst. However, the 5 people were not afraid. Shen Yun took the lead. He raised the yellow sand shield, shouted, and suddenly blocked Zifo's bombardment. The two sides had the first direct contact. Clang! The giant axe collided with the shield. The impact caused instantly was comparable to a missile bombardment. A dull collision sounded. Around, those ordinary soldiers of the second and third turns felt a tightness in their chests. After a wave of collisions, Shen Yun retreated several steps. But he gritted his teeth and blocked Zifo's attack. Zifo smiled. Interesting. A third-turn guy can actually withstand my attack. You are proud enough. The next moment, he raised the giant axe again and chopped it down. Clang! Clang! A terrifying collision sound came. Hearing this, people's blood surged and their scalps tingled. The blood of the Wu Clan soldiers surged, and their faces turned red. Looking at the might of Zifo in battle, these soldiers couldn't help but imagine. If it were them, facing Zifo's attack, they would probably have been chopped into meat paste with the first axe. Han Xing and others also had solemn expressions. This Zifo is indeed a 4-star Lord level existence. In terms of attributes alone, it is more than double that of everyone else. The actual combat power now exerted is also far beyond everyone's imagination. Even though Shen Yun was well equipped, he was chopped back by Zifo's axe. The contempt in Zifo's eyes became more intense. Oh, you ant-like guys dare to openly challenge the authority of the Wu Clan. Today, I will show you how high the sky is and how thick the earth is. At this time, the Wu Clan soldiers who surrounded them had already rushed over with weapons in hand. Cheng Jianyong also entered the battle posture directly, and rushed into the team of Wu Clan soldiers in an instant, leaving the battlefield for Shen Yun, Han Xing and others. The formation of hundreds of Wu Clan soldiers was instantly dispersed by Cheng Jianyong. In the back, Su Shuyong's arrows shot out like machine guns. With the help of the two of them, a group of Wu Clan soldiers were beaten and fled. In an instant, a large number of casualties occurred. Without the interference of these Wu Clan soldiers, it was equivalent to Shen Yun, Han Xing, and Zhang Lianmeng dealing with this 4-star lord. Han Xing and Zhang Lianmeng's attacks came. Zifo glanced at the two of them, seemingly unconcerned. He shouted, "Great Witch Axe." The next moment, the shadow of a Great Witch appeared behind Zifo. When the shadow appeared, Zifo's momentum surged again, as if he had been blessed with terrifying power. The attacks of Han Xing and others were also blocked by this phantom in an instant. Then, Zephyr's giant axe chopped down. Clang! This blow carried a tremendous force. Shen Yun only felt a huge force coming. Then, the whole person was chopped away in an instant. "Ants are ants," Zephyr said disdainfully. After Shen Yun landed, he stood up immediately. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and cursed, "Old man, what are you so arrogant about?" The next moment, Shen Yun rushed up again. Han Xing also pulled the bowstring again. The arrow came instantly, pointing directly at the eyebrows of this 4-star lord. From this arrow, even Zephyr felt a fatal sense of crisis. However, although Zephyr looked a little old, his reaction ability was so fast that it was outrageous. The giant axe that was originally intended to chop Shen Yun was forcibly twisted back at this moment, with a crisp sound of ding. The arrow hit the axe, and was directly bounced away. This arrow did not cause any damage. Zephyr showed a scornful smile at the corner of his mouth. However, before he could be proud for a moment, Zhang Lianmeng's meteorite technique, Han Xing's weak point attack, and Shen Yun's hammer of repentance attacked at the same time. Zephyr's face changed slightly. Although he kept mocking that the strength of the three people was like ants. But that was to hit their momentum, which was also one of the means of fighting. In fact, he felt a strong threat from these humans, with only the strength of the 3rd level. Even he did not dare to face the concentrated fire of the three people head-on. However, at this time, Han Xing had already activated the epic special effect on the Valkyrie longbow, the Valkyrie's Wrath. The next moment, several arrows carrying a trace of destructive divine power came in an instant. Zephyr could clearly feel it. Compared with the previous attack, these arrows became more terrifying. He just wanted to raise his hand and use the same trick again to block Han Xing's attack. However, he found that the penetrating power attached to these arrows could not be blocked at all. 50% armor penetration, plus the 300 points of armor ignored by the special effect of breaking delusion. His giant axe was instantly bounced away. Puff! Puff! The next moment, Zephyr's upper body was hit by these arrows, and the whole person flew backwards. On the side, the soldiers who were besieging Cheng Jianyong slowed down their movements, and at the same time, a look of shock appeared in their eyes. As the leader of the Kingdom Vanguard group, Zephyr is already the top-level power of their witch clan. In several previous large-scale battles, they have witnessed Zephyr's fighting posture with their own eyes. Those Shadow Legions, let alone the third turn, even the fourth turn elite teams, would collapse at the first touch when facing Zephyr, but now, he was beaten back by several third turn humans. Zephyr also felt humiliated. His face flushed, and then he shouted. In midair, his body twisted 80 degrees and stabilized with difficulty. He glanced at the arrows stuck in his chest and arms. Then, after glancing at Han Xing in the distance, his eyes gradually turned cold. Good, very good. You ants have completely pissed me off. When Zephyr finished this sentence, his aura seemed to have changed in a different way. Han Xing saw that the same blue secret pattern appeared on his body as Wumir, spreading rapidly like thousands of tiny blue lightning. However, the way he used these blue secret patterns was different from Wumir. Zifo took a deep breath and directly pasted these tens of thousands of secret patterns on his body. At this time, he was like a monster covered with tattoos. Han Xing and others could clearly feel that Zifo had become even more terrifying. The secret pattern method of the Witch Clan, combined with Zifo's 4-star Lord level strength, allowed him to exert terrifying combat power. Chapter 225. 4-star Lord Zifo burst out instantly. The next moment, a figure appeared in front of Shen Yuan at a speed that was almost like teleportation. The giant axe chopped down. At the critical moment, Shen Yuan had no choice but to raise his shield to resist. However, Zifo, who was in the state of explosion, was like a flood beast at this time. Clang! Shen Yuan's yellow sand shield was chopped away in an instant. The next moment, a golden giant axe quickly enlarged in front of him. Danger! Shen Yuan's heart suddenly became alarmed. With Zifo's attack power, if this axe chopped down, Shen Yuan would be seriously injured if not dead. At the critical moment, he directly activated the epic special effect of the orange armor on his body, Demon Bone Battle Armor, the skeleton of the Demon God. Demon God Skeleton, epic special effect. After being activated, a layer of high-level demon skeleton will be instantly covered on the body, blocking physical damage *20 for it. After the skeleton is shattered, it will cause mental *10 points of real damage to all surrounding enemies. Special effect cooling time, 1 hour. The next moment, Shen Yuan, who was originally shrouded in holy light, suddenly had a skeleton with a sinister evil spirit on his body, and Shen Yuan was wrapped in this skeleton. It was as if light and evil gathered on one person at the same time. This scene was really shocking. However, facing Shen Yuan's change, Zifo did not hesitate at all. The giant axe in his hand shone on Shen Yuan and chopped down on his head. Crack, after a crisp bone cracking sound. The pair of demon horns on Shen Yuan's head were directly broken by this axe. A smile appeared at the corner of Zifo's mouth, playing tricks. Take my rainstorm battle axe. The second axe chopped down again. Then the third axe, the fourth axe. Zephyr's attack was like a violent storm, slashing at the demon skeleton on Shen Yuan's body again and again with swift momentum. Crack! In less than 2 seconds, the seemingly indestructible demon skeleton was directly shattered by Zephyr at this moment. But it was not without any effect. At least, this gave Shen Yuan a moment of respite. On the side, Han Xing and Zhang Lieming's attacks had already been launched. But they were blocked by the blue secret pattern on Zephyr's body. This thing even formed an energy shield around his body. Even Zhang Lieming's big fireball was instantly offset when it hit the opponent. The power of the Lord-level creature was undoubtedly revealed at this moment. Zephyr had a victorious smile on his face, and looked at Shen Yuan and said, "The reaction is quite fast, but next time, you won't be so lucky." At this time, Shen Yuan's eyes revealed solemnity. Just now, in that wave of attacks, he really felt a fatal sense of crisis. If he hadn't reacted in time, he would have been taken away by Zifo's combo. The next moment, Zifo exuded a terrifying murderous intent and rushed towards Shen Yuan. The might that rushed towards him was like a flood and beast. The attacks of the crowd fell on him, as if they fell into the air, without causing any effect. Seeing that Zifo was going to attack Shen Yuan again, Han Xing said coldly, "Old man, you really want to die?" Zifo looked over and a contemptuous smile appeared in his eyes. "Oh? What do you want?" Han Xing did not answer, and his eyes revealed a cold murderous intent. The next moment, a burning arrow appeared in his hand. Zifo felt the extraordinariness of this arrow, and glanced at Han Xing with his peripheral vision. Then, he only saw a little fire flashing in his eyes. The explosive arrow shot out instantly. Boom! It was like dropping a missile on the spot. A ball of fire with a diameter of more than 100 meters rose up with terrifying flames. An entire street was directly covered by the flames of the explosive arrow. Even if the Shadow Legion invaded, the main city of the Wu clan was not affected by the war. Today, the first baptism of war was ushered in. Even the Wu clan residents dozens of kilometers away felt this strong shock. Some uninformed people even thought that the Shadow Legion was coming, and they were so scared that they didn't know where to go. When the sky-high flames dissipated, all the buildings within a radius of more than 100 meters were gone. Including the ground, it was also charred black. Only 6 figures were left standing on the spot. At this time, Zifo was constantly emitting hot smoke. Han Xing's explosive arrow had too wide a range of lethality, and too great a power. In addition, he is still in the period of the special effect of the Valkyrie's wrath. Even Zifo's defense has been weakened to the minimum. For the first time, the defensive secret pattern on Zifo's body exceeded the damage limit it can withstand. Even he is like this, let alone those witch soldiers. Under this wave of explosions, Han Xing heard at least hundreds of killing prompts. This means that those hundreds of soldiers were all turned into ashes under this wave of bombing. Zifo glanced around and suddenly showed a smile of success at the corner of his mouth. Human, you have killed so many soldiers of my tribe and have caused a horrible disaster. This time, even if the saint comes in person, she can't save you. Han Xing said disdainfully, don't pretend here, isn't this the effect you want to see? A monstrous disaster? I'm telling you, I'm the incarnation of disaster. The next moment, a terrifying breath rose directly from Han Xing's body. This breath was terrifying, dark, and vicious. It was like an ancient evil god descending. Disaster incarnation, a god-level special effect. After turning on this special effect, you will gain part of the power of the god of disaster. You will be immune to and clear all your curse effects, and all attacks will be accompanied by the power of disaster. The effect lasts for 120 seconds, and the cooldown time is 120 minutes. Han Xing could clearly feel that hundreds of negative energies appeared in his body. Every attack he made would release these negative energies, and have a negative effect on the enemy. And he did so. The bowstring of the Valkyrie's longbow was pulled out by him. Swish! Swish! Arrows shot out one after another. Zeph was about to dodge, but he saw that Shen Yun's sledgehammer and Zhang Lianmeng's group attack had blocked his escape route. He had no choice but to solve the trouble in front of him. Han Xing's arrows attacked too fast. Zephyr was hit by 5 or 6 arrows in an instant. The system prompted, you attack Zephyr, the leader of the Wu clan vanguard group, and the effect of the incarnation of disaster took effect, and a negative state was randomly added to him. Several prompts appeared in a row. Zepho was also added with many negative effects, such as poisoning, bleeding, blindness, slowdown, etc. Zepho looked at his body in surprise, with blue and purple patches on it. Only a few seconds later, he had been added with more than a dozen negative states, and his attributes were greatly reduced. He realized that he could not let this human hunter continue to attack him. Otherwise, before he could break out, he would be madly weakened by these negative states. Zephyr took a deep breath and burst out a powerful attack again, splitting Shen Yun away. Then he rushed directly towards Han Xing. Looking at Zephyr's figure rushing towards him, Han Xing could not see any fear in his eyes. Instead, he glanced at the nearby towns and the palace in the distance. His eyes were a little puzzled. Now, the might of their battle was about to turn these streets upside down. If it continued, it was estimated that half of the main city would be affected by the battle of everyone. Such a big commotion. Those which clan strongmen can still keep their composure? Han Xing always felt that there was a pair of eyes staring at this place from behind. However, at this moment, Zepho had already rushed over. He said with a ferocious smile on his face, "Boy, you dare to be distracted while fighting with me. Do you think you are not dying fast enough?" However, Han Xing glanced at him lightly and said, "Is there any need to pay attention to a dying person?" Zepho seemed to have heard a big joke, arrogant. "I hope you can still be arrogant when I split you in half." Great Witch Axe. Zepho used that powerful move again. He believed that no matter how strong the human in front of him was, he could not block his axe. This was indeed the case. The ultimate move of the 4-star Lord. Even if Han Xing was hit at close range, it would be in danger. However, who said that hunters must play close combat with berserkers? Han Xing directly turned on the legendary special effects on the orange metal. Breath of the Wild. After turning on this state, the dodge rate increases by 99%, the movement speed increases by 99%, and the attack power increases by 99%, and the effect lasts for 10 seconds. Then, the instant shadow flash was released. In Zepho's shocked eyes, he suddenly saw a residual shadow appear where Han Xing was standing. His axe completely hit the empty space. Han Xing's instant burst of speed far exceeded Zifo's expectations. He looked at Han Xing in surprise, and said, "Your burst speed just now has actually reached that level. Human race, who are you?" However, Han Xing ignored him. After pulling away, he slowly pulled the bowstring and aimed at Zifo again. "Although, I don't know what you guys from the Witch Clan are doing. I don't know which guys are plotting against us. But you are also a Legion leader. As long as you are killed, those guys watching the show behind the scenes will also jump out, right?" Cheng Jianyong, Shen Yun and others looked serious. They knew. When Han Xing said this, it meant that he was going to get serious. As the bowstring continued to be pulled, Zephyr also had a strong sense of crisis in his heart. "Human, what did you do?" Zephyr asked with a face full of horror. Han Xing did not answer, but took a deep look at the palace in the distance. The next moment, Han Xing directly activated the special effects of various equipment on his body. Wind of Disaster, Shield of Disaster, Amulet of Evil, Tons of Disaster, Wind of Tealing, Roar of Flame, Shadow of the Spirit Snake. A total of 17 special effects, all activated at this moment. Originally, in the God-level special effects, the aura on Han Xing's body was already very complicated during the stage of the incarnation of disaster. And now, suddenly more than a dozen different powers appeared. His momentum became more chaotic and terrifying at this moment, as if it would explode at any time, but it maintained a delicate balance. In just a short moment, Zephyr felt a strong threat from him. This human is weird. He must be interrupted, and can't be allowed to continue to improve. Chapter 226. Zeph realized that he had to interrupt Han Xing as soon as possible. The next moment, he shouted, "Giant axe splits the mountain." Zeph instantly raised the giant axe, and turned into a blue lightning and rushed over. However, in Han Xing's eyes, he was already a dead man. At this time, Han Xing slowly pulled the bowstring. The next moment, Zeph suddenly felt that a restraining force appeared in the space around him. His figure stopped instantly. A bright full moon fixed him in the air. Even with his strength at the level of a 4-star lord, he couldn't break free at all. No, not break free, but he couldn't even move for a moment. Legendary skill, Broken Moon. His domineering control ability was fully revealed at this moment. There was no possibility of breaking free from the existence sealed by the full moon. At this moment, Zeph also had a strong sense of crisis in his heart. The indifference on his face disappeared, and turned into a fear of death. He was about to speak, but found that he couldn't even speak after being covered by the full moon. The next moment, Han Xing suddenly said, "Do it." Cheng Jianyong, Zhang Lianming and others understood instantly. Then, they all prepared their most powerful attacks. Boom, one by one, arrows with terrifying killing power. Big fireballs, sword energy, holy light. Like a storm, all bombarded Zifo. The change came too fast. Even Shen Yun and Cheng Jianyong and others didn't expect it. After opening so many special effects, Han Xing can completely crush Zifo head-on. However, in order to make a quick decision, he even used his trump card. Broken Moon. This is not going to give Zifo any chance to survive. After 5 seconds, the duration of the Broken Moon skill ends. With a crisp cracking sound, this huge full moon shattered at this moment. The system prompt appears. Successfully killed the leader of the Wu Clan Vanguard group, Zifo, a 4-star lord-level creature, and gained experience points, 32.42 million. Until the movement on Han Xing's side ended. The Wu Clan people who were watching from a distance did not react. They stretched their necks, as if they wanted to see how the battle was going. However, there was no Zifo in the original place. The next moment, these Wu Clan people all had strange looks in their eyes. What happened just now? Where did Lord Zifo go? Before this, they all saw that Zifo was unilaterally suppressing those humans. However, one of the humans used some unknown means to summon a moon. In addition, the burst attack of several people disturbed this area, and they did not see what happened inside. At this time, the Wu people were looking for Zifo's figure, and their eyes became more and more puzzled. "I didn't see Lord Zifo. Did he run away?" "It's impossible. Lord Zifo is the leader of the 7th Legion. How could he be beaten away by these human beings?" However, what they didn't know was that Zifo didn't run away. He was injured by Shattered Moon, and his body was blown to pieces. Under Han Xing's full burst, combined with the legendary skill Shattered Moon after the explosion, the terrifying damage coefficient of 1200%, even a 4-star lord would definitely not survive. After waiting for a while, there was still no sign of Zifo. The confused crowd seemed to realize something. Several Wu Clan professionals murmured, "Lord Zifo, could he be dead?" The Wu Clan member, who said this swallowed his saliva. Others were also unbelievable. However, after so long, Zifo did not appear. This guess might be true. The next moment, a chill rose behind them at the same time. A 4-star lord is already the most terrifying existence except for the legendary. No matter which big clan he is in, he is the backbone. However, today, in the royal city, a strong man of this level died, and died in public. This is a major event that is enough to alarm the entire Wu clan. They looked at Han Xing and others with fear. A mature female voice suddenly came from the palace in the distance. How dare you? You are so brazen in my Wu clan, and you are committing crimes in the royal city. Today, even if you are friends of the saint, you will not be spared. When this female voice sounded, everyone suddenly felt like they were being stared at by a poisonous snake. Other Wu clan members also heard this voice, and their faces lit up. Is this voice the 13th priest? Why is she here? The Wu clan members sounded a little surprised and a little surprised. However, Han Xing and others looked depressed, because they have already felt the strength of this breath. Legend, another legend. Han Xing felt a chill in his heart. Finally, is it out? The guy who controls all this behind the scenes. After hearing this, Cheng Jianyong and the others were shocked. Brother Xing, are you saying that this voice is targeting us? Han Xing nodded. Otherwise, who do you think has the authority to control the Wu Soul Tower in the royal city and attack us? Moreover, it can also let other Wu soldiers be cannon fodder, willing to risk death to catch us. Everyone's expression was also stern. They knew that if this breath was targeting them, then it would be a big trouble. After all, this is a legend. If they really attack them, there is almost no chance of escape. Han Xing and others don't know why the owner of this voice is so troublesome. With her strength, it would be almost an instant to kill them. The next moment, a figure dressed in black gauze, with a hot body that can't be covered, jumped into the air. In terms of height, this woman is slightly shorter than Wu Mior, but her body is really a bit exaggerated and uncoordinated. The most obvious thing about her petite body was her magnificent breasts, which were almost ready to burst out. They were even as big as Zhang Lianmeng's. Her hips were perky, and her waist was plump. Her whole body was like a carefully sculpted doll, exuding a breath of desire. The next moment, a pair of eyes as bright as stars instantly locked onto everyone. However, Han Xing and others at this moment did not pay attention to the woman's figure at all, because a strong sense of crisis had already come. The black figure instantly crossed more than 10 kilometers and appeared above Han Xing and others. In the air, the woman locked the 5 people with her chi. At this moment, they once again felt the pressure of death when facing the red dragon. In the air, the woman said coldly, "Have you thought about how to die?" Everyone's heart was instantly shrouded in despair. Han Xing glanced at his skill bar. On it, there was his last killer. Unique skill Sunfall Arrow. This skill is his only skill that can cause damage to legends now, although it has extremely serious side effects. But at this juncture, he can no longer think about it. While the duration of those special effects on his body has not passed, Han Xing decided to fight this woman. At this time, everyone's eyes also showed a bit of cruelty. Even if the legendary strongman came in person, don't think of letting them surrender. In the air, the woman who was always emitting a seductive aura chuckled and said, "You dared to take action in the face of a legend. I have to say, you humans are really bold." The next moment, she stretched out a small palm. However, in the eyes of Han Xing and others, the small hand covered the entire sky. Han Xing took a deep breath, and his right hand was already on the bowstring. A terrifying breath burst out from his body. The legendary strongman was surprised. She actually felt a dangerous breath from this man. Just kidding, she is a legend. How could this human who can't even turn 4 have the means to hurt a legend? The black-veiled woman smiled and said, "Human, you are quite interesting. I am a little reluctant to kill you." Han Xing was ready to use his special skills at all costs, and at this moment, in the palace, a more terrifying legendary aura rose to the sky. At the same time, an angry female voice sounded. "Vienna! How dare you deceive me?" This voice is very familiar. When hearing this voice, Han Xing's hands holding the longbow suddenly stopped in midair, although he didn't know what happened. But the owner of this voice was undoubtedly Wu Mior. Moreover, compared to an hour or 2 ago, Wu Mior's aura strength has soared again, and she has truly possessed the strength of a legendary level. In the air, the woman who exudes the aura of desire. After hearing Wu Mior's voice, her expression changed. Wu Mior came out so soon? She looked in the direction of the palace, and then looked at Han Xing and others. The next moment, she seemed to have made some kind of decision. The right hand that was originally suspended in the air was pressed down again at this moment. The terrifying blue secret pattern instantly covered Han Xing and others. Han Xing and the others' hair stood up all over their bodies. No, this woman is determined to kill us. Fight her. At this moment, Han Xing and the other 5 felt a deadly sense of crisis. In the distance, Wu Miao also noticed Vienna's movements. Vienna! Are you looking for death? Her voice was full of strong murderous intent and a hint of anxiety. Critical moment. In the palace, a brilliant blue light suddenly burst out. Countless Wu clan secret patterns emerged. The entire Wu clan main city was covered by a blue sea of secret patterns at this moment. When the attack of the woman in the air was about to fall, Han Xing and the others, who were ready for a desperate fight, suddenly saw a familiar figure in front of them. Wu Miao. Her face was a little pale. It seemed that she suffered a backlash because of using some taboo means. Then, at the moment when the secret patterns fell all over the sky, she waved her hand. An equally terrifying aura rose up. The 2 witch clan secret patterns began to cancel each other out and exploded. Boom! The entire royal city shook violently at this moment. However, the attack from this woman was also blocked by Wu Miao. In the air, the black-veiled woman's face changed, and she said in surprise, "Witchcraft witch spirit transfer." Chapter 227. I didn't expect that you would use such a taboo method for these humans. Wu Miao, you really value them. The 13th priest of the Wu clan, Feina, had a hint of surprise and contempt in her eyes. However, when she saw Wu Miao's murderous eyes, the contempt in her eyes disappeared instantly. She knew that Wu Miao was angry, and it was an extremely serious murderous intention. At this time, Wu Miao asked in a cold tone, Feina, is it because I haven't been back for a while that makes you feel that you are good again? You took advantage of my recovery to cast so many forbidden forces near me to block my perception. Just to deal with these friends of mine? The woman named Feina did not deny it. The next moment, Wu Miao burst out with a terrifying momentum. Then, he rushed directly into the sky and pounced on Feina. Feina exclaimed, Wu Miao, are you going to fight me for these humble humans? Wu Miao sneered, start a war? No. I'm going to kill you today. Feina saw the murderous intent in Wu Miao's eyes, and her face was full of disbelief. Wu Miao, you are crazy. Stop it. Shut up. Bitch. Today, it's either you die or I live. Wu Miao's voice shook the world. She did not deliberately cover it up, and billions of Wu people heard it clearly. The entire Wu clan main city was shaking at this moment. On this day, the Wu clan saint and the Wu clan's 13th priest started a legendary battle. The 2 legendary powerhouses instantly burst out the divine power in their bodies. Buzz, a dazzling blue ball of light suddenly emanated from Wu Miao, like a blue sun that was blooming to the extreme. The next moment, Wu Miao directly attacked Feina's secret pattern field with a destructive force. The secret pattern field that Feina built with divine power was torn apart in an instant. The crisis came. Feina exclaimed, Wu Miao, stop! However, Wu Miao ignored her at all, and the next moment, she rushed directly to Feina's side. He punched her in the lower abdomen. Puff! Feina's eyes suddenly widened. There was a sharp pain in the lower abdomen, and then the whole person was carried away, instantly retreating tens of thousands of meters. However, this is not the end. While Feina was flying backwards, Wu Miao caught up again. She looked cold, stretched out a slender jade hand, and suddenly pinched Feina's jade neck. Then, he stretched out his other hand and slapped her hard. Feina was about to resist, but found that the blue secret pattern on her body was completely suppressed by Wu Miao, and she couldn't even release it. Wu! Pa! With a crisp sound of flesh. Feina was slapped hard by Wu Miao, and the veil on her face fell off. Then, a childish face that was completely inconsistent with her mature voice was revealed. This face was pure and lustful. For some people with special fetishes, it can instantly arouse the strongest desire in their hearts. However, Han Xing and others also saw the redness and swelling on the other side of Feina's face. In front of billions of Wu people, Feina was slapped by Wu Miao. The majesty of the legendary strongman was swept away at this moment. Feina covered her swollen cheeks and said angrily, Wu Miao, you dare to hit me. However, it seemed that because of her, Feina looked very aggrieved even in her angry state. Shut up. Wu Miao shouted directly, and was ready to slap her again. Feina also went crazy. She cried, Ah! Damn Wu Miao! I'm going to kill you! Feina's secret pattern field, which had been suppressed in her body, broke out again at this moment. From a small sphere, it instantly expanded to the size of an asteroid, competing with Wu Miao's secret pattern field. 2 dazzling blue suns covered everyone's sight. The legendary battle broke out again, and it was two legends who had fought with real fire. They both wanted to kill each other. Han Xing and others once again saw the other side of Wumier. The extremely crazy side. Legendary level strongmen already have another level of power. God's power. The two blue suns kept colliding and changing their positions. The entire Wu Clan continent was affected by the energy fluctuations emitted by the two women, and was constantly shaking. Billions of Wu Clan members trembled in fear under this terrifying might. As the two women moved on the battlefield, the various secret patterns left on the spot did not dissipate for a long time, and exuded a destructive aura, constantly colliding. The entire sky was full of these overflowing blue secret patterns. Even the sun was blocked. These remaining secret patterns also had terrible lethality. Han Xing and others stared blankly at the sky that had completely turned into a blue sea, and then swallowed their saliva. Should we say that they are really worthy of being legendary masters? The might of this battle is really too terrifying. The aftermath they caused, and the remaining Wu Clan secret patterns were enough to kill countless third and fourth turn strongmen. The same was true for Han Xing. The battle between the two legends intensified. If it weren't for their deliberate control, I'm afraid the entire Wu Clan continent would have collapsed at this moment, in the sky. Wumier is worthy of being the contemporary saint of the Wu Clan. Although she had just recovered to the legendary strength, she also used taboo methods to rescue Han Xing and others. But even so, she still suppressed another Wu Clan legend, Fianna. Fianna was beaten by Wumier and vomited blood continuously. The battlefield of the two came from the main island of the Wu Clan to the sky. It is estimated that Fianna did not expect that a legendary battle would break out today. Moreover, Wumier was in such a crazy state. Compared with Wumier's full armor, the thin clothes on Fianna were destroyed piece by piece by the destructive energy under the fierce battle of the witch energy. For a moment, a large area of spring light was exposed. Some people with good eyesight could even see Fianna's plump waist and flat belly. Looking up, there was a pair of exaggerated scales. Under the fierce collision again and again, they kept shaking. Fianna's face turned pale, and gradually became weak. She was no longer Wumier's opponent. Wumier, stop! I am a priest of the witch tribe. Do you really want to kill me? The Lord and the High Priest will not let you go. Wumier did not stop, but sneered. You want to scare me with the Lord and the High Priest? Fianna, do you think it's possible? Fianna's face was pale. She understood what Wumier meant. Because this woman is known as the only woman whose fighting talent is comparable to that of the first-generation saint in 10,000 years. Now the whole tribe has high hopes for her. Even if Wumier really kills her, she will only receive a slight punishment at most. Not to mention, for a dead legend like her, go and find trouble with Wumier again. For a moment, Fianna became more and more desperate. Wumier taunted at this time. Fianna, do you really want to be the saint of the Wu tribe? Since the last election failed, you, a woman, have been deliberately trying to take away my position as the saint. I didn't care about you before, but now, you actually set your sights on my friend. Unforgivable. Fianna explained again and again. It's not like that. Wumier, listen to my explanation. However, the murderous intent in Wumier's heart has been aroused. She didn't want to listen to Fianna's sophistry at all. Wumier originally hated this kind of power struggle. However, the selection mechanism of the Wu Clan saint is to select the most popular and talented ones from the outstanding women in the clan and conduct a long selection activity. The competition for the saint of the Wu Clan in all generations has been very fierce. After all, this is a way to the demigod that the Wu Clan currently knows. Once the number of saints is determined, other competitors will have no chance. Unless the contemporary saint commits a serious fault, she will be dismissed and reselected. Therefore, after Fianna lost the election, she has been trying to make Wumier make mistakes and try to catch her handle. In the past, Wumier basically ignored it. But today, Fianna not only targeted Wumier, but also Han Xing and others. This completely angered Wumier. It was the first time that Fianna felt such terrible anger from Wumier. She was beaten back step by step, and the secret pattern field that erupted from her body was constantly suppressed. Fianna roared unwillingly. Why? We are both legends, but the gap between us is so big? However, Wumier in the air said coldly, I will tell you when I kill you. Fianna heard this and a panicked look appeared on her face. No, Wumier, you can't kill me. I am a legendary warrior of the Wu Clan. Without me, there will be one less top-level force. The Wu Clan is not the opponent of the Shadow Legion. The situation will be even more difficult to support. However, Wumier sneered. Fianna, do you think I care about your legendary power? Today, I will kill you. At this moment, Fianna finally understood Wumier's determination. This woman is determined to kill herself today. Puff. Fianna was beaten by the furious Wumio and vomited blood. If this continues, she might really be in danger of falling. Fianna's face was full of grievance and confusion. I am a legend. Why, in Wumio's eyes, I am not as good as a few outsiders? Wumio did not listen to her explanation, and a cold voice appeared. The Great Witch's art. The next moment, Fianna felt the darkness around her like a tide. She seemed to be sucked into a dark abyss, and all the light disappeared. For the first time, a look of fear appeared on Fianna's face. It was the fear of death. Fianna said confidently, Wumio, what are you doing? You actually used another forbidden technique of the Witch clan. Do you know that every time we use forbidden techniques, it is a huge burden for us? You will die like this. However, Wumio said disdainfully, do you think I am as useless as you? Just 2 forbidden techniques. Wumio's tone revealed pride and disdain. Then, she said coldly, Witchcraft Forbidden Abyss. No! Fianna shouted in despair. She tried her best and used all means. However, it was of no avail. The terrifying darkness completely enveloped her secret pattern field, including Fianna herself, and was also swallowed by this darkness. She knew clearly how terrible this forbidden technique was. Once swallowed by the darkness, she would appear in a completely unknown space. There was no energy, no air, and no light. It was a completely empty world. Even if it was a legend, there was no possibility of survival after entering. The fear of death permeated the bone marrow. Fianna regretted it deeply. However, at this critical moment, in the distance, a legendary aura appeared again. Its strength was comparable to Wumio in a rage, and even slightly stronger. And it rushed to the battlefield of Wumio and others at a very fast speed. Meow, stop! The voice came before the person arrived. However, Wumio used a forbidden technique at this time, and even she could not interrupt it. In the distance, the figure seemed to have seen the current situation and frowned. The next moment, a burst of light burst out from his body, and in the light, Den's Wu clan's secret patterns also appeared. However, it was different from Wumio and Fianna. The color of his energy was red. Then, this ball of red energy enveloped the 2 women. With a dazzling light, the billions of Wu people who were watching the battle in the sky closed their eyes at the same time. When the light dissipated, the dark vortex that enveloped Fianna also disappeared. At the same time, Han Xing and others also saw this figure clearly. This is a man, a male Wu. He has long hair draped over his shoulders, 3-dimensional facial features, and a very handsome appearance. He looks like a little boy of 15 or 16 years old. However, when Fianna saw him, she said in surprise, High Priest. Yes, this person is the Wu clan High Priest, Xiao. Xiao burst out with a strong breath and separated the 2 women. He frowned and said, Explain it, Wumio or Fianna, what are you doing? After hearing this, Fianna's eyes changed. The next moment, a wronged expression appeared on her young face, which looked very pitiful. Fianna said aggrievedly, High Priest. Fianna didn't know what happened. Wumio suddenly attacked me. It's like she's gone crazy. Wumio looked at her and sneered, Bitch! Do you think I won't dare to kill you just because the High Priest is here? Fianna's body trembled. She heard that Wumio was serious. Just now in Wumio's hands, she had experienced what it felt like to be almost dead. Wumio really has the means and strength to kill legends. Fianna quickly shut her mouth. She was really scared by Wumio. In fact, Fianna didn't need to say more. The High Priest of the Wu clan in the air also roughly deduced what happened below through induction. After a moment, he sighed and said, Meow, I know Fianna's character. This matter is her fault, and it has also caused damage to the 7th main city under your jurisdiction. However, killing one's own clan is the most strictly prohibited thing in our Wu clan, and I also hope you will stop at the right time. Wu Miao snorted lightly, and seemed unconvinced. In the air, Zhao's tone changed and continued, however, this matter was caused by Fianna. When the Wu clan was facing a crisis, Fianna ignored the overall situation and attacked the saint of our clan. Chapter 228. After hearing this, the grievance on Fianna's face disappeared, and turned into a look of fear. She heard the seriousness in the High Priest's tone. She realized that this time, the trouble she had caused seemed to be really big. The High Priest of the Wu clan, Xiao, said again, according to the Wu clan's laws, such acts of persecuting fellow tribesmen and ignoring the laws of the kingdom should be punished on the spot. His tone revealed coldness. Fianna's eyes were filled with fear, and she kept shaking her head. The High Priest continued, however, considering that Fianna was a first-time offender and her legendary strength, she will be punished. The High Priest seemed to be a little hesitant when he said this. After a moment, The other party slowly said, she will be punished to guard the border of the Wu clan and resist the invasion of the Shadow Legion. If she does not kill 10 legendary masters, she will never be able to return to the Wu clan. Otherwise, we, the 17 priests, will jointly deprive her of the divine power bestowed by the god of the Wu clan. Meower, what do you think of this sentence? Vienna's face turned pale in an instant. This punishment is already quite serious. In terms of personal combat power, Vienna is not strong among the legends. It is just the level of breakthrough. However, the high priest asked her to kill 10 legends of the Shadow Legion. This task is as difficult as ascending to heaven, and if you are not careful, you will lose your life. But Vienna dared not disobey. Because once, she was deprived of the divine power bestowed by the god of the Wu clan. This is equivalent to letting her fall from the legendary level to the ordinary 5th level. It is more painful than killing her. Wu Mior also knew that the high priest's verdict did not favor Vienna. She thought for a moment and said, okay. Seeing Wu Mior agree, the high priest of the Wu tribe also nodded. You have just returned, and there must be a lot of things to deal with in the city. My first main city is closest to the edge of the Wu tribe's territory. I have to be on guard against the invasion of the Shadow Legion at all times, and I can't get away. This matter ends here. Vienna asked me to take it back to the first main city to deal with it, and I will announce the result of this verdict to the whole tribe in the next few days. What do you think? Wu Mior nodded, indicating that she had no objection. The high priest didn't say much. These priests of the Wu tribe all have their own tasks. This time, he also received an emergency communication and learned that Wu Mior and Vienna were fighting. Then he spared no expense to cross the vast Wu tribe territory in a very short time and rushed here. At this time, the high priest dragged Vienna directly and disappeared into the horizon. 3 auras as strong as the sun dissipated. Billions of Wu people were relieved at this moment. A legendary battle ended here. At this time, Wu Mior's figure flashed and instantly returned to the royal city. The next moment, countless Wu soldiers knelt down. They shouted in unison, "Please forgive the saint." The Wu civilians, who were watching, were at a loss. However, Wu Mior smiled coldly after hearing this. She knew in her heart why so many Wu soldiers would take the initiative to ask for forgiveness. Vienna made such a big fuss in the city, and you pretended not to see it. What's wrong? I left for a while, and you forgot who the owner of this royal city is. Wu Mior's tone was cold, revealing a sense of solemnity. Below, all the Wu clan soldiers knelt on the ground, not daring to breathe. At this time, several golden armored warriors seemed unable to bear this oppressive atmosphere. They raised their heads and said with difficulty, Reply to the saint lady. We didn't pretend not to see it, but the 13th priest used legendary power to force. However, Wu Mior didn't want to listen to their explanation. She interrupted directly. Don't tell me that you had no choice. You should know that as long as I come out, the so-called threat of Vienna will have no effect at all. In the final analysis, you still accepted Vienna's benefits, right? After hearing this, the faces of these golden armored warriors changed wildly in an instant, and their bodies shook like seas. Wu Mior actually knows everything. Seeing them like this, Wu Mior sneered. Anyone who participated in the Vienna plan should come forward and explain clearly now. If I find out later, you will have to consider the consequences. Wu Mior's tone revealed murderous intent and decisiveness. After all, she is the queen who controls a main city, and the lives and deaths of billions of people. Wu Mior still has the courage she should have. Below, countless Wu soldiers looked pale. They knew that Wu Mior was serious. Next, a large number of people will definitely be caught and liquidated. Although Malik and Zephyr are dead. But everyone knows that the impact of this incident will continue. This Wu clan city with billions of people, comparable to the royal city of a country, will be in chaos for a while. Ignoring the kneeling Wu soldiers, Wu Mior's figure flashed again, and came to Han Xing's side. Wu Mior said apologetically, I'm sorry for involving you and making you laugh. Her face no longer had the arrogance she had when facing the Wu soldiers. Instead, she showed some guilt and helplessness. Then, she bowed deeply to everyone. Listening to Wu Mior's sincere apology, Han Xing and others spread their hands indifferently. Although, they were indeed forced to get involved this time, and suffered an unprovoked disaster. That Vienna wanted to deal with Wu Mior, but she had no excuse. So she set her sights on Han Xing and his group. She planned it well. She wanted Malik to find trouble with Han Xing and others, and force them to take action in the main city. Then wait for the key evidence to be obtained, and then arrest Han Xing and others, and the evidence is conclusive. Then report the matter to the Wu Clan Council, thus staining Wu Mior's career as a saint. However, She never expected that this group of humans who were only at the 3rd level of aura would be so strong and so decisive. Malik was killed on the spot. Then even Zepho, who was a 4-star lord, failed to take down these people. Forced by the pressure, Fiona had to take action. However, she didn't expect that the energy fluctuations when she took action would be sensed by Wumir, who was in a state of recovery, and rushed out in advance. Fiona's plan failed. At this time, Wumir said sincerely, "This time, because of me, you were involved in a storm for no reason. This is my fault, and thank you for forgiving us. To make up for my mistake, I will give you an extra 1,000 Philosopher's Stones as compensation. Just consider it as a small token of my appreciation, okay?" Wumir's eyes were filled with hope and pleading. Han Xing's eyes lit up immediately after hearing this. 1,000 Philosopher's Stones. This compensation is not low. In fact, it is very generous. In the last Blood Tide battle, such a big event, the first place in the ranking list was only given 100 Philosopher's Stones. You can imagine how precious this material is. Wumir also said that Philosopher's Stones must be killed by beings with divine power in order to have a chance of exploding. I'm afraid that the entire Wu clan does not have much inventory of this precious material. Last time when he was entrusted with an escort mission, Wumir promised to give him 1,000 Philosopher's Stones. This time, the price was doubled, which can be said to be full of sincerity. Han Xing naturally knew that Wumir really wanted to repair their relationship. So he nodded and said, "Okay." Wumir also smiled sincerely and said softly, "Thank you. Without further delay, I will take you to collect the reward this time, shall I?" Han Xing and others' eyes lit up, and then nodded repeatedly. "Of course." Wumir smiled softly, and waved her hand again. Then, the 5 people were wrapped in a stream of air and flew into the air. On the way to the palace, Han Xing learned from the Wu clan's high priest just now. This entire main city belongs to Wumir. There are more than a dozen Wu clan priests, each of whom is in charge of a main city of this size. Han Xing roughly guessed in his mind. According to this calculation, there are probably no less than 20 legendary strongmen in the Wu clan. It sounds like a lot. But you have to know that this is a large clan with a population of hundreds of millions, thousands of years, or even tens of thousands of years of accumulation. The movement speed of the legendary strong is extremely fast. In less than 10 seconds, everyone came to the palace in the center of the main city. As Wumir's residence, it is also the facade of a city, and the decoration style inside is also extremely gorgeous. Passing through the long corridor, Wumir led everyone to a hall. This seems to be a private reception room. Except for them, there was no sign of other people's activities inside. At this time, Wumir turned her head and said softly, "Everyone, please wait a moment. I will go to the warehouse and get the reward for you this time." Han Xing and others also nodded, and then waited silently in the reception room. A few minutes later, Wumir changed into a pure white dress and came in front of everyone. In the previous battle, Wumir's equipment was also affected by the legendary power, causing some wear and tear. Now, this set of daily-style clothing, combined with her long hair that drags on the ground, has a fairy-like beauty. She is even more beautiful than Su Xiaong. For a moment, Han Xing, Shen Yun and others were all stunned. Zhang Lianming exclaimed softly, "So beautiful." At this time, seeing the reactions of the crowd, Wumir also smiled lightly. At her signal, several Wu clan guards appeared from behind. They were in groups of 2, each carrying a large golden box, and placed it in front of everyone. Then, they quietly retreated. Now, there were only 6 of them left in the entire reception hall. Wumir said, "The things are all here, you can check them out." After hearing this, Chung Jianyong was not polite. He went straight forward and opened these large golden boxes one by one. In front of everyone, a pile of stones and strange metals emitting various lights suddenly appeared. Han Xing cast his eyes. First, in the first box, half of it was filled with dark red stones that looked like they were stained with blood. Chapter 229. These stones are the Philosopher's Stones. There are 2,000 of them. Han Xing's breathing stagnated. He knew clearly the value of this box. At the current stage, even if all the Philosopher's Stones in the hands of all mankind were added together, it is estimated that there are not as many as in this box. As a saint of a large family, Wumir is indeed amazing. After seeing the Philosopher's Stone, Han Xing looked at the big box next to him with excitement. There was also half a box of objects that emitted a faint light, and looked like both stones and crystals. The properties of this material also appeared in front of Han Xing's Shadow God Stone, a stone containing the power of the God of Shadow, an extremely precious material. Item notes. In extremely ancient times, there was a god who controlled shadows. One day, he picked up a strange stone in the void, and since then, the life of the god of shadow has changed. It found that the stone seemed to contain life and wisdom, and also had its own strong desire to attack. This stone has a special ability, that is, it can assimilate all objects radiated by its power into crystals. Even the god of shadows cannot resist the assimilation of this power. His body began to mutate, and no matter how many means he used, he could not recover. The god of shadows realized that this crystal was an evil object, and even an existence of its level could not resist it. Even if he burst out all his divine power, it could only have a delaying effect, and could not eradicate it. Its divine body was corroded day by day, and its divine consciousness became weaker and weaker. The shadow god asked for help from other gods, but it didn't work. This made the shadow god feel desperate, and even more frightened. It knew that once it was completely assimilated by this crystal, its body would be out of its control. And a god out of control would bring terrible disasters to the whole world. Under no choice, the shadow god made a decision to seal his divine power and exile himself to a forbidden place. However, despite this, the shadow god could still feel that this stone was constantly corroding his body, and his divine power was constantly leaking out. And the divine power that it exuded condensed into pieces of crystals. These crystals are the shadow god stone. After reading the introduction of the shadow god stone, Han Xing's eyes also showed a thoughtful look. Although he knew that the shadow god stone had an extraordinary origin, he didn't expect that it was actually related to a god. The shadow god. As an extremely ancient god, it seems that its divine body has been polluted by some strange things, and it is about to degenerate into an evil and twisted existence. In order to prevent itself from losing control and causing great disaster to the Holy Spirit realm, the god of shadow is willing to seal itself and exile itself to a forbidden place. And its overflowing divine power condensed into crystals, which turned into this kind of stone. Wumior said before that the shadow god stone can only fall from these monsters. What is the inevitable connection between this and the enemy of the Wu clan, the Shadow Legion? Han Xing fell into thought. At this time, Wumior's voice sounded. Han Xing, what's wrong with you? On the way, both parties had introduced themselves, so Wumio knew their names. After hearing this, Han Xing also put his mind back and shook his head and said, "It's okay." He didn't know whether Wumio knew the source of the Shadow God Stone. But the Wu clan had been dealing with the Shadow Legion for so many years, and they must have a deeper understanding of each other than Han Xing. Then, Han Xing looked at the last golden treasure chest. There was a full box of strange metal that was blue-black and seemed to have liquid flowing. Rhythmic black iron. As one of the main materials for making artifacts and holy objects, if you gather a certain amount, you can also find the dwarves to exchange for ancient weapon drawings. Very precious. On this pile of rhythmic black iron, there was also a golden drawing and a white drawing quietly presented. The golden drawing should be the ancient weapon drawing, the magic elephant chariot, and Wumio's mission commission. As for the white blueprint, it was the device for extracting shining Terra stone that Wumio had mentioned on the way. Faced with so many precious materials, even though Han Xing had seen the world, he couldn't help but breathe quickly at this moment. At this time, Wumio said, "Okay, everything is here. For your convenience, I will give you another thing." Wumio took a ring from her hand. Then she said solemnly, "This ring is a rare space storage item. It looks no different from an ordinary ring, but it contains a very stable space force that can store a lot of things. There are very few space rings like this circulating in the entire Holy Spirit realm. Even among the legendary strongmen, not everyone has a space storage item." At this time, Wumio again urged, "If possible, please try not to expose the existence of this ring. Otherwise, it may cause you a lot of trouble." Hearing Wumio's description, Han Xing couldn't help but look a little strange. Isn't this thing the space ring in those novels? Besides, I also have space storage items. At this time, Han Xing suddenly asked, "Can you show me the ring first?" Wumio nodded, and then handed the ring to Han Xing. After Han Xing took it, the corresponding attributes appeared in front of him. Space ring, blue, quality, rare, space, 100, special effects, none. After reading the attributes of this ring, Han Xing's expression became even weirder. This thing is obviously the same type of equipment as his space backpack. However, the space backpack is a special equipment and will not occupy the equipment slot of the ring. Moreover, the properties of this ring are not top grade, with only 100 grids of space, but it is regarded as a treasure by a strong man of Wumio's level. Looking at Han Xing's strange expression, Wu Mior couldn't help asking, "What's wrong? Is there anything wrong with this ring?" "No, there is nothing wrong with the ring." Han Xing shook his head and said, "Can I ask where did you get a ring like this?" Wu Mior thought for a moment and replied, "This was left by the saint of the previous generation of the Wu clan." However, Han Xing shook his head and said, "I'm not asking this. I want to ask, is the origin of this ring related to our human race?" Wu Mior's shoulders trembled, and she looked at Han Xing deeply. Then, she nodded again and said, "You guessed right. This ring was brought out by the last generation of humans, who walked out of the land abandoned by the gods. These humans seem to have unique technology that can make this kind of space storage props." Everyone was shocked. Han Xing thought to himself that it was true. Han Xing continued to ask, "Then do you know how many years have passed since the last generation of humans walked out of the land abandoned by the gods?" After hearing this, Wu Mior glanced at her eyebrows, as if she was also thinking about something. After a moment, she replied softly, "I don't know the specific time. Because since I was born, you are also the first group of humans I brought out of the land abandoned by the gods. But according to the records of the Wu clan, the last batch of humans who came out was about 1,300 years ago. 1,300 years. Hearing this number, the confusion in everyone's eyes became even stronger. At this, Han Xing nodded, "I understand." Wu Mior, Cheng Jianyong and others were all stunned. They didn't know what Han Xing understood. Han Xing didn't explain, and returned the ring in his hand to Wu Mior. "You can take this ring yourself. As a human, I naturally have this kind of prop in my hand." Wu Mior was also shocked. Although she knew that the space ring was made by the previous generation of human race. But according to the records, this kind of space ring is extremely difficult to make. Even the group of human races who walked out of the abandoned land of the gods did not have a few in their hands. So, the number of space rings circulating in the Holy Spirit realm is also extremely rare. Coupled with the consumption over the years, and the death of some powerful people, space rings have become more and more rare. Like the space ring in her hand, it may even attract the covetousness of legendary powerful people. So, she never considered that Han Xing also had such a thing in his hand. Han Xing's eyes showed a thoughtful look again. A blue-grade space ring can attract the covetousness of legendary powerful people. This shows that its value is at least equal to the value of an orange epic equipment. Then if I take out a purple backpack, wouldn't it be comparable to a divine weapon? Han Xing's pupil shrank. Obviously, this is possible. Judging from Wu Mior's reaction, this kind of space prop must be extremely precious to them. It is even regarded as the inheritance of the Wu clan. If Han Xing proposed at this time to take a blue top-grade backpack in exchange for a few, or even hundreds of Philosopher's Stones or Shadow God Stones, Wu Mior would definitely agree immediately. If it can be traded in bulk, Han Xing can even make a huge profit from it. Since the end of the Blood Tide, Han Xing has stopped making blood curse resistance. In the background interface, the Destroyer rune, gold, and the blue-purple grade backpack are now hanging 24 hours a day. So, the number of backpacks he has now is very sufficient, reaching more than 10,000. If Wu Mior can eat them all, Han Xing doesn't know how many precious resources he can exchange. By then, even artifact-level equipment can be produced in batches. This is much more profitable than trading with human survivors. Even if the Wu clan can't eat so many backpacks, Han Xing can still trade with other major clans in this world. Moreover, Han Xing estimates that the human race that walked out of the abandoned land of the gods in the previous generation also did this. It can be imagined that they must have made a lot of money through the trading of these space rings. This is a rare opportunity. Before other humans leave the abandoned land of the gods, Han Xing can be said to have a unique advantage again, but after thinking for a moment, Han Xing still forced himself to suppress the excitement in his heart. Chapter 230. Then, he slowly took out a blue animal skin backpack from his backpack and threw it to Wu Mior. When Wu Mior took the backpack, her eyes were still a little confused. But when she sensed the rich spatial power contained in it, the doubt in her eyes disappeared and turned directly into shock. Wu Mior stared blankly at the backpack in her hand, then looked at Han Xing and said, This backpack is actually also a spatial storage item. The spatial power contained in it is even twice that of the ring in my hand. In it, I also felt a little bit of amplification power. Wu Mior's tone was very shocking. As the saint of the Wu clan, she is also a legendary strongman. She clearly knows how precious this backpack is. Even if it is a legendary level in the clan, not everyone can own a spatial storage item. At this time, she said hesitantly, Do you humans have a lot of this kind of space storage props? Han Xing shook his head and said, No, even for us, It's not easy to get a backpack. Shen Yuan, Cheng Jianyong and others heard this and looked at Han Xing calmly. However, no one showed it. Wu Miao didn't doubt him and said quickly, "Then I can't take this backpack, you can keep it. This time, I'm the one who troubled you, and now I have to take such a precious thing from you, I feel bad." Han Xing shook his head and said, "It's okay, I just have one more, I give it to you." Wu Miao saw the determination in Han Xing's eyes, hesitated for a while, and nodded solemnly. She did not refuse, but took the blue backpack in her hand and looked at Han Xing gratefully. Han Xing said at this time, "Although this kind of backpack is relatively rare, I will find a way to bring out a few more when I return to the abandoned land of the gods." Wu Miao was even more surprised after hearing this. She said with rapid breathing, "If you can bring out a new space backpack next time, if possible, can you give it to me first? I will give you a generous reward, and the price will definitely satisfy you." Wu Miao looked at Han Xing with expectation. Han Xing was also very excited. He was just waiting for Wu Miao to say this. In this way, he opened up a trading route with the natives of this world in the future. Then, Han Xing can make a huge profit from it. However, Han Xing did not show it, but nodded and said, "Okay, if I get this kind of backpack again later, I will contact you as soon as possible." After hearing this, Wu Miao looked at Han Xing gratefully and said, "Thank you, Han Xing." Han Xing nodded casually. Then, in front of Wu Miao, he directly put all the materials in the 3 large boxes into the backpack. The system prompt appeared. Completed the commission task, Wu Miao's request. Obtained the task reward, Ancient Weapons, Magic Elephant Chariot Blueprint *1, Philosopher's Stone *1000, Shadow God Stone *1000, Rhythm Black Iron *10,000. When this pile of precious materials was credited, Han Xing also had a satisfied smile on his face. All the unpleasant experiences in the WuClan King City before disappeared instantly at this moment. Nothing is more satisfying than a tangible harvest. This trip to the WuClan, they can be said to have gained a lot. At this time, another system prompt came. Because you have successfully completed the task, you will receive additional rewards. Philosopher's Stone *1000, Shining Terra Stone Refining Device Blueprint *1, WuClan Friendship plus 1000, Wu Miao Favorability plus 20. The Racial Friendship Interface has been unlocked. The Character Favorability Interface has been unlocked. Han Xing was also a little surprised. Oh? The Favorability Interface is unlocked? He looked at the system panel. He found that there were 2 more options on it. One is Racial Friendship, and the other is Character Favorability. There is currently only one option on these 2 interfaces. WuClan Friendship, 732, Friendly, Wu Miao Favorability, 80, Trust. Before, Han Xing killed a lot of WuClan soldiers in the battle in the main city, which also reduced his WuClan friendship to negative numbers. But now, after this wave of bonus, it was directly pulled back to the friendly level. What Han Xing didn't expect was that in addition to the friendliness, Wu Miao's favorability was also unlocked. Moreover, the favorability was not low. 80 points, which was already trustworthy. At this time, Wu Miao asked with a smile, "The commission task has been completed. Next, what do you plan to do?" Everyone looked at each other and shook their heads. After hearing this, Wu Miao seemed to have a bit of joy in her eyes. She asked with a tentative tone, then, "Han Xing, do you want to join our WuClan? I can give you the position of the leader of the Vanguard group, and you will be in charge of millions of WuClan soldiers. I can also give your other companions the position of Vanguard captain." Everyone's eyes lit up. Han Xing asked, "Is the Vanguard captain the same position as that Zifo?" Wu Miao nodded slightly. "Yes, once you become the Vanguard captain, you will be the one with the highest status in the entire WuClan. You will have the right to enter and exit any main city of the WuClan at will, and at the same time, you can enjoy a 30% discount when buying things in any main city. In addition, there are 1 million elite soldiers of the WuClan for you to deploy." The more Wu Miao spoke, the more everyone felt a little short of breath. It must be said that the conditions she offered were really tempting. Now, as long as they agree, it is equivalent to gaining a firm foothold in the WuClan, and have the right to command millions of soldiers. However, Han Xing thought for a moment and asked, "You mean, after we leave this time, if we don't hold a position in your WuClan, we can't enter and leave the WuClan's main city at will?" He is more concerned about this issue. Because next, they will definitely develop in the WuClan's territory for a period of time. If they can't enter and leave these main cities at will, it will have a certain impact on Han Xing's future development plan. Wu Miao nodded. "According to the rules of our clan, this is right." After serving as the leader of the Vanguard group, you are equivalent to an important member of our Wu clan. While enjoying privileges, you must also bear corresponding responsibilities. Although I can give you the greatest freedom here, I don't need you to manage the trivial matters of the clan at ordinary times. However, if you encounter special circumstances, such as the invasion of the Shadow Legion, you still need to be loyal to your duties. After hearing this, everyone fell into thought. Han Xing lowered his head and thought for a moment, then shook his head and said, "Forget it, we still like to develop on our own and don't want to be constrained. In the future, I have to go back to the land abandoned by the gods, and I can't stay in the same place forever." "I'm sorry, Wumior," Wumior said with a somewhat disappointed tone after hearing this. "Is that so? Well, I respect your choice too." Everyone was a little regretful. However, they also felt that Han Xing's choice was correct. At this moment, a system prompt appeared. "Witch Saint, Wumior, the permissions have been opened for you and your team. Next, you will not be attacked by the Wu defense towers when you go to any Wu island, and you can travel freely in the main city." Including Shen Yuan and Cheng Jianyong, everyone heard this prompt. Everyone was a little surprised and looked at Wumior at the same time. Han Xing asked, "Well, didn't you say that if we don't join your Wu clan, we can't enter and leave the main city at will?" Wumior chuckled and said, "That's the rule. But you are my friends, Wumior, and people I can trust. Even if you don't join my Wu clan, you can enter every sky island in the Wu clan territory at will. As the saint of the Wu clan, I still have this right." Wumior had a confident smile on her face. After hearing this, everyone laughed sincerely. Han Xing said solemnly, "Thank you." Wumior shook her head, "You're welcome." After saying that, Wumior casually threw a green stone to the 5 people. The 5 people looked at the stones in their hands, and the relevant attributes appeared in front of them. Wumior's token. You can contact Wumior through this token. The smiles in everyone's eyes turned into shock. This thing is actually a communication prop, and you can also directly contact Wumior, the legendary strongman. Looking at the surprised expressions of everyone, Wumior said softly, "Next, I have to deal with the affairs of the tribe, and I may not be able to take care of you. If you encounter any problems or dangers in the territory of the Wu tribe, you can contact me through this thing, and I will arrive as soon as possible." Everyone was shocked beyond words by Wumior's words. Looking at the people who were dazed in place, Wumior also smiled. Then, she continued, "Next, I have to deal with some things, so I won't entertain you for now. You can move around as you like, even if you leave this main city. If you have time in the future, you are always welcome to visit my Wu clan main city." After saying that, Wumior left the reception hall. After Wumior left, everyone looked at each other. At this time, Cheng Jianyong couldn't help but sigh. This Wumior is quite nice. She gave us permissions, gave us tokens, and promised that we could find her if we had any problems. It's really a nanny-level service. Shen Yun also sighed on the side. Indeed, this escort mission is really worth it. Everyone nodded. Cheng Jianyong asked at this time, "Do you think that in this way, we will have a legendary strongman as a backer?" Everyone also thought of this. It must be said that Wumior's promise is too heavy. Legends in the outside world are already top forces. And with a legend as a backer, not to mention the Holy Spirit realm, at least in the entire Wu clan territory, they can walk sideways. At this time, Han Xing smiled and said, "Don't think too much, Wumior is good to us. But we shouldn't think that we can rely on her for everything. Didn't you hear her say that the entire Wu clan territory is now under threat from the Shadow Legion? If a war breaks out, I'm afraid even she herself can't take care of herself. So, the most important thing for us now is to improve our own strength." After hearing this, everyone also agreed with Han Xing's point of view. At this time, Shen Yun seemed to have thought of something, and he whispered, "Brother Xing, these backpacks of ours seem to be extremely precious things in Wumior's eyes. It seems that in the outside world, space storage props should be very rare. Can we use this kind of backpack to trade with the natives of the Holy Spirit realm and exchange for a large amount of precious resources?" Han Xing glanced at him and shook his head. "Yes, but it's not the time yet." "Not the time?" Shen Yun was puzzled. Han Xing nodded. "You also know that these backpacks are extremely precious things in Wumior's eyes. Wumior is okay, we can still trust her, and she also agreed to trade with us for some precious materials. But if other legendary masters get the news, a few weaklings who are less than the 4th level have a lot of these precious space props in their hands. How many legendary masters do you think will come to kill us and take the treasure?" After Han Xing's reminder, Shen Yun seemed to have thought of this. The joy in his eyes disappeared, and turned into horror in an instant. Yes, they have heard too many truths and stories about innocent people being guilty of possessing treasures. Before having enough power, having these things and exposing them is equivalent to seeking death. There are more than a dozen legendary masters in a witch clan. If it is changed to other big clans, there must be more. Not to mention, there are even more terrifying semi-god masters above. The methods of these masters are powerful and weird. At that time, once they are targeted, even Wumir can't protect them. Damn it! Chung Jianyong was also terrified at this time. He seemed to remember something and hurriedly said, "So, Brother Xing, you just gave Wumir only one backpack. Is it because of this reason?" Han Xing nodded. "Yes. Before we have enough power, these things must not be exposed." Everyone also nodded in agreement. At the same time, they admired Han Xing's meticulous mind. The reason why Han Xing dared to expose it to Wumir. On the one hand, it was to test her reaction, and on the other hand, it was also because he saw the 80 points of favorability on the system interface. Otherwise, Han Xing would never take out the space backpack. After calming down for a while, Chung Jianyong continued to ask, "Brother Xing, what are we going to do now? Do you want to continue shopping at the secret medicine shop in the main city of the Wu clan?" Right now, the main city of the Wu clan is holding a secret medicine king selection event. A lot of precious secret medicines have appeared. However, Han Xing and others were interrupted by Malik before they had time to take a look. After thinking for a moment, Han Xing shook his head again and said, "No, let's talk about it later. Now, we have to leave the city as soon as possible and build the territory first." Chapter 231. Han Xing said at this time, "This time, we made too much noise in the main city of the Wu clan. Even with Wumir's deterrence, there are probably many eyes watching us behind the scenes. Our every move will involve the nerves of many people." Everyone heard it, and thought it made sense. Han Xing continued, "So, we should leave the main city of the Wu clan immediately. Then find a safe place, build the territory first, and restore our strength." Chung Jianyong and Shinyan nodded together. Then, that afternoon, Han Xing and others sneaked out of the main city. Then, they summoned their core territory in the wild, took off directly, and left the main island of the Wu clan. 5 figures gradually flew into the air, and turned into several small black dots. At this time, Wumir, sitting on the throne, seemed to sense the departure of everyone. She looked at the direction where everyone left, and sighed with some regret and reluctance. When the night gradually fell. At night, 5 figures appeared in the sky at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Each of them stepped on a small block. This strange feeling made everyone seem to recall the first day of entering the Sky Island paradise. But compared to that time, they were much more calm. At least, they no longer had to worry about some daily necessities. Moreover, everyone's strength had increased by many times compared to 3 months ago. If they really wanted to rebuild the territory, the speed would be much faster than before. At this time, Chung Jianyong suddenly smiled and said, "Do you have the feeling of returning to the novice village after reaching the maximum level?" Han Xing and the others also laughed. 5 small cubes were floating in the air at will. Although, most of the Sky Islands in the Wu clan's territory have been explored by the Wu clan. However, this world is huge. Countless pieces of Sky Islands are scattered in the Holy Spirit realm. Moreover, these Sky Islands are constantly moving. It is very likely that this area has been explored by them today. But the next day, new Sky Islands will float over from a very far distance. Therefore, everyone is not worried at all that there will be no Sky Islands around for them to explore. Sure enough, not long after walking, a Sky Island covered by clouds appeared in front of them. Roughly estimated, it is at least tens of thousands of square meters. After approaching, the system prompt appeared. "There is a group of violent plants stationed here. Do you want to enter?" For this prompt, everyone understood that there might be monsters inside. However, with their strength, the monsters in such a small Sky Island cannot pose any threat at all. Han Xing did not think about it, and directly clicked yes. The next moment, the clouds dissipated, and a green scene appeared inside. Here, it looks like a small sloping hillside. There are soft grasses around, and from time to time you can see a few moonlight flowers growing in it. Halfway up the mountain, there is a crooked tree about 5 or 6 meters high. Under the moonlight, this small hillside has a fairy tale beauty. "Wow, this place has a nice view," Chung Jianyong exclaimed. Everyone nodded. Zhang Lianmeng said beside Su Xiaoyang, "Sister Xiaoyang, look at the tree below. Isn't it suitable to hang 2 ropes and make a swing?" After hearing this, Su Xiaoyang also looked up. Zhang Lianmeng was right. This crooked tree has thick branches, lush leaves, and is very strong. It is indeed very suitable to hang a swing underneath. Imagine that there is a green hillside between the sea of clouds and the sky. Then, sitting on the swing and enjoying the scenery leisurely with the breeze, how pleasant it would be. Shen Yun's focus is different from theirs. He observed the entire hillside and wondered, didn't the system prompt just now say that there are a group of violent plants inside? Where are the monsters? Everyone's eyes were also blank. At this time, Cheng Jianyong patted him on the shoulder and said, who cares where the monster is? At our level, do we still need to consider so much? Just rush over. Shen Yun was stunned and smiled. He considered too much. Then, the five of them jumped onto the Sky Island together. And as everyone landed, the hillside that originally looked ordinary. Several small grass piles suddenly moved. Rustle. Rustle. These small grass piles began to grow rapidly, as if something was about to break out of the ground. The next moment, in front of everyone, several familiar creatures with round bodies, like jade, and looking fresh and juicy appeared. Oh my! What a big radish! Cheng Jianyong exclaimed instantly. Everyone couldn't help but twitch their mouths. Yes, these monsters look exactly like a plant on Blue Star, the white radish. However, they are larger in size, more than 1 meter tall, and fuller in shape. Moreover, these radishes have eyes and noses. Because we don't know what these monsters are called, let's call them radish spirits for now. At this time, the radish spirits, after seeing Han Xing and others, instantly entered the attack state. And their attack methods are also very unique. That is, they spin their bodies madly, and throw out the thorn-like leaves on their heads with inertia. Cause penetrating damage to the enemy. Swish. 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 With the sound, a series of green shadows came with the sound of breaking through the air. Everyone did not dodge or avoid, because they did not feel any danger from these leaves. Puff. 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 The leaves hit everyone, like a breeze brushing past, without causing any damage. At this time, the group of radish spirits seemed to be stunned. The enemy in front of them seemed to be stronger than expected. However, they did not give up. Instead, they continued to spin madly and persevere, determined to kill Han Xing and others. As they spun wildly, leaves on their heads kept falling, until these radish spirits were dizzy. Their lush heads were almost bald. Despite this, they did not cause any harm to Han Xing and others. At this time, looking at the group of radish spirits with red faces, everyone couldn't help laughing. At this time, Han Xing shook his head and said, let's do it. Tonight, we will stew radish soup. Everyone also smiled knowingly. The next moment, Shen Yun took the lead and jumped into the center of the radish spirits. Then, he hit them one by one with a hammer. Puff! Puff! It was like playing whack-a-mole. Smash all these radish spirits back into the soil. System prompts appear. Kill 2-star creatures. Angry radish. Gain experience points 4763. Kill! Shen Yun hit them with a few hammers, and all these radish spirits died. When the system prompts that the monsters on this Sky Island have been cleared and can be merged, Han Xing also directly annexed this Sky Island. System prompts appear. Merged successfully, your Sky Island area has expanded. Looking at the 10,000 square meter island under their feet, everyone is relieved from the bottom of their hearts. 3 months of experience on the Sky Island have made them accustomed to living on the Sky Island. This time, when they walked out of the Dragon Road, everyone only took out a core territory. Because the area is too small, they are still a little uncomfortable. Now it's better. Although the area of this small hill is not large, it can also be used for them to move freely. At this time, Han Xing couldn't help but sigh. Thinking back to the past, it took more than half a month for his territory to expand from 1 square meter to 10,000 square meters. Now, it took less than 5 minutes to achieve the original goal. Next, Han Xing asked Cheng Jianyong and others to put their core territory into their backpacks. Han Xing controlled the small hill and began to move forward at a high speed. Along the way, they almost didn't miss any of the Sky Islands they encountered. System prompts appeared one after another. This is a piece of snow drifting from afar, and a group of snow creatures are entrenched here. Do you want to enter? There is a strange forest inside. Its unique structure and pattern can be used to create a kind of precious furniture. It was once loved by the elf nobles. Do you want to enter? Inside? Han Xing sighed. Everyone nodded. The monsters on the empty islands were cleared, and then merged one after another. After 4 or 5 hours of fighting, Han Xing's territory area has increased dozens of times again. Now, it has directly reached 3 or 4 square kilometers. There are also various terrains on it. Snowfields, mountains, lakes, mangroves. 5 hours. It is comparable to Han Xing's efforts in the past 2 months. Everyone was excited and even wanted to fight all night. However, Han Xing looked up at the sky. Now, it was late at night. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Okay, let's stop here today. Let's find a place to eat something, then rest, and continue fighting tomorrow." After hearing this, everyone calmed down their excitement. Today is just the first day of their expansion of the territory. Some territory buildings, such as residences and some living equipment, have not been built yet. So, everyone can only make do with it. However, simple tools like that can still be made quickly. For example, buckets, benches, wooden tables, bookshelves, etc. Han Xing directly opened the production interface and used 5 pieces of fine iron to make an iron pot. The 10-second progress bar ended with a clang. A large iron pot with a shiny appearance and extremely fine workmanship appeared in front of Han Xing. Its pot body with a diameter of 1.5 meters can even stew a toucan. At this time, Cheng Jianyong also came over and said, "Oh my god, what a big iron pot." Han Xing glanced at him. Then he opened the tool encyclopedia and found the stove production drawings in it. As some stones, rare earth and other materials were consumed. In front of everyone, an earthen stove similar to the one used for burning fire in the countryside appeared. Its size was just enough to put down this big pot. At this time, Han Xing looked at the small hill in the distance and said, "Leonor, you can prepare the ingredients." After hearing this, Zhang Lianming instantly showed a happy smile on her face. She quickly replied, "Okay, Xinggur." After that, Zhang Lianming walked towards the hillside in high spirits. Chapter 232. Zhang Lianming still remembered what Han Xing said a few hours ago, stewing radish soup tonight. So, she came to the hillside, randomly picked a white radish, and pulled it out. Then Zhang Lianming held up the 1-meter-long radish and walked towards them with excitement. Everyone worked together. Han Xing opened his backpack, took out clean drinking water from it, and poured it into the pot. A few dark flints were placed at the bottom of the pot, and the heat was constantly coming. After the water boiled, Zhang Lianming had already prepared all kinds of ingredients. With a hissing sound, the white radish mixed with some animal meat was poured into the pot. Not long after, the big iron pot began to gurgle and emit hot steam. The whole territory was filled with the aroma of meat. This also aroused the greed of everyone. Zhang Lianming was wearing an apron at this time and began to scoop up the broth for everyone. After Cheng Jianyong took it, he began to devour it without caring about the boiling hot soup, and he kept making strange noises in his mouth. Slurp! Slurp! Delicious. It's really delicious. I want to drink 10 more bowls. Looking at him like this, everyone couldn't help laughing. After a full meal, then they each found a place to rest. When it was late at night, Han Xing also found a small forest at the foot of the mountain to use as a resting place. Looking at the surrounding environment, Han Xing thought about it, and directly opened the production interface, first using some wood to build a small wooden house. This simple building has no defensive capabilities, so it doesn't take much time. It took 8 minutes to build a cabin in the woods. Then, Han Xing spent a few more minutes making wooden beds, wooden tables, pumpkin lanterns, carpets and other furniture. After a while, the cabin became very warm. After the quilt was laid, Han Xing clapped his hands with satisfaction. "Very good, now I can sleep comfortably." After that, he lay back on the bed. At this time, Han Xing seemed to remember something. He opened the friend list, found Zhang Lianming's name, and sent a message to ask, "Have you found a place to rest?" Zhang Lianming immediately replied, "Not yet, I'm chatting with Xiaoyang's sister." Han Xing thought for a while and said, "I built a cabin in the woods, you guys come over first. I built another one next to it." Zhang Lianming replied after hearing this, "Okay, I asked Xiaoyang's sister." After a while, Zhang Lianming replied again. Little Yang said she's not sleepy yet, so she won't come over for now. Han Xing nodded after seeing the message and was about to reply. Suddenly, Zhang Lianming said again, I come over." Han Xing, In the dead of night, Han Xing heard a knock on the door outside the cabin. Opening the door, he immediately saw a beautiful woman with a red face and 1,000 styles standing there. At this time, Zhang Lianming hugged her arms tightly, and her 2 white and smooth legs, which were a little fleshy, seemed to be tightly pressed together because of nervousness. She raised her beautiful eyes and looked at Han Xing shyly. Under the rapid breathing, there was a little expectation and nervousness. This look could almost instantly arouse the desire in men's hearts. Han Xing also felt his throat dry. Then, He took Zhang Lianmeng's hand and entered the cabin. When the door closed, the shyness in Zhang Lianmeng's eyes disappeared, and instantly turned into a hot one. She took the initiative to kiss him, murmuring, "Xinggur, Lianer misses you so much." After a burst of passion, Zhang Lianmeng was exhausted, soft as mud, and leaned on Han Xing. She stretched out a pair of white and slender hands and touched Han Xing's body, pinching his arms and pressing his chest. She said softly and weakly in a whispering voice, Xinggur, how come you are getting more and more powerful now? I can't bear it anymore." Listening to Zhang Lianmeng's whispering, Han Xing also smiled and hugged her in his arms. Zhang Lianmeng put her pretty face on Han Xing's chest, feeling his hot body temperature, with a satisfied look in her eyes. At this time, Zhang Lianmeng whispered again, "Xinggur, what do you think of Xiaoyang's sister?" Han Xing was stunned. It's pretty good, what's wrong?" Zhang Lianmeng seemed a little shy to speak. After a moment, she looked at Han Xing and whispered, "Then Xinggur, do you want to take Xiaoyang's sister as well?" Han Xing's eyes widened, looking at Zhang Lianmeng in disbelief. "Do you know what you are talking about?" Zhang Lianmeng nodded and said shyly, "Of course I know. It's just that this is no longer Blue Star. Just like Wu Miao said before, it is also a very normal thing for an excellent man like Xing to have a few women around him. Besides, we can all see that Xiaoyang likes you very much." Zhang Lianmeng wanted to say more, but was stopped by Han Xing. "What are you talking about, Lianer? I am satisfied with you." Hearing this, Zhang Lianmeng's body trembled, and sweet juices were born in her heart. She pressed her body tightly against Han Xing. Han Xing could feel that her skin temperature rose again. Then, Zhang Lianmeng shyly took the initiative to sit on him. Late at night, after being tossed for several hours, Zhang Lianmeng fell asleep exhausted. However, Han Xing was not sleepy at this time. As the attributes continued to improve, Han Xing could clearly feel that his physical fitness was becoming more and more superhuman. He is still full of energy now. Standing up from the bed, and covering Zhang Lianmeng with a quilt, Han Xing walked out of the cabin lightly. Then, he also came to the small hillside. The view here is excellent. Han Xing opened the pet space and released Cold Ball. Cold Ball had been staying in the pet space since entering the Dragon Road. This little wolf cub was also suffocated. No, it can no longer be called a little wolf cub. Cold Ball has grown up, and its body length alone is more than 3 meters. If it stands up, it can even reach 4 meters in height. It is already a veritable giant wolf. Under the moonlight, the void wolf exudes a faint glow, showing the aura of a king beast. However, after seeing Han Xing, the arrogance on Cold Ball's face disappeared instantly, and turned into a look of surprise. It jumped up, and then flew to Han Xing. Cold Ball's level has now reached level 32, and after the third transformation, its attributes have been greatly improved again. Even though Han Xing's attributes were higher than its, it was still instantly pounced on by the wolf cub. Of course, Cold Ball did not really do it. After pounced on Han Xing, Cold Ball excitedly stretched out his tongue and began to lick his breastplate. Although Cold Ball has grown up, it still likes to stick to Han Xing as it did when it was a child. Of course, Cold Ball is a noble void wolf. Usually when there are other people around, Cold Ball always maintains a proud image, and seems to be a bit unapproachable. Only when it is alone with Han Xing will it reveal its true nature. However, it is not known whether Cold Ball is too pent up or too excited. At this time, it not only licked Han Xing's breastplate, but also began to lick Han Xing's cheek. Han Xing felt that his entire head was about to be swallowed by this giant wolf. The slippery saliva wet his hair. Han Xing quickly pressed Cold Ball's head to stop it. Okay, Meichio, stop it." After hearing this, Meichio reluctantly stopped licking. After Meichio calmed down, he laid down next to Han Xing. The man and the wolf leaned against the crooked tree, quietly admiring the night sky. They seemed to enjoy this quiet time. After a while, Han Xing heard a slight snoring from Meichio. This guy fell asleep so quickly. Han Xing also shook his head helplessly. However, he was not sleepy at all. This was the first night they walked out of the abandoned land of the gods. Too many things happened during this day. It also made Han Xing see the vastness and magic of this world. And more secrets. For future development, Han Xing still has many things to consider and plan, such as rebuilding the territory, building various defense towers, and future development, etc. At this time, Han Xing murmured in a low voice. "This time, I left Lan Lan and the others in the abandoned land of the gods. There are still hundreds of billions of material reserves in Xingyu City. At my current speed, It will only take a few days to rebuild the scale of Xingyu City. Han Xing was determined. The last blood-tied battle allowed him to obtain a large amount of supplies. These material reserves gave him strong confidence. Then he thought again. However, since it is a reconstruction, this Sky Island can develop in different directions. For example, build a pure combat Sky Island. I will build a large number of defense towers and various fortifications on it, such as hidden trigger traps and various combat arms. In this way, even if a monster rushes to my Sky Island, it will be dragged by various traps and then gradually defeated. Thinking of this, Han Xing felt that this plan was feasible. Xingyu City has now begun to transform into a commercial city. And what he needs to do now is to build the second Sky Island as soon as possible to achieve common development on both sides. The premise is that Han Xing's second Sky Island must gain a foothold in this world. That is, it has the power to deal with legends. However, this requires more advanced defense tower drawings, as well as more resources and time. Han Xing is not in a hurry. Things must be done step by step. As long as he develops steadily, he will be able to achieve his goals one day. At this time, he looked at the pile of precious materials in his backpack and thought to himself, Wu Mior has given me a lot of good stuff for this mission. Let's see if we can turn it into combat power first. Then, Han Xing opened the blueprint interface and checked the production requirements of the artifact blueprint. Materials required to make the Oracle Throne: Philosopher's Stone *1000, Shadow God Stone *500, Shining Terra Stone *500, Rhythm Black Iron *1000, Oracle Book *5. Chapter 233. Han Xing also showed joy on his face. Very good, I have collected 3 of the 5 materials for making the Oracle Throne. There is also news about the Shining Terra Stone. At present, we only need to find the last material, the clue of the Oracle Book. We can start to build the Oracle Throne. Han Xing couldn't help but clench his fist. The attribute improvement brought by the Oracle Throne is extremely powerful, there is no doubt about that. However, attribute improvement is not its main purpose. The most important function is the only special effect, Oracle Summoning. 1,000,000 kilometers of group teleportation is amazing. Although it can only be used once a day, the effect it can bring is far beyond everyone's imagination. For example, today, if Han Xing had the Oracle Throne with him, he would not have to worry about Vienna's surprise attack. He just teleported and ran away with people. Even as a legendary strongman, it is not so easy for Vienna to find them in a short time. By then, he would have truly possessed the means to save his life from a legendary warrior. At this time, Han Xing's heart moved. He opened his backpack again, and another golden blueprint appeared in his hand. It was the ancient weapon blueprint that Wu Mior gave him, the magic elephant chariot. Speaking of which, this was the first ancient weapon blueprint that Han Xing had come into contact with since entering Sky Island Paradise. The blueprint showed a tall and mighty tusked chariot with a ferocious appearance. The surface of the gilded body was engraved with an angry mammoth. The 2 sides of the towering body were inlaid with sharp spikes, as if they were the teeth of some ancient beast. In front of the car, there is a huge gun muzzle, acting as an elephant trunk. On the left and right of the elephant trunk, there is a pair of sharp fangs, with a fascinating cold light on the top. You can imagine how terrible the damage caused by such a hideous war weapon when it rushes into the enemy and kills everyone. This is simply a life harvester. Then, in front of Han Xing, the attributes of this blueprint also appeared. Ancient weapon, magic elephant chariot blueprint. It can create a magic elephant chariot that combines mobility and lethality. Defense value, 50,000. Attack power, 10,000. Skills: floating, chariot charge, magic elephant roar, flame bombardment. Floating, possessing the ability to fly and can move flexibly in the air. Chariot charge, instantly advance a distance forward, and during the advance, the defense value of the chariot is doubled, and cause 15,000 points of cutting damage to all enemies along the way. The cooldown time of this skill is 30 seconds. Magic elephant roar. Summon the spirit of the magic elephant and send out a mental shock with 20,000 points of damage. And restore 2,000 points of defense value of the chariot. The cooldown time is 60 seconds. Flame bombardment. Control the muzzle in front of the vehicle body and blast out a devastating attack, causing 20,000 points of damage to the enemy. And make the enemy hit enter the burning effect, causing 1,000 points of damage per second. The effect lasts for 10 seconds, and the cooldown time is 120 seconds. After reading the properties of this ancient weapon, Han Xing couldn't help but take a breath. This thing really deserves to be called an ancient weapon. 10,000 attack points, even twice as strong as Hellfire. For skills, one more outrageous than the other. It combines mobility, mental attack, range damage, continuous damage, and recovery ability. The functions of this chariot are really too comprehensive. To deal with a group of monsters below the 4th level, you only need a magic elephant chariot to rush in and kill them. With a defense value of up to 50,000 and recovery skills, there is no need to consider the damage caused by these low-level monsters. At this time, Han Xing noticed that there was a note under the magic elephant chariot. Note: the magic elephant chariot can be switched between automatic mode and manual mode. In automatic mode, the magic elephant chariot only has basic offensive actions, and will not perform actions such as damage avoidance. Oh! There is also a manual mode? Han Xing's tone was surprised. Doesn't this mean that I can control the magic elephant chariot like a tank? Han Xing felt that this idea should be feasible. After all, the system prompts that in automatic mode, the magic elephant chariot will only attack. In other words, it is equivalent to a simple AI command. It is okay to face low-level monsters. Relying on its strong defense, it can completely withstand it. But if it is facing enemies above level 4, it will be more troublesome. If it can't dodge, it is equivalent to a moving target. No matter how high the defense value is, it will be blown up in a short time. If it is handed over to some intelligent creatures to control, it will be different. At that time, the threat that a magic elephant chariot can cause will rise sharply. At this moment, Han Xing once again experienced the intelligence and power of ancient weapons. It can be said that even the weakest creatures, controlling this magic elephant chariot, can even fight against 4-star Lord level creatures. Of course, this may be a bit exaggerated, but it is still possible to resist the 4-star Lord for a period of time. However, the system will not leave such an obvious loophole for you to exploit. Look, there is another tip below. Note: the magic elephant chariot is a high-level ancient weapon, which requires creatures above the 4th level to control it. 4th level and above. This means that creatures at least level 40 can control the magic elephant chariot. However, this is not difficult for Han Xing. Just wait until you reach level 40, and then build a wolf cavalry camp. Then max out the technology. By then, the wolf cavalry he summoned will all be level 40. The task of controlling the magic elephant chariot can be directly handed over to them. After all, the wolf cavalry is a race on horseback. It is reasonable that he can ride a horse and control a chariot at the same time, right? Thinking of this, Han Xing nodded with satisfaction. Wu Miao is right. Ancient weapons can harm legendary masters. Although one weapon may not pose much threat, as long as there are enough of them, 100 or 80 of them can surround the legendary masters and give them a hard time. And if 100 weapons don't work, then 200. If 200 weapons don't work, then 1,000. One day, with these territory equipment, I will be able to crush the legends head-on. Han Xing also thought with great pride. Then, he clapped his hands and clicked on the blueprint to learn. Successfully learned the ancient weapon blueprint, Magic Elephant Chariot. Han Xing began to check the materials needed to build the chariot with some trepidation. Materials needed to build the Magic Elephant Chariot: Eternal Gold Ingot * 10,000, Rhythm Black Iron * 1,000, Mithril * 100, 000, Philosopher's Stone * 50, Hero's Soul * 10. Building success rate, 30%. Affected by the god level talent, the success rate has reached 100%. Han Xing couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they are all some regular materials. Except for the last material, the Hero's Soul, which is quite special. He still has a lot of reserves for the first 4. If possible, Han Xing really wants to build a few magic elephant chariots to play with. However, when he searched the entire trading channel and didn't find the Hero's Soul, Han Xing could only give up this idea temporarily. It seems that it is not so easy to build ancient weapons now. However, although I can't build the magic elephant chariot, I can build other things first. Han Xing flipped through his own blueprint interface, and hundreds of blueprints were constantly being swiped by him. First of all, the first thing to build is naturally the core territory acceleration device. This thing can make his territory speed up several times, and it is a life-saving artifact. However, building a territory core device requires a lot of mithril and refined iron. When using it, it is necessary to continuously invest a lot of spiritual cores for acceleration. This time, Han Xing did not bring many materials. So, he clicked on his friend interface. Found a name called Zhou Yingying. This is Lanlan's real name. Then, Han Xing sent a message directly. At this time, in Xingyu City, constantly controlling the territory interface, Lanlan suddenly said in surprise, "Huh? It's the Lord." She immediately put down the things in her hands and excitedly opened the private chat window. "Lord, has your side stabilized?" Han Xing also nodded and said, "Well, it can be considered stable for the time being." Lan Lan breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. When they separated last time, they also knew the dangers of the Dragon Road. So, before Han Xing contacted them, Lan Lan didn't dare to send a message, just for fear of disturbing them. Now, Han Xing took the initiative to contact. It also made her worried mood a little relieved. At this time, Lan Lan said excitedly, "That's great. Lord, listen to me, you were away these 2 days, but we didn't slack off. Mu Qing and I are exploring the Sky Island and expanding our territory. In just 2 days, we have doubled the size of Xingyu City." Lan Lan's tone was excited, like a child who wanted to be praised by his parents. "Lord, aren't we great? Well, you did a good job, you are really great." Han Xing also praised sincerely. After receiving Han Xing's praise, Lan Lan laughed foolishly. "Hee, it's not that great. The defense tower left by the Lord is too powerful. We don't need to do anything when we encounter monsters." Han Xing also laughed. "Lan Lan, in the next period of time, you will need to manage Xingyu City more. It won't be long before I start the next phase of the plan." After hearing this, Lan Lan's expression suddenly became serious. She knew what Han Xing was talking about. When they separated on the Dragon Road, Han Xing told her about the future route of Xingyu City. "Yeah. I will work hard, Lord. I promise to complete the task." Hearing Lan Lan's voice, that was pretending to be serious, but also a little naughty, Han Xing was also amused by her. Then, Han Xing said, "Okay, now I have to trouble you to go to the warehouse to trade some materials for me." After hearing this, Lan Lan immediately agreed. She seemed very excited. She quickly ran to the warehouse of the Lord's mansion, and began to trade various materials to Han Xing in batches. Han Xing also smiled. This is the privilege of the survivors like them. Ignore distance and space and directly transfer materials. This method is really too against the sky. At this time, the system prompt appeared. "Survivor Lan Lan is applying for a trade with you." Han Xing also clicked to accept. In the trading window, Lan Lan followed Han Xing's instructions and began to put various precious materials on it. As the system continued to prompt successful transactions, Han Xing's front was once again filled with various precious materials. After more than 10 minutes, this transaction was over. Han Xing also directly harvested a large amount of resources. After closing the trading interface, Han Xing looked at the materials piled up on the ground with excitement. "Very good, in this way, I can rebuild the firepower of Xingyu City in just a few days." Thinking of this, Han Xing immediately came to a plain in the territory and prepared to build various defense towers. First of all, the first thing to be built is naturally the Hellfire Silo with the strongest attack power. This time, Lan Lan traded all the Abyss magic stones in the warehouse. At present, Han Xing has the resources to build 40 to 30 Hellfire Silos at one time, plus 500 Thunder Towers. Although, these defense towers are almost useless to legends before the Holy Relic, Corona Obelisk is built. But if there are enough of them, even if a group of 4-star lords attack, they will be killed by firepower. Han Xing chose the valley and started clicking to build. The system prompt appeared. Hellfire Silo is being built. The remaining time is 59 hours and 01 minutes. Listening to the system prompt, Han Xing was puzzled again. "Hey, why is it so much longer than the time I took to build the silo before?" After thinking for a while, Han Xing quickly figured out the reason. This is because his territory is a brand new territory. There are no buildings on it, including the construction acceleration function of the City Lord's mansion, none of them. Thinking of this, Han Xing also smiled bitterly and shook his head. It seems that we still have to build those basic buildings. Then, he began to relay out the entire territory. First, in the center of the territory, the surrounding terrain was changed. The mountains were moved away, and the lakes were filled. Soon, a large flat land covering an area of 1 or 2 kilometers appeared in the center of the territory. This is the foundation of the new city. Han Xing also began to consume a lot of materials to build the Lord's mansion. Of course, in addition to the Lord's mansion, he has many buildings that need to be built as soon as possible, such as various goddess statues, weapon workshops, smelting plants, wolf cavalry and minotaur camps, etc. So many territory buildings. Han Xing knew that he would be busy next, after a whole night of busy work, as a large amount of materials were consumed. On the plain that Han Xing had sorted out, clouds of smoke also appeared. The new territory is developing vigorously. The next day, it was just dawn. Chung Jianyong, Xing Yun and others saw the changes in the territory. They also knew that while they were resting, Han Xing was still busy. For a moment, everyone sighed in their hearts. Chapter 234. Looking at the development scene in the territory. Chung Jianyong smiled and said, "Brother Xing, did you fight all night last night? Do you want us to massage your shoulders?" Han Xing rolled his eyes at him. To be honest, with their current attributes and physical fitness, not to mention one night, even if they don't sleep for 10 days or half a month, there will be no problem. Han Xing said directly, "Okay, our next task is to continue to expand the territory and upgrade the level. The goal is for all members to be level 4. After hearing this, everyone was also very excited. Then, they set off again and began to explore the vast territory of the Wu clan. With everyone's strength, challenging those sky islands of several square kilometers is not a problem. However, if it is a little bigger, it will be a bit dangerous. Before the defense tower is built, Han Xing doesn't want to take risks. So, they are also playing it safe. The second day ended quickly. The area of Han Xing Sky Island has expanded several times again. Now, it has reached a size of more than 10 square kilometers. Moreover, there are many more peculiar landforms, such as the Ore Mountain that looks like red crystal, a small lake full of spiritual spring water. There is even a golden mountain with golden light all over the surface. What Wumior said is indeed correct. The Sky Island outside is indeed much richer in resources than the abandoned land of the gods. Many rare minerals and other resources are now everywhere. Han Xing looked at his increasingly large Sky Island and nodded with satisfaction. 2 days later, as soon as Han Xing got up, he heard the system prompt. "Your territory building. The City Lord's mansion has been successfully built. Please name it." Han Xing was a little surprised. "Oh? Name it again?" Han Xing thought for a moment. His first main city was called Xingyu City. He planned to use this second one to build a pure mobile war fortress. Next, there will be thousands of high-level buildings in the territory. These buildings will be his means to intimidate legendary strongmen. Thinking of this, Han Xing said directly, "In this case, let's call you Wanqing City." At this time, the system prompt appeared. "Your territory building Wanqing City has been named successfully. The acceleration function of the City Lord's mansion has taken effect, and the attribute amplification function has taken effect." At this moment, not only Han Xing heard the prompt. Everyone in the territory heard this prompt. Xing Yun and others were also a little surprised. They didn't expect that Han Xing would build a new Lord's mansion so quickly. They kept muttering the name Wanqing City, and they didn't seem to understand the meaning. Of course, Han Xing didn't explain it. After the City Lord's mansion was built, other weapon forging workshops, etc., were announced to be completed. Next, he can start to build various arrow towers and lightning towers, as well as hellfire silos. At this time, Han Xing came to the center of Wanqing City, a giant valley. A large amount of materials were consumed. The prototypes of hundreds of lightning towers appeared. In the following days, nothing unexpected happened. Han Xing also led everyone to explore those sky islands. Their personal levels and territory areas have maintained a very fast growth rate. During this period, Han Xing maintained the principle of survival and did not waste too much. He has been wandering around the Wu clan territory. This ensures that if there is any accident, he can still ask Wumior for help. Therefore, they did not encounter any problems later. Occasionally, they encountered a few Wu clan vanguard special forces, and they quickly identified their identities and chose to leave. Time passed in a flash, and a month passed. This day, 5 people and 1 wolf stood in front of a huge island that was as big as a continent. 1 month of development. The strength of everyone has also been qualitatively improved. They have all reached level 40 and completed the advanced tasks. Now, they are all 4-turn hero level strongmen. In addition to the improvement in strength, there is an even more exaggerated improvement. That is the area of Han Xing's territory. Now, his Wanqing City has exceeded thousands of square kilometers as a whole. What is the concept? Some small counties on Blue Star have an overall area of only thousands of square kilometers. Han Xing is now equivalent to controlling an entire aerial city, moving at high speed in the sky. Moreover, because of his improved strength, the speed of movement of the territory has also ushered in a qualitative change again. Previously, with the help of the accelerator, it had reached a speed of nearly 6,000 kilometers per hour. Now, after completing the 4th revolution, the speed has doubled. It has reached more than 12,000 kilometers. This large sky island looks huge and bloated, but it is actually very maneuverable. Now, His Wanqing City has officially surpassed Xingyu City in firepower. Of course, Xingyu City has not fallen behind. In the past month, after the efforts of Lan Lan and others, the scale of Xingyu City has also begun to expand rapidly. Now, it has reached a scale of thousands of square meters, because there are the assets left by Han Xing there. Therefore, Xingyu City is expanding very fast. Wu Mior said that the land of the gods abandoned does not allow the emergence of legendary strength. In other words, at the current stage, Xingyu City is basically invincible. They can walk sideways in the entire land of the gods abandoned. Under the firepower coverage of the Hellfire and the Thunder Tower, no matter what sky island they encounter, they can almost push it over. At this time, Zhou Yingying, also known as Lan Lan, is talking to Han Xing on a voice call, reporting the progress excitedly. Lord, the territory of Xingyu City is now enough. In the past month, in addition to expanding the area of the territory, we are also constantly optimizing the terrain and building more houses and streets. Now, the entire territory is transforming towards modernization. After saying that, Lan Lan sent a picture to Han Xing. The picture shows a huge sky island that is not inferior to Wanqing City. This is the current Xingyu City. Compared to a month ago, Xingyu City has undergone earth-shaking changes. The picture is a bird's-eye view. From this angle, originally, all the original landforms in Xingyu City have disappeared. It's like the mountains have been flattened and various high-rise buildings have been built. Now it is full of various buildings and pavilions, brightly lit. Neatly planned streets, rows of beautiful and magical houses. And the lightning towers and arrow towers that can be seen from time to time give people a full sense of security. At this time, Han Xing asked, "Hey, where did you put those catapults and hellfire silos?" Lan Lan seemed to know that Han Xing would ask this, so he said proudly, "I hid them." "Hidden?" Han Xing wondered. "Yeah." Lan Lan replied, "I divided the city into several areas, and then built a lot of thorn shield walls to enclose these areas. Then I concentrated all these catapults in these areas. And I also put all those hellfire silos outside the city, so that we can carry them when we go out to fight in the future." Han Xing was also surprised after hearing this. Then, he was also impressed by the diligence of Lan Lan and other girls. After all, the entire Xingyu City needs to be replanned, and a large number of houses need to be built. This amount of work sounds daunting. In addition, they have been constantly expanding their territory and filling in new terrains during this period. Then they have to find a way to integrate these terrains into the city, which is also a brain-racking thing. Han Xing said at this time, "You have worked hard, thank you, Lan Lan. Thank you to your friends too." Hearing Han Xing's solemn thanks, Lan Lan, who had a smug look on her face, suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Her face flushed, and she said in a mosquito-like voice, "No, don't thank me, it's my duty to work for the Lord. And I like it too." Han Xing didn't hear the last sentence clearly because Lan Lan's voice was too soft. After chatting with Lan Lan for a few more words, Han Xing hung up the call. Lan Lan, covering her almost hot cheeks, returned to Xingyu City. At this time, the little girl saw Lan Lan's appearance and hurried over to say, "Hey, Sister Lan Lan, what's wrong with you? Why are you blushing like you just finished a phone call with your boyfriend?" Beside her, the hot female assassin chuckled and said, "Hey, I remember. Didn't Sister Lan Lan go to report her work to the Lord? Could it be that Sister Lan Lan's boyfriend?" Hearing this, Lan Lan quickly covered her mouth. You, Xiaoji, shut up. Don't say such things. The Lord? There are so many beauties around him. How can I be worthy of him?" After hearing this, the female assassin named Xiaoji also knew that this joke was a bit too much. So she changed the subject and said softly, "By the way, Sister Lan Lan, what did the Lord say to you that made you so happy?" Lan Lan quickly said, "No. Nothing." At this time, among the group of little girls, a smile with an inexplicable meaning said, "Really? Did the Lord really not say anything? We know how hard Sister Lan Lan has worked this month. Do you want us to tell the Lord how much effort Sister Lan Lan has put into giving the Lord a surprise?" Facing the teasing of the girls, Lan Lan held her red cheeks and said in a mosquito-like voice, "You, don't make fun of me." Seeing that Lan Lan was about to be embarrassed, the little girl stopped making fun of her. A few minutes later, Lazy took a long breath and adjusted her mood. She said again, Okay, everyone go and get ready. Check the number of the teleportation arrays. The Lord will announce a big event in a while." The girl's eyes lit up. Big event? Could it be? Lazy nodded. The eyes of the little girls also became more excited. In Wanqing City, Han Xing's heart moved. He opened the friend interface and clicked the plus sign. Then he typed in Zhou Huang. Yes, Han Xing wanted to add Zhou Huang as a friend. This guy used his real name directly. So, it was still very simple to add him as a friend. Chapter 235. At this time, Zhou Huang was leading a team of survivors to besiege a 3-star lord. This group of survivors was well equipped and had very good combat qualities. More than 100 people, all of whom had completed the 3rd transformation. This team was really strong. At this time, in front of the battlefield, a priest shouted a command. This is a dual-element monster, Ice Dark Ghost. Don't use ice and dark attacks, which will restore its injuries. Use fire magic and light damage, quickly. Next to him, a human berserker chopped with an axe, but found that it had no effect. He frowned and quickly reminded, no, this monster's blood recovery speed is too fast. Who has the skill to suppress treatment? Throw a few over. I'm blinded, priest. Cast a purification spell on me. 3-star lords, for most of the survivors who have just reached the 3rd level, are still a bit beyond their tolerance. As the monsters are rampaging, this elite team is becoming increasingly difficult to support. However, this group of survivors are not that nervous, because they know that if they can't hold on, Zhou Huang behind will take action. Zhou Huang's purpose is also to train this group of people's combat awareness and coordination ability. After observing for a while, Zhou Huang retracted his sight after confirming that they were fine. At this time, Zhou Huang looked at the huge sky island in the distance. There is his territory, and it is also the current base of Hui Alliance. It is now dozens of kilometers in size. During this period, in order to speed up the expansion, Zhou Huang also built several additional subgroups. The mission of these subgroups is to explore the sky islands everywhere and expand the territory. Then, all the sky island fragments they collected will be sent to Zhou Huang's territory. In this way, a rapid expansion can be achieved. It must be said that Zhou Huang's thinking is still very clear. The method he is using now is exactly the current development model of the Wu clan. It is also one of the most suitable models for cluster development. But despite this, the expansion speed of Hui Alliance is far less than that of Han Xing and others. Even worse, it is not as good as Xingyu City, which is controlled by Lan Lan. At this time, Zhou Huang was not surprised to see the flashing interface of the system. These days, he has received 8,000 friend requests every day, if not 10,000. This is the price of real-name internet access. Zhou Huang wanted to ignore it directly. However, when he saw the applicant's ID, he was suddenly a little surprised. Han Xing. Xinghe. Is it him? Zhou Huang's pupil shrank instantly. Why is he looking for me? With a puzzled look, Zhou Huang clicked to agree. After adding friends, before Zhou Huang could speak, Han Xing sent a message directly and said straight to the point, give me administrator privileges. Hearing Han Xing's straightforward tone, Zhou Huang was not angry, but asked, why do you want administrator privileges? Han Xing said, mute, manage like a dog, what else can you do? Zhou Huang was also speechless by Han Xing's straightforwardness. However, he still patiently explained, this system privilege is not something I can give whenever I want. I have the privilege of management for some special reasons, but I also bear a lot of responsibilities. If my wrong decision leads to a turbulent movement of the human race, I will also suffer a serious backlash. Han Xing didn't want to listen to his long speech and asked directly, just say whether to give it or not. Zhou Huang was silent again. After a moment, he replied with one word, give it. Han Xing laughed. Then, he received a system prompt. You have been granted special permissions, permanent, and you can now speak freely in the chat channel and enable the function of mute all chats. Hearing the system prompt, Han Xing was also a little surprised. He originally wanted to say a few words, just like last time, just open the mute for a short time. As a result, Zhou Huang directly gave him a permanent permission. Han Xing nodded and said, thank you. You're welcome, just do it. Zhou Huang also said lightly. Han Xing was speechless. You just said that this permission cannot be given casually, and now you say it's just for fun. Sure enough, this guy is not as great and glorious as he appears. The next moment, Zhou Huang received a system prompt. Survivor Xinghe, apply to trade with you. Zhou Huang sent a message and asked, what's the situation? Han Xing said directly, don't talk nonsense, just click agree. Zhou Huang listened and clicked to confirm. Then, Zhou Huang saw 10 golden runes appear on the transaction column. In his puzzled eyes, Zhou Huang checked the properties of these runes. The next moment, his breath stagnated. Yes, these runes. It was the reward blueprint that Han Xing got when he first killed the dominant creature last time. Destroyer Rune, Gold. As the leader of the world's largest team, Zhou Huang's personal strength is unquestionable and equally powerful. Of course, he knew the importance and preciousness of these runes. However, before Zhou Huang could say anything more, Han Xing directly clicked to confirm. After completing the transaction, Han Xing closed the private chat window. Zhou Huang looked at the 10 powerful destroyer runes in his backpack and said with a smile, "Xinghe is really an interesting person." Next to him, the middle-aged man named Junhun heard Zhou Huang's mumbling and asked, "Captain, what happened to Xinghe?" Zhou Huang shook his head and did not answer. "Nothing. Next, you should pay attention to the chat channel. He should have some big moves in the near future." Junhun was slightly surprised after hearing this. "Big moves?" Zhou Huang nodded. "Although I don't know what it is yet, based on my understanding of him, it should be a major event that can affect the situation of survivors around the world." Junhun also understood the importance of this matter and nodded. "I understand, Captain." After Han Xing got the administrator privileges, I came to the chat channel immediately. At this time, the survivors were chatting in it. A survivor named Lao Mao said, "Brothers, I have completed the 3rd transformation. Today, I am officially promoted to Master Cat. Please be polite to me in the future." "Damn! Brother, you are so fast. I just reached level 28. At this speed, it will take at least 5 or 6 days to reach level 30. It's really fast." Those who have completed the 3rd transformation at this time will be scrambled for by those big groups. A survivor named Qi Mingxin said, "Master Cat is so powerful. Please take care of the little Mingxin." This person sent a voice message, which sounded like it was spoken with a stuck throat, and was artificial. At this time, another survivor named Jinfu said, "The one above, are you a woman?" The cute newbie immediately replied, "Yes, yes, I am a cute girl. Can you take me to the Cloud's secret realm?" After hearing this, Jinfu shouted angrily, "Get out of here, I hate girls the most. If you were a man, I might take you with me." After hearing this, the other survivors also laughed. "Brother Jinfu, you are right. That's right, men stay at the coordinates and women are strong." The survivor named Cute Newbie was immediately furious. As they talked, the topic of the survivors turned to the Cloud's secret realm again. "By the way, brothers, have you encountered a 3-star secret realm outside recently?" "I did. The difficulty of the 3-star secret realm is too abnormal. In the end, we were asked to kill 3 leaders. Is this a level that humans can challenge?" "Yes, there is a hurdle every 10 levels. If the team is not a complete 3-turn team, there is no hope to pass the 3-star secret realm." At this time, a survivor named Sun Xiaolei said, "Don't mention it, we almost lost our lives in the Abyss Rift. The monsters in the Abyss Rift above the 30th floor are at least level 30, and there are a large number of elite monsters and leader monsters hidden in them." After hearing this, everyone was also surprised. "Is it so outrageous?" "Yes, can you imagine that there is a skeleton general hidden in a group of skeleton soldiers? That skeleton general, holding a bone spear, almost stabbed my throat." The entire chat channel suddenly appeared speechless. "Brother, tell me how you poked it, up or down?" After this person finished speaking, the entire chat channel burst into laughter. Now, there are still many survivors who have not been to the Abyss Rift. With the price of the admission ticket to the Abyss Rift, that is, the fragments of the strong rising, many survivors will take this material out for consignment instead of using it themselves. So, their topic naturally attracted the attention of many people. Sun Xiaolei continued at this time. "Although the difficulty of the Abyss Rift increases as you go up, the rewards are better after the 20th floor. Basically, 5 to 10 Abyss magic stones will appear. In addition, we also picked up some elite souls in it." Han Xing heard a key word. "Elite souls." Han Xing whispered, "I remember that to build that ancient weapon, the magic elephant chariot, you need the soul of a hero. Are these 2 materials related?" After hearing this, the other survivors also asked, "Master, what is the elite soul used for?" "Yes, yes, let us see it." Listening to the flattery of the crowd, the survivor named Sun Xiaolei was also slightly proud. "Okay, let you see it today." After saying that, he directly posted the properties of the elite soul on the public screen. Han Xing also clicked to view it out of curiosity. Elite soul contains the soul of a powerful warrior, can directly summon a 3-star elite creature to assist in combat, and can also be used to build some special props. After reading the property introduction of this soul, the survivors were surprised. "Fuck? Summoning a 3-star elite directly, is this thing so perverted?" "Yeah, it's a bit outrageous. A 3-star elite needs at least 3 or 4 third level survivors to cooperate to kill it. If there are more of these souls in hand, you can summon an elite army. It's so terrifying. Chapter 236. After listening to the above survivor's introduction, everyone understood the role of this elite soul. Although, for Han Xing, a 3-star elite monster can't play any role at all. But for those ordinary survivors, this help is great, and they can even challenge some difficult boss across strength. At this time, a survivor named Dark Frequency said, "Brother, I am the leader of the Tianlong gang. How many elite souls do you have? I will take them all." "Is your Tianlong gang so awesome? You took them all. We Xuantian gang also want this kind of soul." "That's right, everyone compete fairly." At this time, the survivor named Sun Xiaolei seemed to foresee the current situation. He smiled and said, "Everyone, the number of souls in my hand is not much, and I can only supply them in limited quantities. How about this? You can privately chat with me with the price, and I will decide whether to sell it or not based on the situation." After hearing this, the survivors began to privately chat with Sun Xiaolei crazily. Compared to the focus of these survivors, Han Xing noticed the note at the back. "Can be used to create some special props." Oh? Special props? Ancient weapons should also be a kind of special props, right? So, the origin of the hero's soul is probably related to the Abyss Rift? Han Xing felt that his speculation was very likely true. The reason why the survivors have not yet exploded the hero's soul is because their level is still relatively low, and they cannot explore the deeper layers of the Abyss Rift. So, naturally, they cannot touch the high-level material such as the hero's soul. However, just because the survivors can't explore doesn't mean Han Xing can't. He thought, now, most of the survivors have just completed the 3rd level. And my level has reached level 41, which is the 4th level. Although, after the 4th level, the experience required for each level is very huge, and it will be a bit difficult to widen the gap later. But now, I should be ahead of them by about 2 or 3 months. And Cheng Jianyong and the others have all completed the 4th level. With the strength of our team, we should be able to explore the higher levels of the Abyss Rift. Thinking of this, Han Xing made a decision. It seems that it is necessary to go to the Abyss Rift in the near future. At this time, Han Xing seemed to have thought of something and slapped his thigh. "Fuck, I was so busy watching them chatting that I forgot what I was here for. I'm here to announce something." So, Han Xing directly clicked on the chat channel interface. At this time, he noticed that there was a different change on the edge of the chat box. There was an extra number on it. Online users, 47.62 million. Han Xing was also a little surprised. Unexpectedly, after Zhou Huang gave himself administrator privileges, he could still see the number of people online in the chat channel. These survivors were having a great time chatting. Suddenly, they received a prompt. The administrator has enabled the mute function for everyone, and you can no longer speak in the chat channel. These survivors were suddenly interrupted and stunned for a moment. Then, they shouted in their respective small groups. "Damn! Everyone is mute. Which bastard administrator did this? Stand up. Down with the dog management, give me back my freedom of speech." A familiar name appeared amid the indignation of these survivors. "Hello everyone, I am Xinghe. This collective mute was also initiated by me." After Han Xing finished speaking, all the survivors shut up in private. After all, Xinghe's reputation is now known all over the world. Moreover, many of them are fans of Han Xing. Those survivors who just spoke too fast wanted to slap themselves twice. Han Xing continued at this time. "I am very sorry to interrupt you this evening. But don't worry, I have something to announce here." After that, the chat channel will return to normal. Hearing Han Xing's speech, it instantly caused a sensation among the survivors. Although they couldn't speak, they began to quickly spread the news in their small groups. "Brothers, come out quickly. Xingshan is talking in the chat channel, and it seems that he is going to announce something big." "Big thing? Let me see." "Oh no! I'm here." "Go and inform the leader quickly, and tell him that Xingshan may make a big move again. Because they have had several experiences. They all know that every time Han Xing makes a big move, he will let many survivors know in advance. For example, when trading blood curse resistance and a large amount of gold equipment, many survivors who got the news in advance made a lot of money in the transaction with Xinghe. So, they didn't want to miss any opportunities. For a while, countless survivors flocked to the chat channel that night. At this time, Juhun, who had been paying attention to the chat channel, didn't seem to expect Han Xing to move so quickly. He quickly dialed Zhou Huang's voice and said, "Captain, Xinghe is already talking in the chat channel. As you expected, he seems to have something important to announce. Do you want to go and see?" Zhou Huang was also stunned. After a moment, he shook his head and said, "I know." At the same time, Wujie, Luochan, Long Yuan and other big group leaders all received the news. After more than a month, Xinghe appeared in everyone's sight again. Then, they all rushed into the chat channel. 3 minutes later. At this time, Han Xing looked at the number of people online in the chat channel. From the original 60 million, it has soared to more than 400 million, and is still growing at this rate. After waiting for another 2 minutes, the number of people online has exceeded 1 billion. It can be said to be the focus of everyone's attention. At this number, the growth rate has slowed down. Han Xing also knew that it was almost time. Because of the last blood tide disaster, too many people died in the human race. Now these 1 billion people are almost equivalent to 1/3 of the total human population. Everyone has something to do, either exploring secret places or exploring sky islands. The high online rate is all due to his reputation in Xinghe. Han Xing said again at this time, "Everyone, thank you for coming to the chat channel this evening and listening to me. You are all compatriots from Blue Star. Although you have experienced more than 3 months of life on the Sky Island, many people should not be able to adapt to it now. Humans are social animals after all, and they are still used to living on the ground." Han Xing's words were recognized by many survivors. At this time, Han Xing continued, "However, you should be able to foresee that this phenomenon is only temporary. With our development, the territory continues to expand. One day in the future, we will definitely be able to build a huge land for all mankind to live freely on it. Even rebuild the scale of Blue Star. Including our descendants, we will all live together on that continent. There are also vast rivers, lakes and seas, and high mountains, just like on Blue Star." Han Xing's words made many survivors start to think. Really? Will there be such a day? You know, all mankind has been in this world for almost 4 months, and has gradually accepted the fact that Blue Star has become history. They can no longer run freely on the vast land like before. However, now, Xinghe told them that there is still hope. In this world, life on Blue Star can also be reproduced. This really shocked countless people. Among them, some survivors also looked skeptical. They said in their small group, "Star God, are you kidding? Rebuilding Blue Star, how is it possible? That's a planet. How much territory would it take? How long would it take?" The other survivors also had disbelief in their eyes. However, before Han Xing left the abandoned land of the gods, he might have thought it was a fantasy. But now, he has seen the Wu Clan's Sky Island with his own eyes. That Sky Island is so huge that you can't see the end of it at a glance. This confirmed his thoughts. Rebuilding Blue Star is possible. At this time, some survivors with unique vision said, the idea mentioned by Star God should be possible. According to our development rhythm, everyone's Sky Island will become larger and larger. If they can be merged, the expansion speed will become faster. However, even so, it is too difficult to rebuild the scale of Blue Star. This process requires the efforts of many people, and a lot of time. Even if it can be recreated, it is a very distant thing. But now, Xinghe suddenly mentioned it. Could it be? Just as some people speculated. Han Xing continued. As you all expected, my territory, Xingyu City, has taken shape after this period of development. Although it is still a long way from rebuilding the scale of Blue Star. But now, it has already covered thousands of square kilometers. On it, there is a modern city that my companions, and I have spent countless resources and efforts to build. Next, Xingyu City will be fixed in a certain area. At the same time, it will be open to everyone. When Han Xing finished speaking, some survivors were still confused. Opening Xingyu City, what does it mean? I don't know, are we going to visit? The survivors speculated. However, the heads of the big groups jumped their eyelids at this time. Han Xing seemed to have guessed what the survivors were thinking. So he continued, maybe, you don't quite understand what I mean? Xingyu City is huge, and the number of houses inside can accommodate millions of people living here. The maximum flow of people in this city can accommodate 30 million people. Open means that in addition to being able to move freely and trade in Xingyu City, you can also conduct business operations on it. For example, you can buy our Xingyu City storefronts to do business. You can also buy Xingyu City residences to reserve a safe place for yourself. Hearing this, the leaders of the big groups suddenly became uneasy. Because, since entering the Sky Island paradise, they have understood some operating rules. That is, the Sky Islands can be merged and expanded, and different survivors can also concentrate their strength to jointly operate a Sky Island. Next, if there is no crisis, when the human race stabilizes, it will inevitably develop into a cluster model, just like the life model of the witch tribe. At that time, it will be the time for business to rise. If they can build a sky island and operate it, they can generate huge profits every day. However, according to the estimates of these big group leaders, it will take at least 1 or 2 years to realize this model. But now, Xing had directly announced that his Xingyu city was ready to be officially opened. For a moment, these big group leaders felt a sense of urgency. In this kind of situation, they are afraid that others will get ahead. It is equivalent to robbing all the influence and resources. However, it is useless for them to be anxious. After all, the area and construction level of their sky island have not yet reached the qualifications for opening. They do not have the appeal of Xinghe. At this time, Han Xing continued to speak again. Everyone should know that the defense force of my territory, that is, Xingyu City, is quite strong. But you may not know that during this period, the strength of Xingyu City has increased several times. What I can guarantee is that as long as you are in the range of the abandoned land of the gods and stay in Xingyu City, we can ensure your safety will not be violated. After saying that, Han Xing also posted the picture that Lan Lan sent him. Seeing the picture, the survivors were even more shocked. Oh my god! After a month, the territory of the star god has become so huge. Yeah, this is too scary. Look at it, there are so many buildings and houses, so beautiful. Seeing this picture, the survivors finally understood what he meant. At this time, in the territory of Hui Alliance, after listening to Han Xing's words, the survivor named Jun Han found Zhou Huang in a panic. Captain, have you seen this? His territory in this galaxy has actually been built to this scale. Moreover, he wants to open it up and build it into a city of survivors. Isn't this our original goal? Zhou Huang shook his head helplessly. Yes. But there is no other way. At this stage, whose territory can first reach this scale, and then open up, the subsequent impact on all mankind will be immeasurable. It may even become the first main city of mankind. After hearing this, Jun Han was shocked. Then we should we open up the territory and recruit a large number of low-level survivors? Zhou Huang sighed and said, I want to too. But now, Hui Alliance has spread its business too far, and millions of brothers are waiting to be fed and developed. Asking us to fix our territory in one place will not only fail to accelerate our development, but will seriously hinder our progress. Besides, even if we open it now, we can't compete with him. Who do you think the survivors will choose between Hui Alliance and Xingyu City? Jun Han smiled helplessly after hearing this. Chapter 237. Han Xing waited for a moment and continued. The above is what I want to say. If you are interested in settling in Xingyu City, you can go to the forum later, and I will post a message on it. It will list in detail the conditions for purchasing or renting Xingyu City shops and houses, as well as the number of Xingyu City's teleportation array. You can go to Xingyu City through the teleportation array. After Han Xing finished speaking, he turned off the mute function. The chat channel started a heated discussion again. Brothers, what do you say? Do you want to go to the Star God's territory? Go, I have long wanted to see what this legendary figure's territory looks like. That's right, even if you don't buy the Star God's shop, it's a good thing to visit it. Haha, I go and see it too. For a while, a large number of survivors flocked to the forum to check Han Xing's opening requirements. Han Xing also posted the post quickly. In just half a minute, the popularity of Han Xing's post soared to hundreds of millions, and it was still rising. They also saw the conditions set by Han Xing Article 1 of the Xingyu City Opening Treaty. All tourists are not allowed to destroy any buildings in Xingyu City, otherwise, you will be counterattacked by Xingyu City at the first time. Article 2 of the Opening Treaty. Except for some special places, survivors cannot use force in the city to attack neutral creatures or other survivors, otherwise, they will also be sanctioned by the defense tower. Note, the above are 2 examples of treaties for the majority of survivors. Below, there are 3 more Xingyu City settlement treaties. At this time, after reading them, the survivors seemed to think that Han Xing's 2 conditions were a bit harsh. So, they posted below. No use of force? Is the requirement so strict? Yes. What if we encounter danger in the city? Yes, I still think it is better to cancel this restriction. These replies instantly attracted hundreds of comments. However, another reply came up immediately below. Are you crazy? You still want Star God to cancel the restriction on force and let you in to cause damage? You are right. I think these guys have impure intentions. I advise some of you not to have any crooked thoughts. Those defense towers of Star God are not a joke. If you lose your life in them, it will be bad. These posts received a lot of recognition and were instantly liked to the top. The original posts asking Han Xing to cancel the restrictions were liked by tens of thousands of people and completely hidden. At this time, another survivor reminded, Brothers, if you want to buy a house or a shop in the territory of the Star God, please read the following agreement carefully. Don't regret it later. After this person said this, he also attracted everyone's attention. Article 1 of the Xingyu City Agreement. If you are a survivor who intends to buy an ordinary residence or a high-end residence, you need to sign a Lord contract according to the year. The contract includes handing over 30% of the resources obtained during the battle, territory, etc. Article 2 of the Xingyu City Agreement. If you are a survivor who needs to buy a shop, you need to sign a lifetime Lord contract, also handing over 30% of the resources. The shop is a long-term right of use and cannot be transferred. If it is lost due to poor management, it can be compensated by the resources obtained during the battle. Article 3 of the Settlement Agreement. If there is a survivor who needs to rent a shop and conduct business, he can sign a Lord contract according to the year. If the profit standard is not met during the business period, the losses can also be compensated by fighting to obtain resources, or a new contract can be signed to give up the business qualification. These three conditions cover the vast majority of people. After reading, everyone discussed below, "Oh my God, these rules of the Star God are really simple and clear. Just sign the Lord contract directly." Yes, in this way, although he cannot charge us rent, but we have to hand over 30% of our business share to him. Wait a minute, you pay attention to the back. If the business standard is not met, you have to fight to obtain resources to make up for the losses. Oh my God, this is too strict. Han Xing's conditions are indeed a bit harsh. However, since he chose to open Xingyu City, he was thinking about making money. Han Xing provides them with security and profit opportunities. If he can't bring Han Xing a little return, then isn't he doing charity? Han Xing asked himself. He is not so kind and has a big picture view. At this time, another survivor posted below. In fact, handing over 30% of the resources is really quite conscientious. You know, now those big groups have to hand over half of their resources, and they are not as free as the Star God. That's right, I think it is reasonable to use combat resources to make up for losses. Otherwise, a lot of people went to sign contracts, occupying a shop location, and doing nothing. Wouldn't the Star God lose a lot? Yes, the Star God's territory is safer than theirs. I think it's worth using 30% of the resources in exchange for an absolutely safe residence. Let's stop discussing and go to Xingyu City first. There are only more than 3,000 teleportation arrays. We can only go in the next batch after the teleportation array CD is released. After this person said this, the survivors also thought of this. For a moment, everyone scrolled down the post to check the more than 3,000 teleportation array numbers announced by Han Xing. The next moment, all the more than 3,000 teleportation arrays in the entire Xingyu City lit up. According to the calculation that the intermediate teleportation array can teleport 10 people at a time. After one transmission, it will enter a half-hour cooling time. In other words, only 64,000 people can be teleported per hour. In a day, only more than 1 million people can be teleported. For the number of survivors in the world, this number does not sound much. However, Xingyu City will continue to expand in the future, and the number of teleportation arrays will continue to increase. In addition, when Han Xing finds the Void Soul Stone and builds an advanced teleportation array in the future, by then, the number of people that can be teleported every day will reach tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions. At this time, Lon Lon and others who were waiting had expectations and trepidation in their eyes. A few seconds later, more than 30,000 survivors all emerged from the teleportation array. They were the same as the group of people in the God's Daily Column group. The first thing they did when they arrived in Xingyu City was to look at everything inside with curiosity. When they saw this huge city with a huge scale that could not be seen at a glance, they all sighed. Damn! What a big city! These houses, such clean and tidy streets, are so fucking awesome. Is this the strength of the world's #1 person? Some survivors exclaimed in amazement. More people turned on the video and photo functions. They wanted to share their experiences in Xingyu City with their friends or teams as soon as possible. Of course, some survivors who were curious uploaded these pictures to the chat channel. For a while, a large number of pictures about Xingyu City appeared in the chat channel, compared with the panoramic picture that Han Xing had posted before. The first-person perspective of these survivors can make people feel the hugeness of Xingyu City and various details. Moreover, as these survivors began to explore, various strange buildings in Xingyu City were discovered, such as the Galaxy Coliseum, the Galaxy Tavern, the Galaxy Weapon Shop, the Galaxy Secret Medicine Shop, etc. These places are currently in business. Each of the girls, Lon Lon, manages a shop. although the facilities are not as complete as those in the main city of the Wu clan. But it also has the prototype of a commercial city. And then, with the arrival of the survivors, the business model of the entire city will become more mature and usher in a state of flourishing. At this time, Lan Lan stood on the top of the city lord's mansion. From this position, you can see the layout of the entire Xingyu city. While she was broadcasting live to Han Xing, she was nervously watching the endless stream of people, because restrictions were made in advance. Before there were no merchants settled in the shops on the roadside, other survivors were not allowed to enter. The same applies to other buildings. At this time, most survivors could only walk back and forth on the streets, which made them a little unhappy. However, some places were already open, such as the huge volcano hidden in the outskirts of the city. However, when you look closely, you will find that it is not a real volcano, but a huge Tianqi. The Tianqi is still steaming. This is actually a natural volcanic hot spring. For a while, it attracted countless survivors to stop here. Then, they began to climb up the mountain and found the entrance to the hot spring. There was also a sign hanging on it, called Starry Sky Hot Spring. As a natural volcanic hot spring, survivors only need to pay 50 spirit cores to soak in it for a whole night. At this time, several survivors came to the entrance of the hot spring, looking at the scene inside and eager to try. A sturdy survivor looked at the sign at the door, and the price marked, and nodded. 50 spirit cores for a volcanic hot spring experience. This price is not bad. Yes, I am now a 3rd level professional, and I can earn more than 2,000 spirit cores a day. 50 spirit cores, no problem. Hee, then I will go and experience it too. At the door, the female assassin named Xiaoji was in charge of business. Seeing the first batch of guests coming, Xiaoji also put on a professional smile on her face. Guests, are you here to take a hot spring bath? The survivors nodded. Looking at Xiaoji's hot body, everyone's eyes were on her for a while. However, these people did not dare to have any other thoughts in their hearts. After all, this is the territory of the legendary figure Xinghe. The woman who can appear here must have some relationship with him. Maybe she is his woman. In addition, the treaty clearly stated that no neutral creatures, including business personnel, should be attacked in Xingyu City. Otherwise, they will be directly bombarded by the defense tower. Chapter 238. At this time, the survivors also replied politely, Yes. Yes. We are here to take a hot spring bath. Looking at the polite appearance of these people, Xiaoxi also covered her face and chuckled. Dear guests, please follow me. Then, they followed the instructions, and came to the entrance of the volcanic hot spring. It was marked with the word men. At this time, Xiaoxi said from behind, Guests, after entering from here, it is the volcanic hot spring. It should be noted that when entering, the system will automatically deduct 50 spirit cores from your backpack. Please make sure that there are sufficient resources in your account. Listening to Xiaoxi's reminder, the survivors also nodded and said they understood. Then, Xiaoxi chuckled and came to the reception desk at the door again. The survivors lifted the door curtain with curious eyes. The location of the Starry Sky Hot Spring is built in a remote part of the city, preserving the prototype of the huge volcano. When the survivors came up, they also climbed a mountain road. However, when Han Xing gets the drawings of the Wu clan's lifting device, there will be no need to climb the mountain. These male survivors lifted the door curtain with trepidation. Then, in front of them, a huge volcanic lake appeared. The lake's surface was constantly emitting steam, and before getting close, you could feel waves of warmth coming towards you. Moreover, from this perspective, you can see the night view of the central urban area of Xingyu City. At this moment, the group of survivors suddenly exclaimed from the bottom of their hearts. Oh my god! This scenery is really amazing. Yes, it's so beautiful. I didn't expect that I could see such a night view. Now, I understand a little bit what it feels like to dream back to the Tang dynasty. Most of the buildings in this city were expanded by a few girls named Lanlan. When they decorated Xingyu City, the details were almost impeccable. Magic stone lanterns, red crystal ribbons, and various Jiangyu buildings. It looks like a combination of ancient style and magical style. At this time, a male priest said, Don't say it. Such a large hot spring can probably accommodate at least tens of thousands of people, right? We have it all today. Brothers, what are you waiting for? Jump in. After that, the survivors began to take off their armor and jumped directly into the water. With the sound of splashing and splashing into the water, the survivors who jumped in instantly sighed from the bottom of their hearts. Woohoo! This heat is so damn good. Yeah, I haven't had such a comfortable bath since I came to this world. The comfortable temperature of the volcanic hot spring makes people almost feel that their bodies do not exist, and they feel light and floating, as if falling into the clouds. At this time, a survivor suddenly exclaimed, "Brothers, why do I feel that my energy is constantly recovering? I feel that I have endless energy now." Reminded by this, other survivors also realized this. "Fuck. It's true, my physical strength is also recovering. This is amazing, what's going on?" What they don't know is that for the best effect, Lon has put a lot of spiritual spring water into the hot spring. Although after dilution, the effect of restoring life is very weak. However, since this group of survivors are not in an injured state, the overflowed life value has become the recovery of energy and physical strength. Moreover, this kind of vitality is directly absorbed by the body, and the tingling feeling makes people almost intoxicated. This is too exciting. Soaking in the hot spring can also restore energy, it's a big profit. Hurry up and call Xiaolang, Xiaoli and others. Let them also experience what it is like to enjoy like a fairy. For a while, these survivors opened their friend lists, and began to brag to them about the wonders of this volcanic hot spring. However, for special places like this, Lon and others also made corresponding restrictions. That is, they are not allowed to open the video and photo functions. However, this does not prevent word-of-mouth communication among survivors. For a while, one person spread 10 spread 100. A large number of survivors began to pour into the starry sky hot spring. Xiaoji, who was responsible for collecting money at the door, was also very busy. In just over 10 minutes, she received more than 20,000 spirit cores, which is equivalent to more than 4,000 people pouring into the starry sky hot spring. In addition to the starry sky hot spring, several other places in operation were also welcomed by many survivors. Brothers, come to the Galaxy Arena. There's something interesting to watch. What's the interesting thing? 2 3-star elite monsters are going to fight to the death. We can bet on who will win and who will lose. What? So exciting. I be there right away. Come to the Xingyu Tavern quickly. There's a limited supply of 760-year-old black vine wine. Remember to bring enough spirit cores. Fuck, did I hear that right? 760 years? I've heard of black vine wine once. It's a favorite wine of dwarf nobles, and is very precious. I didn't expect that Xingyu Tavern actually has this kind of wine. Xinghe Weapon Shop has a lot of high-level gold equipment for sale. Hurry up and buy now. Fuck, what did I see? Epic Staff. Flame Dominator. An epic Holy Hammer. Triumphant Knight. Crazy. Xinghe actually put out all these weapons. In order to leave a deep impression on these survivors, Han Xing also took out all the treasures in his bottom of the box. The first batch of survivors who arrived had a lot of fun in Xingyu City. They also excitedly told their experiences in the chat channel. This made the survivors who were waiting for the CD of the teleportation array even more anxious. Why is the CD of this teleportation array so long? Urgent, I'm dying of anxiety. I feel like there are ants crawling all over my body. Me too. I really want to soak in that volcanic hot spring. I envy you so much. After more than 10 minutes, the CD of the teleportation array finally ended. The survivors rushed to click on the teleportation frantically. The next moment, more than 3,000 teleportation arrays lit up white again. However, at least tens of millions of people clicked at the same time. In the end, only more than 30,000 survivors were teleported over. Ha ha ha. I'm here, Galaxy Tavern, I'm here. Volcanic hot spring. Where is the volcanic hot spring? Hurry! As soon as these survivors entered Xingyu City, they began to look for the places that had already made a name for themselves. At this time, the survivors who had not been teleported were very angry. Fuck, can you slow down your hand speed? My fingers are numb, but I still can't beat you. That's right. A bunch of animals. At this time, Lon was still broadcasting the whole process for Han Xing. Watching the chat channel being swiped. Lon said nervously at this time, Lord, the number of teleportation arrays seems to be insufficient. Those survivors seem to be in a bad mood. Han Xing also saw the current situation. However, he was not surprised. A large city like this will indeed face various problems when it is just opened. Han Xing replied, I saw it, but don't worry, I will send the coordinates of Xingyu City to the chat channel, and let those survivors try to control the Sky Island by themselves. After hearing this, Lon was relieved. Han Xing also came to the chat channel immediately, and announced the coordinates of Xingyu City. A large number of survivors checked the coordinates, and said one after another. This coordinate is a bit far from me. It may take 2 or 3 days to get there. It will take more than half a month here. Outrageous. Yeah, But there is nothing we can do about it. After all, the land of the gods is too big. Of course, there are also survivors nearby, and they are excited at this time. Fuck. I'm nearby and can get there in an hour or two. Haha, the same for me. The survivors, who are far away, are all envious. At this time, another survivor said, "Is there anyone who wants to go to Xingyu City together? Our team is close, and the teleportation array has not entered CD yet. Come over now, I can give you a ride." Hearing this person's speech, some survivors' eyes lit up. They didn't expect that there is such a method. Although the Xingyu City teleportation array has entered CD, the other survivors' islands have not yet. They can teleport to the islands of these survivors first, and then transfer there. For a while, a large number of survivors shouted, "Really? Godfather. I be there soon, Godfather. Please chat with me privately." Other survivors nearby also followed suit. "We have several intermediate and primary teleportation arrays here, and we can also take a few people. I have one here too." After the survivors used their brains, they came up with many ways to quickly rush to Xingyu City. For a while, the violent atmosphere in the chat channel was also relieved. Then, it returned to the normal rhythm of one wave of teleportation every half an hour. Time is constantly passing. This night, there was another lively scene among the survivors. Countless survivors poured into Xingyu City through various channels. Time flies, and 2.5 hours have passed. However, Lan Lan and Han Xing, who had been broadcasting the entire process, frowned. So far, the teleportation array has teleported 5 waves of people. That is nearly 160,000 people. In addition, the survivors who came from nearby. The number of active people in Xingyu City has reached 200,000. However, with so many people, Han Xing did not receive a message from the Lord who signed the contract. This means that none of their shops and residences have been sold. Lan Lan also quickly sent a message to Han Xing, Lord, something seems to be wrong. These survivors are all here to play, and no one has signed a contract with us. Our shops don't seem to be so popular." Han Xing nodded and said, "I saw it." Although it was a bit unexpected, there was no big reaction. Han Xing also knew that so far, most survivors are still used to living on the Sky Island. The way to obtain resources is also through killing monsters in the wild. They have not yet thought about earning resources for themselves through a business model. Chapter 239. Han Xing replied, "It's okay, everything is difficult at the beginning. It will take some time for them to accept this new model all at once." After listening to this, Lan Lan felt a little more at ease. As time passed, finally, survivors signed the Lord contract one after another, and took over hundreds of shops or residences. Because today is the first day, they did not open the shops in the central city. That is the prime location of the future Xingyu City. However, the construction of these shops in the periphery is also quite good. It took Lan Lan and others a lot of effort. When it was about to dawn, Han Xing also received more than 1,000 contract information. However, most of these survivors signed a 1-year contract, and they seemed to want to operate for a while to try the effect. Although Han Xing knew that there was no such great crisis of genocide as the blood tide, the survivors did not want to bind their freedom to others. But this result was still a bit too different from his expectations. Han Xing shook his head and said, "It seems that it will not work in the short term to rely on these survivors to open a shop and make a profit." This made him a little disappointed. Because, if a city wants to retain people, it must have flourishing businesses and numerous jobs. Although there are some shops in operation in Xingyu City now. But it is still unrealistic to rely on these alone to retain a large number of survivors. Once the novelty of the survivors wears off, they will forget Xingyu City. At this time, Han Xing frowned and thought in a low voice. "Now, the problem I'm facing is that I'm short of a group of people who can run the entire city. Before a major crisis like the blood tide, the survivors will not easily sign the Lord contract, so they can't be relied on." Han Xing shook his head, "But it doesn't matter, I still have an alternative route. That is, to ask the natives of this world for help." Han Xing's eyes suddenly lit up. During their trip to the main city of the Wu clan, they learned about the ecological environment and population distribution of this large clan. That is, not all of the huge population of the Wu clan are professionals of the first turn or above. Among them, there are a large number of ordinary people who can only stay in the main city of the Wu clan and earn a meager income by labor. Going out of the city to explore the Sky Island is the privilege of those professionals. Han Xing is ready to go to Wu Miao to discuss it when he has the opportunity. Directly use the contract scroll to sign a contract with these Wu clan members, and then pay them a certain amount of remuneration every month. Han Xing doesn't expect them to do anything. It's okay to help him look after the store. Presumably, Wu Mior would be happy to accept this. However, it will take a long time to achieve this goal. The first thing to solve is how these Wu people can enter the land abandoned by the gods. Before this, Han Xing had already learned about it. It is extremely difficult for the natives from the outside world to enter or exit the land abandoned by the gods. Even a strong man like Wu Mior was trapped in it for more than half a month. However, there is a solution to this problem. That is to build an advanced teleportation array. The advanced teleportation array has a special effect that can ignore space for teleportation, similar to the special effect of oracle summons. Therefore, it is natural to ignore the spatial turbulence at the edge of the abandoned land of the gods and achieve ultra-long distance transmission. And this will also be a channel for him to connect the abandoned land of the gods with the outside world. Han Xing whispered, "It seems that it is indeed too early to open Xingyu City now. Before the advanced teleportation array is built, there are many problems." However, at this moment, Han Xing suddenly received a friend request. "Survivor Luo Chan, apply to add you as a friend." Han Xing's eyes were puzzled, and he was a little familiar with this name. It was Luo Chan, the leader of the Immortal Mansion, who had met him once before. During the blood tide, Han Xing also saved them once. How did this woman know my real name? With a puzzled expression, Han Xing clicked to accept. The next moment, Luo Chan immediately sent a message. "Finally added you as a friend, Star God." Her tone was a little excited. Han Xing asked in confusion, how do you know my name?" Luo Chan hurriedly said, "I'm sorry, Star God, because I was really anxious, so I used some unconventional means to find your real name. I'm really sorry." Without your consent. Luo Chan apologized again sincerely. Han Xing nodded suddenly after hearing this. So far, there are already quite a few people in his friend list, among which it is inevitable that someone will intentionally or unintentionally leak his real name. However, he doesn't care about these. Han Xing said at this time, "It's okay, you are in a hurry to find me, is there something?" Hearing that Han Xing didn't take it seriously, Luo Chan also breathed a sigh of relief. She thought for a moment, as if she was organizing her words and thoughts. Then, Luo Chan said softly, "There are two things to contact Star God this time. One is to thank you for saving my life last time. The second is that I want to talk to Star God about something." Han Xing did not speak, but quietly waited for Luo Chan to say the next word. Luo Chan said slowly again, "To be honest, this time Star God suddenly opened Xingyu City and developed it into a commercial model, which surprised us a little. Because you disrupted the plans of some people, including me." Han Xing was a little surprised. "What do you mean?" Luo Chan replied, "Because, in our plan, we are going to merge the Sky Islands of 7 large teams, including Xianfu, Jiuzhou, Yaoguang, etc., in a year. Then, just like Star God today, open the territory and build it into a city of survivors." So, today Star God suddenly announced this matter, which also disrupted our plan. At this point, Han Xing understood what she meant. It seems that the ideas of these big group leaders are the same as his. In the future, they will all develop towards urbanization. And Han Xing's announcement today is equivalent to 1 year ahead of their time. Han Xing nodded. "So what do you mean?" Luo Chan chuckled. "So we decided. All members of the Immortal Palace will move into Xingyu City. And this is the second thing I came to find the Star God for." The first one was within Han Xing's expectations. As for the second one, it was completed beyond Han Xing's expectations. Han Xing was a little surprised and said, "What did you say? The Immortal Palace moved into Xingyu City?" Luo Chan heard the shock in Han Xing's tone and chuckled. "Yes. Moreover, not just some, but all members of the Immortal Palace, nearly 1 million people, all moved in. They are all willing to sign a lord contract with Star God and make a contribution to the development of Xingyu City." Han Xing was shocked. "Do you know what you are talking about? Once the lord contract is signed, you cannot regret it for at least 1 year. This is equivalent to the more than 1 million survivors in your Immortal Palace working for me for a year." However, Luo Chan said solemnly, "Star God we are. But I believe this will be the most correct decision we have ever made in our lives. We have all witnessed the strength of the Star God. Your Xingyu City is undoubtedly the safest place among the survivors in the world. If it can be developed, the future potential is limitless." Luo Chan's tone was full of excitement, and she highly praised Xingyu City. The next moment, she changed the subject. "But we also know that your development path is different from ours. You are taking the elite route, and have not recruited a large number of ordinary survivors. So, there are not many people in your territory. If you want to develop the entire city, you first need a group of trustworthy people. Whether it is to run a shop for you or to help expand your territory, a large number of people are needed. Luo Chan said a long paragraph. Han Xing was also lost in thought. It must be said that Luo Chan's vision is very unique, and he can clearly see the crux of Han Xing's current problem. Han Xing also replied, "You are right, I do need a lot of manpower, so let's solve this problem for Star God now." Luo Chan's tone was filled with a cheerful laugh. "I believe that with the assistance of our members of the Immortal Palace, the development speed of your territory will explode." After listening to the woman's words, Han Xing was indeed moved. However, he also knew that there is no free dinner in the world. So, Han Xing asked, "Then, what are the conditions?" Listening to Han Xing's straightforward words, Luo Chan also said directly, "The condition is, we hope to stay in Xingyu City and help Star God develop. And we also hope that Star God can sincerely accept all the brothers and sisters in our Immortal Palace." Han Xing was silent. This condition can be said to be equivalent to not mentioning anything. Luo Chan is equivalent to directly handing over the power she has worked hard to build to Han Xing. Of course, it is a bit serious to say that handing over. After all, Han Xing would not let their interests be harmed. On the contrary, he provided them with a perfect platform. Now anyone with a discerning eye can see the prospects of Xingyu City. It's just that because of some concerns, the survivors did not dare to go all out like Luo Chan and the others. Luo Chan's decision can be said to be a win-win situation. After a moment, Han Xing said, "To be honest, I'm surprised. After all, I never thought that one day I would have an intersection with your immortal mansion. Of course, if you can settle in Xingyu City, it will definitely be a good decision, and I will give you the greatest support. As for what you said, sincerely accepting everyone in your immortal palace. Since you have come to my Xingyu City, as long as you don't have other thoughts, I will naturally accept you sincerely." After hearing this, Luo Chan also said solemnly, "With the words of the Star God, we are relieved. Next, all members of the Immortal Palace will fully assist the development of the Star God's territory." Han Xing also nodded. Then, the two discussed some specific cooperation matters, such as the allocation of residences for members of the Immortal Palace, the annual profit standards, and some other welfare policies. Soon, half an hour passed. Both felt that there was nothing to add. Luo Chan also said, "Then it's a happy decision, Star God. The Immortal Mansion territory is approaching the coordinates of Xingyu City, and it will take about 17 hours to arrive." Han Xing nodded. "Okay, after you arrive in Xingyu City, just find a girl named Lan Lan to connect. I'm not in Xingyu City recently, and I won't be back in a short time." Luo Chan was a little surprised after hearing this. "Star God, you are not in Xingyu City?" She seemed to have thought of something instantly. "In the land abandoned by the gods, even if it is far away, you can directly return to the territory through the teleportation array." But Han Xing said that he will not come back in a short time. There is only one possibility. Xinghe has already walked out of the land abandoned by the gods. Thinking of this, Luo Chan's delicate body trembled, and she was surprised. Could it be that the Star God has? Han Xing replied, "You guessed right, but you'd better keep this a secret for me." Luo Chan also took a deep breath. "I understand, Star God." Luo Chan said solemnly, and then said with some regret, "It's a pity, I still want to see the style of the Star God again." Hearing the strange tone of this woman, Han Xing was also a little confused. Then, he hung up the call. At this time, Xingyu City still maintained a very high flow of people. More and more sky islands gathered here from all directions. They all temporarily connected their sky islands with Xingyu City, and then entered the city. There are already thousands of sky islands floating near Xingyu City. These sky islands are as small as hundreds of thousands of square meters, and as large as 1 or 2 square kilometers. But compared with Xingyu City, it seems very small. More than 10 hours later, a giant sky island with dozens of square kilometers came from a distance at a high speed. They were densely packed, millions of survivors standing on it. They were equipped with different equipment. Most of them were a mix of blue and purple equipment, and there was a piece of gold equipment. These people were the members of the Immortal Mansion led by Luo Chan. At this time, in the Xianfu territory, more than 1 million survivors looked at this huge city with curiosity. In the Xianfu chat channel, other survivors couldn't help asking, "Captain, do we really have to sign a lord contract with Xinghe?" Luo Chan chuckled. "Hasn't it been agreed long ago? We all move into Xingyu City, and then develop together." The survivor hurriedly said, "But Captain, in this case, we all have to listen to Xinghe's arrangements. Besides, we don't know Xinghe's character. What if we just signed a lord contract with him, and he turns around and asks us to perform those difficult tasks, or tries to suppress our development in every possible way. This person's words were recognized by many survivors in the Xianfu. Yes, Fairy Luo-chan, we still want to follow you. However, Luo-chan explained, what are you talking about? Of course you have to follow me in the future. Don't forget, not only you, but also myself, will sign a contract with Xinghe to develop together. Your direct superior in the future will still be me, and Xingshan is equivalent to our big boss, so you still have to listen to me in the future. Chapter 240. After listening to Luo Chan's explanation, the survivors breathed a sigh of relief. Before this, they were very worried that after the Immortal Mansion settled in Xingyu City, Xinghe would be afraid that the power of the Immortal Mansion would be too strong, and would use various means to divide or suppress it. This kind of thing has happened in history. However, they thought too much. Let's not talk about whether Han Xing has the intention to suppress them. Just look at the strength of the 1 million people in the Immortal Mansion. He will not be afraid of anything at all. At this time, Luo-chan also smiled. You think too much. With the strength of the Star God, he won't be afraid of our Immortal Mansion. The Star God is willing to let us all settle in. In fact, we should sincerely thank him. You should have seen before that the living environment of the Immortal Mansion is too bloated. Millions of people are crowded on a large platform. The main way to obtain resources is to fight. This is too slow to develop. With Xingyu City, I have a more complete and safer territory to develop. This is equivalent to borrowing the skin of Xingyu City, which allows us to take advantage of it. After Luo-chan finished speaking, millions of survivors fell into deep thought. They also felt that what Luo-chan said made sense. At this time, a survivor analyzed. What the team leader said makes sense. Now most teams sign contracts and hand over at least 30% of their resources. Xinghe is also 30%. Moreover, he also provides you with housing and security. This is much better than most team leaders now? This person's words were recognized by many people. After such an analysis, everyone in the Immortal Palace had a changed impression about settling in Xingyu City. Luo-chan also said again, don't worry about these, please believe me, Luo-chan. Next, we will rely on Xingyu City. Xianfu will usher in an unprecedented transformation. Then, Luo-chan led the millions of survivors from Xianfu to Xingyu City, because he had greeted Lan Lan in advance. So, Lan Lan was not surprised by the arrival of Luo-chan and others. After the two sides introduced each other, Luo-chan took the lead in signing the Lord contract. Other survivors of Xianfu followed suit. For a while, Han Xing was frantically refreshed by the contract prompts. Then, Han Xing stopped paying attention. With the participation of millions of people from Xianfu, plus the help given by Han Xing. Next, the development of Xingyu City will enter a leap stage. At the same time, after 2 days of busy work, Han Xing finally relaxed. At this time, the people waiting in Wanqing City have been paying attention to what happened recently in the chat channel. Shen Yun couldn't help but sigh. Brother Xing is really quick. In just 1 month, it has developed to this scale. In this way, it is equivalent to walking ahead of all the survivors. Xingyu City has become the first main city of the human race, which is a foregone conclusion. Everyone understands the importance of a race having its first main city. Han Xing also smiled and said, it's also because the girls Lan Lan are more hardworking. Wait until we go back to the Forsaken Land of the Gods, and see if we can bring their levels up. After hearing this, Chung Jianyong patted his chest and said, no problem, I'm the best at bringing girls. I am now a 4-turn swordsman. From now on, you should call me a great swordsman. After a swordsman's 4th turn, he will become a hero-level professional, that is, a great swordsman. Chung Jianyong is very satisfied with his title, and is called it every day. Shen Yun rolled his eyes at him and said, what's so good about being a great swordsman? I am also a 4-turn glory bishop now. After hearing this, Chung Jianyong was immediately excited and said, how can the glory bishop compare to my title of great swordsman? After becoming a 4-turn swordsman, everyone found that their professional names had changed. Zhang Lianmeng became a great magician. Su Xiaoyong is an elf master. And Han Xing, the wild ranger, also has a hero-level title behind him. The change in the title made everyone feel the growth of their strength. Compared to before the 3rd turn, their strength has undergone earth-shaking changes. Not only did the basic attributes double again, but they also learned 2 powerful burst skills. It is worth mentioning that Zhang Lianmeng's 2 new skills are Elemental Affinity and Forbidden Spell Burning Sky Rain. Elemental Affinity. It can greatly reduce the casting time and enhance the spell damage according to the spirit strength of the Grand Mage. Forbidden spell Burning Sky Rain of Fire. Summon a burst of Burning Sky Rain of Fire to deal a devastating blow to the target area. The damage coefficient is Spirit * 7.5. The damage range is Spirit * 5 meters. The skill duration is 30 seconds, and the cooldown time is 24 hours. Note: after using the forbidden spell, the Grand Mage will enter a weak state for 1 minute, the chanting time increases by 50%, and the spell damage decreases by 50%. Needless to say, the previous elemental affinity skill reduces the casting time and increases the damage according to the spirit strength. With Zhang Lianming's current mental strength, many skills, such as Fireball, Ice Cone, Lightning, etc., can achieve instant effects. This skill can be said to have truly changed the mage's combat mode. No longer need to stand still, slowly chant magic, and then launch an attack. It can be called a qualitative change. The second forbidden spell skill is also extremely powerful. Calculated based on Zhang Lianming's current mental strength of more than 2,500, it is a full 19,000 spell damage, and there is an exaggerated range. What's more terrifying is that this skill is still continuous damage. After 30 seconds of bombing, I'm afraid even the Lord creatures of the same level will be killed on the spot. This skill is worthy of the name of forbidden spell. At this time, Han Xing also said with a smile. Okay, now we have all completed the fourth transformation, which can be regarded as a great increase in strength. Next, you all get ready and accompany me to the next trip to the Abyss Rift. Hearing the 4 words Abyss Rift, everyone's eyes lit up. They have long known about the existence of this copy. Since the early days of the opening of the Cloud Secret Realm, they have revealed related materials and fragments of powerful people. It is said that there are countless treasures and powerful equipment hidden inside. Before, Han Xing planned to explore several times, but was interrupted by various things. In the past month since arriving in the Wu Clan territory, Han Xing also seized every opportunity to continuously expand the territory and improve the strength of everyone. There is no chance to explore the Abyss Rift. However, the effect is obvious to all. In just 1 month, Han Xing once again built hundreds of Hellfire silos, plus 2,000 lightning towers, and tens of thousands of arrow towers. At the same time, there are 600,000 wolf cavalry troops and 300,000 minotaurs. Including the toucans, the number of troops in Han Xing's territory has exceeded 1 million. At present, Wanqing City, only considering the firepower, has completely surpassed Xingyu City. Now, Han Xing can say very confidently, under the legend, I am already invincible, so, even if everyone enters the Abyss Rift, there is no need to worry about Wanqing City being attacked. Then, Han Xing took out a lot of materials directly from his backpack. Strong fragments. After collecting 100 fragments, you can synthesize a strong mark, which can be used for the Abyss Rift challenge. Han Xing also has a large reserve of fragments like this. Before, when the price had not increased, Han Xing began to collect a large number of such fragments. Now, as the majority of survivors continue to explore the Abyss Rift, they bring back various precious props from it. The price of strong fragments is also rising. At present, the market price of a fragment has reached 2,000 spirit cores, which is equivalent to 200,000 spirit cores to challenge the Abyss Rift once. When Han Xing purchased in bulk, it was less than 200 spirit cores. Even after the depreciation of the spirit core, he made at least 5 times the profit. Han Xing glanced at his warehouse. Strong fragment * 12.43 million. 12 million. This number is scary to say. All the strong marks can allow him to enter the Abyss Rift more than 100,000 times. Even if Han Xing can't use it all, he can earn a lot of resources by throwing it on the trading channel. And this is only the value of one of the materials in Han Xing's warehouse. He has more precious materials stored in the warehouse. Looking at his warehouse, a sense of satisfaction and confidence rose from his heart. At this time, Han Xing also sighed. This is the joy of being a hoarder. Then, he directly took out 50,000 strong fragments and synthesized 500 strong marks. Then, he gave 100 to Cheng Jianyong, Shen Yuan and others. Han Xing said at this time, okay, check your backpacks and try to bring as many supplies as possible. After listening, everyone checked their backpacks together. After a while, Cheng Jianyong replied, I have no problem here, Brother Xing. Shen Yuan also nodded, I have no problem either. Okay. The next moment, Han Xing was about to teleport, and he seemed to think of something. He quickly put the coal balls beside him into the pet space. In this way, you can bring your pet into the Abyss Rift together. After making these preparations, everyone also crushed the strong seal in their hands at the same time. The next moment, the system prompt appeared. Do you want to enter the special scene, Abyss Fisher? Yes. At the moment, when Han Xing clicked to confirm, a ball of black fog appeared on the 5 people at the same time. Moreover, this ball of black fog continued to spread and rise, and then completely enveloped the 5 people. The system prompt appeared. Abyss Fisher transmission in progress. A few seconds later, everyone's eyes went black. After a while of dizziness, everyone clearly felt that the surrounding scene had changed differently. A few seconds later, Han Xing finally regained some vision. When he opened his eyes, he found himself in a dim environment. Here, as the name suggests, Abyss Fisher. Everyone seemed to be really in the abyss. There was thick fog everywhere around, and even with Han Xing's eyesight, he couldn't see the scene 5 meters away. Chapter 241. Oh my god, it's so dark. Chung Jianyong's voice came first. The surroundings seemed very empty, except for Chung Jianyong's voice. Whispers continued to be heard in the fog, echoing above and around everyone's heads. These voices were like the whispers and curses of wronged souls, and they felt waves of malice from them. It seemed that they were discussing how to deal with everyone, because the environment was too dark. Han Xing directly took out a dark flint torch from his backpack. With a hiss, the torch lit up. The red light dispelled the fog. The visibility around was improved a little, but it was also limited to within 10 meters. Shen Yun frowned and said, "Is this place so weird? Even we can't see the scene in the fog, it's like a rule." Chung Jianyong tried to touch the fog. Then, he was like being blocked by an invisible wall and couldn't enter the fog at all. Chung Jianyong said, "Brother Xing, there are restrictions in these fogs. We can't go in. We can only move in the visible area." Han Xing nodded. He also saw it. At this time, the system prompt appeared. New scene, Abyss Rift has been loaded. Since your team is entering for the first time, the challenge level of Abyss Rift is not recorded. This time you can only start the challenge from the first level. Now, please name your team. Hearing the system prompt, everyone looked at each other. Chung Jianyong was stunned. What the hell? We have to name the team? Then, everyone turned their eyes to Han Xing. Han Xing knew that they were asking for his opinion. After thinking for a moment, Han Xing said directly, "Just call it the Galaxy Team." He was too lazy to think of a name. Everyone also smiled knowingly. The system prompt appeared. Team, Galaxy Team named successfully. Captain, Galaxy, Team members, Lonely Warrior, Yun Tianming, Qingming, Smart Lamb. Please take a break. In 3 minutes, the Abyss Rift Challenge will be open for you. Shen Yun thought for a moment and whispered, 3 minutes of preparation time, this copy is quite humane. Everyone nodded. However, each of them held a dark flint torch and began to explore within this limited range. The ground was made of some unknown soil, and it felt a little soft when stepped on, like stepping on grass, or like stepping on a piece of rotten cloth. The air was filled with the smell of decay. The whispers of the dead came from the mist, and a pile of bones can be seen from time to time on the ground. The atmosphere here seems very strange. At this time, Shen Yun suddenly said, "Brother Xing, come and see, there is something here." "What is it?" "Let me take a look." Chung Jianyong rushed over immediately. After hearing this, everyone moved closer to Shen Yun. Then, they saw what Shen Yun was talking about. It was a 2-meter-high stone tablet, half of which was hidden under the ground. The surface was covered with various black spots, which looked a bit ominous. There were also some words recorded on it. Brave Stone Tablet. It records the record of the Brave Team's exploration of the Abyss Rift. Oh! Brave Stone Tablet? Chung Jianyong was surprised and asked, "Is it the other survivor teams that record the team's performance?" They continued to look down. Stone Tablet Reward. The survivor team that first clears a certain number of levels of the Abyss Rift will receive an exclusive reward. The specific levels are 10, 20, 30, 100. Does this stone tablet mean that we can get an exclusive reward every time we clear 10 levels? Chung Jianyong asked. After reading it carefully, Shen Yun shook his head and said, "No, only the team that clears the level first will get a reward, and only once." Huh? What does that mean? Chung Jianyong asked. Shen Yun explained, it means that there is an exclusive reward for specific levels such as 10, 20, and 30. But it must be the first team to clear this level. After listening to Shen Yun's explanation, everyone also understood the rules of this exclusive reward. At this time, when they looked at the stone tablet again, they found that there were 3 lines of fonts recorded on it. The first team to clear the 10th floor of the Abyss Rift, Hui. This team is undoubtedly Zhou Huang. Below, there is another one. The first team to clear the 20th floor of the Abyss Rift, Kunlun. Needless to say, this one must be Wujia. The strength of these two people is indeed very strong. And below, there is another one. The first team to clear the 30th floor of the Abyss Rift, Kunlun. Wujia is the first team to clear the 20th and 30th floors. At this time, Chung Jianyong asked, Wujia has taken 2 rewards in a row, and the reward for the 40th floor should not have been taken by him yet, right? Han Xing looked at the last line of numbers below the stone tablet and nodded. The highest level of the current Abyss Rift Challenge, 39th level, the team that cleared it, Kunlun. It's Wujia again. His strength is indeed strong. During the Blood Tide period, Wujia could challenge a master alone. However, the master's level at that time was 29th level, and Wujia had not completed the 3rd transformation. Now, after so much time, his strength will only be stronger. Even Wujia only cleared the 39th level, and stopped at the 40th level. It seems that the difficulty of this Abyss Rift is not ordinary high. Chung Jianyong sighed. Shen Yun thought for a moment and analyzed. It should be okay. Although Wujia is strong, his level is far behind ours. The 4th and 3rd transformations are another qualitative improvement. So, the difficulty of the 40th level should not be a problem for us. After listening to it, everyone felt that it made some sense. At the same time, they also had some expectations in their hearts. This time entering the Abyss Rift, there may be some unexpected gains. At this time, the 3-minute preparation time has passed. The system prompt appears. The Abyss Rift Challenge will start in 10 seconds. Survivors, please prepare. Everyone's face was stern. When the 10-second countdown ended, everyone found that the surrounding fog retreated more than 10 meters in an instant, leaving everyone with an open area. The next moment, they only heard a creaking sound echoing in their ears. It was like bones colliding with each other. Then, they saw with their own eyes that skeleton palms drilled out of the soil and then broke out of the ground. The next moment, a total of more than a dozen skeleton soldiers appeared in front of everyone with ferocious looks. These skeleton soldiers were holding a rusty short knife or a small wooden round shield, but everyone did not feel any sense of crisis from these monsters. The attributes of the skeleton soldiers also appeared in front of them. Skeleton soldiers, Abyss monsters. Level 1. Attributes, Strength 5, Agility 8, Spirit 6, Constitution 7, Skills, Shield Attack /. Looking at the attributes of these monsters, everyone's mouth twitched. Level 1 monsters are really fragile. With everyone's current attributes, even if they stand and let them attack for a year, they may not break the defense at all. At this time, Han Xing suddenly smiled and said, Lianer, kill them in seconds. Zhang Lianmeng on the side understood. She showed a faint smile, moved lightly with lotus steps, and twisted her waist. Then she raised the Flame Dominator's staff high, and the terrifying flame power gathered in it. After completing the 4th transformation and becoming a great magician, Zhang Lianmeng was able to cast small skills instantly. This is indeed the case. From the time Zhang Lianmeng raised her hand to the time the fireball condensed, it took no more than 0.1 seconds. With a light sound, a large fireball with a diameter of more than 10 meters, as blazing as the sun, suddenly fell down. Boom! The terrifying flames rose up, covering Han Xing and others. The dark foggy space was instantly illuminated. The next moment, everyone heard the system prompt. Successfully killed Skeleton Soldier LV1, Ordinary Abyss Monster, and gained experience points. Such low-level monsters basically can't give them any experience. At this time, everyone noticed that there seemed to be something strange left where these skeleton soldiers stood. Several faint will-o'-the-wisp fires floated in the air. There was some black soil on the ground. Han Xing walked forward and tried to touch the will-o'-the-wisp fires. The properties of these faint will-o'-the-wisp fires also appeared in front of him. Dim Soul. A soul with a faint soul breath can summon a level 1 ordinary abyss monster to assist in the battle. This thing should belong to the same series as the Elite Soul and the Hero Soul. Han Xing also collected all these souls, along with the spoils on the ground. Obtained materials: Dim Soul *4, Rare Earth *11, Refined Iron *3. This is only the first layer of the Abyss Rift, and the materials inside are also relatively low level. However, those dim souls are still good. If Han Xing came in before level 10, he might be able to directly pull out a team of abyss monsters after brushing a few more times. Of course, he can't use it now. After collecting all the materials on the ground, a passage suddenly appeared in the fog ahead. The system prompt appeared. The first level challenge has ended. This battle took 1.32 seconds. Please enter the foggy passage and start the next level challenge of the Abyss Rift. After listening to it, everyone followed the instructions and went to the next area. After entering the foggy passage, the area behind was shrouded in fog again. When they completely stepped into a new area, the system prompt appeared again. Abyss Rift, the second level challenge is about to begin. After a few seconds, several skeleton soldiers crawled up from the ground again. However, compared with the first level, the number of monsters is more. Moreover, the level of these skeleton soldiers has also increased by 1 level, and the attributes have increased slightly. However, it was still a matter of Zhang Lianmeng's big fireball. Boom! The flames rose. It took 2 seconds for everyone to finish the battle on the second level again. Then the third floor, the fourth floor. The big fireball bombarded all the way down, clearing the field in an instant. All the way to the 10th floor. Finally, a slightly stronger monster appeared in front of everyone. Skeleton Warrior, Elite Creature. Level 10. Attributes, Strength 84, Agility 73, Spirit 61, Constitution 71. Skills, Skeleton Armor, Giant Axe Smash, Destroy the Army. Chapter 242. This monster has reached the edge of a turn, and its strength is indeed strong. However, as Zhang Lianmeng threw a big fireball, this skeleton warrior didn't even raise his weapon, and was directly blasted into a pool of black ash. And above this pile of black ash, there was a group of ghost fire emitting a faint glow. Han Xing walked to the side, and collected the materials it dropped. Get Luminous Soul *1, get Rare Earth *270, get Mithril *12, get. Compared to the Dim Soul, the Luminous Soul contains a richer soul breath, and can summon a level 10 elite monster to assist in the battle. However, it still doesn't help Han Xing now. Then, everyone started to attack the next level again. After reaching the 11th floor, the level of the monster also reached level 11. Not only the number became more, but also some new soldiers appeared. In addition to the skeleton soldiers, there are also many skeleton dogs, skeleton horses, etc. From time to time, some transparent, ghost-like monsters would float in the fog. These monsters are called Abyss Ghosts. They are magic monsters that can launch mental attacks. Monsters on the 11th floor, physical and magic attacks are mixed. If it were an ordinary first-level team, I'm afraid they would really encounter a lot of trouble here. Of course, it was still Zhang Lianmeng's big fireball. Boom! The flames dissipated, and the system prompt appeared. Successfully past the 11th floor of the Abyss Rift, this battle took 3.27 seconds. Everyone started to pass quickly, and soon came to the 16th floor. The monsters here have become stronger, and their levels are basically 16 or above. Elite monsters appear frequently, and sometimes you will encounter a leader. Zhang Lianmeng's big fireball cannot clear the field in one wave because of the limited attack range. However, at this time, Han Xing can basically solve the battle by adding another explosive arrow. With the cooperation of the two, the following floors are also unimpeded. 17th floor, for 0.1 seconds. 18th floor, for 0.23 seconds. 19th floor. Until the 25th floor, their speed still has no lag. Basically, the battle is solved within 10 seconds. Then, they went straight to the 30th floor. The final boss here is a level 30 leader monster. Angry Ghost, leader level Abyss monster. Level, 30 attributes, Strength 293, Agility 304, Spirit 354, Constitution 273 skills, Wail of Wrathful Spirits, Reign of the Dead, Angry Scream. This angry ghost floated in the air, with red light all over its body. It looked like a human woman. Her hair was disheveled, and she was wearing thin clothes with holes everywhere. Through these holes, you can see the pale skin and the extremely slender figure under the clothes. Chung Jianyong couldn't help but sigh. TSK, this female ghost has a good figure. Shin Yun rolled his eyes at him, and said speechlessly, Brother, you seem a little perverted. You can have a hobby that is down to earth, but you can't be down to earth. Chung Jianyong quickly explained, What are you thinking about? I just sighed casually. However, the ghost seemed to be unable to hear the conversation. It looked at everyone with its resentful eyes, and then pounced. Buzz, the red light on the angry ghost surged, carrying the breath of death. The next moment, Han Xing directly hit the weak spot, and hit the female ghost's forehead. Ah! With a piercing scream, the red light on the female ghost kept flashing. It looked at Han Xing with resentment, then floated into the air, as if it wanted to release some skills. However, at this moment, Han Xing said, Kill it in seconds. After receiving the order, everyone's attacks fell at the same time. Holy Light Ball, murderous intent burst, big fireball, multiple continuous shooting, crackling, various attacks fell on the angry ghost. A wave of concentrated fire went down. The red light on the ghost was extinguished as if by a basin of cold water. Then screamed and dissipated in the air. Successfully cleared the abyss rift, 30th floor, took 1 minute and 12 seconds. After the ghost girl died, a ball of ghost fire emitting red light floated in the same place. Strengthen the soul. The soul with a strong soul aura can summon a 30th level leader ghost to assist in the battle. Another kind of soul. Han Xing's eyes also lit up. Because this means that as long as they continue to clear the level, there will definitely be a chance to explode a higher level soul, after collecting all the souls and mithril that exploded from the ghost. In front of them, a foggy passage appeared again. At this time, the system prompt appeared. The challenge of the 30th floor has ended. The time for this battle, 1 minute and 17 seconds. Please decide whether to continue exploring deeper levels of the Abyss Rift. If you choose no, the system will automatically record the number of levels the team has cleared and teleport the survivors. Next time you enter, you can choose any level from 1 to 30 and start the challenge again. Hearing the prompt, Cheng Jianyong was surprised. Oh? Is this a save for us? Han Xing nodded. It should be. Han Xing did not hesitate and directly clicked to continue exploring. The monsters on the 30th floor did not pose any threat to them. Even Wujia has now rushed to the 39th floor, so Han Xing and others don't need to consider anything. Then, everyone stepped into the foggy passage together. As they continued to go deeper, the surrounding scene also had some subtle changes. It was no longer a chaos as before. The foggy passage now became more like a dragon's den and a tiger's lair, full of danger. Screech after scream drilled into everyone's eardrums. And the occasional knocking sounds, as if someone was crushing bones one by one, made people's scalps numb. Everyone just stepped into the foggy passage. Suddenly, they saw a huge shadow behind them rushing towards them. That figure exuded a monstrous evil aura, even surpassing the Zifo they met in the main city of the Wu clan, and Zifo has the strength of a 4-star lord. This figure even faintly touched that level of power. At this moment, including Han Xing, everyone felt the hair on their back stand on end. The sense of crisis of death came instantly. Be careful! Cheng Jianyong exclaimed. At this time, Han Xing, when he sensed the breath coming, instantly released the cold ball from the pet space. He also pulled the bowstring, and was even ready to fight to the death. However, when the terrifying breath was about to rush out of the edge of the fog, it seemed to be blocked by an invisible wall. Bang! An invisible collision sound came. The monster roared angrily, and kept rushing forward. However, no matter how angry it was, it could not break through the fog, and even a little breath could not spread over. It was as if that piece of fog was another world. After trying it for nothing, the terrifying breath turned and left. Han Xing and others breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. They were all shocked. The two girls also held their weapons tightly, and their bodies were shaking slightly. Cheng Jianyong's lips and teeth turned white, and he said in shock, "Just now, what the hell was that?" Shen Yun also shook his head, and then looked at Han Xing. Han Xing said, "I'm not sure, but the strong fragment said that this was once a battlefield between two worlds. Although it is now closed, there must be many unimaginable existences in it. However, we have system protection. Even those existences cannot hurt us through the fog." After hearing this, everyone also showed a look of realization. After hearing this, Cheng Jianyong immediately said angrily, "Damn, these guys knew they couldn't get through, but they came here to scare us. They are really nothing." Cheng Jianyong wanted to continue to complain. Han Xing quickly stopped him. Cheng Jianyong was still a little confused. And when he followed Han Xing's gaze and looked forward, he suddenly felt his scalp tingling. Deep in the fog, 1 or 2 pairs of red eyes, emitting strong murderous intent, stared at everyone. Cheng Jianyong quickly closed his mouth. He shrank his neck with a pale face, not daring to say a word. Everyone also kept a quiet pace and slowly walked towards the 31st floor area. Behind them, those sights lingered. It was as if they would always hide in the fog, staring at them. Until everyone passed through the foggy passage. The scene in front of them changed again, and those prying sights gradually disappeared. Everyone also breathed a sigh of relief. In front of them, a wide area reappeared. This is the 31st floor of the Abyss Rift. Compared with the previous 30 floors, the space here seems more vast. And this also sends a signal. The number of monsters encountered next will be more, and they will be more powerful. At this time, Han Xing looked at the foggy space in front of him and said, "It seems that we are going to increase our strength. Everyone, Get ready and see how strong the monsters on the 31st floor are. It seems that he heard everyone's request. The next moment, the whole land seemed to be revived, and various pale skeleton arms and bodies kept coming out. In the fog, groups of ghosts rushed towards everyone. It was still a combination of skeleton monsters and ghosts. But among them, there were many elite monsters such as skeleton knights and evil ghosts. Moreover, the levels of these monsters were all 31. Compared with the previous floors, not only did the number of monsters increase dramatically, but the attributes also ushered in a qualitative change. At the current stage, 80% of the teams of all mankind may stop here. Even Han Xing and others were a little more serious. Boom! Explosive arrows and fireballs blasted down in waves. Fire damage seems to have a special bonus to these abyss monsters. Like mowing the grass, waves of monsters were blasted and killed by everyone. Han Xing and Zhang Lianmeng's attacks worked together, and these ordinary monsters were no match for them. Even if the elite monsters hidden in them were not killed instantly, they would be targeted by Su Xiaoyong and Cheng Jianyong at the first time. Kill information kept appearing, and the system interface began to refresh the screen frantically. Successfully killed the skeleton dog, and gained 64,800 experience points. Successfully killed the evil ghost, elite level, and gained 148,000 experience points. Successfully killed. 3 minutes later. When the last skeleton knight was cut into 2 pieces by Cheng Jianyong's sword, his bones were scattered all over the ground. The battle was declared over. At this time, Han Xing noticed that many ghost fires of different colors appeared on the battlefield. Compared with the previous floors, the will-o'-the-wisp here is obviously stronger. These should be the souls of the abyss monsters, which can summon monsters of the corresponding level to assist in the battle. Han Xing also walked over and collected all the messy materials on the ground. Obtained Luminous Souls *721, obtained Elite Souls *5, obtained Abyss Magic Stones *563, obtained Eternal Gold Ingots *27, obtained Mithril. Looking at the will-o'-the-wisp in the backpack, Han Xing thought, interesting, at the 23rd floor, the materials that appeared are also more advanced. Even advanced materials such as Eternal Gold Ingots and Elite Souls have appeared. And there are Abyss Magic Stones, and there are quite a few. Han Xing's eyes were happy. Because of the mechanism of the Abyss Rift, the number of levels you clear will be recorded. The next time you enter, you can choose to challenge from the first level, or you can choose to start from the last level you cleared and challenge again. Remove the first 20 low-yield levels. They started to quickly brush the 20th to 30th level, which only took half an hour, not counting the time of rushing. According to this calculation, they can go down at least 40 times a day. Just by quickly brushing the Abyss Rift, their daily income is also quite amazing. At this time, the system prompt appeared. Successfully cleared the 31st level of the Abyss Rift. This battle took 3 minutes and 13 seconds. The fog channel appeared again. Han Xing said with a smile on his face, "Let's go, keep sprinting." Everyone also stepped into the fog channel and went to the next area. The challenge of the 32nd level of the Abyss Rift is about to begin. The monster appeared. Han Xing and Zhang Lianmeng raised their weapons at the same time and attacked instantly. At the same time, Shen Yuan, Cheng Jianyong and others also launched their own attacks. Boom! Flames rose. Holy light was blazing. Waves of monsters were killed by everyone in seconds. At this time, Cole Ball also joined the battle, and everyone's clearance speed increased. 40 minutes later, everyone rushed all the way, crushing with firepower. Killed directly to the 40th floor. Here, the space became wider. Before the battle began, Han Xing felt a wave of cold air entering his body. Cheng Jianyong shrank his neck and said, "Damn, I always feel that the temperature here is so low." Hearing Cheng Jianyong mention it, everyone also had this feeling. For a while, his face became a little serious. You know, they are now the 4th level strongmen. Although they have just reached the 4th level, even Han Xing has only just reached level 41. However, the aura here can affect them. It means that the monsters here are definitely not weak. Han Xing reminded, this is the level where Wujie and the others stopped. We have to be careful. Although, with their strength, it shouldn't be a problem to deal with the monsters on the 40th floor. But it doesn't hurt to be careful. After hearing this, everyone's expression straightened. As the challenge officially began, everyone suddenly felt the ground under their feet tremble violently. Ding! 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 In the distant fog, there were waves of terrifying trampling sounds, as if some terrifying existence was about to force its way down from the fog. Chapter 243. From the depths of the fog, A series of dull trampling sounds came and gradually approached. Han Xing and his team members stared at the direction of the sound vigilantly. However, before they saw the monsters appear, many skeleton monsters had already climbed up on the spot. Compared to the skeleton monsters in front, the skeleton monsters here are more well equipped, and they are all wearing standard silver armor, silver machetes, and silver shields. A large area of brightness makes people unable to open their eyes. Han Xing's heart moved, and a greedy look suddenly appeared in his eyes. He rubbed his hands and thought excitedly, "Oh my god, there are so many silver equipment. If we can strip all the equipment off these monsters, it will be a huge income." At this moment, his hoarding rat nature broke out again. "I can't wait to rush up and strip these monsters naked." However, he thought too much. In the previous battle, everyone had verified that after these monsters died, the equipment on their bodies would also disappear. So, it was impossible for him to resell the equipment from these monsters. Looking at the large area of bright silver equipment, Han Xing felt regretful. At the same time, in the fog, groups of pale ghost monsters came like a tide. The number of monsters on the 40th floor increased by more than 10 times compared to the 30th floor. It was not something that an ordinary team of third-level survivors could contend with. Not to mention, this was just the beginning. In the fog, there were more terrifying monsters ready to descend at any time. No wonder the Wujia team stopped here. They also knew that the strength of the monsters on the 40th floor was beyond imagination. In order not to take risks, Wujia chose to quit after clearing the 39th floor. Facts have proved that his decision was right. The monsters here, both in quantity and quality, are far from comparable to the previous floors. Although, compared with the scale of the monsters in the Blood Tide, it is just a small witch compared to a big witch. However, at that time, the level of the Blood Tide monsters was between level 20 and 30 at most. However, the army of abyss monsters that everyone is facing now. They are all 3-star monsters with a minimum level of 35 or above. Their attributes crushed the Blood Tide monsters by many times. Even Han Xing and others felt a little pressure when facing this terrifying group of monsters. However, as everyone gradually entered the combat state, they quickly blocked this group of abyss monsters. Shen Yun summoned the phantom of an archangel, emitting a holy light all over his body. He took the lead and rushed into the group of monsters. Then, Shen Yun raised the holy hammer and smashed it to the ground. The strong holy light enveloped everyone. At this moment, including Cheng Jianyong and Su Xiaoong, they all heard the reminder that they were given the blessing of courage and honor. That's right, after completing the 4th transformation, Shen Yun also learned 2 new skills. One of them is a passive skill called Archangel Will. Archangel Will, convert all single target gained skills into group amplification, with the maximum amplification unit, 10. This skill directly turns his 2 existing single target blessing skills into group amplification skills. Moreover, it can also act on 10 friendly units at the same time. In other words, in addition to Han Xing and the other 5, even the cold ball next to him was amplified. In an instant, all the attributes of everyone increased dramatically. Cheng Jianyong looked at the sword energy he slashed out, which doubled in an instant, and exclaimed, "Fuck, awesome! My attributes have increased by at least 40%, and the attack power has increased by nearly 1-fold. What a terrifying increase! This Nani is so damn cool." Hearing Cheng Jianyong's exaggerated shout, everyone also hurriedly checked their attributes. It is indeed as he said, everyone's 4-dimensional attributes have increased by at least 40%. In addition to the attack power increase of the Blessing of Courage, it is comparable to a qualitative change. The 4th transformation is an important stage for all survivors. Of course, the reason why there is such a powerful amplification effect is that Shen Yun's job transfer is a hidden profession, the Glorious Knight. Like ordinary clergy professions, priests and knights, there are no such exaggerated attribute bonuses. At this time, everyone really felt the benefits of having a Nani profession in the team. In addition to the terrifying equipment level on them. For a moment, the 4 of them turned into monster harvesters. In a state of crushing all levels, attributes, and equipment. These monsters that were at the limit of the 3rd level and close to the 4th level were killed in batches by them. Boom! The vengeful spirits wailed, and the broken bones flew. The bone residue was scattered all over the ground, and then it was blasted into ashes by the 2nd wave of attacks. As waves of abyss monsters were cleared by everyone, the dull trampling sound in the fog was getting closer and closer. Knock! 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 A pair of red eyes suddenly appeared in the fog. While clearing those ordinary monsters, Han Xing took a little time to look into the fog. When the 40th floor challenge just started, everyone noticed the movement in the fog. Before that, they already knew that there might be many creatures hidden in the fog that were so terrifying that they were beyond everyone's imagination. However, this monster did not give them that strong sense of crisis. Moreover, they also knew that these monsters could not easily break through the fog. Therefore, everyone did not take it too seriously. However, the next moment, the figure rushed towards everyone at a rapid speed. Moreover, it seemed that it was not blocked by the fog, and it broke through to the battlefield area with terrible power in an instant. Damn, this monster actually rushed out of the fog! Chung Jianyong exclaimed. Everyone was also very surprised. Han Xing's face did not change, and he quickly reminded, "Here it comes." Hearing the reminder, everyone cast their eyes and watched the movement in the fog vigilantly. When the fog dissipated, they finally saw the figure clearly. It was a humanoid creature wearing golden armor and holding a golden spear. It rode a skeleton warhorse with Fire of the Dead under its crotch, looking majestic. This humanoid creature was fully armed, with only a pair of scarlet eyes showing, staring at everyone. The attributes of this monster also appeared in front of Han Xing's skeleton general, Baksaw, Lord-level creature. Level 40. Attributes, Strength 2043, Agility 2154, Spirit 1743, Constitution 1864. Skills, Skeleton Field, Golden Spiral Charge, Abyss Attack, Dark Destruction. A level 40 Lord creature, although it has not officially completed the 4th transformation. But its strength is equivalent to that of a 4-turn leader-level monster. Maybe, it is even stronger. The next moment, this mighty and golden skeleton general raised the golden spear in his hand. It rushed towards everyone instantly. The skeleton warhorse under his crotch, for hooves bursting with undead flames. It rushed towards everyone at high speed, like a cannonball. All the skeleton soldiers along the way were directly dispersed the moment they came into contact with its momentum. However, although Han Xing and others felt a little pressure in it, but it was not as serious as imagined. After all, they had the strength to kill the Lord head-on when they were in the 3rd turn. At this time, after the 4th turn, they did not take this skeleton general seriously. The golden skeleton warrior came with great momentum. The next moment, but there was a figure with holy light all over his body. He suddenly blocked it with a shield. This person was Shen Yun. The skeleton lord's scarlet eyes showed a trace of disdain. A mere human, the next moment, it swung the golden spear in its hand and stabbed Shen Yun's shield, as if trying to pick him up. Clang! The spear touched the shield. The skeleton lord's face changed instantly. It felt a huge force instantly transmitted from the palm of its hand to its shoulder. It was as if it was not attacking a shield, but an unshakable mountain. The skeleton lord in the explosive state was like a high-speed train that hit an invisible wall at this moment. The charge stopped abruptly. The next moment, Shen Yun smiled slightly, then slapped the shield. "Get down!" Shield strike. Bang! The skeleton horse was hit hard in the abdomen, and the sound of bones breaking rang out one after another. Hiss! The skeleton horse let out a painful neigh. The skeleton lord sitting on the horse suddenly felt his vision spinning. He turned dozens of times in the air, and then fell to the ground. On the side, the unconscious skeleton soldiers almost dropped their jaws to the ground. Because the figure that was slapped away was their boss. The invincible Lord Baksaw. Now, he was easily blocked by a human survivor and fell flat on his face. Chung Jianyong killed 7 or 8 skeleton monsters with one sword, and then praised, "Not bad, Xiao Yunzi, you have taken control of the 40-level lord." "No big deal." Shen Yun also sneered, "This skeleton warhorse, let you deal with it, no problem, right?" The skeleton warhorse under the skeleton general's feet is also a 40-level leader monster, very powerful. Chung Jianyong picked up the big sword and said confidently, "Of course, no problem, watch out." The next moment, he rushed forward and slashed in the air. The frumeg-long sword in his hand slashed fiercely on the back of the skeleton warhorse. Hiss! The skeleton warhorse neighed again in pain. The undead fire in its pupils also flickered. The skeleton warhorse was in pain at this time, and just wanted to get up from the ground. But Chung Jianyong suddenly held the dark blue long sword tightly with both hands, made a knight's attack action, and shouted loudly, "Secret technique storm dance." The next moment, Chung Jianyong's figure changed from 1 to 8. These 8 figures also held the Flumeg sword. Then, they rushed towards the skeleton warhorse at the same time. Swish, swish, swish. The 8 figures began to change their positions constantly, and in just 2 seconds, they launched hundreds of attacks. The sword light flashed continuously, and because the attack was too fast, a terrifying hurricane gradually rose on the spot. These hurricanes also contained sword energy with amazing lethality. When Chung Jianyong's figure appeared again, the 8 figures became one again. Chung Jianyong also kept the action of retracting the sword and breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 244. The skeleton horse, which had endured Chung Jianyong's burst, looked as if it had eaten garlic, and was extremely ugly. In Chung Jianyong's previous combat skills, it had suffered unimaginable damage. At this moment, all the injuries broke out at the same time. The next moment, the skeleton horse's body began to show dense cracks, and then it disintegrated with a bang. One move killed a level 40 leader in seconds. The remaining skeleton soldiers were stunned, and even those ghosts with only resentment felt a trace of fear from this man. The secret technique that Chung Jianyong had just released. It was a new burst skill that the swordsman learned after completing the 4th transformation, the Storm Dance. This skill determines the damage coefficient based on strength. The agility attribute determines the number of slashes. After Xinyun's 2 blessings, Chung Jianyong's attributes were greatly enhanced, so the lethality of this burst skill also ushered in a qualitative improvement. At this time, the skeleton lord saw his beloved warhorse being killed instantly, and the red light in his pupils trembled. He seemed extremely angry. The skeleton lord was about to rush to Chung Jianyong. However, he found that he was surrounded by the 4 humans. A hint of danger appeared in the skeleton lord's heart. From these humans, he felt that their strength was not weaker than that of the swordsman. Then, the skeleton general raised the golden war spear in his hand, and the terrifying power of the undead gathered in it. A series of strange syllables came out of his mouth. Let the world feel pain. Darkness perishes. The golden war spear in the hands of the skeleton lord became more and more dazzling, and everyone even felt a hint of danger in it. Xinyun reminded, be careful, this lord is about to use his ultimate move. Zhang Lianmeng and Su Xiaoyan also looked stern. But at this moment, an arrow with the breath of a hurricane came at the speed of lightning. The target was the open mouth of the skeleton lord. The skeleton lord had just finished his lines, and had not had time to close his mouth. It had already felt the wind coming from the front. But the speed of this arrow was too fast. The next moment, with a click, the whole head of the skeleton lord was shot through. The big move that was brewing came to an abrupt end. This arrow was the skill fired by Han Xing. Surprise attack break. Its unparalleled penetration and speed are almost invincible. The skeleton lord let out a miserable howl from his throat, as if he had suffered a serious backlash. Everyone's eyes lit up. Influenced by Han Xing, they all learned the fine tradition of beating a fallen dog. The next moment, Xinyun's holy light ball, Su Xiang's elf's eye, Zhang Lianmeng's meteoric technique, all greeted the skeleton lord. Boom! In the wailing of the skeleton lord. After being ravaged by everyone, the skeleton frame could not stand the tossing, and turned into a pile of bone residue. The battle was declared over. The system prompt appeared. Successfully killed skeleton general, Backsaw, and gained experience points, 12.43 million. The biggest boss on the 40th floor was easily solved by everyone. On the battlefield, only sporadic skeleton monsters and wronged souls were left. Next, it was the final stage of the battle. When the last wronged soul was killed by everyone, the ground of the entire foggy space was also covered with various monster corpses and bone residues. From this scene, you can imagine how many monsters they just killed. Although they gained a huge amount of experience, it only increased their experience bar by less than 3%. Han Xing didn't even increase by 2%. Xinyun also shook his head at this time, and said helplessly, after the 4th turn, the experience required for each level up is really terrifying. According to this progress, it will take us at least 4 or 5 days to upgrade to a level. Han Xing thought for a moment, and replied, it may be longer. The experience required for each subsequent level up has increased exponentially. In addition, the experience we get from killing low-level monsters will also be reduced, so the upgrade speed will also slow down. After hearing this, everyone shook their heads helplessly. Han Xing comforted it this time, but we don't have to rush, just take it slowly. At least now, we are maintaining our advantage. Everyone nodded. Then, the routine battlefield cleaning work began. Thousands of ghost fires of varying sizes were floating on the monster corpses. However, Han Xing noticed that there was another ghost fire that was more than 1 meter high and was dark red next to it. It seemed to be the place where the skeleton lord died. Could it be that ghost fire was its? With a curious look, Han Xing came to the ghost fire. Then he put it in his backpack. Obtain the hero's soul asterisk when it's really the hero's soul. Han Xing was delighted. This time, one of his main goals in going to the Abyss Rift was the hero's soul. As the main material for making ancient weapons, Han Xing needs a lot of it, although only one hero's soul exploded from this Lord monster. But at least, this gave Han Xing hope, because it shows that monsters on the 40th floor can explode this kind of material. Next, he only needs to quickly brush the 40th floor of the Abyss Rift to obtain a large number of hero's souls. Then, he can batch build the magic elephant chariot. Of course, Han Xing feels that he can still challenge higher levels and will not stop there. After the surprise, Han Xing suddenly glanced at it, and there seemed to be a burst of golden light under his feet. He noticed. Originally, a pile of bone residue appeared at the place where the skeleton lord died. And on the bone residue, there was a golden spear quietly placed. It looks like the one that the skeleton lord just used. Huh? Is this exploding equipment? A trace of surprise flashed in Han Xing's eyes. Han Xing already knew it before. After these monsters die, the equipment behind them will also disappear. But now, this skeleton lord actually left one piece behind. Han Xing's eyes were filled with surprise again, and he picked it up immediately. Obtain Baxaw's Golden Spear 1, obtain Eternal Gold Ingot 17. Baxaw's Golden Spear, Gold, LV 40, Quality Legend, Attack Power, 574 to 613, Strength plus 200, Agility plus 150, Hit Rate plus 20. Attached Special Effects, Golden Spiral, Golden Piercing, Golden Wind, Legendary Special Effects. Note, Baxaw's Golden Set has 8 parts, which can be combined with Baxaw's other equipment to form a set effect. The 3-piece set increases all attributes by 15%, and the 5-piece set increases attack power by 20%. After collecting all 8 sets, you can activate Baxaw's set function. When launching an attack, it will cause an additional 20% damage to the enemy, and you can temporarily open the set special effect, Golden Sanctuary. Huh? It's still a set. Han Xing smiled in surprise. After hearing this, Chung Jianyong came over curiously and asked, Brother Xing, what suit is it? Han Xing directly posted the weapon attributes of this spear. After reading the attribute introduction, Chung Jianyong also exclaimed instantly, wow! Gold suit. All attributes are increased by 15%, plus at least 40 damage bonus, and there is a suit special effect. This is even stronger than the attributes of our equipment. It's too damn strong, isn't it? Chung Jianyong's eyes showed disbelief. Because the War Merit Store has been open. After completing the 4th transfer, he exchanged a large number of gold treasure chests, and replaced everyone with almost a full set of level 40 gold equipment. In addition, they also have 1 or 2 orange equipment. However, compared with these individual pieces, the attributes of the suit are obviously stronger. After hearing this, Shen Yun nodded. Indeed, although this set is only level 40 equipment, if we can get a complete set, it will greatly improve our current strength. Chung Jianyong asked, but we only have this one piece of Baxar suit, where can we get the other parts? Shen Yun said speechlessly. After going out, use the Mark of the Strong and brush the 40th floor again. I guess the monsters here are the same as those in the Cloud Secret Realm, and they will constantly refresh. If we brush a few more times, we will always be able to get a complete set of Baxar suit. After hearing this, Chung Jianyong also realized, oh my god, it can be like this? Shen Yun smiled and said, that's for sure, otherwise, why do you think Brother Xing collected so many strong fragments? Chung Jianyong was stunned, and then looked at Han Xing blankly. Han Xing also smiled and nodded yes. Everyone was delighted after hearing this. At this time, Chung Jianyong looked at the golden spear in his hand, and said with some regret, it's a pity, if the equipment level of this set is higher, it will be better. If you get a set, you don't have to change equipment for a long time in the future. Han Xing patted his shoulder and said, don't worry, since there is a golden set in the Abyss Rift. That means that other sets will appear in the later floors, and the level may be higher. Everyone's eyes lit up after hearing this. Yes, they are not stopping at the 40th floor. With the strength of everyone, they can continue to explore a few more floors. The monsters inside are of higher levels, and maybe there will be more advanced sets. Thinking of this, everyone became more excited. Han Xing also smiled, and collected all the spoils on the ground. Obtained 1475 faint souls, 106 strong souls, 23 elite souls, and, when all the spoils were collected, the system prompt appeared. Successfully cleared the Abyss Rift, the 40th floor. This battle took 7 minutes and 32 seconds. Because you are the first brave team to clear the 40th floor, you will receive the first pass reward. Abyss Magic Stone *50,000, Heroic Soul *20, Abyss Technology. Psychic Impact Tower Blueprint *1. Hearing the system prompt, Han Xing's eyes lit up. Here it comes! At the first floor, everyone saw the introduction of the Brave Stone tablet. Every 10 floors, the first team to clear will receive a first pass reward. The rewards for the first 10 floors, 20 floors, and 30 floors have been taken away by Zhou Huang and Wujie. This 40th floor reward, Han Xing is naturally the one who deserves it. He opened his backpack with excitement. Looking at the pile of Abyss Magic Stones, and more than 20 red souls inside, I was very excited. Chapter 245. Han Xing looked at the spoils in his backpack with a smile on his face. This first pass reward is really rich. 50,000 Abyss Magic Stones are enough for me to build 5 Hellfire Silos. And 20 Hero Souls can also allow me to directly build 2 Magic Elephant Chariots. In this way, my territory can be greatly increased again. However, the first 2 materials are not the bulk of the leader's rewards. At this time, he took out another reward from his backpack, the Psychic Impact Tower Blueprint. Before this, Han Xing had already obtained an Abyss Technology, which is the Hellfire Silo. Its powerful destructive power killed everyone in the Blood Tide disaster, and it is still the strongest attack method in Han Xing's territory. Although, compared with the Hellfire Silo, this Psychic Impact Tower does not sound that powerful. But as an Abyss Technology, it is also a first pass reward for the 40th floor, so it should not be weak. Han Xing also clicked on the blueprint attributes with an expectant look. Abyssal Technology, Psychic Shock Tower. Building effect. Every 20 seconds, the shock tower can fire a ball of psychic energy, causing 5,000 points of mental damage to the enemy, and causing the enemy to fall into a 2-second confusion effect. Maximum range, 30 kilometers. Han Xing's face lit up and said, interesting, a defense tower that can deal mental damage? It has the same 20-second CD time, but the damage is much higher than that of the lightning tower, and the range is also longer than that of the lightning tower. However, compared to the linear range attack of the lightning tower, this psychic shock tower is more like a fixed-point blasting attack, like a catapult. Both have their own advantages and disadvantages, and should be considered buildings of the same level. If they can be used together, the effect will be better. Han Xing also couldn't wait to check the required materials. Materials required to build a Psychic Impact Tower: Eternal Gold Ingot *2000, Mithril *50,000, Refined Iron *500,000, Rare Earth *1,000,000, Abyss Magic Stone *1000. Han Xing nodded and said, "It's okay, the materials required are much less than the Hellfire Silo. Except for the Abyss Magic Stone. The materials for building a Hellfire Silo can pull out 5 Psychic Impact Towers. The cost performance is still quite high." At this time, Cheng Jianyong, Shen Yun and others also heard the system prompt. However, because Han Xing is the captain, the first pass reward went directly to his backpack. Looking at Han Xing's expression, everyone knew that the reward inside should be very good. Cheng Jianyong asked at this time, "Brother Xing, what good stuff is there?" Han Xing smiled and said, "Not bad, a construction blueprint for a defense tower." After hearing this, everyone suddenly lost interest. They knew that defense towers, like this, were usually built by Han Xing. Everyone also felt that it was easy, and they didn't need to worry about so many things, nor did they need to worry about collecting various materials. Compared to defense towers, they preferred those powerful equipment. Han Xing seemed to know what everyone was thinking, and smiled and shook his head. "Okay, the reward has been obtained, and now we have to continue to challenge the 41st floor." Cheng Jianyong said excitedly, "Sprint, sprint." Everyone was inspired and stepped into the foggy passage together. At the same time, the words on the Brave Stone tablet on the first level of the Abyss Rift have also quietly changed. The team that originally cleared the highest level was Kunlun, but now it has been erased. Highest level of the Abyss Rift, Team Galaxy. Levels cleared, 40th level. Below, there is another one. Team that cleared the 40th level for the first time, Team Galaxy. Recently, because there are no large-scale activities or other battles. In addition to exploring the Sky Island, the survivors have entered the Cloud Secret Realm and the Abyss Rift. Moreover, as more and more survivors bring out various treasures from the Abyss Rift. Because the difficulty is divided by the number of levels, no matter what level of survivors, they can go to challenge. Therefore, the Abyss Rift is becoming more and more popular. Although now many survivors can challenge more than 20 levels, or even 30 levels. But in order not to waste fragments, They are still willing to start from the first level and slowly challenge upwards. Moreover, there is a legend among the survivors. Occasionally, some hidden monsters will appear in the Abyss Rift. These monsters do not look like Abyss monsters. They are more like monsters of Warcraft. They look like mice on the Blue Star, but they are much bigger. Moreover, when these mice appear, they carry a huge cloth bag on their backs. It is said that as long as these mice are intercepted, or the big bag on their backs is taken away, unexpected good things will appear inside. On several occasions, the survivors also found a few Philosopher's Stones in the bag. So, this is also the main reason why those survivors are willing to start again from the first layer to challenge the Abyss Rift. The more levels you challenge, the greater the chance of encountering these treasure rats. At this time, more survivors poured into the Abyss Rift. Then, they also noticed the changes on the brave man's steel. Huh? Come here, brothers. The steel seems to have changed. Wujia and his team have been stuck on the 40th level for half a month, and someone has already cleared it. After hearing this, the team of survivors were also surprised. Cleared? Who is so awesome? The man took a look and said in a shocked tone, "Fuck, it's Xinghe." What? Hearing this name, the other survivors were also full of disbelief. Xinghe? Is it that Xinghe? Could it be a team with the same name? The survivor also confirmed the team, and the names of other team members again. After a moment, he took a deep breath and said, "It should be correct. In addition to Xingchen, I also saw a few familiar names on it. Lonely Brave, Yun Tianming are all here. This team must be Xingchen without a doubt." After hearing this, everyone's pupils shrank suddenly. I didn't expect that the Star God would come to the Abyss Rift and make such a big move right away. He is indeed a highly anticipated figure in the human race. Brothers, take a picture of the stone tablet and post it on the forum. Let's also take advantage of the Star God's popularity and try to become famous. After hearing this, the team members' eyes lit up. Then, they took a picture of the contents on the stone tablet as soon as possible and posted it on the forum. A dozen seconds later, a post appeared. Star River God appeared in the Abyss Rift. He has broken records and is sprinting to higher levels. In the post, there are the pictures they just took. So far, any post about Xinghe will attract the attention of many people. For a time, the number of clicks on this post began to soar instantly. Then, they saw the record on the brave man's steel. A large number of survivors knew that Han Xing was challenging the Abyss Rift, including Wujia, who was on the 38th floor of the Abyss Rift. After solving the last boss monster, Wujia also quickly got the news from his subordinates. After listening to the report, Wujia also frowned slightly. Next to him, the beautiful woman said worriedly, "Mr. Wu, Xinghe seems to have cleared the 40th floor. Did he also take the first pass reward?" Wujia glanced at her. "Do you still want it?" He must have taken it away. The beautiful woman was also stunned, and then laughed awkwardly twice. Wujia didn't care, but showed a thoughtful look in his eyes. Before, when he cleared the 20th and 30th floors, the system gave him 2 Abyss technology blueprints. They are the Dark Arrow Tower and the Skeleton Trebuchet. The former is ordinary, just an arrow tower with a dark atmosphere, which can turn the enemy's shot into skeletons. The more special one is the first pass reward of the 30th floor, the Skeleton Trebuchet. It can not only throw bone bombs, but also cause large-scale undead damage to the enemy. After the bones are scattered, they can also turn into skeleton soldiers, which is very powerful. In many battles, the Skeleton Trebuchet has been brilliant. This also made Wujia taste the sweetness. Therefore, during this period, he also bought a large number of strong fragments for the Abyss Rift challenge. Then he continued to challenge the Abyss Rift to improve the strength of the team members and prepare for the 40th floor. However, despite the fact that so much time has passed, Wujia's personal level has also been raised to level 35, and the other team members have all completed the 3rd transformation, and their strength is strong. But despite this, Wujia still has no confidence in clearing the 40th floor. What he didn't expect was what he had developed for so many days, but he couldn't do. As soon as Xinghe came, he easily completed what he couldn't do. At this time, Wujia was also helpless. This Xinghe has not appeared for more than a month. As soon as he came out, he made big moves one after another, opening Xingyu City and clearing the Abyss Rift. I thought that after the Blood Tide, I could catch up with Xinghe's strength. Now it seems that the gap is getting bigger and bigger. After hearing this, the beautiful woman looked at Wujia worriedly. In her impression, Wujia has always been a very confident person. Even Zhou Huang, he only regarded him as an equal opponent. Wujia felt that he was not weaker than Zhou Huang. But now, Wu Jie admitted that he was not as good as Xinghe. This also surprised the beautiful woman, and she couldn't help but worry about this man. At this time, Han Xing. He didn't know that the outside world had once again started a discussion about him. Because they had come to the 41st floor of the Abyss Rift. The level of the monsters on this floor has also become the lowest level 41. Compared with the monsters below, the attributes have ushered in a substantial increase, which can be said to be a surge in difficulty. At this time, the system prompt appeared. Abyss Rift, the 41st floor challenge begins. The next moment, the entire space seemed to be in madness, and the earth was shaking continuously. Rumble, countless skeleton knights, skeleton wolves, and skeleton elephants emerged from the ground. In addition to these, more monsters also emerged in the fog. Abyss Demon Eye, Soul Reaper, Lesser Demon, etc. They all rushed towards Han Xing and others. Everyone instantly entered the battle state. Shen Yun raised the holy hammer and smashed it to the ground. May the will of the glorious God King shine on you. Bang! Bang! 2 dull collisions came. Everyone was given 2 blessing states. The next moment, Shen Yun and Cheng Jianyong took the lead in rushing into the monster group. Angel protection. Draw the sword and cut. The monster group was blocked instantly. The next moment, a blue sword energy carried an unparalleled momentum and slashed horizontally. Ka ka ka. Countless monsters were cut in half by this wave of sword energy. A large area was instantly cleared in front of Cheng Jianyong. A hint of joy appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he kept a rather pretentious action of putting away his sword, and said in a second-year way, "Did you see it? This is the strength of a great swordsman." At this time, Zhang Lianming's various elemental attacks also began to pour out crazily. Wind, fire, ice, thunder. All elements in the world are controlled by me. Boom, lightning and thunder, ice and fire raging, various large-scale attacks, one after another. The monster group was cleared out wave by wave. Su Xiaoyan on the side was also unwilling to lag behind. Various arrows kept falling, piercing these abyss monsters into hedgehogs. After more than 10 minutes, the monsters on the 41st floor were cleared out again. Looking at the monster corpses and trophies on the ground, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Compared to the 40th floor, the strength of the monsters here has indeed increased a lot. But with everyone's strong attributes, they can still kill them easily with one wave of concentrated fire. After solving the elite monsters and leader monsters inside, they also solved the battle without any danger. Han Xing walked to the center of the battlefield and directly clicked to collect all. All the loot on the ground disappeared in an instant and entered his backpack. Get Luminous Soul * 4723, get Elite Soul * 74, get Hero Soul * 1, get Constant Gold Ingot. Seeing the system prompt, Han Xing was also happy. Oh! There are Hero Souls here? Before this, Han Xing thought that only Lord-level creatures would have Hero Souls. Now it seems that there is no specific standard. But for Han Xing, this is good news. Because this means that they don't need to brush 40 floors back and forth. The monsters above will also explode Hero Souls. The next trip to the Abyss Rift will also yield more benefits. After solving the monsters here, everyone also rushed to the next area without stopping. Abyss Rift, the 42nd level challenge is about to begin. A large number of rank 4 monsters appeared again at the original place. However, it was not the same as before. Every time you pass a level, the level of the monster increases by 1 level. The monsters on the 42nd level are all between level 41 and 42, and they appear mixed together. Although, for Han Xing and others, this makes no difference. The monsters were destroyed wave by wave. Everyone quickly killed to the 43rd level. However, at this level, the speed of their monster clearing also began to slow down. Because, in the challenges of the first 2 levels, their large-scale attack skills have been thrown out, and now they have not recovered the cooldown, including the main force of monster clearing in the team, Zhang Lianming. At this time, Zhang Lianming said, while sending out a big fireball, "Xinger, my several large-scale group attack magics are on cooldown. Shall we use the forbidden spell next?" On the side, Su Xiaoan also looked at Han Xing and whispered, "My rain of arrows is also on cooldown, but I have a new elf secret technique that I haven't used yet, which can also be used as a field clearing skill. Do I need to use it now?" The 2 girls looked at Han Xing and asked for his opinion. Chapter 246. Su Xiaoang and Zhang Lianmeng were waiting for Han Xing's opinion. Han Xing thought for a moment and shook his head. "Not for now, I still have a clearing skill in my hand, yours will be saved for the next level." Although Zhang Lieming's forbidden spell has not been used yet, everyone can guess how abnormal its lethality is just by the description of the skill. This is their trump card, and they will not use it until the critical moment. As for Su Shuyangzhel's secret technique, it is also a relatively special skill. If used well, the effect is not even worse than the forbidden spell. Han Xing is reluctant to use it now. So now we can only use the clearing skill in Han Xing's hand. The next moment, he shot an arrow directly into the air. This arrow, with bright starlight, went straight into the fog. The next moment, everyone suddenly felt that the fog above their heads was shaking constantly. Boom! A series of strange noises came. Everyone looked up, still shrouded in fog. But they knew. As long as Han Xing fired that arrow, the meteor will fall, just as they expected. Even in the dark abyss rift, these bright meteors still passed through the layers of fog and fell here. When the first meteor passed through the fog and fell into the monster group, it immediately caused a shocking explosion. Boom! The starlight was bright and the energy was raging. At least dozens of abyss monsters were blown into pieces by this meteor. However, this was just the beginning. The next moment, hundreds, even thousands of meteors fell one after another. At the same time, a dim foggy area. A terrifying creature with a body as big as a mountain, 100-meter-long horn on its forehead, and a monstrous evil aura is wandering in the fog. In its muscular arms, it is holding a great sword emitting hellfire. If Han Xing were here, he would definitely recognize it. This great sword is the one he saw in the Dark Elf camp. The identity of this terrifying creature is naturally obvious. Demon Lord, Julius. It glanced at the direction where the meteor fell. There are more and more strange phenomena in the Abyss Rift recently. A few days ago, I felt the breath of the Golden Dragon. And that woman also entered the Abyss Rift. Now, this kind of strange phenomenon appears again. What do these guys want to do? However, Julius glanced at it, and retracted his gaze without interest. Forget it, this is none of my business. As long as these guys don't touch the edge of the abyss, there is no need to take action. My current goal is to urge the Dark Elves to build a teleportation array for me to pass through. Don't let that kind of unexpected situation happen again, like last time. Thinking of this, Julius's hideous demon face also showed a trace of embarrassment. Then, it coughed twice, as if to cover up its embarrassment, and its expression quickly returned to normal. Julius carried the giant sword on his shoulder, then looked at the top of his head and said, "Recently, the frequency of the summoning array has become slower and slower. That group of Dark Elves are also useless. They have received so much help from our Abyss clan, but now they can only open the summoning array below the legendary level, and they call us for reinforcement every day. This bunch of trash. Why did I send a group of low-level demons below legendary level? To be killed by those elves?" Thinking of this, Julius became more and more angry. If you were not useful now, I would have thrown all these dark dwarves into the demon furnace and turned them into dregs. Julius snorted coldly. Then, he turned around and walked towards the depths of the fog. However, when he was about to leave, he seemed to have a slight throbbing in his heart. This breath, why does it feel familiar? He looked at the area where the meteor fell again, shook his head and said, "Hope, I think too much." In addition to the Demon Lord Julius, in this foggy world, there are more sights that pay attention to that place. They also have terrifying strength. Although they are weaker than Julius, they are also faintly exposed to the power of that level. They all gathered in that area. However, because of the system's obstruction, these abyss monsters could not break through the barrier, and could only stare at Han Xing and others with angry eyes in the fog. Han Xing and others naturally noticed that there were many more pairs of red eyes in the fog. However, he didn't care. Anyway, these guys couldn't get in. Through these explorations, he also understood the mechanism of the fog. Before, the reason why the Skeleton Lord was able to come to the battlefield where Han Xing and others were from the fog was because it was intentional by the system. As the strongest boss, at the end of the level, the Skeleton Lord will appear again every time he enters, which is equivalent to a rule power that can be repeated continuously. Therefore, it can rush to Han Xing and others. Monsters that are not within this mechanism cannot enter the battle area. In other words, the system lets in whoever it wants. At this time, the meteors in the sky are still falling. After completing the 4th turn, Han Xing's agility attribute has exceeded 2,500 points. After Shen-Yun's blessing bonus, it directly reached 3,200 points. This means that he can summon more than 3,200 exploding meteors in total. The monsters on the 43rd floor have long been cleared by him. However, the rain of falling star arrows is still bombarding. washing the ground over and over again, until the last meteor fell. The noise gradually subsided. At this time, everyone is also looking at the scene in front of them with a shocked expression. Chung Jianyong swallowed his saliva. Brother Xing's skill is getting more and more terrifying. It feels like Sister Liumen's forbidden spell. It can only cause this effect, right? Everyone nodded in agreement. Han Xing's falling star arrow rain, whether it is the damage coefficient or the explosion range, is affected by his own agility. And his wild ranger profession is a high agility growth profession. So, it caused a terrifying effect comparable to the forbidden spell. At this time, Han Xing shook his head and said, compared with the forbidden spell, the lethality should be a little worse. But it's not much worse. Okay, forget about it. Let's clean up the battlefield and continue to the next level. After hearing this, everyone picked up the materials scattered on the ground. Obtained Luminous Soul * 2863, Elite Soul 354, Hero Soul * 2, Constant Gold Ingot. 2 more Hero Souls. At the 43rd floor, the probability of the appearance of Hero Souls has also increased a lot. So far, apart from the 20 system rewards, he has already harvested 4 Hero Souls. This income can be said to be quite good. After all, the number of materials needed to build an ancient chariot is not much. 10 Hero Souls can build one. At this time, the foggy passage appeared again. Han Xing led everyone directly to the 44th floor. Now, his falling star arrow rain has entered the half-hour CD time. But it doesn't matter, the group attack skills of other team members have been restored. Under reasonable skill allocation, they maintained a clearance speed of more than 10 minutes per level, and began to climb continuously. Every 2 levels, basically everyone's large-scale skills are on CD. At this time, Han Xing's falling star arrow rain CD is also ready. After 3 levels, it just achieved a wave of cycles. Fight all the way. Everyone also came to the 49th floor without any danger. The monsters here have reached level 43 to 44. They are 3 to 4 levels higher than everyone else. Although it seems that the higher level is not much. But you should know that. After the 4th transformation, the attributes that can be increased at each level are also huge. Take Han Xing, a survivor, as an example. From level 40 to level 41, his 4-dimensional attributes can be increased by more than 150 points. Those ordinary monsters also have an increase of more than 200 points. For those elites and leaders, the increase will be even more exaggerated. Not to mention the more terrifying lords above. Therefore, everyone did not relax at all. Boom! The ground began to tremble. At this time, in addition to the skeleton soldiers, wrong souls, abyss demon eyes, inferior demons, and other monsters, some new monsters appeared. Skeleton flying dragons, 2-winged dragons. Flying soldiers appeared. The battlefield on the 49th floor has reached hundreds of square kilometers, even 1/10 the size of Xingyu City. The wide space means more monsters. The monster tide rushed over. At this point, everyone is also going all out. Waves of attacks fell. However, as the last level before the 50th floor, the difficulty of the 49th floor is beyond everyone's imagination. In addition to the number of monsters, the number of elite monsters and leader monsters has also increased exponentially. You know, leaders and elite monsters cannot be killed instantly by group attack skills. Moreover, these monsters have attack power that can threaten everyone. Even if it is Han Xing, if he is surrounded by so many 4th-level elite monsters and leader monsters, he must be careful. After a large number of ordinary monsters were killed instantly, the elites and leaders hidden in them also began to show their figures. Chung Jianyong and Shen Yun, as melee professions, were under pressure to resist monsters in the front. And they were soon targeted by those elite leaders. For a time, dozens of elite monsters and 5 or 6 leader monsters surrounded the two. This scene, even if Zhou Huang and Wu Jie came over, they would not be able to deal with it. Shen Yun was fine. As a meat shield profession, he had a lot of life-saving skills and special effects, plus his strong defense, so he was not panicked. Chung Jianyong was different. As a swordsman profession, his armor was light armor, and his defense was far inferior to heavy armor. In addition, for the sake of combat power, the special effects of his equipment were all biased towards the offensive type. Once he got into a hard fight, the situation would become more unfavorable. At this time, Chung Jianyong was surrounded by several frost ghosts and skeleton executioners. In the sky, there were also skeleton dragons and winged dragons with undead flames rushing towards him. At this time, Chung Jianyong also gritted his teeth and said, "Besiege me? Take my sword slash." Dang! Fromeg's long sword slashed horizontally, bursting out amazing sword energy. Chapter 247. Puff, puff, puff. The elite monsters that rushed over nearby suffered heavy damage, and at least 5 or 6 elite monsters were killed instantly by this wave of sword slashing. Cheng Jianyong also showed a smug smile on his face. However, before his smile lasted long, he heard a reminder from behind. Be careful of your head. As soon as the voice fell, Cheng Jianyong suddenly felt a gust of wind coming from above his head. A double-winged dragon suddenly spit out a ball of black energy from its mouth, and suddenly blasted towards Cheng Jianyong. The skeleton pterosaur next to it also flapped its wings, and several bone stimuli shot out. Facing the double-sided attack, Cheng Jianyong only felt his scalp tingling. At the critical moment, Cheng Jianyong shouted, "Brother Yun, save me!" Shen Yun also threw him a holy light shield and angel protection at the first time. Puff! Puff! The holy light shield and the angel shadow shattered at the same time. Even with Shen Yun's current spiritual attributes, he could only barely block the attack after using 2 defense skills in a row. After all, the attributes of these monsters were far beyond theirs. Fortunately, Cheng Jianyong survived this crisis without any danger. He no longer chose to fight this group of elite monsters head-on, and chose to follow his heart. Cheng Jianyong rolled on the ground and hid behind Shen Yun, and the two maintained a back-to-back fighting posture. At this time, Han Xing ordered, "Focus fire, kill the air units first." Zhang Lianmeng and Su Xiaoyang also adjusted the direction of the firepower after hearing this. The next moment, waves of attacks blasted into the air. Puff! Puff! The skeleton pterosaurs and 2 winged dragons in the air were killed one by one and fell to the ground. 7 or 8 minutes later, when the monsters were killed one by one, the number of enemies in front of everyone was also visibly reduced. The battle was about to come to an end. And at this moment, a huge shadow suddenly appeared in the mist in the distance. The shadow was at least hundreds of meters high, judging from its size. The overall outline was a spherical shape, and its specific appearance could not be seen clearly. Before approaching, Han Xing felt a burst of evil aura. "It's coming, the 49th floor's final boss. Get ready," Han Xing reminded. After hearing this, everyone also accelerated their attack movements. Boom! Elite monsters and leader monsters were killed one after another. At the same time, the huge shadow was getting closer and closer to the edge of the mist. The next moment, it rushed out of the mist and appeared in front of everyone. At this time, Han Xing and others also saw the appearance of this monster clearly. It was a monster with a body of hundreds of meters, like a huge eyeball floating in the air. It was a variant of the Abyss Demon Eye, with bloodshot eyes all over the eyeball. And below the eyeball, there are hundreds of dense tentacles, which extend into the ground and support its body. In front of Han Xing, the attributes of this monster also appeared. Fear Wanderer, Lord-level creature. Level 45. Attributes, Strength 4324, Agility 4187, Spirit 4854, Constitution 3963. Skills, Fear Field, Death Eye, Dark Death Light, Fear Shield, Abyss Secret Art Sorrowful World. Also a Lord-level creature. This Fear Wanderer, which is like a giant one-eyed creature, has more than double the attributes of the 40th level skeleton general, and this also brought great pressure to everyone. As the huge eyeballs slowly approached, waves of death and decayed breath came to their faces. Everyone heard a system prompt at the same time. You have been hit by the skill of the Fear Wanderer. Fear Field, magic resistance reduced by 35%, magic damage caused reduced by 35%. Damn! Cheng Jianyong couldn't help but curse. Including the others, their faces were also very ugly. It can be seen from the 4,800 points of spiritual attribute of this Lord-level creature. This is a powerful magic damage monster, and its own magic resistance and magic damage are ridiculously high. And once this field skill is activated, it is equivalent to directly reducing everyone's magic damage by a large margin. With this increase and decrease, the general 4th turn team is now completely at a disadvantage. However, it is not bad for Han Xing's team. Because among them, only Zhang Lianmeng has a magic profession. Others can perform physical output. The next moment, everyone's attack blasted wildly. The eyeball monster's huge body made it a good target. Swish! Swish, swish, swish! Arrows with penetrating power hit the eyeball monster one by one. However, Han Xing discovered that when these arrows touched the monster's body, they were like attacking a pool of mud, and their momentum suddenly stagnated. Then, the flesh and blood on the monster began to wriggle, as if it had grown countless mouths, swallowing all the arrows into its body. Gulp, gulp. Including Chung Jianyong's attack, it only caused a circle of ripples when it hit the monster. This weird scene stunned everyone, because this phenomenon shows that their attack did not break the defense. With everyone's top-rate equipment, plus Shen Yun's group blessing bonus, the attack power has been piled up to an extremely terrifying level. Logically speaking, it is impossible for the situation to not break the defense. At this time, Han Xing glanced at the monster's skills, and a look of realization appeared in his eyes. Fear Shield. The Fear Wanderer was born from the fear of the living beings, and can cover the body with a layer of Fear Shield. Shield defense value, 20,000. During the duration of the shield, the physical damage received is reduced by 40%. Han Xing said, "It is the skill of this lord. Our physical damage has been greatly reduced." After hearing this, everyone also looked at the skills of this lord, and then they couldn't help but twitching their mouths. Chung Jianyong complained, "Fuck, not only is the magic resistance so high, but the reduction in physical damage is also so terrifying. This lord is a bit abnormal." Han Xing said at this time, "It doesn't matter. The Dread Shield has only 20,000 defense points. Once it is broken, it will not reduce our physical damage." As soon as the voice fell, the lord's attack came. Buzz! A blood-colored energy column shot out from the monster's eyeball. Shen Yun directly held the shield and resisted the monster's impact. Seeing this, various attacks continued to fall on the monster's body. The defense value of the Dread Shield began to decrease. But at this speed, it will take a long time to break the 20,000 defense value of the magic shield. At this time, Han Xing glanced at the side. There was a mighty figure there. Void Wolf. On the 30th floor, Han Xing released Cold Ball. However, the previous floors were all dealing with group monsters, and Cold Ball's advantages were not revealed. As a Void Ghost Wolf, it is better at dealing with those single enemies. The stronger it is, the more it can play the advantages of the Void Ghost Wolf. At this time, Han Xing suddenly said, "Cold Ball, go!" At this time, Cold Ball heard the command, and the void power on his body overflowed. The next moment, his figure flashed. Instantly appeared above the head of the Magic Eye monster. The wolf claws fell down. The bloodshot eyeball of the Magic Eye monster suddenly widened, because it felt that its defense had dropped a lot. This is the horror of the Void Ghost Wolf. No matter what level or strength you are, as long as you are scratched by it a few times, your defense will be weakened by a percentage, which is completely unreasonable. Everyone's eyes lit up. Han Xing shouted, "Go all out." Swish. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of breaking through the air came one after another. The attacks of Han Xing and others continued to fall on the Lord Monster, and the defense value of the Fear Shield began to pour like water. As a burst of black smoke rose from the Demon Eye monster, the Fear Shield was declared shattered. The next moment, Han Xing directly pulled the bowstring and fiercely shot an arrow containing the breath of a hurricane. The wind broke. Swish! The arrow instantly hit the eyeball, and the terrifying penetrating power penetrated its entire body, and then a string of blood was drawn, and it disappeared in the mist. The Demon Eye Lord felt pain, and let out a cry of grief. The effect of the attacks of others was obviously improved a lot. However, Zhang Lianming still could not cause any effective damage to it. There was no way. The magic resistance of this lord was too high. The Demon Eye monster was beaten by Han Xing and others and wailed. However, as a lord-level creature, the Wandering Fear was not a vegetarian. Its thousands of tentacles drilled into the ground at the same time. The ground of the entire battlefield seemed to be given life, and various blood veins appeared on the surface. At this time, everyone received a prompt again. You have been hit by the skill of the Wandering Fear, the Sorrowful World. The movement speed is reduced by 50%, and 5% of the health is absorbed per second. The ground was covered with dense blood threads, and then began to wriggle wildly in an instant. Everyone felt at the same time that the soles of their feet seemed to be caught by some kind of tentacles. Every step required great effort. It was difficult to move. At the same time, they also felt that their vitality was constantly fading. On the other hand, the Demon Eye Lord, who had just been attacked by everyone, began to recover slowly at this moment. This is because the skill of the Cold Ball has a built-in inhibitory healing effect. Otherwise, the recovery speed of the Lord Monster will only be more terrifying. At this time, the Lord saw that everyone was trapped, and seemed to be preparing to launch another wave of attacks. Shen Yun saw that it was not good, and turned back and asked, "Brother Xing, do you want to throw the sun now?" Han Xing understood what he meant. The sun throwing mentioned by Shen Yun was a new secret skill he learned after completing the fourth transformation. Holy See Secret Art Holy Light Illumination. Concentrate the power of holy light in the body and throw it into the air. Within the range of holy light illumination, all friendly units will clear all debuffs and improve the current attribute of the glorious Bishop's Spirit *0.5, increase the attack speed by 100%, restore 10% of health per second, and all friendly attacks will have the effect of Holy Light Judgment. The effect of Holy Light Illumination lasts for 60 seconds, and the cooling time is 2 hours. Friends who have been paladins know it. The importance of this sun skill. It can be said that no matter what kind of desperate situation you are in, as long as the sun is thrown out, all members can output like crazy. For all teams, this is a magical skill that can turn the tables. Chapter 248. At this time, in the world of mourning of the Lord of the Demon Eye, Shen Yun was also ready to use this skill. Han Xing thought for a moment and said, "Use it." Shen Yun did not hesitate after hearing this. He began to chant, "May the glory of the Holy Lord shine on the world. In the name of the God of glory. The secret art of the church, holy light shines." A ball of holy light emerged from Shen Yun's holy hammer, and then suddenly rose above everyone's head. The next moment, all the flesh tentacles, dim mist, and cold breath. At this moment, all of them were like ice and snow encountering the scorching sun, and melted instantly. The Lord of the Demon Eye noticed something was wrong. However, it could not be interrupted at all at this time. Under the shining of the holy light, the flesh tentacles under his feet all emitted smoke. These tentacles could no longer absorb their life value. Moreover, everyone's attributes also ushered in a surge. Sheng Jianyong can cause huge trauma to the Demon Eye Lord with a casual sword. Han Xing and Su Shuyang's arrows also penetrated into the monster's body one by one, and the damaged sword. It can be said that with Shen Yun alone, the strength of their team was at least improved by 2 levels in one wave of explosion, with the Demon Eye Lord's wailing world broken. In addition, the attributes were suppressed. The next battle was no suspense. As the huge flesh and blood demon pupil appeared densely cracked, and then with a snap, it exploded into pieces in the air. The system prompt appeared. Successfully killed the Fear Wanderer, a Lord-level creature, and gained experience points, 28.74 million. This trip to the Abyss Rift, so far, everyone has gained a lot of experience. Han Xing's experience bar has risen by 30%, and the experience bars of other team members have also risen by 50%. However, this is not the biggest reward. Han Xing's eyes were excited, and he came to the place where the Demon Eye Lord died. 5 huge red ghost fires were floating on the spot. This means that there are at least 5 hero souls. Han Xing collected them all. The number of hero souls in the backpack has reached 36 at this time. Han Xing said excitedly, "Very good, from the 40th floor to the 49th floor, a total of 16 hero souls have been harvested. In this way, even if we stop here, and then go down to the Abyss Rift later, the harvest of one trip can at least pull up a magic elephant chariot." When Han Xing looked at the pile of spoils exploded by the Demon Eye Lord on the ground, his eyes lit up, because he saw an item of special material among them. Its strange shape looks like a helmet. Helmet? Han Xing thought for a moment. Could it be? He quickly picked up the pile of loot on the ground, including the helmet, and suddenly heard a system prompt. Get Helmet of Fear, orange, *1, get Abyss Magic Stone *872, get Eternal Gold Ingot *18, get. It is indeed equipment. Han Xing was also delighted, and quickly checked the properties of the helmet. Helmet of Fear, orange, LV 45, quality legend, armor, 274 to 289, spirit plus 300, hit rate plus 20%. Attached special effects, Breath of Fear, increases magic resistance by 10%, Dark Amplification, increases magic damage by 15%, Eye of Death, special effect in legend. Note, 1/5 of the Fear Prowler set can be combined with Fear Robe, Fear Wristband, Fear Pants, and Fear Boots to form a set effect. The attributes of the 3-piece set are, all attributes increase by 25%, the attributes of the 5-piece set are, attack power increase by 20%, magic damage increase by an additional 20%. After collecting all 5 pieces, you can activate the set function of the Fear Wanderer, and tremble your heart. After seeing the attributes of this helmet, Han Xing's eyes also showed extreme shock. Powerful. There is no doubt that even if the set attributes are put aside, the attributes of this helmet are also very powerful. It is even twice as powerful as the level 40 gold helmet that Han Xing is currently equipped with. Add to that the special effects, it is even more of a blessing for magic professions. Han Xing's breathing became a little rapid. because now it is confirmed that there is a probability of an orange set appearing on the 49th floor of the Abyss Rift. Although I don't know what the probability is. But with the number of their tickets, Han Xing can completely collect this set of orange equipment by quickly brushing the Abyss Rift. Zhang Lianmeng, who already has very terrifying damage, is equipped with a set of Fear Wanderer set. By then, how terrifying will her magic damage be? Even Han Xing is probably ashamed of himself. Thinking of this, Han Xing directly posted the attributes of this helmet to the team channel and said, "Brothers, another good thing has appeared." Everyone also looked at the team channel with a blank look. Fuck. Orange suit. Zheng Jianyong was shocked, but he also saw the attributes of this helmet, and said with some resentment, "It's actually a magic suit, damn it. It would be great if it was a warrior suit." After hearing this, Shen Yun also retracted his eager eyes, and then rolled his eyes at Zheng Jianyong. "Isn't there a Baxaw gold suit in the Abyss Rift below? You guys, are you still not satisfied?" Zheng Jianyong said immediately after hearing this. How can they be compared? One is a level 40 gold suit, and the other is a level 45 orange suit. These two are completely different levels, okay? After hearing this, everyone didn't say anything. Compared with the Fear suit, the level 40 Baxaw is really not worth mentioning. At this time, Zheng Jianyong swallowed his saliva and said, "Brother Xing, there is an orange suit in the Abyss Rift. Next, can we come a few more times and try to brush out a set and equip Sister Lianmeng?" Han Xing nodded and said, "Of course it can be done. Although I don't know the probability of this suit appearing, we have enough strong fragments in our hands. Moreover, our clearance speed is also very fast. If we can't brush it out in one day, we can brush it out for a few more days, and we can always brush out a complete set." After hearing this, everyone also showed a yearning look. Then, Han Xing directly threw the helmet to Zhang Lianmeng. Zhang Lianmeng took it blankly. When she saw this strange helmet with pale skin like a dead person, and a red eyeball on the forehead, her face turned pale, and she subconsciously wanted to throw it away. Han Xing seemed to see what she was thinking, so he said, "This equipment is a bit ugly, but its attributes are really powerful. If you can get a complete set, your strength will at least be improved by 1 level. By then, you may be able to surpass me and become the strongest output in the team." After hearing this, Zhang Lianmeng forced herself to suppress the discomfort in her heart and asked in confusion, "Really? Then, can I help you share more pressure?" Han Xing was stunned for a moment, then nodded, "Of course you can. After your damage is improved, it will be of great help to us." The discomfort on Zhang Lianmeng's face disappeared instantly, and she immediately showed a heartfelt smile. She seemed to have no resistance to the appearance of the helmet, and put it directly into her backpack, and said with confidence, "I will work hard to upgrade, and strive to reach level 45 as soon as possible, and then equip the suit to help Brother Xing more." This woman, as long as she heard that she could help Han Xing, she would be extremely positive. Han Xing nodded and stopped talking. He just needed to remember these things in his heart. After collecting the materials on the ground, the system prompt appeared again. Successfully passed the 49th floor of the Abyss Rift, and this battle took 17 minutes and 32 seconds. The 50th floor of the Abyss Rift has been opened. Please decide whether to continue the challenge or quit. A deep foggy passage appeared in front of everyone. Shen Yun asked at this time, "Brother Xing, do we still want to continue?" After hearing this, Han Xing also fell into thought. In the challenge of the 49th floor, a 45-level lord has already appeared. And as the last floor of a reward stage, the difficulty of the 50th floor will only be higher. But a higher difficulty means a greater reward. Maybe the final boss inside will drop a new set. Moreover, the first person to clear the 50th floor can also get a unique first pass reward. The first pass reward of the 40th floor has already appeared in the advanced building of the Psychic Shock Tower. The blueprint of the 50th floor reward must be at least equivalent to the Hellfire Silo, right? Thinking of this, Han Xing was just about to choose the challenge. The next moment, his heart suddenly shocked. No! The 49th floor has already appeared Lord-level creatures, and how powerful creatures will appear on the more terrifying 50th floor. Even if he is sure of victory, he will inevitably take great risks. If an accident causes casualties, Han Xing will probably regret it. Thinking of this, Han Xing suddenly woke up. He took a deep breath, then looked at everyone and said, "Today, let's stop here. The 50th floor boss may be beyond our strength. Even if we can defeat it, it will probably be a narrow victory. In this world, we all have only one life, so there is no need to take risks." Hearing Han Xing's words, everyone was a little surprised. From the previous battle, although the strength of the monsters on the 49th floor reached a terrifying level, everyone did not use their full strength. At least after Han Xing, and Su Xiuyang's fourth transformation, the newly learned secret skills, and Zhang Lianmeng's forbidden spell skills were not used. Logically speaking, they should still be able to rush up. At this time, Xinyun couldn't help asking, "Brother Xing, don't you want to try? I remember that there is a first pass reward for clearing the 50th floor, right?" Han Xing shook his head. "No. We don't need to take this risk now. Although there is a first pass reward for the 50th floor, it seems that other teams can't even pass the 40th floor. So, we should have no competitors, and there is no need to worry about other teams getting the reward for the 50th floor before us. In addition, we have enough fragments of the strong in our hands, and we can go to the Abyss Rift at any time. There is no need to rush." After hearing this, everyone nodded in understanding. Although Han Xing's decision seemed a bit conservative. But they also knew that Han Xing was considering everyone's safety. And no matter what, as long as Han Xing made a decision, they would follow his footsteps. At this time, Han Xing also directly clicked no. The next moment, the system prompt came. "The choice is successful. The highest clearance level has been recorded for your team. The next time you enter the Abyss Rift, you can start the challenge again from 1 to 49 levels. In 10 seconds, you will be teleported back to the Holy Spirit Realm." Everyone was waiting quietly. 10 seconds later, thick black smoke enveloped everyone again. The vision began to change. Han Xing knew that the teleportation had begun. After a dizzy spell, everyone returned to a familiar place again. Wanqing City. It was late at night. Unknowingly, they had been in the Abyss Rift for 4 or 5 hours. At this time, the sky above Wanqing City was dotted with stars. The sky was full of floating clouds. Compared to the oppressive and dark atmosphere of the Abyss Rift, the scenery of the Holy Spirit Realm was like heaven. As soon as he came out, Han Xing checked his territory to see if he had been attacked. At this time, he found something unexpected. Several lightning towers and hellfire silos in his territory were activated. This meant that other creatures approached Wanqing City during the time they were away. He looked around with some doubts. But there were no signs of fighting nearby. Han Xing thought in a low voice, "There are no obvious signs of fighting, and only a few lightning towers have been activated. This means that the enemy should not be very strong. It's probably those wandering Sky Island monsters, who saw Wanqing City, and wanted to land, but they were counterattacked by the Thunder Tower." Han Xing also shook his head. At this time, everyone was still immersed in the huge harvest of the Abyss Rift. Chung Jianyong couldn't wait to ask, "Brother Xing, when are we going to the Abyss Rift again?" Han Xing smiled. "Why are you in a hurry? Do you want to equip that gold suit so much?" Chung Jianyong smiled after hearing this. "Yes, although that gold suit is not as powerful as Sister Lianmeng's sphere suit, it is much better than the equipment on me. And the most important thing is that it's handsome. That skeleton looks so majestic when wearing it. With my appearance, how many beautiful girls will be fascinated?" Chung Jianyong couldn't help being narcissistic. Han Xing smiled and said, "I know you are anxious, but don't worry. Next, we will keep going into the Abyss Rift until you vomit. However, it is very late now. Let's take a break tonight and continue to sprint tomorrow." Xinyun patted Chung Jianyong on the shoulder and said, "Hurry up and take a rest. You have charmed thousands of beautiful girls. You have everything in your dreams." After that, everyone returned to their respective places. Han Xing walked to the vicinity of the city lord's mansion. Then, he opened his backpack and clicked on the newly obtained Psychic Shock Tower blueprint to study. Now, there is another Black Abyss building similar to the Guangzhou Tower on his blueprint column. Similar to what Han Xing speculated, the Psychic Shock Tower and the Lightning Tower are side by side, and they are advanced defense towers of the same level. Now, the number of advanced blueprints on the blueprint column is increasing. This trip to the Abyss Rift can be said to be fruitful. Even the ancient weapon he wanted to build the most, the Magic Elephant Chariot, had enough materials. Chapter 249. Looking at the materials in the backpack, Han Xing said excitedly, "Great, I can finally see the style of ancient weapons." Han Xing directly clicked on the construction, and built 3 at a time. The system prompt appeared. Ancient weapons are being built. Magic Elephant Chariot, the remaining time is 7 hours and 12 minutes. Han Xing nodded. 7 hours, not bad. When you wake up early tomorrow morning, you can almost see the completed ancient weapons. Then, he clapped his hands, and went to sleep directly. But tonight, Zhang Lianmeng slept with him. Han Xing hugged the beauty, and fell asleep comfortably. The next day, the two felt each other's body temperature, and woke up from their sleep hugging each other. Early in the morning, Han Xing received a system prompt. "Your territory building, Magic Elephant Chariot has been successfully built. 3 prompts appeared at the same time. This means that all 3 magic elephant chariots have been built. Han Xing gently got up from the bed and covered Zhang Lianmeng with a blanket. Then he came to the outside of the Lord's mansion. At this time, on the wide street, there were 3 huge chariots with hideous appearance and golden surface. These 3 chariots are almost exactly the same as those depicted on the drawings. However, compared with the flat image, the visual impact brought by seeing it with your own eyes is more shocking. The body of the car is about 8 meters high, even taller than a golden armor puppet. The length of the body is nearly 12 meters. Including the length of the elephant trunk muzzle in front of the car, it is as long as 14 meters. It is a real behemoth. So strong. The oppressive feeling given to me by an ancient weapon is even equivalent to that of a 4-star lord. The Lord Han Xing was talking about was not an ordinary lord like Zifo, but a lord like the Fear Wanderer, a level 45 lord. Moreover, this was only the automatic mode of the magic elephant chariot. If someone was controlling it, the combat power that could be exerted would be even more terrifying. Han Xing was also satisfied looking at the 3 ancient weapons in front of him, which were masterpieces of divine craftsmanship. Then, he directly opened the territory interface and called a wolf cavalry guard to come over. Yes, in the past month, Han Xing has not only built a large number of lightning towers and hellfire launch silos. At the same time, he also built 2 barracks and toucans nests. Now, the number of wolf cavalry has exceeded 1 million, and the number of minotaurs and toucans combined is almost the same. Moreover, these arms are not ordinary arms. Instead, they are all powerful creatures with level 41 and 4th turn strength. Not long after, a group of green figures appeared from a distance. They lined up neatly, a total of 10 wolf cavalry, and walked towards Han Xing in a unified pace. Then, the wolf cavalrymen walked up to Han Xing, performed a knight salute together, and said respectfully, "Greetings, Lord." Han Xing nodded. He looked at the wolf cavalryman, then at the ancient chariot, and then said, "Today, I will give you a task." The wolf cavalryman listened attentively. "I want you to start learning to operate these 3 chariots in turn, until you are proficient in them." After hearing this, the wolf cavalrymen also looked at the magic elephant chariot. And when they saw the ferocious appearance and huge body of the chariot, they all showed difficulty. "Lord, are you sure you want us to learn to operate this kind of tool?" Han Xing nodded, "Yes, and not just you, I will let more wolf cavalry participate and train together. Within 10 days, I want to see at least 1,000 wolf cavalry able to skillfully operate the magic elephant chariot. Can you do this task?" The wolf cavalry did not agree immediately this time, and they showed a trace of difficulty on their faces. Although, the wolf cavalry is very proficient in riding. Whether it is a war beast or a war horse, they can quickly master the habits of the other party, and then establish a tacit understanding and operate it. This control of the chariot is really a first time for a young lady to get married. Han Xing seemed to see their psychology, so he said, "If you feel that you are not competent, it's okay. I can find a way to gather a group of smarter soldiers to learn to operate these tools." After hearing this, the wolf cavalry looked stern. They showed a proud and stubborn look on their faces, and said in a loud voice, "Lord, please leave it to us, and we will complete the task." The wolf cavalryman's eyes revealed a refusal to admit defeat. It seemed that they were very dissatisfied with Han Xing's last words. In their cognition, wolf cavalrymen are the most brave and warlike race, and naturally the most intelligent race, compared to the group of rude minotaurs, who can only smash with pillars, and the group of stupid birds, who can only attack with claws and long beaks. They have long evolved to know how to tame those beasts to help them fight. So now they heard Han Xing say that they would find a group of smarter soldiers to control the magic elephant chariot. It immediately aroused their desire to win. After hearing this, Han Xing showed a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. He looked at the wolf cavalryman, thought for a moment, and slowly said, "You don't have to force yourself to agree. I said that even if you are not competent, I will not do anything to you. As the most brave and combative troops in my territory, your usual performance is already very good." Han Xing praised earnestly. However, after hearing this, the wolf cavalryman became more anxious. "Lord, we can do better." "Yes, Lord, please believe us, we can definitely complete the task. You don't have to look for other troops to come, just hand over these chariots to us, you can rest assured." Han Xing seemed to be in hesitation after hearing this. The group of wolf cavalrymen nervously waited for Han Xing to make a decision. After a moment, Han Xing slowly said, "Okay, I will continue to hand over this task to you." The wolf cavalryman breathed a sigh of relief, and then smiled comfortably. Han Xing suddenly straightened his face, and said seriously, As the smartest and bravest race, I believe you can complete the task perfectly. Hearing Han Xing's praise, the wolf cavalrymen were excited. And Han Xing's next words directly ignited the fire in their eyes. If this task is completed well, I have a reward here. Next, the first 1,000 warriors, who are proficient in controlling the magic elephant chariot, will receive a golden sword given by me personally. Hearing this, a kind of wolf cavalryman's eyes instantly turned red. For them, a golden sword may not be much stronger than the silver sword they have in their hands. However, this is a weapon bestowed by the Lord himself, a symbol of honor, and for the wolf cavalry, honor is more important than life. For a moment, they all raised their silver swords and roared excitedly. Awoo! 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 Han Xing looked at the enthusiastic wolf cavalry and laughed. Then, he waved his hand and said, "Okay, you take these 3 chariots now and start training." After hearing this, the wolf cavalry immediately bowed and said, "Wolf cavalry, obey the order." After that, they led the 3 magic elephant chariots and started special training. At this time, Shen Yun and Cheng Jianyong were also awakened by the howling of the wolf cavalry. They all looked at the 3 ferocious chariots with strange expressions. Han Xing turned around and looked at them and said, "Are you all awake? Get ready, we will continue to sprint to the Abyss Rift today." After hearing this, everyone also showed joy on their faces. After a while, Su Xiaong and Zhang Lianming finished washing and dressing up, and came to Han Xing. Then, the 5 people crushed the strong seals in their hands at the same time. The Abyss Rift transmission channel has been established. Since your team has a clearance record, please select the level to enter, 1 to 49. Han Xing thought for a moment, and directly chose the 30th floor. Transmitting, target level, 30. Everyone's vision went dark, and the transmission phase began. At the same time, the vast territory of the Witch tribe, millions of kilometers away from Han Xing and others. A huge sky island floated in the air. It was covered with various high-level defense towers such as the True Spirit Tower and the Witch Soul Tower, densely packed. And the most important thing is, in addition to these advanced defense towers, in the center of this sky island, there is also a huge building that is thousands of meters high and looks like a statue. The appearance of this statue looks like some kind of ferocious beast, exuding an amazing murderous aura. The surface of the entire statue is like being splashed with blood. This means that a large amount of Philosopher's Stone must have been used when building this building, and the Philosopher's Stone is the material used to build artifacts. The power of this building must be so terrifying that it is unimaginable. In addition to these defense towers, various steel chariots and waves of well-equipped flying troops are floating around the sky island. In terms of firepower intensity, this is even more terrifying than Wumir's main city. Moreover, in this area, there is more than one sky island with this level of firepower. There are at least thousands of sky islands of different sizes in the entire area. They are separated from each other by a distance, forming a heavily defended steel defense line. Even if a legendary expert comes here, he will be slapped twice. If he is not careful, he will fall here. And this is one of the defense lines of the Wu clan. At this time, in a conference hall, a dozen Wu clan officers gathered around a long conference table without saying a word. They all looked at the middle-aged Wu clan man in the main seat, as if waiting for him to start. In front of him was a sign of Captain of the Third Army. However, the Wu clan officer did not speak, but looked at the person sitting opposite him. A woman! Legendary expert Fiona. Fiona, with a plump and curvy figure, was lying on a wide chair in a side-lying position. She rested her head on the armrest, raised her small jade feet, and threw a white fruit into her mouth from time to time. Every time she swallowed, she would make a satisfied sound. The officer stared at her. Chapter 250. Delicious, delicious. I didn't expect that I could enjoy such delicious food in such a remote place. It's really great. Fiona looked like a child, with a satisfied look on her face. The officers looked strange. At this time, the middle-aged witch sitting in the main seat said seriously, "Priest Fiona, it's a meeting now, please be serious." Fiona glanced at the other party after hearing this, and then continued to put it into her mouth. It seemed that she ignored it directly. The officer saw this, his eyes turned cold, and he didn't seem to be afraid of Fiona's legendary status at all. He glanced at Fiona and sneered. Then, he said to the other officers, "The meeting will begin now. Before that, let me say a few things. During this period, the number of raids by the Shadow Legion has decreased, giving us more time to develop. But we can't be careless. The more times like this, the more we must remain vigilant. This group of shadow minions are very cunning. They will launch raids on our Wu clan territory every time when they are unexpected. In the near future, we must strengthen the training of the soldiers and be ready for war at any time. After the officer finished speaking, the other Wu clan officers also nodded. At this time, a Wu clan officer with a sunken nose echoed, "General Corden is right. These shadow minions have been staring at our Wu clan in recent years, raiding our important resource areas and population main cities everywhere. In the past few years, we were even forced to tighten our forces. Now that the holy tree of the elves has been destroyed, the space of the entire Holy Spirit realm has become increasingly unstable. Unexpectedly, this has given us a chance to breathe. Now, those shadow minions are afraid of the spatial turbulence in the territory of the Witch clan, and dare not teleport recklessly as before. And we only need to defend these important areas, and the shadow army will have no way to deal with us." After hearing this, everyone smiled with a relaxed smile on their faces. However, at this time, the commander-in-chief named Corden could not laugh at all. He asked with a very serious face, "What are you all laughing at? We, the Witch clan, have not learned enough lessons from the hands of the shadow army, right? Don't forget the incident in the king city of Xi'an decades ago, the death of tens of billions of compatriots. Didn't you pay attention to it? The shadow army has strength far beyond our imagination, and is even enough to destroy the entire Witch clan. The calmer the enemy is, the more we can't let down our guard. Did you hear everything clearly?" Faced with this questioning, the Wu clan officers were all silent, not daring to make a sound. The atmosphere of the meeting became somewhat oppressive. However, in this oppressive atmosphere, suddenly, a pleasant chuckle sounded in everyone's ears. "Ah, General Corden is really irritable. Tension for a long time is not good for the body." After hearing this, Commander Corden immediately looked at Vienna. Although he was not a legend, he seemed to be completely unconcerned about the strength of legends. Corden said in a deep voice, "Priest Vienna, I hope that you will not interrupt me casually when I am speaking. Your previous behavior is my greatest tolerance for you. Here, no matter you are a priest or someone else, everyone must listen to me." Vienna was unmoved after hearing this. She twisted her graceful body on the wide chair and changed to a comfortable position. "Well, just let your men listen to you. But don't count me in. I have my own way of doing things." Vienna stretched and accidentally exposed a piece of delicate skin, which made the officer stare at her. This woman, with a natural seductive temperament, is a complete desire amplifier. However, Corden was unmoved. He snorted coldly, "Vienna, you don't have the final say. Here, I don't allow a second voice to appear, especially during wartime. As you are the 13th priest, I will not restrict you at ordinary times. If it is a war, you must obey my command 100%. If I tell you to charge, you must charge. If I tell you to kill the enemy, you must kill the enemy. Whether the enemy is a master or a legend, even if you risk your life, you must complete my order." He said it firmly. It seems that he didn't take into account Vienna's legendary face at all. In his eyes, Vienna was not regarded as a woman at all, and regarded her as a powerful war weapon. At this time, no matter how good Vienna's temper was, she couldn't help getting angry. She stood up, barefoot on the chair, and said angrily, "Corden, you are so bold, dare to speak to this priest like this. Do you really think that you can do whatever you want here because this is the border of the Wu clan? Don't forget, I am the 13th priest appointed by the Holy Lord himself, and you, a legion commander, cannot order me around at will." However, Iker sneered after hearing this. "Really? But I remember that you came to the Wu clan border with a crime, and you are doing meritorious service for the crime, right? A priest who persecutes his own people for the position of the saint cannot gain my respect." These words can be said to be a complete breakup. Vienna clenched her fists and said murderously, "You want to seek death, right?" At this moment, the legendary aura erupted. In the entire Parliament Hall, all officers felt a sense of oppression like death. Only Corden was unmoved. Although Corden was only at the peak of the 4th turn, his face did not change under the pressure of Vienna's aura. It was as if he had seen many storms and waves, and he didn't even frown. Corden said disdainfully, "Vienna, don't think of using your legendary aura to suppress me. This is the 3rd Legion of the Wu clan, with hundreds of millions of elite Wu clan soldiers. And I, Corden, can sit in this position not by talking. It's not that I haven't killed legendary masters before, Vienna. Do you want to try?" Corden clenched his fists, his eyes revealing a strong desire to fight. Vienna's expression changed on the opposite side. She then remembered Iker's title, God Killer Corden. In his career record, he has killed as many as 3 legends of the Shadow Legion. It's not that Corden's own strength is so strong that he can kill legends with the power of the 4th turn. It's because of his unparalleled command and formation ability. Trapped in the siege of Cordon's army, even a legendary warrior could not get out immediately. But now, with the distance between them, Fianna could suddenly attack and take his life in a few seconds. However, Cordon seemed to see her thoughts and asked, "Fianna, have you thought about it? Now, I have no guards around me, and I can't mobilize chariots to besiege you immediately. Do you want to try and kill me now?" His tone was eager to try, as if he wanted Fianna to attack him. However, the more Cordon said this, the more uncertain Fianna was. Under the gaze of the commanders on both sides, Fianna's face flushed. The next moment, she stomped her feet and said angrily, "Damn Cordon! You all bully me." After that, Fianna disappeared. The officers looked at each other. They also saw Fianna's reaction when she left, and they all showed strange expressions. Cordon was not surprised. He knew that Fianna didn't dare to make a move. Then, Cordon continued, "Okay, the meeting continues." At this time, Fianna, after leaving the conference hall, flashed and appeared in her own bedroom. She threw herself directly on the bed, covered her head with a pillow, and vented angrily. "Ah! Damn it, damn it, damn it! These guys, one by one bully me. Wumior, this woman, beat me, the high priest also punished me, and now even a fourth turn and dares to provoke me. I'm so angry, I'm so angry, I'm so angry." As she spoke, Fianna's voice began to cry. "Why? The Lord Saint clearly said that I could inherit the position of saint." She seemed extremely aggrieved. At this moment, the lights in the bedroom suddenly dimmed. Fianna's face changed, and the tears on her face disappeared instantly. "Who?" The next moment, she saw a dark figure standing in front of her. The dark figure had a charming figure, a long robe dragging on the ground, and a hood on her head. She looked at Fianna and let out a hollow laugh. "Hee hee. I didn't expect that a little girl who was rescued casually hundreds of years ago would grow up to this point. Fianna, do you still remember me?" After hearing this, Fianna's eyes seemed to flash with a thoughtful look, and then she said in shock, "Is it you?" Fianna immediately became alert. She knew clearly how terrible this woman was. Seeing that Fianna remembered, the hooded woman continued to chuckle and said, "It seems that you remembered. So, do you still remember the promise you made to me?" Fianna's body stiffened, her legs straightened, and her 10 slender toes were tightly clasped together. She did not answer, as if she was in great fear. After a moment, the hooded woman said, "You remember, right? You promised me that you would give your soul as long as I could save you, and give you powerful power. Now, Fianna, it's time to fulfill your promise." Fianna kept shaking her head, as the woman slowly approached her. "No! I can't give my soul to you. I haven't become a saint yet, I still have important things to do." However, the hooded woman did not listen to her request. But she stretched out a hand, and slowly grabbed Fianna. Fianna's face was solemn. The next moment, the legendary aura suddenly burst out. Chapter 251. At the same time, Han Xing and others who were teleporting to the Abyss Rift, after a few seconds of darkness. Everyone's vision was restored. When they opened their eyes, they appeared again in the foggy Abyss Rift. System prompt appeared. Teleportation is over, the current scene is the Abyss Rift, 30th floor. The challenge is about to begin, please be prepared, survivors. Everyone looked at each other, and entered the battle state. They had already fought on the 30th floor once, and they were also familiar with the strength of the monsters inside. When the skeleton army on the ground, and the ghost army in the fog rushed over, everyone's attacks broke out at the same time. Boom! A few minutes later, 2 level 30-liter monsters were beheaded by Chung Jianyong with a sword. System prompt appeared. The 30th floor challenge has ended. This battle took 3 minutes and 21 seconds. Chung Jianyong laughed and said, "Hey, I remember that we took almost 4 minutes on the 30th floor last time. This time it took half a minute. If we keep going like this, our clearance progress will get faster and faster." Everyone laughed. Then they continued to step into the first floor of the Abyss Rift. Poof! 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 Monsters fell one by one under the attack of everyone. The battles in the following levels were resolved within 3 or 4 minutes. Until the 40th floor of the Abyss Rift, everyone met the skeleton general wearing a golden battle helmet. Backsaw again. At this time, Chung Jianyong saw him and rushed over as if he saw a naked beauty. And he was still making strange howling sounds. "Backsaw, wait, and see how I strip you naked." Backsaw didn't understand Chung Jianyong's fierce words. When it saw this human rushing towards it, it seemed a little surprised. However, he still snorted coldly. The golden spear in his hand suddenly thrust out. The next moment, Chung Jianyong flashed and jumped high. The murderous intent burst out. "Hey, take my sword." Eagle falling slash. A sword slashed down on the head, and poor Baksaw was slashed off the horse again before he could react. Then, he was hit head-on by everyone. After experiencing a painful ravage, Baksaw was broken into a pile of bone fragments again. However, this time, no equipment on Baksaw was exploded, although they knew that such a suit was so easy to get. But everyone still felt a little regretful. But soon, they regained their confidence. Because there is a more powerful orange suit waiting for them, Team Galaxy started to speed through. It took 2 hours to reach the 49th floor of the Abyss Rift again. Here is where they encountered the Fear Wanderer. After dealing with a large number of Abyss monsters, the 45th level Lord Fear Wanderer appeared again. But compared to the last time, everyone dealt with it more easily. A wave of coal balls burst out to reduce defense. Then everyone focused their fire together to knock down the magic shield of the Fear Wanderer. Then, it was a one-sided crushing. It took 15 minutes for the Fear Wanderer to explode into pieces again. But this time, they did not explode a new Fear suit. At this time, Chung Jianyong could not help but complain, "Damn, not a single suit was exploded. Are we so unlucky?" Shen Yun shook his head and analyzed, "It's not that we are unlucky. It's very likely that this is the normal probability of the Abyss Rift. You know, this is a suit. Any survivor who wears a suit can have his attributes skyrocketed. The probability of such powerful equipment appearing is naturally not that high." Chung Jianyong asked at this time, "Then why did we get 2 pieces last time?" Shen Yun spread his hands and said, "It's the first pass reward given by the system. The first time you get a suit you must get it. After that, it all depends on luck." After hearing this, everyone also felt that it made some sense and nodded. However, although they didn't get a suit, but this trip to the Abyss Rift also yielded a lot of good things. Among them, the number of Abyss Magic Stones is 4,597, the number of Eternal Gold Ingots is 121, and the number of Mithril is several thousand. And then, there are 3 pieces of gold equipment exploded by the bottom boss. Plus 17 hero souls. It can be said that the benefits are quite good. In addition to these materials and equipment, they also have another gain. That is a huge amount of experience. From the 30th floor to the 49th floor, the experience bar of Zhang Lianmeng and others increased by about 40%. Since Han Xing is 1 level higher than them, the increase in experience is 20%. At this rate, after a few more times, everyone can upgrade. At this time, Chung Jianyong said excitedly, "Brother Xing, I only need the last 10% to upgrade to level 41. This Abyss Rift is really a good place." Han Xing nodded. It is indeed a good place. The benefits of one trip, the Abyss Magic Stone alone, are enough for him to pull up 2 or 3 Psychic Impact Towers. In addition to the harvest of hero souls, as long as they brush twice, they can pull out 3 Magic Elephant Chariots, calculated as 2 hours per time. They can quickly brush the Abyss Rift at least 7 or 8 times a day. However, they can get such a rich income because Han Xing and others have cleared a high level. Most of the survivor teams at present stop at the 30th level of the Abyss Rift. Even the fastest Wujia is still hovering at the 39th level, and dare not challenge the 40th level. So, this is also the advantage of Han Xing and his team. Thinking of this, Han Xing led everyone and teleported out of the Abyss Rift directly. Next, they teleported in again. Then, they started the challenge from the 30th level. After brushing the Abyss Rift 3 times in a row, everyone leveled up. Zhang Lianmeng, Su Xiaoang and others all reached level 41. And Han Xing reached level 42, and his attributes have been greatly improved. The experience points required to reach the next level have increased again by multiples. However, this was within their expectations. Later on, the experience value of each level up would become more and more terrifying. In addition to those materials and experience, they did not drop any gold suits or orange suits. Everyone roughly deduced. The probability of such suits dropping is indeed very low. Before, they were able to get 2 pieces in a row, all thanks to the state bonus of the first clearance. Later, it all depends on chance. When Han Xing and others challenged the 5th Abyss Rift, they came to the 40th floor again, in front of the skeleton general, Baksaw, because they had many experiences. Now, they are more and more proficient in the skills of this lord. After a face-to-face encounter, before Baksaw could launch a charge, he was knocked off his horse by Chung Jianyong with a dazed look in his eyes. However, it was a round of concentrated fire. Poor Baksaw, he didn't even use his skills, and was trampled into a pile of bones by everyone again. But this time, Han Xing saw that a golden war spear was quietly lying on Baxa's body. Everyone's eyes lit up. Chung Jianyong rushed over at the first time and said excitedly, "It's out! Finally it's out! Baxa's golden war spear!" Ha ha ha! Seeing his excited look, everyone also smiled. It took 5 explorations and 12 hours to get a set. This probability is low and high. At least for Han Xing and others, it is quite good. The golden war spear, like the long sword, is a melee weapon. Both the swordsman and the berserker in the warrior profession can equip it. However, when using a spear to launch a skill, the attack form will also change accordingly. For example, when using a spear to launch a skill, it will release a very destructive gun gas. From the original range attack, it has become a straight line attack. However, the attack power will be greatly improved. Good things come in pairs. Next, everyone found another orange suit on the 49th floor of the Fear Wanderer. Fear Gauntlets, Orange, LV45, Quality, Legend, Armor, 180 to 194, Attack Speed plus 20%, Magic Damage plus 10%. Everyone's face showed joy. Now, 2 pieces of the 5-piece Fear suit have been exploded. Although the Fear suit is a level 45 equipment, it will take some time for Zhang Lianming to equip it. However, with their current leveling speed, it is not difficult to reach level 45. Maybe, when they get the Terror set, Zhang Lianming's level will just reach level 45. After a day of high-intensity fighting, everyone counted the harvest. They went down the Abyss Rift 8 times in total, which took 17 hours. A total of 37,289 Abyss Magic Stones, and 106 Hero Souls were harvested. And 2 sets, the Golden Spear Gold, and the Terror Wristband Orange. Then, Han Xing consumed the materials harvested today, and used them all to build the Hellfire Silo, and the Magic Elephant Chariot. This time, Han Xing waved his hand and directly pulled up 11 Magic Elephant Chariots at once. Then, he clapped his hands, and went back to rest with satisfaction. The next day, Han Xing woke up from his sleep. He heard the reminder sound of the Magic Elephant Chariot being built again. When he walked out of the Lord's mansion, he immediately saw 11 tall and mighty ancient weapons lying across the street. Han Xing nodded with satisfaction and said, "Very good, a Magic Elephant Chariot has the same combat power as a 4th-turn Lord. If this group of wolf cavalry can master it, it can be even stronger. 11 chariots together may even be able to touch the 4th-turn dominant creature. Dealing with a 5th-turn legend, although I'm still not sure, but it's almost there." Han Xing called a team of wolf cavalry with excitement. Then, he asked this group of wolf cavalry to join the training with the Magic Elephant Chariot. Next, Han Xing led the team members to continue to quickly brush the Abyss Rift. All day long, they cleared the Abyss Rift 8 times again. However, they didn't get any suits in the second day's quick Abyss clearing. Experience points increased a lot. Han Xing used the materials harvested from the Rift to create more Abyss technology and ancient weapons. On the 3rd day, he continued to explore the Abyss Rift. Days went on like this. Time passed in a flash, and half a month had passed. Half a month later, the huge Wanqing City still remained in the same place. After so long, the territory of Wanqing City has not expanded at all. Compared with the almost rapid expansion speed in the previous month, it is now equivalent to stagnation. This is because Han Xing has been constantly exploring the Abyss Rift in the past half-month. So the development of Wanqing City was suspended. However, although the territory area has not increased much. However, the strength of Han Xing and others has ushered in earth-shaking changes. Now, all 5 members of the Galaxy team have reached level 45. The attributes increased dramatically. In addition, they exchanged a large number of gold treasure chests in the War Merit Shop and opened a lot of level 45 equipment, which greatly increased their strength again. In half a month, they almost completed the progress of other survivors for more than half a year, or even a year. It is amazing. At this time, a golden armored warrior suddenly appeared across the street. Every step he took, there was a creaking sound of metal friction. In the strange eyes of everyone, the golden armored warrior raised the golden spear in his hand and said excitedly, "Ha ha! The last piece of Baxaw suit finally got me. The attribute improvement of the 8-piece suit is really fierce, so cool." The man who was yelling, and armed to the teeth in golden armor, was Chung Jianyong. Half a month, hundreds of explorations in the Abyss Rift. They finally got the complete Baxaw suit. Although it was only level 40 equipment, it also increased his damage by at least 40%. Add to that other attributes and suit effects. Chung Jianyong can now even withstand the attack of the demon Lord's Fear Wanderer for a minute, and fight back and forth. Note that this is only in a one-on-one duel. If the teammates are assisted, the demon I Lord can't even touch the corner of Chung Jianyong's clothes. This also makes him more and more arrogant. However, Chung Jianyong didn't wait long to be happy. A woman wearing a pale robe and a demon eye helmet slowly walked towards the crowd. She exuded a cold and evil aura all over her body. Before getting close, everyone felt the oppression on the other party. It was as if the demon I Lord had reappeared. However, when the figure slowly raised his head, everyone saw a beautiful face. And under the pale robe, the perfect figure was about to show. This person was Zhang Lianmeng, who was equipped with a full set of horror suits. Even though the appearance of this set of equipment was a bit scary, it did not affect her beauty at all. It was as if evil and holiness, two completely different temperaments, emerged on this woman at the same time. Facing the gazes of the crowd, Zhang Lianmeng lowered her head shyly. Han Xing walked over and said, "Are you ready?" "Yes." Zhang Lianmeng nodded lightly. Han Xing also looked at it carefully, and then continued to ask, "How do you feel?" Zhang Lianmeng also had a faint smile on her face. "I feel pretty good. Although this suit is a set of magic equipment, it has very high defense. Moreover, the attributes have been greatly improved. The 5 pieces of equipment together have increased my spirit by more than 1,200 points, which has increased my magic damage by more than 50%. In addition to the suit effect, the actual damage has increased by more than double." After listening to Zhang Lianmeng's description, everyone couldn't help swallowing their saliva. Chapter 252. The improvement of the fear suit is very powerful. At Han Xing's level, the damage has reached a very terrifying level. Any 10% improvement can bring a very high amplification effect. Now I heard Zhang Lianmeng say that the fear suit has doubled her magic damage. Just thinking about it makes people feel shocked. If it is Zhang Lianmeng in this state, even Shen Yuan may not be able to withstand a big fireball on the side. Su Xiaoyang took Zhang Lianmeng's arm and said happily, "Sister Lianmeng is so powerful. Brother Han Xing is right. Your current damage is the highest among all of us." Shen Yuan and Chung Jianyong also praised repeatedly. Facing the praise of everyone, Zhang Lianmeng lowered her head, holding the corner of the robe tightly with her right hand, looking very embarrassed. However, although the attributes of the suit are exaggerated, it is also within Han Xing's expectations. After all, orange equipment, even if the attributes of the pieces are improved, are very powerful. In addition, Zhang Lianmeng was wearing a level 45 orange suit. This upgrade was expected. At this time, Shen Yun suddenly asked, "Brother Xing, what is our mission today? Are we going to continue to work hard in the Abyss Rift and level up?" Han Xing thought for a moment and said, "Today, we will not continue to go to the Abyss Rift. Now that Chung Jianyong and Lianmeng suits are complete, the goal is achieved. Our levels have also reached level 45. I calculated that even if we maintain the current speed, it will take at least more than 10 days to reach level 46. At the end, the experience required is even more terrifying. So, we can pause for a while in the Abyss Rift. When we are confident of challenging higher levels, we will continue to sprint." After hearing this, everyone nodded. Han Xing continued at this time. "Next, we will continue to explore the Sky Island and expand the territory of Wanqing City." After hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up and nodded at the same time. Okay. Next, Wanqing City continued to advance in the vast territory of the Wu clan. At this time, Han Xing stood at the highest point of the Lord's mansion. Looking at the wolf cavalry army in the distance, they took turns to learn to control the magic elephant chariot. Although the movements of some chariots were still a bit clumsy. But among them, Han Xing also saw that the movement of several chariots had reached a flexible level. This means that some wolf cavalry have gradually become proficient in the control of the magic elephant chariot. Looking at their hard work, Han Xing also nodded with satisfaction. In the past few days, he has harvested a total of 306 hero souls, which can build a total of 30 magic elephant chariots. However, he has only built 22 magic elephant chariots. The reason why he did not continue to build is that his Philosopher's Stone reserves are insufficient. It takes 50 Philosopher's Stones to build a magic elephant chariot. 22 units consumed is 1,100. Now, there are only a little over 1,000 Philosopher's Stones left in Han Xing's warehouse. Moreover, these remaining Philosopher's Stones are what he intends to keep for the construction of the Oracle Throne. He will not move them unless it is absolutely necessary. At this time, Han Xing also sighed and said, "The Philosopher's Stone is a big gap. Not only do we need to forge artifacts, but we also need a lot to forge ancient weapons. Including that holy object, the amount of Philosopher's Stone required is even more exaggerated. I don't know when I can collect so many philosopher's stones by myself. Thinking of this, Han Xing sighed again. Regarding the source of philosopher's stones, Han Xing also has a solution in mind. That is to take a batch of space backpacks and go to Wumir to trade in exchange for a large number of divine stones. With the resource reserves of a large clan like the Wu clan, there must be a lot of rare minerals like this. And these strong men also have a strong demand for space backpacks. So, this is a win-win deal. However, if you want to trade with the Wu clan, there is a big premise. That is, he must have the strength to threaten the legend, or even kill the legendary strongman. This is not that Han Xing does not believe in Wumir, but he does not believe in other strong men of the Wu clan. Because, as long as Han Xing starts trading with Wumir, when a large number of space props flow into the hands of those strong men, it will definitely attract their attention. And they will also try every means to find the source of this space prop. At that time, combined with Han Xing's identity as a human race, it will be possible to figure out who these space props came from. At that time, it may bring disaster to oneself. Han Xing's face condensed, and then whispered, "So, before I have the strength to deal with the legend, I can't go to Wumir. I can't expose the fact that I have a large number of space backpacks in my hands." He looked at his territory, and a trace of worry flashed across his face. Compared to a month and a half ago, Han Xing's development is indeed very rapid. But if he asks himself, Han Xing knows that he is still far from being able to threaten the legend. Moreover, he always feels that something big is going to happen recently. This is Han Xing's intuition. The last time he had this feeling was on the eve of the blood tide. Although this premonition may not be 100% accurate, it is also a good thing to prevent it before it happens. However, although he is anxious, Han Xing has no immediate solution now. As mentioned before, things have to be done step by step, and steady development is the kingly way. Wanqing City keeps moving and begins to explore the vast territory of the Wu clan. At the same time, the development of Xingyu City is gradually getting on the right track. The abandoned land of the gods. In Xingyu City, compared to more than half a month ago, Xingyu City has once again ushered in different changes. First of all, the area of the territory has skyrocketed by nearly 5 or 6 times again, reaching tens of thousands of square kilometers. There were bustling crowds of people, and groups of well-equipped wolf cavalry guards shuttling back and forth on the streets. In addition, there were hundreds of thousands of small islands floating around this giant sky island. Some of these were the sky islands of the survivors of the Immortal Palace forces. Some were the sky islands of those foreign survivors. Now, as the business model of Xingyu City is on the right track, the daily flow of people has reached a rather terrifying number. At this time, at the edge of Xingyu City's sky island, there was a piece of barren land that had just been merged and had not yet been developed into a city. A group of survivors were queuing in an orderly manner on this barren land. At the front of the team, a female mage was holding an account book and connecting with the survivors. At this time, the group of survivors were talking in a low voice. A middle-aged survivor, who looked a little older, said to a survivor with a young face behind him, "Did you see that? The female mage is the one responsible for purchasing our territory. Her name is Wu Gong Liuli. We call her Sister Liuli. When it's our turn, remember to speak politely. This is our big money sponsor. If you offend her, you won't get any benefits." Behind him, the survivor, who looked 16 or 17 years old, trembled, then nodded and said, "Okay, Boss Jiao, I know." The number of people in line was constantly decreasing. Half an hour later, it was finally the turn of the young survivor with a young face. He looked at the female mage, and a forced smile appeared on his face. "Lu. Sister Liuli, hello." At this time, the female mage named Wugong Liuli raised her head and glanced at the survivor in front of her. She didn't seem to have any reaction to his smile, but just said directly, "My name is Wang Tung. During this battle, you brought back a total of 3,400 square meters of Sky Island territory. Including the contract content, you need to hand over 1,000 square meters of territory and merge it into Xingyu City, right?" After hearing this, the survivor named Wang Tung immediately replied, "Yes." Wu Gong Liuli nodded. "Okay, you can divide the territory area by yourself and integrate it into Xingyu City." At this time, Wang Tung said again, "Sister Liuli, please take over my other 2,000 square meters of Sky Island territory as well." There was expectation in his eyes. Wu Gong Liuli glanced at him and didn't seem surprised. "Okay, you choose to sell 2,000 square meters of Sky Island territory to Xingyu City this time. According to the price set by the Lord, 1 square meter of territory is equal to 100 spirit cores. I will trade 200,000 spirit cores for you." Is that okay? After hearing this, Wang Teng's face suddenly showed a look of surprise, and he nodded quickly and said, "No problem. Of course, no problem. Thank you, Sister Liuli." Wu Gum Liuli nodded, and then initiated a transaction application to him. When the 200,000 spirit cores arrived, the young man's breathing became rapid. Then, the young man immediately found the older survivor and said excitedly, "Jiao. Boss Jiao. I got it! On the Star God's side, you can really use territory to exchange for resources. And give me so many spirit cores at once." Such a huge number of spirit cores, he has never seen it in his life. Wang Teng is just a survivor of level 27, not even a third turn. Before this, he had been living in the territory of the Immortal Mansion. Even though Luo Chan was nice to them, he had to make his contribution for the development of the team. With his strength, he usually only earned about 1 or 2,000 spirit cores a day. He handed over 50% of the income to the team, which was equivalent to less than 1,000 spirit cores in his pocket. But now, he has gained 200,000 spirit cores at once, which is almost equivalent to his income for most of the year. The other survivors who were queuing up behind also heard Wang Teng's excited shouts, and their eyes showed envy. Before this, it is estimated that none of them thought that the territory area could be sold. And the price is not low. Even when they were in the Immortal Mansion, the territory they explored during the battle was merged into the team leader free of charge. That was an extraordinary period. Under the huge pressure of the blood tide, only by concentrating all their strength can they barely survive. Chapter 253. The same applies to other teams. Everyone has already assumed that the territory should be contributed to the team for free. But now, Han Xing has no such rules. In addition to the 30% signed in the contract, you must abide by the agreement and hand it over for free. If you make a contribution beyond the content of the contract, Xingyu City will also pay you extra compensation. At first, when everyone heard Lan Lan announce that Lord Xing had decided to use resources to purchase the territory in the hands of the survivors, they thought they had heard it wrong. Until the first survivor went out to explore the Sky Island and brought back a territory of tens of thousands of square meters. After all of it was contributed to Xingyu City, he directly obtained 1,000,000 spirit cores. At this moment, the group of survivors in the Immortal Mansion was completely convinced. They controlled their own Sky Islands and began to frantically explore the Sky Islands around Xingyu City, rushing to be the first, fearing to miss the opportunity. With the efforts of hundreds of thousands of survivors, Han Xing Xingyu City also expanded 5 or 6 times in a week. Of course, Han Xing also paid a huge amount of resources for this. However, compared with the value that these Sky Island territories can bring to him in the future, the current efforts are worth it. This is not it. After half a month, the number of shops in Xingyu City has reached more than 300,000. Among them, more than half are shops opened by the members of the Immortal Mansion. Under the leadership of Luo Chan, they selected many shops with excellent locations in Xingyu City. In addition to the entry of other individual people, various catering, leisure, entertainment, and other shops have been established. Now, the business of Xingyu City can be said to be truly flourishing. Many survivors who came to Xingyu City seem to have found the feeling of Blue Star and lingered here. Moreover, not only these survivors who came for entertainment found their belonging, but other survivors also found many buildings that were helpful to them in Xingyu City, such as the Mercenary Club, where a large number of idle survivors gathered. They looked for suitable teammates to form a team here, and they could also issue various commission tasks. Moreover, because of Han Xing's deterrent power, the entire Xingyu City, and even the surrounding areas, were in a peaceful state. Whether it was the Sky Island monsters or other survivors, they dared not to fight here. After all, the survivors had seen it with their own eyes in the past few days. There were several giant Sky Islands floating over, with a very large area. There were obviously very terrifying monsters on them. However, before these Sky Islands approached, Xingyu City suddenly had a slight tremor. Then, they saw dozens of pale green flames rising into the air. With a bang, the giant islands were blown into pieces on the spot. They were dozens of kilometers away, and they didn't even see what the monsters inside looked like, and they were directly blown into pieces by unknown means in Xingyu City. This environment also gave the survivors a rare sense of security. They subconsciously regarded this place as a safe haven and a safe zone. And this phenomenon naturally brought more terrifying traffic to Xingyu City. Now, the number of long-term active survivors in Xingyu City has reached 20 million. The daily traffic has exceeded 100 million. If it weren't for the large-scale expansion of the territory during this period, it would really be impossible to accommodate such a terrifying number of people. And the amazing flow of people naturally brings amazing benefits. As the city lord, Han Xing's daily spiritual core income is now an astronomical figure. Of course, the expenditure is also terrifying. Expanding the territory and building more buildings also requires a lot of resources. However, as long as you persist in the previous period, later, it will be long-term benefits. Other survivors have also smelled the business opportunities of Xingyu City. And when they rushed over excitedly and wanted to sign a lord contract with Han Xing, they were told, all the open shops in Xingyu City have been rented out, including houses and residences, all are gone. Now, all survivors know how popular Xingyu City is. I don't know how many survivors hang out and consume there every day. It can be said that now even if you are a dog, you can make a lot of money by opening a small shop in Xingyu City. However, because they missed the first wave of the best opportunities, they could only regret in their hearts. They hated their short-sightedness. Why didn't they sign the Lord's contract on the first night of Xingyu City's opening? However, the current Xingyu City agent, Lan Lan's next words, gave them hope again. The second batch of shops in Xingyu City is under construction, and will continue to open after a while. After hearing this, these survivors were also excited, and secretly made a decision that they must sign the contract as soon as possible next time, and then grab the best shop. The territory of the Wu clan at this time. Han Xing, who had just explored an empty island, also showed a hint of joy at the corner of his mouth after listening to Lan Lan's report. It must be said that the decision to open Xingyu City was correct. Now, his lord's mansion warehouse has accumulated countless materials. Spirit cores, eternal gold ingots, mithril, etc. These materials that can be bought in large quantities on the market have reached an astronomical figure. He has no shortage of basic materials like this. What he lacks is advanced materials such as the Philosopher's Stone and the Shadow God's Stone. And these things are not so easy to obtain even in the Wu clan's territory. Han Xing encouraged himself in his heart. The commercial city development of Xingyu City has entered the right track, and I have to work harder here. Once the problem of these advanced materials is solved, I can pull up ancient weapons in batches, and even make artifacts in batches. By then, not to mention the entire Holy Spirit realm, at least in the Wu clan's territory, I can be considered to be able to walk sideways. Han Xing was excited, and Wanqing City began to move forward. Along the way, they continued to explore various giant sky islands. The territory area expanded rapidly. After 6 hours of exploration, the territory expanded by hundreds of square kilometers. At this time, Wanqing City finally stopped moving forward temporarily. Because in front of Han Xing and his team, there appeared the largest cloud island in history. The area is hundreds of square kilometers. It is equivalent to half the size of Wanqing City now. Before this, even in the abandoned land of the gods, the largest island they encountered was only a dozen square kilometers at most. This is the first time they have seen such a huge cloud island. At this time, everyone also raised their heads and looked up at this exaggerated island. Cheng Jianyong was surprised and said, "If we annex such a large sky island, it will be equivalent to our exploration progress for a week, right?" Everyone nodded at the same time. "What are we waiting for? Let's go!" After saying that, Cheng Jianyong raised the golden spear and was eager to try. At this time, Xinyun stopped him and said, "Wait a minute. Although the area of this sky island is huge, the monsters inside are also terrifying." However, Cheng Jianyong said, "What's wrong? Are you scared? Anyway, no matter how powerful it is, it can't be legendary. If it was legendary, we would have sensed it not long after we approached this sky island." Everyone was stunned for a moment. They didn't expect Cheng Jianyong's perception to be so sharp, because what he said was indeed correct. Before this, everyone had learned about the terrifying power of legendary masters from Mumior. With the breath strength of legendary masters, they felt a fatal sense of crisis even if they were dozens of kilometers away, let alone approaching. But now, even though they were so close, they didn't feel any strong sense of crisis on this empty island. This means that even if the monsters inside are strong, they are limited. At least for everyone, they don't pose any threat. Xinyun was speechless after what Cheng Jianyong said, and rolled his eyes at him, and said, "Let's wait for Brother Xing to observe it first." At this time, Han Xing also said after observing for a while, "It's indeed like Cheng Jianyong said, there is no legendary breath inside. Let's go, we can go and take a look." After listening, everyone nodded together. Then, Han Xing directly controlled Wanqing City, and approached the sky island. The system prompt appeared. This is a giant sky island that floated from a very far place. Because of its unique geological structure, it contains precious mineral resources. However, This place has been occupied by a group of dark underground creatures, and they have regarded it as their territory. Do you want to enter? When everyone heard the previous prompt, their expressions moved. Because they knew that this time, they had found a treasure. Before this, the resource sky islands they encountered, even the Hingjin and Zijin veins. Before entering, the system only prompted that it contained rich mineral resources. And now, the system prompts precious mineral resources. This means that there may be more advanced ores than Hingjin and Zijin. There are many ores that are more advanced than these materials, such as lava crystal stone, exciting raw stone, rhythmic black iron, etc. No matter which one it is, it shows that this sky island contains amazing value. Han Xing's eyes were also excited, and he directly clicked OK. The next moment, the huge cloud dissipated. In front of everyone, a huge sky island appeared, which was blue-black and looked like a huge meteorite from outer space. There was no vegetation on the entire sky island, as if it was completely unsuitable for life. And on the surface of the sky island, there were many artificially mined mines. Steaming equipment was digging ore. Next to these machines, there was a group of short creatures with rat heads. These creatures were naked from the waist up, revealing their muscular bodies, and were working hard to pick up the ore on the ground, and then load it onto the mine cart and transport it away. The moment they saw the appearance of these monsters, everyone exclaimed, "Goblins!" Yes, these creatures are one of the intelligent races in this world, goblins. Before, they occasionally encountered them on some special sky islands. Chapter 254. However, compared to other goblins, they are hiding in the underground of those sky islands in groups of 3 or 2. It is rare to see more than 10 goblins gathered together. And the number of goblins here has completely exceeded everyone's cognition. They have even developed into a tribe. These goblins have a clear division of labor and cooperation. There are goblin laborers who specialize in transporting ore, and goblin supervisors who are responsible for supervising them. And those goblin combat units holding spears and swords. Seeing the equipment of the group of fighting goblins, everyone's eyes lit up. Because what they wear is actually purple equipment at the lowest, that is, silver equipment. There are also 1 or 2 gold equipment among them. A rough glance shows that at least thousands of goblin warriors are wearing suits of this level. The value of so many silver suits is unimaginable. Chung Jianyong also complained, "Damn, a group of goblins are dressed so well." However, at this time, Han Xing's eyes had already flashed. Because this is not the Abyss Rift. After these monsters die, the equipment on their bodies will not disappear with the corpses. In other words, Han Xing can completely strip off the clothes of these goblins. Whether it is thrown to the Xingyu City shop for sale, or equipped with wolf cavalry or Tauren army, it is a good choice. The attributes of these goblins appeared in front of Han Xing goblin peons, ordinary creatures. Level, 35 attributes, Strength 732, Agility 647, Spirit 689, Constitution 604. Skills, hardworking, cowardly. Goblin warriors, ordinary creatures. Level, 41 attributes, Strength 2032, Agility 1984, Spirit 1864, Constitution 2102. Skills, Goblin Gunmanship Thrust. Bear Goblin Captain, Elite Creature. Level, 41. Everyone discovered that the levels of these goblins were between 25 and 45. With this strength, it was no wonder that they did not feel any sense of crisis on this empty island. At this time, the group of goblins seemed to have noticed Han Xing and the others. The next moment, thousands of pairs of rat eyes looked over at the same time. They were all alert and murderous. Being stared at by so many eyes, even if everyone was strong, they felt a little uncomfortable. At this time, Shen Yun asked with a puzzled look, "Brother Xing, this group of goblins seems to be different from the ones we encountered before. The goblins we encountered before, no matter how strong they were, would run into a hole and escape as soon as they saw us humans, and would not think of resisting at all. But now, this group of goblins are not afraid of us, but look murderous." After Shen Yun finished speaking, the others nodded. Because of their nature, the goblins are notoriously cowardly and timid. As long as they encounter an enemy, they will not have the idea of resisting, but will try every means to escape. In front of them, this group of goblins is indeed a bit strange. However, at this time, Han Xing shook his head and said, "There is nothing strange. As a race with wisdom, as long as it develops to a certain scale, it is equivalent to having a sense of territory. No matter how cowardly they are by nature, they will also resist other creatures approaching their territory. However, although this group of goblins already have a sense of territory, their cowardly character in their bones still makes them dare not attack us at the first time. If other monsters had seen us at this time, they would have rushed over immediately, and would not have given us the opportunity to chat leisurely here. After listening to Han Xing's analysis, everyone's faces showed a look of realization. Just as he said. Now, on the surface of the huge sky island, more and more goblin warriors continued to emerge from the deep caves. However, despite this, they did not dare to attack Han Xing and others. Instead, they all gathered together, as if this would bring confidence. After a while, tens of thousands of goblin warriors gathered on the surface. Their levels were between level 30 and level 45, well equipped, and could be regarded as a considerable force. Chung Jianyong said at this time, "Brother Xing, these goblins seem to be ready to fight us to the end. Should we kill them directly now, or use the defense towers on the territory to clean up the ground first?" Han Xing did not answer after hearing this, but asked, "Have you noticed that the ore mined by these goblin laborers seems familiar?" "Somewhat familiar?" Chung Jianyong asked doubtfully. "Yes." Han Xing nodded and said, "Look at the black stones in their mine carts, with waterways flowing on the surface. Do they look like the raw ore of rhythmic black iron?" Everyone was stunned after hearing this. Then, when they saw the ore in the goblin laborers' carts, their eyes widened at the same time. Chung Jianyong exclaimed, "Fuck! It's really rhythmic black iron." Before, they hadn't seen it. Now, after Han Xing's reminder, they realized that what these goblins were mining was actually the precious metal of rhythmic black iron, and the quantity was so huge. If the entire mine is mined, how much rhythmic black iron can be refined? It is simply unimaginable. You know, rhythmic black iron is not only one of the main materials for making ancient weapons, but also can be exchanged for ancient weapon blueprints from dwarves. It has a wide range of uses. Shen Yun said in shock, "It is really hard to imagine that such a huge sky island actually hides such a large amount of precious metals." Everyone swallowed their saliva at the same time. Then, Han Xing directly controlled Wanqing City and approached this huge mine. At this time, the group of goblins saw the enemy approaching and subconsciously wanted to throw away their weapons and drill back into the mine. However, when they saw so many tribesmen around, they also had some confidence for a while. They raised their weapons at the same time and made threatening movements. Chiji. Chiji. These goblins made strange noises like mice. It seems that as long as Han Xing and others dare to approach, these goblins will dare to give them a rain of spears. At this time, among the group of goblins, a tall goblin with a height of 2 meters and covered with blue-gray mane stood out. It held a huge chain hammer in its hand, looked at Han Xing and others, and uttered a series of dull syllables. "Ajisamanola, Canuzila." Everyone looked at each other. But at this time, after the system translation, Han Xing also understood what this goblin giant meant. "Humans, hurry up and leave the sky island of the goblins. This is not a place you can get involved in. If you don't listen to the warning, you will be pierced by our sharp long hair and skewered into earthworms." After hearing this, the other goblins also shouted excitedly. "Yes, grilled groundworms. Crunchy, chicken flavor. Mr. Bear Goblin is awesome. As a level 43 elite monster, this bear goblin is indeed quite powerful. At least, most of the survivors will be crushed head-on when they encounter it." However, after more than half a month of development, Han Xing and his team not only surpassed it in level, even their overall attributes are much higher than this goblin. For an elite monster like this, Zhang Lianmen can kill it instantly with a big fireball. So, they didn't take this goblin seriously at all. Seeing that Han Xing didn't say anything, the goblins thought that these humans were frightened. Each of them excitedly raised their spears or swords. "Ha, look, brothers. These humans seem to be frightened by Mr. Bear. Yeah, look at their stunned expressions, as if they have never seen the world. Weak humans. Go back to your cave and drink milk." The goblins arrogantly mocked Han Xing and others, as if this would increase their confidence. Moreover, the more they saw Han Xing and others not moving, the more they thought that these humans had been frightened. For a while, these goblins were already a little restless, and even prepared to take the initiative to attack. After all, for them, killing an enemy is something they can brag to their companions for a long time. Among the goblins, they can even enjoy the priority right to choose a mate. Looking at the arrogant look of these goblins. At this time, Shen Yun grabbed the hammer, and a faint holy light appeared on the surface of his body. He turned around and asked, "Brother Xing, are you ready to take action?" His tone was very calm, as if what was in front of them was not tens of thousands of goblin troops, but tens of thousands of ants. However, with their strength, they really don't need to take this group of goblins seriously. Han Xing nodded, "I'm ready to do it, but before that, let me test something small first." After hearing this, everyone looked a little confused. They didn't know what Han Xing was talking about, but they thought that they would soon find out. Sure enough, when Han Xing waved his hand gently, in the Xingyu city behind, more than 20 dazzling golden lights suddenly burst out and rushed into the sky in an instant. Before the goblins could see clearly what it was, they saw that dozens of golden lights were rushing towards them at an extremely terrifying speed. In a flash, they crossed 7 or 8 kilometers and appeared above Han Xing and others. At this time, the goblins could see clearly what these golden lights were. Those were war weapons that were gorgeous and ferocious, huge in size, and exuding amazing power, magic elephant chariots, because 10 heroic souls were added as weapon souls. Each of these magic elephant chariots had the pressure of a lord. At this time, more than 20 of them appeared at the same time, which was equivalent to more than 20 lords descending at the same time. The death-like power almost made the goblins feel their brains blank in an instant. However, before they could react, they saw the human in front of them utter a light voice. "Go, let me see how effective your training has been in the past half-month." The goblins were at a loss, and seemed to have no idea who the human was talking to. However, in the air, those war weapons seemed to have received instructions at the same time. The next moment, they launched a swift attack and pounced on the goblins. There was a commotion among the goblins, and some goblin warriors subconsciously chose to retreat. At this time, in the chaotic goblins, a burst of urgent voices suddenly appeared. "Attack! Attack! 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 Attack quickly!" The voice was not loud, but this group of goblin warriors seemed to have found their backbone, and the fear in their hearts seemed to be dispelled a little. The next moment, thousands of goblin spearmen threw their weapons with all their might, and threw them suddenly. Whoo! Thousands of spears turned into raindrops, carrying bursts of air-breaking sounds, and hit the body of the golden chariot. Ding ding ding! A burst of metal knocking sounds came. However, the next scene made the group of goblins, who launched the attack, completely dumbfounded. The moment their attacks landed on the surface of the magic elephant chariot, they were directly bounced off, not to mention causing damage. Even the gold paint on the surface was not scratched off at all. The goblins were horrified, and the momentum they had built up with great difficulty was instantly lost. However, the wolf cavalrymen who were sitting inside the chariot and looking at the scene outside had a bloodthirsty look in their eyes. They said excitedly, "The Lord is right. These chariots have unparalleled defense and destructive power. Even the attack of a 4-star leader cannot shake it. It is the safest place to stay inside. Today, I must perform well in front of the Lord and show the results of our training for so many days." The next moment, a magic elephant chariot directly rushed to the goblin troops with a dive momentum, recklessly. The huge size of the magic elephant chariot brought an unparalleled sense of oppression. Below, the fear in the eyes of the goblins became even more intense. At this time, the bear goblin shouted, "Defense! Hurry up and form a defensive formation to intercept this chariot." After hearing this, the goblins also plucked up their courage and gathered together to prepare for interception. However, what they didn't know was that this action almost provided a good output space for the magic elephant chariot. At this time, the wolf cavalryman also said excitedly, "Haha, these goblins are stupid. They actually gathered together for me to kill, a bunch of idiots." Then, it found a red button in the interior space of the magic elephant chariot, and excitedly pressed it directly. Chariot charge. Advance forward a distance and cause damage to all enemies along the way by attack power *150%. When the front of the magic elephant chariot came into contact with the goblins, their so-called defensive formation almost collapsed at the touch of a button. Puff puff puff. Hundreds of goblin warriors were knocked away in an instant, and their bones were broken. And this is just the beginning of the nightmare. With a buzzing sound. The next moment, the serrated blades on both sides of the magic elephant chariot started instantly. The nearby goblins were caught by the serrated blades before they could react. Swish. 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 Waves of blood and flesh-cutting sounds came, and broken limbs and arms mixed with various blood flew. The screams of the goblins were endless. Then, the magic elephant chariot brought a burst of golden light, and drew a long blood line among the goblins. I don't know how many goblins were crushed into meat by this wave of charge of the chariot. The tragic scene continued to impact the hearts of these goblins. The formation they had painstakingly formed was disintegrated in an instant. Looking at the terrifying lethality of the magic elephant chariot, Han Xing also clenched his fists with excitement. Very good, the learning speed of this group of wolf cavalrymen exceeded my expectations. I didn't expect that they could skillfully operate the chariot so quickly. The people on the side were also shocked beyond words. Chapter 255. The team members on the side were shocked to see the golden chariot killing people everywhere. Chung Jianyong couldn't help but complain, "Oh my god, this is the little thing that Brother Xing said? This is just a human knee grinder, right? Too scary." After hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. However, this is just the beginning. As the first magic elephant chariot began to exert its strength in the air, the other wolf cavalrymen were not far behind. They didn't seem to want to let the wolf cavalry take the limelight. At this moment, the remaining 21 magic elephant chariots actually raised their heads at the same time. The elephant trunk muzzle on the front of the car instantly stood up at this moment. Then, the terrifying energy fluctuations began to brew. They used another large-scale skill of the magic elephant chariot at the same time. Flame bombardment. Control the muzzle in front of the car body and blast out a devastating attack, causing 20,000 damage to the enemy. And the enemy's hit will be burned, causing 1,000 damage per second, and the effect will last for 10 seconds. The next moment, 21 energy shells containing the breath of destruction fell at this moment. Boom! The flames rose to the sky. The power caused by each shell was no less than the bombing of the Hellfire silo. At this moment, tens of thousands of goblin warriors were enveloped by flames, and a huge mushroom cloud rose. Even the people in Wanqing City felt a strong impact. When the mushroom cloud disappeared, the entire giant sky island, at least hundreds of square kilometers of area, evaporated instantly at this moment. The flames burned fiercely. The entire goblin sky island was like a purgatory. The figures of tens of thousands of goblin warriors disappeared at this moment. This shocking scene not only shocked everyone, but even Han Xing fell into a daze. After a while, Chung Jianyong seemed to come back to his senses from the shock and wiped the ashes off his face. Horrible. Too fucking terrifying. Is this the horror of ancient weapons? With one round of concentrated fire, I estimate that even a 4-star lord will be killed instantly. The master will have to knock 2 on the spot when he sees it. What if there are dozens more? Even the legends will be afraid of it? Han Xing did not refute him, because Chung Jianyong said the truth. According to Han Xing's estimate, the firepower of 100 magic elephant chariots is enough to threaten the legends. 500 magic elephant chariots can kill the legends, and this is also Han Xing's target number. However, at this time, it was different from the shock on everyone's faces. After the initial surprise, Han Xing looked at the Sky Island again, with a strong look of pain on his face. At this time, he clenched his fists and said in his heart, "Damn! These wolf cavalrymen were only busy showing me the firepower of the magic elephant chariot, and they didn't care about the consequences at all. At least a quarter of the area of the Sky Island was blown away in one wave. You guys are happy. How much rhythm black iron will I lose?" Han Xing felt that his heart was bleeding. However, he couldn't blame the group of wolf cavalrymen. After all, it was he who said he wanted to experiment with the combat power of ancient weapons at the beginning. At this time, Zhang Lianmeng looked at Han Xing's constipated face and felt a little strange. However, when she looked in the direction of Han Xing's sight, she instantly understood something. Based on her understanding of Han Xing, she knew that although he was very generous to his own people, he was a typical miser. In his eyes, he probably already regarded this Sky Island as his own possession. The rhythmic black iron inside was all his assets. However, now that so many were blown away by the wolf cavalry, he must be heartbroken. Zhang Lianmeng looked at his expression and felt both distressed and funny. On the side, everyone also saw Han Xing's frustration and comforted him one by one. However, when they comforted him, they all had smiles on their faces that could hardly be concealed. Han Xing also took a deep breath to calm down. Then, he led everyone to officially step into the Goblin Sky Island territory. Although this Sky Island was bombed by a wave of concentrated fire from the magic elephant chariot, a large amount of territory was sunk. However, its huge area determined that there were still a lot of resources left. At the same time, there were still many goblins left. At this time, the remaining goblins seemed to have not recovered yet. The previous wave of bombing directly killed nearly 80% of the warriors of their entire tribe. Such a huge loss is almost unbearable, and when they saw that the instigator of everything, that is, the group of humans, boarded their Sky Island. At this moment, the goblins seemed to have seen the most terrifying scene in their lives. It seemed that what was coming towards them was not humans, but demons. The next moment, the goblins shouted and some went into the cave, and some ran around all over the Sky Island. Some hid themselves directly under the mine cart, with only half of their buttocks exposed outside, looking at the chaos in front of them. Everyone knew that this group of goblins had been scared out of their wits. Now, Even if they put knives on the necks of these goblins, they would not dare to resist. At this time, Chung Jianyong asked beside him, Brother Xing, how to deal with this group of goblins. Everyone also looked at Han Xing at the same time. According to their previous habits, when exploring the Sky Island, they would naturally clear all the monsters inside, leaving no one behind. Otherwise, as long as there is still a monster alive, the system will determine that they have not completed the exploration and cannot merge. Having said that, but the goblins in front of them are not like those monsters without mind, and they don't feel anything no matter how many they kill. This is a group of creatures with wisdom and emotions, with a number of hundreds of thousands. If they really want to kill them all, even if they can do it, they will feel a little uncomfortable. Han Xing didn't have this feeling. In his eyes, monsters are monsters. Even if they have wisdom and emotions, they are still monsters. As long as they are not human, they will only become a bunch of experience points after being killed. So Han Xing directly ordered, go ahead, kill them all. Everyone's expression changed, and then they raised their weapons and prepared to attack. The goblins caught a glimpse of their movements with their peripheral vision, and they were so scared that their souls were about to die and their shits were about to burst. At the same time, they were still shouting in their mouths. Just as Han Xing was about to attack. In the cave in front of everyone, an old goblin with gray hair and beard suddenly emerged. It stretched out its two mouse claws, propped itself up on the ground, and instantly jumped several meters high. As soon as it came out, a long string of syllables were heard from the mouth of this old goblin. Translated, it means, Human warriors, wait a minute. It held the goblin totem upside down with both hands, which was the goblin's surrender gesture. Everyone was also stunned, and the action of preparing to attack also stopped in midair, because they felt a strong momentum from this old goblin. An invisible domain force enveloped everyone. This old goblin was actually a lord creature, however, it seemed that it was too old, and could not fully exert the strength of the lord level. As soon as it landed, its body shook and almost fell to the ground. However, before it could stabilize its body, it was suddenly knocked down by several panicked goblins. Ouch! The old goblin let out a strange cry, leaned back directly, and fell heavily to the ground. Now the whole Sky Island is full of goblins running around. They have been scared. Looking at the chaos in front of him, the old goblin sighed helplessly. Then, it uttered a series of syllables. When the other goblins heard the sound, their eyes moved and they stopped running like headless flies. The chaotic scene gradually subsided. At this time, the goblins who had calmed down looked at the old goblin with a hint of fear and curiosity in their eyes. It seemed that they didn't know what it was going to do. The old goblin got up again and walked to Han Xing and others step by step. Then, he slowly said, Ahem, several powerful human warriors, please wait. Everyone was stunned, as if they didn't expect this goblin to take the initiative to communicate. Moreover, it was different from other goblins. They saw a wise look in the old goblin's cloudy eyes. Han Xing was also aroused by curiosity, so he asked, What do you want to do? The old goblin saw that they finally stopped attacking, and breathed a sigh of relief. Then, it coughed a few times, and slowly replied, Several human warriors, the goblins have been stationed here for a long time, and this place has become our territory. Today, several human warriors accidentally broke in. It was my people who were ignorant and angered you. Here, I apologize to you all. I hope that the warriors can show some leniency, and leave a way out for our goblin clan. The old goblin put his attitude very low. It did not mention at all that Han Xing and others had just killed tens of thousands of goblins, and even took all the blame on itself. Obviously, it is very smart, and knows how to appease the enemy with words first. This is something that those goblins with low IQ do not have. The attributes of this old goblin also appeared in front of Han Xing. Goblin Prophet, Lord level creature. Level, 44 attributes, Strength 30-41, Agility 27-63, Spirit 33-54, Constitution 25-73. Skills, Truth Field, Flinch, Prophecy, Fortune Telling. As expected, this goblin is a Lord level creature. However, it seems that because of its old age and weakness, its physical attributes are not as good as those of the leader level monsters of the same level. It does not have the strength of a Lord level creature at all. At this time, Han Xing did not answer after hearing the words of the Goblin Prophet, but asked back. Reason. The old goblin was stunned, and seemed to not understand what Han Xing meant. Han Xing continued, Reason for letting you go. After hearing this, the old goblin breathed a sigh of relief. As long as these people are willing to talk, it means that the goblin tribe has temporarily escaped from danger. The old goblin thought for a moment, and a shrewd look appeared in his turbid eyes. Then, it slowly said, "If the human warriors can show some leniency, our goblin tribe will offer you 70% of the treasures in the tribe. These are treasures brought by hundreds of thousands of our tribesmen from all over the place, and there are all kinds of precious minerals and rare treasures in them. I believe that it will satisfy all the human warriors." However, Han Xing did not agree after hearing this, but asked, "Why?" The old goblin was stunned, and seemed to not understand what Han Xing meant. "Even if I kill you, these treasures will still be mine," Han Xing continued. There was no murderous intent in his words. However, when the old goblin met Han Xing's gaze, his body couldn't help but tremble, and he almost subconsciously knelt down. From this man, he felt an extremely powerful force. Even at his peak, he was no match for this man, not to mention that he had entered the aging period. At this moment, the goblin prophet's body was shaking like a sieve. He couldn't refute it, because what Han Xing said was also true. If he let these goblins go, he would only get 70% of the treasures. Killing them, he would get everything. Moreover, don't expect these goblins to remember your favor and gain favor. After all, in the first wave of bombing, they killed at least 70,000 to 80,000 goblins, most of which were their combat units. These goblins hated them in their hearts, but they didn't dare to show it. The same was true for the old goblin. At this time, the old goblin took a few deep breaths, as if to calm the fear in his heart, feeling the terrifying aura of these humans. The old goblin seemed to have made a difficult decision. It said solemnly, "This human warrior is right. Kill us all and all the treasures will be yours." But obviously, this is not a good choice. The old goblin's tone was a little higher when he said this. A black device suddenly appeared in its hand, with a faint red light emitting from it. Han Xing asked with interest, "Oh? Why?" The old goblin said solemnly, "We, the goblin tribe, have been stationed in this huge mine for many years, and naturally we have arranged many backup plans. One of them is that we have hidden a large amount of explosives deep underground in this sky island. And what I have in my hand is the detonator. If several human warriors insist on slaughtering the goblins, then I will detonate this sky island. And you will get nothing." Han Xing looked at the old goblin, and a trace of imperceptible murderous intent flashed in his eyes. "Are you threatening us?" Han Xing asked with narrowed eyes. At this time, everyone also heard the meaning of the old goblin's words. This is to use the resources on this sky island to force everyone to let go of these goblins. Otherwise, both will perish. For a moment, a trace of murderous intent appeared in everyone's eyes. Cheng Jianyong raised his golden spear and said with murderous intent, "Brother Xing, do you want to take action?" Taking action means killing all the goblins regardless of the resources of this sky island. There are at least hundreds of thousands of goblins living here. If they are all killed, it can be said that there will be a scene of blood flowing like a river. However, this old goblin threatened everyone by destroying the sky island, which also aroused their murderous intent. For a while, including Zhang Lianming and Su Xiaoyang, they all entered the battle state. Chapter 256. At this moment, the whole goblin sky island was shrouded in a strong murderous aura. After the 5 people completed the 4th transformation, their physical fitness had changed dramatically. The invisible aura was comparable to that of a lord creature. This group of goblins felt a sense of oppression like death. Especially the human mage in the pale robe. The aura on his body was even more terrifying. It was like a real demon descended on the earth. Han Xing waved his hand, signaling everyone to stay calm. Then, he looked at the old goblin and asked, "You mean, if we take action, even if you destroy this sky island, you will not leave it to us?" After hearing this, the old goblin showed a bit of joy on his face with fear. It seemed to think that his threat finally worked, and hurriedly said, "That's right." Han Xing nodded after hearing this. Then, when no one reacted, Han Xing's figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. Shen Yuan, Cheng Jianyong and others all looked at each other. Although this old goblin is a little old, its 44th level lord level strength is not to be underestimated. In addition, its identity as a prophet has a very keen intuition about crisis. The old goblin's mental color changed drastically, and he was about to press the detonator in his hand directly to die with everyone. However, at this time, Han Xing. At the moment when his figure disappeared, he activated the special effect on the metal, Breath of the Wild. The already terrifying speed doubled again. In addition, he activated the burst skill Instant Shadow Flash. At this moment, Han Xing's speed has even reached that level. Legend, even if the old goblin reacted, he couldn't keep up with the action. Han Xing appeared beside the old goblin like a ghost. The next moment, the old goblin's hand holding the detonator was suddenly hit hard. An arrow pierced its wrist, and the detonator fell to the ground. Ah! The old goblin screamed, before everyone could react. Then, it felt that its sight became higher. The old goblin was grabbed by the neck by Han Xing and lifted directly in the air. At this moment, the old goblin's power attribute was not as good as Han Xing's. He was suppressed unilaterally by him and struggled in the air, but he couldn't break free at all. Han Xing said in a cold voice, "Threatening me?" The situation changed so quickly that even Cheng Jianyong and Shen Yun only reacted now. At this time, the other goblins saw their boss being caught, and they immediately showed a look of horror in their eyes. They wanted to rush to rescue the old goblin, but their cowardly nature stopped them from moving forward. The old goblin struggled hard for a while, but when he found that it was useless, he chose to give up. It looked at Han Xing with turbid eyes, and said with difficulty, human race. Even if you kill me, you can't get the treasures of my race." However, Han Xing didn't want to continue talking nonsense with the old goblin at this time. "Really? If you have other means, use them and see if you can threaten me." Han Xing's tone was filled with a hint of murderous intent. At this moment, the old goblin finally realized that his threat was not only ineffective, but counterproductive, and completely aroused the murderous intent in their hearts. At the critical moment of life and death, the old goblin hurriedly said, Wait a minute. I have a treasure of artifact level here." Han Xing sneered and ignored it. "Old guy, at this time, you still want to use this little trick to delay time?" After saying that, he waved his hand. All the teammates in the back entered the battle state. At this moment, the old goblin saw that this human no longer believed in himself. So he hurriedly said, "It's true. I really have an artifact in my hand, and it is related to the goddess of Wujin." Hearing the 4 words of the goddess of Wujin, Han Xing's hand that was about to launch an attack suddenly stopped in midair. The name of this goddess is very familiar. Even when he was on Blue Star, Han Xing had heard of it from some books or movies. She is the goddess in charge of wealth and treasures in the legend. Han Xing's eyes flashed with a thoughtful look. In such a short time, this old goblin should not be able to think of this name to deceive himself. The artifact it mentioned should be somewhat credible. So, Han Xing asked directly, "What is that artifact? What is its function?" "Wow! The mask of the goddess Wujin? This mask can help you gain more wealth, and even help you find what you need most," the old goblin replied quickly. After listening to the old goblin's narration, Han Xing was more convinced, so he asked, "Where is the mask?" The old goblin said quickly, "Where the mask is?" It whispered a syllable. Later, only Han Xing heard it. Han Xing listened attentively. After a while, the two seemed to have a conversation. Han Xing also nodded and said, "Okay, as for the conditions you mentioned, I also agree to you. As long as you give me this mask, I will let your goblin clan go." Han Xing was about to let the old goblin go. But at this moment, he felt a burst of terrifying breath from the old goblin. Han Xing's eyes suddenly widened, and he looked at the old goblin in surprise. It seemed that he didn't understand why it suddenly exploded at this time. Han Xing was ready to let it go. Didn't it know that its current behavior was no different from seeking death? However, before Han Xing could do anything, I saw the goblin raising an arm with difficulty, as if he wanted to make some movements. Back. Zhang Lianmeng and others changed their expressions. They subconsciously thought that it was the old goblin who wanted to attack. So they all prepared to attack and bombarded the old goblin. "Wait a minute." Han Xing hurriedly stopped him. However, his voice seemed to be a step late. Behind him, an arrow was shot at him at high speed. Puff, the next moment, the arrow hit the old goblin's forehead, and his body suddenly stiffened. Then, his neck twisted to the side, and he died. At this time, the goblins looked at their prophet's limp body blankly. They also saw the arrow that pierced his head. At this moment, the goblins have confirmed that their boss is dead. The whole Sky Island suddenly erupted in an unprecedented chaos. The goblins shouted and cried, as if the end of the world was coming. Shen Yun and others also looked at the figures in the team blankly. It was Su Xiaoyang who launched the attack. She looked confused, looking at the arrow she shot unconsciously, and said quickly, I didn't mean it. I don't know what happened." Listening to Su Xiaoyang's strange speech, everyone was puzzled. Because strong people at their level would never lose their minds during the battle, nor would they attack unintentionally. Han Xing nodded and said, "It's okay, it has nothing to do with you. It was this old goblin who was looking for death. You may have been hit by its mental control skills, so you attacked unconsciously." Listening to Han Xing's explanation, everyone nodded suddenly. Including Su Xiaoyang, who was standing aside, He was suddenly relieved. However, although they figured out what happened just now. However, they still didn't understand why the old goblin did this. At this moment, the Sky Island was still in chaos. Han Xing didn't care. He threw the old goblin's body aside. Then he took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "If you don't want to die, be quiet." The voice spread throughout the Sky Island. The next moment, the chaotic group of goblins all quieted down. They looked at the human in front of them in horror. Because it was in his hands that the goblin prophet lost his life. Ignoring the fearful eyes of the goblins, Han Xing continued to ask, "I ask you, do you want to die or live?" His voice was like the devil's muttering. Hearing Han Xing's words, Cheng Jianyong, Shen Yun and others were all a little surprised. Because in the initial plan, they were ready to kill all the goblins. And now, Han Xing seems to have changed his mind. However, this group of goblins doesn't care about any ideas. I thought that after the death of the goblin prophet, they would not be able to escape today. But now, they see the hope of survival again. The next moment, all the goblins nodded and said excitedly, "Want to live. Want to live. We want to live." Their eyes were filled with a desire to survive. Han Xing nodded, with a smile on his lips. Then he continued, "Okay, as the price of survival, I want your entire goblin tribe to be loyal to me in the future. Is there a problem?" This group of goblins has been scared out of their wits. Not to mention asking them to be loyal. Even if they are asked to be slaves, they will agree without hesitation. Plop! Plop! For a while, a large number of goblins knelt down. They lay on the ground and said anxiously, "We are willing." Goblins are creatures that are notoriously cowardly and spineless. As long as they can survive, there is no problem even if they are used as slaves. Han Xing smiled, "Yes, congratulations, you have saved your life." On the Sky Island, hundreds of thousands of goblins were relieved as if they had been pardoned. However, at this time, Shen Yun and Cheng Jianyong in the back seemed a little surprised. They whispered in the back, "Brother Xing is going to subdue these goblins?" Cheng Jianyong asked. Shen Yun nodded. "It should be, after all, the words have been spoken." Cheng Jianyong was very surprised. But, with so many goblins, how can Brother Xing subdue them? The goblins are timid and cowardly. Don't expect them to be 100% loyal. Maybe they agree to submit to Brother Xing today, but turn around and rebel the next day. Cheng Jianyong is right. Although these goblins are very obedient now, that is based on Han Xing's powerful military force. If they encounter stronger enemies later, these goblins will definitely run away first instead of thinking about helping. Shen Yun thought for a moment and said, "I guess Brother Xing is planning to use the Lord Contract Scroll to subdue these goblins." Cheng Jianyong was stunned for a moment after hearing this. No way? The contract scrolls on the market now are all sold for tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of spirit cores. The value of a goblin is not comparable to this price at all. Shen Yun spread his hands, indicating that he didn't know. Then, he patted Cheng Jianyong on the shoulder and said, "Okay, don't think too much, just see how Brother Xing arranges it." Cheng Jianyong also nodded. At this moment, the goblins knelt respectfully on the ground. However, Han Xing saw a hint of hypocrisy and cunning in their eyes. Although these goblins are intelligent, they are not very smart. Many emotions are directly shown on their faces. Han Xing naturally knows why these goblins have such expressions. Goblins are a race known for their strong survival and reproduction. As long as they can be given a chance to survive, it doesn't matter if they are treated like slaves for a while. As long as they develop secretly, there will always be a chance to escape. Han Xing seemed to see their inner thoughts. But he was not angry, but showed a strange smile. "So from now on, all of you goblins must sign a Lord contract with me." Hearing about the Lord's contract, the goblins stiffened at the same time. They seemed to know the effect of this thing. Once the contract is signed, they cannot resist the contract Lord for the rest of their lives. Not even a trace of rebellion can appear. This is completely different from their plan, but they also know that signing this kind of contract requires corresponding scrolls. This scroll is very precious. Even some legendary strongmen can't take out too many. At this time, these goblins still have the last bit of luck in their eyes, and asked tentatively, "Human Lord, are you sure you want to sign a contract with our entire goblin tribe? We have hundreds of thousands of people. Do you have enough contract scrolls in your hand?" Han Xing nodded and smiled. "You don't have to worry about this. Although the number of scrolls in my hand is not large, it is not a problem to sign all the goblins on your entire Sky Island." The next moment, Han Xing waved his hand. Thousands of yellowed papers appeared in front of him. These scrolls were naturally scanned by Han Xing on the trading channel on his behalf. As Chung Jianyong and Xinyun said, this kind of scroll has a rare source and is relatively precious. In addition to the first-ranking reward, a small number of contract scrolls appeared. Later, only some lucky survivors picked them up by chance on some sky islands. Therefore, the number of contract scrolls in the entire trading channel is about 3 million. And the price of each one is not low. The lowest price is more than 60,000 spirit cores per piece. However, Han Xing doesn't care. You know, among the billions of survivors in the world now, he has become the well-deserved richest man, sitting on a lot of resources. Not only the resource reserves in his warehouse, the daily traffic of hundreds of millions of people in Xingyu City and hundreds of thousands of shops are constantly providing him with income. Although the contract scrolls are precious and the price is relatively high, it is not a problem for Han Xing at all. Therefore, Han Xing directly notified Lan Lan to go to the trading channel to buy a lot of goods. Under the huge money offensive, in a short period of time, Lan Lan managed to get nearly 1 million Lord contract scrolls for Han Xing. Chapter 257. At this moment, facing the pile of contract scrolls, all the goblins were silent, and their expressions were as uncomfortable as constipation. Han Xing showed a devilish smile at the corner of his mouth. From today on, all of you goblins will serve me. You must use labor to exchange for living materials, and the opportunity to survive. Now, call out all your tribesmen. In 10 minutes, if there are goblins who have not signed the contract, I will regard them as hostile creatures, and you will bear the consequences yourself. Hearing Han Xing's death-like threat, all the goblins also realized that he was serious. This human has extremely terrifying power, and can easily destroy their entire tribe. For a while, a large number of goblins rushed over to sign the contract scroll with Han Xing, fearing that they would be a step slower. Han Xing kept receiving system prompts. After a while, tens of thousands of goblins on the surface signed the contract. Then, more ordinary goblins emerged from various caves. The dense numbers were like a rat tide. Soon, the entire goblin tribe on this sky island signed a contract with Han Xing. Then, hundreds of thousands of goblins knelt respectfully on the ground. Han Xing also looked at the scene in front of him with satisfaction. At this time, the system prompt came. You have cleared all hostile creatures. Now, the sky island is in an ownerless state. Do you want to merge it? Hearing the system prompt, Han Xing thought to himself that it was true. As long as all these goblins become his contract servants, they will become friendly units. The system will determine that he has successfully solved all the monsters on this sky island. Then, Han Xing directly clicked on the merge. The system prompt appeared. Successfully merged the sky island, your territory has expanded, and you have obtained territory resources. Rhythmic black iron or vein *1. Goblin tent, goblin totem, goblin camp, goblin treasure house, locked. A large amount of item information appeared on the system prompt. From this long list of item information, it can be seen how huge the resources are in this sky island. At this moment, after signing the Lord's contract, the fear and unwillingness in the eyes of the goblins disappeared. Now, all turned into worship and respect. At this time, Han Xing also saw the loyalty of the goblins above their heads. Loyalty, 80, respect, all are above 80. As long as the contract scroll is signed, the loyalty of these creatures will be forced to be above 80. Later, as long as Han Xing does not abuse them excessively, the loyalty of these goblins will not easily drop. Moreover, the loyalty can continue to rise with time or some experienced events. It will not stop until the loyalty reaches 100, which is the level of fanaticism. At this moment, the goblins collectively shouted, "Meet the Lord." After Han Xing heard this, Han Xing nodded with satisfaction. Then, he stepped forward and said, "You go to my territory first and find a place to stay. I will arrange work for you later." After hearing this, the goblins responded one after another, "Yes, Lord." Then, the goblins ran to Han Xing's sky island in a mighty manner. After the goblins left, Xinyun asked from the side, "Brother Xing, what happened?" Han Xing knew what he meant. Originally, everyone's plan was to kill all the goblins. There was no need to go to great lengths to get a bunch of contract scrolls for these creatures. After all, these goblins had no fighting ability except for mining. This was a completely unprofitable business. Han Xing pointed to the corpse of the goblin prophet on the ground and said, "Because this guy made a condition." Condition? Everyone was stunned for a moment. Han Xing nodded, "Yes, this old goblin told me that there is a treasure of artifact level in the goblin cave below." Artifact? Xinyun's expression was very shocked. "What treasure is it, Brother Xing?" Han Xing said, "It is said to be a mask of the goddess of wealth. However, according to the old goblin, This treasure has a special effect, which is that it can sense resource islands at a very long distance. Over the years, the goblins have relied on it to find a large number of treasures on those islands. It taught me how to use it, and the condition is that I can let these goblins go. Han Xing turned around and said with a smile. So, I agreed. After hearing this, everyone also showed a look of realization on their faces. At this time, Cheng Jianyong asked in confusion, Brother Xing, you have promised not to kill them. Why did this old goblin do that? Is he looking for death? This question is also what everyone wants to know. The old goblin's confusing behavior confused everyone. After hearing this, Han Xing also replied directly, This old goblin is playing tricks on me. It deliberately lured the lamb to attack it, and then died in front of the goblins. I don't know its specific purpose, but it just wants to plant the seeds of hatred in the hearts of these goblins. And hatred is the fastest way for a race to rise. After hearing this, everyone felt that Han Xing's speculation made some sense. Cheng Jianyong immediately said angrily, Damn, this old goblin is still playing tricks on us. But it probably didn't expect that Brother Xing would consume a large number of contract scrolls to make these goblins completely surrender. Don't talk about hatred, they probably have already forgotten the death of this old goblin. The team members laughed. At this time, Han Xing shook his head and said, Okay, don't worry about the old goblin. Now, let's go explore the nests of these goblins, and see if we can find any treasures. Everyone's eyes lit up immediately. As a race that likes to collect all kinds of rare treasures, goblins have developed here for so many years. Their background must be amazing. Moreover, Han Xing saw a special prompt in a long series of system prompts. Locked treasure house. This is the first time Han Xing has come into contact with locked things. So Han Xing is also looking forward to what he can find in the goblin cave. At this time, Wanqing City has merged with this giant sky island, and the territory area has increased dramatically. Han Xing looked at the goblins gathered in the territory of Wanqing City. Then he randomly pointed to one and said, Come here. The goblin pointed and had a confused look in his eyes at first. After confirming that Han Xing was calling him, the goblin instantly changed from confusion to ecstasy. It took a step, walked over quickly, and said respectfully, Greetings, Lord. Han Xing noticed that the appearance of this goblin was a little different. Its feet were very large, like the flippers of fish, as if it had undergone a genetic mutation. However, Han Xing did not care, but asked, Are you familiar with the cave environment below? The goblin with large feet hurriedly replied, Of course I am familiar, Lord. I grew up down there, lived for decades, and remember the direction of every tunnel in my mind. Han Xing nodded yes. Then do you know where the prophet's cave is? The goblin was surprised when he heard the name of the prophet's cave. Then, he replied directly, I know, Lord. The prophet's cave is where the prophet usually stays, and only he can enter there. Han Xing's eyes lit up. Because, before the old goblin died, he told Han Xing that the area where the artifact was stored was here. Very good, then you lead the way. Han Xing said directly. Okay, Lord. After the goblin finished speaking, he took the lead in finding a hole and went in directly. Everyone followed behind it, looking at the deep hole in front of him and the huge terrain of the entire sky island. It can be imagined that there is definitely a huge space hidden below. Then, Han Xing took the lead and jumped down first. The other team members followed in one after another. The space of this tunnel is very narrow, just enough to accommodate the goblins that are less than 1 meter tall. As humans, they can only bend down to barely pass through. After passing through this long passage, in front of everyone, there appeared a complex, mysterious and huge underground world with thousands of passages connected to each other. The space inside is interconnected, and hundreds of thousands of goblins have lived here for a long time. There are a lot of dark flints in the passage, providing heat and lighting. In addition, each entrance to the passage is marked with landmarks and directions. In front, the goblin remembered the Lord's instructions and led them directly to the prophet's cave. Everyone followed the goblin, turning around and passing through tunnels. When they were about to faint, finally, a passage with special symbols appeared in front of them. The space here is more spacious. At the end of the passage, there is a huge stone blocking it. At this time, the goblin who led the way said, We are here, Lord, this is where the prophet usually stays. Except for itself, no other goblins have ever entered. According to the prophet, the huge stone at the entrance of the passage weighs thousands of tons. Except for the prophet's method, even if 100 goblin warriors are called, they can't move this huge stone. After hearing this, everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. The huge stone in front of them is indeed quite large, and judging from the material, it is not an ordinary stone. It is a bit difficult to break it. Shen Yun asked on the side. Brother Xing, did the old goblin tell you how to move the huge stone? Han Xing shook his head. However, Cheng Jianyong, the most powerful person in the team, said disdainfully, What the hell? No one can move this stone. Let me try. Seeing Cheng Jianyong coming forward, the goblin hurriedly said, Please stop, warrior. This boulder has been restricted by the prophet. If you don't remove the restriction and open it directly with brute force, you will suffer a strong backlash and even be in danger of your life. Hearing the goblin's serious tone, Cheng Jianyong's steps suddenly stopped in midair. Everyone knew that after signing the Lord contract scroll, the goblin should not lie to them. It said that there was a risk of life, which meant that the restrictions on it must be quite terrible. At this moment, Han Xing once again felt that the old goblin was really cunning and had laid many means in the goblin passage. Just when everyone was hesitant, Cheng Jianyong snorted coldly, How powerful is the restriction set by an old goblin with the strength of a 4-star lord? Let me see what's going on. After saying that, he went directly to the boulder, pressed his hands, and then shouted loudly, Open it for me! Boom! The whole passage began to vibrate continuously. At the same time, burning red light suddenly burst out from the dark blue boulder. It was as if Cheng Jianyong's actions triggered the restriction above. Swish, swish. The red light began to erode Cheng Jianyong's body. Aside, the goblin said with horror, It's over. This lord has triggered the restriction above. If he doesn't stop, he will really be killed by the restriction's counterattack. However, Han Xing and others did not see how dangerous Cheng Jianyong's current situation was. He was holding the boulder, and although his expression was a little pale, he was also trying his best to resist the restriction energy above. After a moment, Cheng Jianyong suddenly grinned. This restriction doesn't seem to be that good? It can't even break my armor, ha ha ha. Cheng Jianyong was very excited. His current golden suit not only brought him almost terrifying combat power, but also provided him with strong defensive capabilities. Ordinary 4-star elites can't even break its defense. In the shocked eyes of the goblin, the huge stone that no one could shake in his impression. At this moment, it was pushed away by this human with brute force by a few centimeters. At this time, Cheng Jianyong was also constantly exerting force, his face flushed, holding his breath. Drink! Drink! Open it for me! Boom! 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 The vibration of the passage became stronger and stronger. With a hissing sound, the restriction on the entire boulder seemed to be scrapped. After that, the boulder rolled to the side. This scene made the goblin next to him stunned. Cheng Jianyong also breathed a sigh of relief at this time, and then said arrogantly, It's just a small stubborn stone, ha ha ha. Looking at his arrogant appearance, everyone was not surprised. After all, after completing the 4th transformation, Cheng Jianyong's strength itself broke through more than 2,000 points. In addition, he recently changed into a full set of Baksaw suits and enchanted the Destroyer rune, which piled his strength attribute to an extremely high level. So, it was expected that Cheng Jianyong could push this boulder away. At this moment, Han Xing's sight looked through Cheng Jianyong's figure. In front of him, a dark cave appeared. This seems to be the area where the goblin prophet usually lives. There are stone beds, stone tables, stone benches and other furniture inside. However, Han Xing's eyes were instantly attracted by the blue-black stone platform in the center of the cave. He saw that on the stone platform, a light golden mask was quietly placed. Han Xing's eyes lit up. He quickly walked forward and picked up the mask. Chapter 258. At this time, the system prompt appeared. Obtained special item. Goddess Joaquin's treasure mask, red. The red note behind it was so dazzling. Han Xing's eyes widened. The old goblin did not lie to him. This item was really a divine artifact. And it was not an ordinary divine artifact. It involved a legendary god, Joaquin, the legendary goddess of wealth. No wonder the goblin elder said that this was a divine object that could make an entire tribe prosperous. Then, Han Xing checked the properties of this mask with trembling hands. Goddess Joaquin's treasure mask, red, special equipment. Equipment effect. After binding the mask of Goddess Joaquin, the character's luck value attribute is increased by 10. Hidden attribute. Cannot be viewed through the character panel. Attached unique special effect. Joaquin Revelation. Trigger different revelation effects by paying tribute to a certain number of sacrifices. Note: after the first binding, specific sacrifices must be handed in to activate different revelation effects. After reading the properties of this mask, Han Xing's face was still full of surprise, but also a little confused. This item is not like the Oracle Throne, which directly brings powerful combat power and survival ability to the survivors. The special effect description above is also very vague, and it requires a certain number of sacrifices to be opened. However, thinking of the name of this mask, Han Xing was relieved. After all, she is the goddess of wealth, and her life hobby is to collect all the precious items in the world. For creatures who want to use her mask, they must also offer a certain number of sacrifices. This personality is somewhat similar to Han Xing. At this time, the system prompt appeared. Do you want to bind this special unique item, Goddess Waken's treasure mask? After binding, the item cannot be traded or transferred. If the survivor dies, the item will automatically disappear. This is the first time that Han Xing has bound a special item of artifact level. Hearing the system prompt, he was a little surprised. Cannot be traded, and will it automatically disappear after death? Although he was a little confused, Han Xing still clicked the bind directly. Binding is successful, the luck value attribute is increased by 10. At this time, the other team members looked at Han Xing with curiosity. Han Xing also knew what they were thinking, so he directly posted the attributes of this mask to satisfy their curiosity. However, after reading the attributes of the mask, their expressions became more confused. Increase the luck value. What is this attribute? Everyone shook their heads, and there was confusion in their eyes. Chung Jianyong saw the last note on the mask and asked, "Isn't this artifact too weird? It doesn't specify the special effects, and you have to offer sacrifices to activate it? Fuck, we won't be fooled by that old goblin, right?" Han Xing shook his head and said, "No, that old goblin told me how to activate the special effects and what the sacrifices are." Everyone nodded in understanding after hearing this. Han Xing continued, "The old goblin said that this mask has been in its hands for decades. Over the years, it has offered countless rare treasures to test the effects of the mask, but most of them fell into the sea and received no response. But it's not all in vain. Sometimes, when a certain amount of certain materials are offered as tribute, the revelation of the Goddess Waken will be triggered. Each different material brings different revelation effects. After repeated failures, the old goblin finally activated 3 special effects. Everyone listened attentively. Han Xing paused and continued, "These 3 special effects are the Eye of Treasure, the Eye of Wish, and the Eye of God. The tribute is 100 million spirit cores, 100,000 pieces of eternal gold ingots, and 100 philosopher stones." After hearing this, everyone also showed a look of realization. At this time, Shen Yun asked, "Brother Xing, do you want to activate it now?" Han Xing smiled and nodded. He directly opened the warehouse interface on the territory to check his territory resources. On it, the numbers behind thousands of materials reached an astronomical figure. Han Xing has a large amount of reserves, including spirit cores and eternal gold ingots. Except for the philosopher's stone, which is a little less, there are only 1,121 left. However, he can still afford 100 philosopher's stones. Han Xing clicked the plus sign on the artifact mask special effect. The system prompt appeared. Do you want to sacrifice spirit cores * 100 million, eternal gold ingots * 100,000, and philosopher's stones * 100 to activate the revelation of the Goddess Waken? Yes. The next moment, a large amount of materials disappeared from the warehouse. Bursts of dazzling golden light suddenly burst out from this mask. Then the entire prophet's cave was filled with golden light, dazzling everyone's eyes. At this moment, a mysterious power suddenly descended. This power is far beyond the legend, and just a hint of it made everyone kneel down. On top, everyone also felt a vast, ethereal power. It was as if a god had descended, plop, before Han Xing and the others could react. On the side, the goblin had already knelt on the ground. This scene made everyone speechless. At this moment, Han Xing and the others also gritted their teeth and barely supported. Fortunately, the power did not last long before it dissipated. At this time, the system prompt appeared. Successfully activated the special effects of the Goddess Waken mask. Eye of Treasure, Eye of Wish, Eye of God. Eye of Treasure. Open the Eye of Treasure effect for survivors, and explore the resource islands within the nearby area of 100,000 to 1 million kilometers and mark them. Note, each time the Eye of Treasure is opened, 100 million spirit cores must be paid. The special effect lasts for 10 seconds, and the cooling time is 24 hours. Eye of Wish. Open the Eye of Wish effect for survivors, and you can find the items and resources that the survivors need most at the moment and highlight them. Note, each time you open the Eye of Wishes, you need to pay tribute of 100,000 pieces of eternal gold ingots. This special effect lasts for 10 seconds, and can be used in combination with the Eye of Treasures. The cooling time is 24 hours. Eye of the Gods. After the Eye of the Gods effect is turned on, the survivor's critical hit rate increases by 100%, and the critical hit damage increases by 150%. Each time you attack, reduce the target's armor by 10%, with an upper limit of 50%. Not effective for creatures above the demigod level. Note, each time you open the Eye of the Gods, you need to pay tribute of 100 pieces of Philosopher's Stone. This special effect lasts for 10 seconds, with a cooling time of 24 hours. At this moment, after seeing the 3 special effects activated on this mask, Han Xing's eyes were shocked beyond words. Should we say that it is really a divine item? These 3 special effects are more terrifying than the last one. The first one, the Eye of Treasure, is equivalent to directly opening the range exploration after opening, which can automatically help Han Xing find the location of the nearby resource island. The second one, the Eye of Wishes, although its specific effect is unknown, if it is really as described above, it can help Han Xing find the most needed things. The effect it plays is probably even more terrifying. And what surprised Han Xing the most was the last special effect of the Eye of God. There is no need to say much about the critical hit rate and critical hit damage in the previous ones. Only the last effect of reducing armor surprised Han Xing very much. There is a note above that it is invalid for creatures above the demigod level. This means, as long as it is below the demigod level, including the demigod level, it will be affected by this special effect. Once the attack hits, the armor will be directly reduced by 50%. If it is an ordinary legend, after being affected by this special effect, the defense will be greatly reduced. By then, maybe they can now cause damage to the legendary strongman. At this time, Han Xing took a deep breath. He realized the horror and importance of the mask in his hand. If this Eye of the God is used well, maybe it can really allow him to have the power to deal with legends in the 4th stage. And this is what Han Xing has always pursued, looking at the expectant eyes of everyone. Han Xing also directly pasted the attributes of the activated mask. After seeing the attributes of these 3 special effects, the team members were also shocked beyond words. Cheng Jianyong exclaimed, "Isn't this too outrageous? Are all of these 3 special effects so perverted?" Shen Yun nodded, swallowing his saliva, and said, "Indeed, if the first 2 special effects are used well, they can help us find a lot of precious resources next time. However, each time it is opened, it requires 100 million spirit cores and 100,000 pieces of Hengjin ingots. This price is still a bit unbearable. At this stage, except for Brother Xing, no one else can use this mask recklessly. It is too expensive." Everyone nodded in agreement. The properties of the mask of the goddess Wujin were beyond expectations. Han Xing was also very satisfied. Then he put the mask directly into his backpack. Han Xing's mood became better when he was in a good mood. He looked at the goblin who was leading the way outside the door and asked, "What's your name?" The goblin quickly replied, "My lord, we goblins who have no fighting ability have no names. My friends usually call me Big Toe, so you can call me Big Toe too." Han Xing didn't care about the goblin's weird name, but said, "You've done well. If you have any problems in the future, you can come to me." The goblin was immediately blessed. He knelt on the ground with surprise and said, "Thank you, Lord." Han Xing nodded, and then said directly, "Big Toe, do you know where the goblin treasure house of your goblin clan is?" Big Toe was stunned after hearing this, and a trace of entanglement seemed to flash in his eyes. After all, the goblin's treasure house is the lifeblood of their clan. That is the assets accumulated by hundreds of thousands of goblins over the years. In their eyes, it is something as important as life. However, under the effect of the Lord's contract, they will put Han Xing's order first. The goblin quickly stopped struggling and replied, "My lord, I know where it is. Do you want to go and see it?" Han Xing nodded yes. "Okay, lord, I will lead the way for you now." After that, the goblin led everyone and started to shuttle through the goblin maze again. Han Xing and the others looked at each other, and there was some joy on their faces. They were also very much looking forward to the items in the goblin treasure house. After passing through several passages along the way, everyone was almost dizzy. Then, they finally came to a huge stone wall. And under the stone wall, there was an iron door made purely of rhythmic black iron. Everyone's mouth twitched. These 2 iron doors are at least 10 meters high and 3 meters wide. Considering the thickness, the goblins probably consumed countless amounts of rhythmic black iron to create these 2 iron doors. At this moment, Cheng Jianyong once again took the lead and rushed to the iron door, trying to push it open with his brute force. However, no matter how hard he tried, even with all his strength, he still couldn't push the iron door open. Cheng Jianyong was immediately furious, and he turned on the special effects of his equipment one by one, and his momentum continued to rise. "Ha! Open it for me!" Chung Jianyong shouted. The veins on his forehead bulged, and he almost used all his strength. The nearby passage began to shake violently. However, except for shaking a few times, there was no other movement of the iron door. Seeing that he wanted to continue, Han Xing stopped him from behind. "Chung Jianyong, don't try. An iron door made of special metal like this should not be pushed open by pure force." Chung Jianyong stopped trying after hearing this. At this time, Han Xing looked at the goblin behind him again and asked, "Big Toe, do you know how to open these two iron doors?" The goblin's eyes flashed with memories after hearing this. It seemed to be trying to recall something. After a while, Big Toe slowly said, "Lord, I remember. The prophet said that there is a special magic array arranged on this iron door, and it must be opened by people recognized by the goblin clan. If you use brute force to open it, the array will involve the taboos inside, and then directly blow up the entire treasure house." Hearing the words of the goblin, Han Xing was shocked. He did not suspect that the goblin was lying to him. Han Xing just didn't expect that the old goblin actually had a trick up his sleeve in such a place. The old goblin knew that after Han Xing killed it, he would definitely attack the goblin's treasure house. But because of the existence of the ban, if it was opened forcibly, it would be blown up directly, and he would get nothing. Therefore, if Han Xing wanted to open the treasure house, he had to obtain the recognition of the goblin clan. Naturally, he would not kill the goblin clan wantonly. Even in order to gain the trust of the goblin clan, he would give them good treatment. At this moment, Han Xing once again experienced the old goblin's cunning. Han Xing secretly said in his heart, "Damn, this old goblin is really a talent." Sure enough, he is old and smart. In such a short time, he has laid so many tricks. If I can use it, it may have unexpected effects. Because of the existence of the Lord contract, Han Xing is not worried that he will not be able to control this old goblin. However, with the ability of this old goblin, it is estimated that he also thought of this, so he took the initiative to seek death and did not give Han Xing any chance. Thinking of this, Han Xing shook his head. He was going to die anyway, so there was no need to dwell on these things. However, this old goblin had calculated everything, but he never expected that Han Xing would suddenly get so many Lord contracts. He did not need to slowly gain the trust of the goblin tribe. Now, he was the recognized master of this group of goblins. Therefore, this iron gate could not hinder him at all. He set his sights on this iron gate again. With the foundation of the goblin tribe for decades, this treasure house must store a large number of extremely precious treasures. Thinking of this, Han Xing became more and more excited. Chapter 259. Han Xing was very much looking forward to the treasures in the treasury. Then, he walked forward, put his hands directly on the iron door, and pushed it gently. With a sound of creaking, the iron door gradually revealed a gap. Everyone's face showed strong joy. It really works. Chung Jianyong was surprised behind. Brother Xing is still awesome. He gave a thumbs up. A dazzling golden light suddenly burst out from the gap. Before it was fully opened, everyone felt a burst of breath coming. It was the breath of various treasures. Damn, so exaggerated? How many treasures have you, the goblin clan, hoarded? Han Xing asked. The goblin laughed and said, I don't know much about this. I'm just an ordinary laborer. In fact, most of the resources have been consumed by us over the years. We have used a lot of them to build machines, weapons, etc. However, we have only used ordinary resources. The more precious ores and some rare treasures have been put into the treasury. The materials inside have been carefully selected by the prophet, so they are all good things. After hearing this, everyone's expectations became even greater. Han Xing's men couldn't help but exert some strength. When the iron gate kept opening, the colorful treasure shone brighter and brighter. It even made everyone unable to open their eyes. Creaky, creaky. When the opening range was large enough for one person to pass through, Han Xing couldn't wait to get into the goblin's treasury. Follow me. Han Xing's voice came from inside. After hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. Then they followed in. Next, they saw the most shocking scene in their lives. In front of them, there were several precious gems piled up like hills with dazzling light. In the corner, they saw a pile of shadow god stones emitting bursts of black smoke. It was roughly estimated that there were at least 3,000 or 4,000 of them. Needless to say, the rhythmic black iron, as the main material of this sky island, was directly piled up into a mountain on this treasure house. Next to it, there was a pile of philosopher's stones emitting bursts of red light, and the number was also several thousand. In addition to these, they also saw lava crystal stones emitting hot steam, ice crystal stones emitting strong cold air, and thunder stones emitting sizzling electric light. It was so dazzling that it was hard to take it all in. Fuck. I'm rich. I'm really rich this time. Damn, so many philosopher stones. So many shadow gods. Chung Jianyong exclaimed on the side. His reaction was very exaggerated, but no one said anything. After all, the harvest this time was too terrifying. Even with Han Xing's concentration, he couldn't help but feel shortness of breath, let alone others. Now, the 5 people stood in front of a pile of gems, as if they had discovered the treasures of a giant dragon, and were stunned. Han Xing swallowed his saliva, and then couldn't wait to count the gains this time. In addition to the pile of shadow gods and philosopher stones, Han Xing also saw some transparent stones, with mysterious auras next to him. At a glance, the harvest this time was comparable to the task given by them to escort Wu Miur. Although, it was not yet to the point where they didn't have to worry about these high-level materials. However, this asset can be said to have made him rich overnight. Han Xing walked to the middle of the pile of gems, and picked up a stone that seemed transparent, but shone faintly. Han Xing's eyes showed a hint of expectation, and he said excitedly, I hope this is the kind of stone I'm looking for. The properties of this stone also appeared in front of him. Shining Terra Stone. A strange stone that contains the power of creation, and has a strong spatial stabilization effect. At this moment, Han Xing was very excited. It's really a Shining Terra Stone. Great. Looking at the hill in front of him, he roughly estimated that there are at least more than 2,000 Shining Terra Stones. Han Xing was very excited. Very good. 4 of the 5 materials needed to build the Oracle Throne have been gathered. Now, I only need to find the last material, the Oracle Book, and I can start to build this artifact. By then, I will truly have the strength to protect myself in front of the legend. Han Xing clenched his fists, and bursts of light appeared in his eyes. Then, he turned around and said to the goblin, Big Toe, there is nothing for you to do here, you can go. After hearing this, the goblin hurriedly left respectfully. Then, Han Xing directly opened the territory interface, and issued instructions to a group of wolf cavalry. A few minutes later, hundreds of strong wolf cavalry, each carrying a large box, came to the goblin's mine. Han Xing watched the group of wolf cavalry put all the piles of gems into the treasure chest. They were going to transport these gems and metals back to the warehouse of Wanqing City. Although this sky island has been occupied by Han Xing, it belongs to his own territory. However, only by putting these treasures under his pillow can Han Xing feel at ease. The benefits of this trip to the Goblin Mine Cave far exceeded everyone's imagination. Not only did they get a mask of artifact level, but they also harvested a large number of high-level gems. With a satisfied look, everyone walked out of the Goblin Mine Cave together. Then, Han Xing came to his territory. There, hundreds of thousands of goblins were looking forward to Han Xing's instructions. Looking at those hundreds of thousands of mouse-like eyes, staring at him in unison. Han Xing said to them, The Goblin Mine Cave where you originally lived has been requisitioned by me. Next, you can live in my territory. I will provide you with various living supplies and safe shelter. But correspondingly, you have to use labor to exchange for these resources. Do you understand? After listening, the goblins nodded one after another, indicating that they had no objection. Han Xing nodded. Then, he issued a task to this group of goblins, which was to continue mining this mine. There is also a lot of rhythmic black iron in it. If all of it can be mined, it will be an amazing income. It can prepare for his future trip to the dwarf territory. As for the residents of this group of goblins, due to their habits, they are not used to living in those spacious houses, and are only used to living in caves. Han Xing randomly found a mountain range, and let them dig holes, and build houses. The next day, when the sun rises, hundreds of thousands of goblins came out of the tunnels in a line, gathering into long dragons. They came to a vacant land, picked up their mining tools, and began to dig in the mines where they lived before. According to the agreement, these adult goblins need to use their labor to exchange for the living resources needed by the entire tribe. Except for those really old goblins, or the young goblins, who are still in the growth stage, all other goblins have to go out to work. This also applies to the female goblins. In Han Xing's place, men and women are treated equally. At this moment, the goblins are either carrying pickaxes or pushing mine carts, heading to the black iron mine. Mining is also one of the innate skills of the goblin tribe. Hundreds of thousands of goblins began to mine the mine under Han Xing's command. With the sound of ding 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 ding, blocks of boulders containing rhythmic black iron were knocked open by them, and then a special transport unit transported the ores to the smelting plant next to them. After processing, the ores were extracted and shaped. Then, they became blocks of rhythmic black iron. At this moment, Han Xing looked at the long dragons of goblins in the territory, which had formed a set of assembly line operations. Almost every minute, new ore was mined and sent to smelters for processing. Then the Minotaurs moved the rhythmic black iron to the warehouse. Everything was going on in an orderly manner, realizing the assembly line operation. And the number of rhythmic black iron in his territory resources was also increasing at a rate of 7 to 10 pieces per second. Han Xing set a working time of 6 hours for this group of goblins, with an hour of rest in the middle. However, 2 groups of goblins took turns working. In this way, there were 12 hours a day, all of which generated income for Han Xing. Now, he can harvest hundreds of thousands of rhythmic black iron every day. Before, this group of goblins used this mine as their residence, so they didn't mine much rhythmic black iron ore. But now, under Han Xing's instructions, they began to dig in large quantities. The work efficiency of hundreds of thousands of goblins is amazing. According to Han Xing's estimate, it will only take more than half a month for this mine to be dug out. And Han Xing can get at least millions of rhythmic black iron from it. Han Xing also said with joy on his face, although I don't know how many rhythmic black irons the dwarves need to exchange for an ancient weapon blueprint. But with my current reserves, it must be more than enough. When the time comes, I will open up the trading route with Wumio, and I can build all kinds of ancient weapons in batches. Then, even if I face legends, I will kill them in batches. I can walk sideways in the entire Holy Spirit realm, ha ha ha. Han Xing thought arrogantly, and then couldn't help but burst into laughter. Below, Cheng Jianyong and the others who heard Han Xing's laughter looked at each other. What did Brother Xing think of? Why are you laughing so happily? Cheng Jianyong asked. Xinyun spread his hands, indicating that he didn't know. At this moment, Han Xing's figure suddenly disappeared. The next moment, he appeared directly in front of them. The speed that was almost like teleportation made everyone secretly shocked. Han Xing said at this time, okay, let's continue to explore the Sky Island today and see if we can find some more unexpected surprises. Then, he took out a light golden mask from his backpack. Beside him, Xinyun and others' eyes lit up. This mask is the artifact they found in the Goblin Cave yesterday, the treasure mask of the goddess Waken. Brother Xing, are we going to turn on the mask special effects now? Xinyun asked with a smile. Han Xing nodded. After hearing this, everyone's eyes also showed expectations. After all, they also wanted to see the magical effect of this mask. Then, Han Xing directly clicked to turn it on, and the system prompt appeared. Do you want to consume 100 million spirit cores to turn on the special effect of the mask of the goddess Waken, Eye of Treasure? Do you want to consume 100,000 eternal gold ingots to turn on the special effect of the mask of the goddess Waken, Eye of Wishes? Han Xing directly clicked yes. Before this, the attribute information on the mask indicated that the 2 special effects can be superimposed. Since he decided to use it, Han Xing certainly wanted to maximize the effect. The next moment, the spirit core materials worth more than 1 billion in the warehouse of the Lord's mansion disappeared directly. In exchange, it was a 10-second perception effect. At this moment, Han Xing, wearing a mask, instantly felt that the world in front of him had changed. The territory, the sky, the clouds, all disappeared at this moment. In front of him, a void space appeared. This space was so huge that Han Xing looked down at the scene in the void, as if from a god's perspective. And as he perceived, faint spots of light began to appear in the void. When the number of spots of light reached tens of thousands, Han Xing found that the brightest spot of light was right under his feet. There were various red, white, purple, and other lights intertwined on it, forming a huge ball of light. Most of the nearby spots of light were ordinary white, only the size of rice grains. Compared with the light spot where Han Xing is, it is just like the glow of fireflies and the bright moon. Han Xing thought, these light spots should be the locations of the nearby sky islands. And the largest light spot here is my Wanqing city. At this time, Han Xing also suddenly said, so that's it, these light spots are marked with different brightness according to the level of resources on the sky island. The more resources the sky island has, the bigger and brighter the light spot is. At this time, Wanqing City is storing a huge amount of precious resources, so the light is so strong. Compared with Wanqing City, other sky islands are not at the same level. In addition, as Han Xing's perception range continues to expand, he vaguely felt that the locations of the sky islands in the nearby hundreds of thousands of kilometers have been marked. Among them, Han Xing also saw some unexpected surprises. I saw 1 or 2 extremely large light spots. Although they were not as large as Wanqing City, they were more than 10 times larger than ordinary sky islands. Huh? There are such huge light spots in the vicinity of hundreds of thousands of kilometers? Could it be that there are extremely rich resources inside? Han Xing was immediately delighted. He firmly remembered the location of these two sky islands in his mind, and prepared to find an opportunity to explore them. At present, the special effect of the Eye of Treasure has lasted for 7 seconds. Han Xing remembered more than 100 relatively bright light spots among tens of thousands of sky islands. These are the places he will explore next. This mask of the goddess Wujin is really a good thing. At this moment, Han Xing couldn't help but sigh again. Not to mention the other two special effects, this Eye of Treasure alone can bring him great help. With the assistance of the artifact mask, his exploration speed will increase several times, or even dozens of times. Han Xing continued to sense this chaotic space. The next moment, Han Xing suddenly saw a huge ball of light that was dozens, or even hundreds of times brighter than his Wanqing city. Chapter 260. Fuck! Han Xing exclaimed inwardly. At this moment, Han Xing was shocked beyond measure. You know, his Wanqing city has a very deep foundation. However, now, that light ball is hundreds of times more terrifying than his Wanqing city. This means that the amount of resources on it is also more than 100 times that of Wanqing city. If it can be explored, Han Xing will be completely rich. However, after being shocked, Han Xing quickly guessed the background of the Sky Island. That light ball is likely to be the Sky Island of the Wu clan, and it is even possible that it is one of the 17 main cities. There is the foundation of the Wu clan on it. Similarly, there is a legendary strongman guarding each main city. Han Xing directly gave up this idea at this moment. Are you kidding? Asking him to rob the main city of the Wu clan, isn't this courting death? At this time, Han Xing looked at the remaining time on the special effect and gradually decreased, and he became a little confused. I have experienced the effect of the first Eye of Treasure. It is indeed very powerful. But what is the effect of the second Eye of Wishes? Seeing that the 10-second special effect was about to end, Han Xing became a little impatient. Just then, Han Xing suddenly noticed that among the tens of thousands of light spots in front of him, one of them began to flicker continuously. There was a faint unique breath coming from it, and there was an invisible attraction, attracting Han Xing to go and explore. What is this? Han Xing murmured. However, before Han Xing could take a closer look, the 10-second perception time was declared over. His vision returned to normal. Then, Han Xing took off his mask and said with some regret, "It's over so soon." Chung Jianyong, who was standing next to him, couldn't help but say, "It's really too fast. More than 1 billion resources, just for a duration of 10 seconds. Why do I feel it's not worth it?" Everyone also felt a little bit of a loss. Xin Yun asked at this time, "How is it, Brother Xing? Have you found any special sky islands?" Han Xing shook his head. "Not sure, I have to go and see to know. But it shouldn't be a loss." Hearing Han Xing say this, everyone was relieved. What Han Xing said was the truth. The effect of the mask would not make him lose money. The Eye of Treasure alone found the location of tens of thousands of sky islands for Han Xing, which was already worth the money. And among them, Han Xing also saw 2 large-scale sky islands. If it can be explored, the income generated will definitely far exceed the resources he has invested now. However, before that, Han Xing decided to go to the location of the last light spot first. That light spot was a little special. It seemed to be the sky island marked by the Eye of Wish. There seemed to be something on top that was extremely attractive to him. Next, Han Xing directly controlled Wanqing City and headed straight for the marked location. The huge Wanqing City was moving forward at a high speed. In Han Xing's impression, the Sky Island was about 100,000 kilometers away from their location. According to the current speed of Wanqing City, the speed can reach 50,000 kilometers per hour. It only takes 2 hours. The surrounding scene began to rapidly retreat. Along the way, they also encountered many cloud sky islands, all of which were not small in size. However, Han Xing ignored them all. He just wanted to know what was on that sky island that attracted him. Wanqing City spanned tens of thousands of kilometers across the Wu clan territory. 2 hours later, Wanqing City finally stopped moving. Because a sky island covered by clouds appeared in front of everyone. The area of this sky island is not large, only 5 or 6 square kilometers. Xin Yun looked at Han Xing and asked, "Brother Xing, are you sure it's here?" He seemed a little skeptical. After all, in everyone's cognition, the larger the area of the sky island, the richer the resources contained in it, and the stronger the monsters. For a sky island of several square kilometers like this, the monsters in it may not even have the strength of the 4th turn. Relatively speaking, there is nothing good. Han Xing shook his head. "Let's go and take a look first. I'm not sure." Everyone nodded. As Wanqing City gradually approached the Sky Island, the faces of the 5 people changed at the same time. They all felt a sense of crisis on this Sky Island. After the survivors completed the first or second transformation, their strong physical fitness has already exceeded the scope of normal humans. They have a keen sense of crisis. It is precisely with this perception that the survivors can roughly infer the strength of the monsters in those Sky Islands. At this time, everyone looked at each other. Chung Jianyong said, "I didn't expect that there is a big crocodile hidden in this small Sky Island. It feels a little more dangerous than the Goblin Sky Island." Shen Yun nodded. Even they felt a sense of crisis. This shows that the monsters inside are stronger than the old goblin. However, considering that the old goblin is already old and weak, so, no matter how strong the monsters inside are, they should not be that strong. At most, they are only at the level of a 4th-turn lord. Thinking of this, everyone felt more confident. So, Han Xing continued to approach Wanqing City. At this time, the system prompt appeared. This is an extremely ancient sky island with a lost temple on it. It once enshrined a powerful god. But with the end of the era of all gods, the gods withered, and the remaining gods left the Holy Spirit realm. The power here has gradually dissipated. Hearing this prompt, everyone looked puzzled. Lost temple, powerful god? Chung Jianyong asked in confusion. Why do I feel that the background of the things on this sky island is a bit scary? Everyone also frowned. Since entering the Sky Island paradise, they have discovered that the system sometimes mixes some brief background introductions in the prompts. Moreover, although these background introductions are brief, they are crucial. Now, they heard another key piece of information. That is, the age of 10,000 gods. Obviously, this is an extremely ancient era. Even Han Xing heard of it for the first time. And as the era ended, the gods withered. The remaining gods have all left the Holy Spirit realm. So where did these gods go? Han Xing's eyes revealed a thoughtful look. After a moment, Han Xing shook his head. Let's go in and take a look. Then, he directly clicked to enter. The clouds dissipated. In front of everyone, an extremely magnificent and ancient building suddenly appeared. The copper pillars and stone walls are inlaid with intricately carved patterns. The stone pillars on both sides stand tall, with lifelike portraits of strange beasts carved on them. The whole temple exudes a sense of majesty and sacredness. However, this temple has collapsed as the system introduced. It is full of the breath of time, and the ground is full of collapsed stone pillars, which are covered by thick dust, showing desolation. Chung Jianyong asked in confusion, Hey, why don't we see the monster on this sky island? Could it be hidden in the temple? Everyone cast their eyes. Before entering this sky island, they felt a sense of crisis on this sky island. This shows that there must be monsters on it. However, at present, there is no trace of monsters on the entire sky island. Han Xing took a look at the huge temple. I guess it's inside this temple. Let's find the entrance to this temple together. After saying that, Han Xing led the team members into the empty island. Then, they began to look for the entrance to the temple on this deserted empty island. Stepping over the collapsed bronze pillars, and moving the huge stones. A few minutes later, everyone had almost searched around the temple. At this time, a voice came from Su Xiaong. Sister Liemeng, Brother Han Xing, I think I found the entrance. After hearing this, everyone walked over together. Su Xiaong was standing on a pile of ruins at this time. And under the ruins, a yellowed metal door could be vaguely seen. There were huge stone pillars piled up at the door, completely covering the entrance. Everyone looked at each other. Xinyun said, Xiao Yongzi, it's time to show your strengths. Chung Jianyong smiled and didn't care. He rolled up his sleeves and rushed over to move these huge stone pillars. Hey! As Chung Jianyong continued to roar. The copper pillars weighing dozens, or even hundreds of tons were moved away, and then smashed heavily on the ground. Boom! Boom! The earth shook. After a strong vibration, this pile of ruins was directly cleared. In front of me, the entrance to the temple appeared. The golden door had been damaged for a long time, and through the cracks, it seemed that the scene inside could be seen. However, the temple was also dark and nothing could be seen. Han Xing said, It seems that no one has come here for too long, and this temple has been completely abandoned. Let's go in and take a look. Then, Han Xing took out the dark flint torch from his backpack and took the lead in stepping into the temple. However, as Han Xing took the first step into the temple, a system prompt appeared in everyone's ears. In that extremely ancient era, there were many magical elements floating between heaven and earth. By controlling these elements, the creatures in the world gained boundless divine power. Among them, there are wind, fire, water, earth, thunder, darkness, light, and other basic elements that build this world. As more and more creatures begin to come into contact with these basic elements, one after another amazing talents appear. They use these basic elements to develop different branches, such as water can be transformed into rain and fog, earth can be transformed into sand and rocks, and so on. Each branch can give birth to a new god. More and more gods appeared in the world, providing the world with vigorous vitality. That era was called the Age of All Gods. Until this day, two gods with different attributes came into contact with each other. Their incompatible natures started the first war among the gods. After the War of Gods, the victor was surprised to find that the divine power of the beings killed by it would be absorbed by him after death. This god instantly broke through to a higher level. After that, it was out of control. The gods began to fight each other. After the war, life was extinguished and the world was broken. The surviving gods could only leave the Holy Spirit realm and seek survival. The Holy Spirit realm, which is on the verge of being broken, has also ushered in the darkest era. One after another, terrifying monsters and beasts appear in the world. These beasts have brought endless nightmares and pain to the living beings. In extreme despair, the living beings accidentally discovered the legends of those gods. They built temples for these gods, contributed sacrifices, and offered their faith, hoping that these gods could save them. Among them, there are three gods who are in charge of the same source of light power, namely glory, light, and dawn. Here is the temple of one of the three gods, the god of light. After listening to the long background introduction of the system, everyone also took a breath of cold air. Sure enough, every sentence of the background introduction of the system is extremely important. This even involves an extremely ancient era, the age of 10,000 gods. After the age of 10,000 gods, it came to the Dark Age. That is, the era when a group of wild monsters and beasts were born. The creatures of the Holy Spirit realm have been in agony for 1,000 years. They were even desperate enough to seek the protection of those gods. It was not until the birth of Lie that the Dark Ages ushered in a glimmer of hope. However, the irony is that these creatures do not know that it is these gods who bring suffering to all living beings. Everyone sighed in unison. Han Xing also frowned, because he knew that Lie, the Wild Ranger, rose in the Dark Ages. So does Lie know these things? Has he ever come into contact with these gods? They don't know any of this. This world hides too many secrets. For example, where did the group of gods go after leaving the Holy Spirit realm, who threw generations of human beings into the land abandoned by the gods? In the end, how many secrets have not been discovered by them? Even though Han Xing now has the strength of the fourth turn, he can even be said to be invincible under the legend. But despite this, he still feels that he knows too little about this world. Moreover, the more he understands, the more insignificant he feels. Including other people, they also have this feeling. For a moment, everyone frowned and felt a sense of crisis in their hearts. However, except Shen Yun. He is not like Han Xing and others, paying attention to the secrets of this world. He only remembers the last sentence of the system prompt. Shen Yun said at this time, "Brother Xing, the system said that we have all come into contact with the three gods who control the power of light, right?" Everyone was stunned after hearing this. They seemed to have thought of something. The first god of glory, Shen Yun inherited the power of this god, and changed his job to a hidden profession, Glory Knight. There is also the god of dawn. There is a statue of the goddess of dawn in Han Xing's Wanqing City and Xingyu City. As for the god of light, at this time, Shen Yun whispered in the back, "I remember that the god of light is not the god of faith of the previous generation of human race? This guy doesn't seem to be a good person." Everyone's face was stern. When they were exploring the two-star secret realm, the night trial field, through the cutscenes, they learned that the god of light had sent down an oracle to find the evil god species among humans. Moreover, a large-scale cleansing campaign was launched among the human race, and many innocent children and civilians were implicated. However, they also knew that this was just an excuse for the god of light. In fact, there was no evil god species at all. As for the real purpose of the god of light, everyone did not know. Therefore, in their impression, the god of light was not a good thing. Chung Jianyong said at this time, "Who cares? Anyway, these gods have left this world. Let's go to his temple, and see if we can find more secrets." After hearing this, everyone agreed with Chung Jianyong's decision. Then, they stepped into the temple together.